100:00:00:033, 00:00:12, 533. In a world woven from emotion itself, there exist beings known as magicians. They are geniuses of the mysterious realm, able to shape the raw, untamed power of human feeling, joy, love, even the instinctive energy of rock and roll into tangible magic. By will alone, they summon inexplicable illusions and conveniences. Yet the human heart is chaotic and ever-changing, a storm where countless emotions intertwine. And so true magicians are extremely rare, like lonely stars scattered across the vast night sky. In the soft, moonlit silence of a luxurious bedroom, a man with silver hair like spun silver sat beside a sleeping woman, his gaze heavy, his sorrow seeming to seep into the air. Her name was Ismilda, and he whispered it like a prayer, like a secret meant only for the shadows, telling her that she was different. Her auburn waves framed her peaceful, sleeping face, a stark contrast to the turmoil in his heart. He reached out and gently covered her hand with his, the touch both a comfort and a cage. He leaned closer, his voice low and desperate, murmuring a confession of faith. As long as there was love, a person could do anything. But Ismilda remained asleep, lost in her own silent world, while her dreams drifted elsewhere, toward a love that seemed an entire universe away. Where was her love now? The question echoed through the surreal landscape in her mind, where koi swam through a sea of stars. Memory carried her to a sunlit clearing, to a promise made beneath a canopy of vivid green leaves. A young man with eyes like twilight and hair as black as a raven's wings lay on the grass, holding her hand. He had promised her, his voice filled with youthful certainty, that on the day they met again, he would return to her as a knight. Memories came flooding back, turning into bitter and sweet fragments. Their innocent laughter as children running by the sea, a solemn moment when their hands overlapped atop a signed contract, and the painful image of tears wetting her cheeks as he placed a ring, a heavy and beautiful promise, on her finger. He had once knelt before her like a knight swearing fealty, devoutly kissing her hand. That was her love, the love she clung to tightly in the darkness. Her consciousness rose, pulling her from the dream back into the suffocating reality of the bedroom. Noah, the silver-haired man, was still there. She questioned him, her voice trembling yet sharp, asking what on earth he took her for. Was she nothing more than a child in desperate need of his protection? The question hung heavily between them, full of accusation. Her hand flew to her cheek, a gesture of disbelief and hurt. Noah looked away, an unreadable emotion flashing through his eyes, then turned back to her. He told her what she was to him. She was his teacher's daughter. She was someone he had sworn to protect. His voice was low and intense, every word bound with an unshakable sense of duty. He admitted that he could not let go of even the smallest possibility, could not tolerate letting her go down the wrong path. In a gesture both shocking and desperate, he knelt before her and gently held her ankles in both hands, making her whole body tremble at his touch. He told her that if her circumstances were beyond what he had anticipated, if she was meant to fly high, then she should step on him. With his head bowed, he pleaded with her, saying that only then could he finally feel at ease. He kissed her shoe, an act of devotion so deep it was almost painful, stealing the air from her lungs. A blush climbed up her neck, and her thoughts were thrown into chaos by the force of his words and the weight of his vow. Her life had not always been this web tangled with sorrow and responsibility. There had once been a time before all this, a time of pure and simple happiness. She remembered a perfect day, sunlight warm on her skin, the salty sea breeze filling her lungs. They were celebrating her birthday on the deck of a magnificent ship. It was her 12th birthday, and the sea wind felt like a gentle caress. Her father handed her a box tied with a golden ribbon, the corners of his eyes curving with love. They were a family of 3, laughter echoing over the waves, their happiness so perfect it seemed it could be painted into a portrait. But the memory turned. The bright blue sky became a raging purple bruise. The once calm sea rose into monstrous waves. Lightning tore through the sky and struck the ship with a deafening crash. Her mother's name became a silent scream in her mind, and bone-deep terror seized her. Her own reflection appeared in shards of glass, a child's face, eyes wide with a horror no 12-year-old should ever know. Her father's voice pierced through the roar of the storm, urging her to come quickly and promising that he would go find help. But everything after that became a blur of panic and chaos. She remembered running, her small legs moving desperately while the deck beneath her tilted violently. A giant wave, a black wall of water, crashed over the side of the ship and swept her off her feet. Then there was only the suffocating, icy darkness of the sea. Her body felt impossibly heavy, as if ghostly chains had bound her and were dragging her toward the abyss. She reached a trembling hand toward the fading light, silently begging for mother and father, but they were already gone. Everything ended that day, the day her parents died in the Elsa ship disaster. Now it had broken apart, becoming a tombstone in the silent depths. The funeral was hollow with echoes. The grand hall was packed with people, yet she could not help wondering how many of those dressed in black were truly grieving. Their whispers followed her like vultures. They had heard about the shipwreck, heard that so many had died. From a distance, they pointed at her, their voices tinged with morbid curiosity as they discussed the 12-year-old girl who had been the sole survivor. They hissed that even her own parents were dead, so how could she not cry? Their words twisted into cruel accusations. Some speculated that her family's charitable foundation was merely a front, a bribe to whitewash a ruined reputation. She sat alone, her tiny figure swallowed by a sea of black, those poisonous whispers seeping into her grief. A man knelt before her, concern on his face like a poorly made mask. It was her uncle. He urged her to tell Father everything, the newly self-appointed title he had given himself. He was certain her father must have left her some words. He pressed closer, his hot, repulsive breath washing over her as he asked what exactly her father had left behind. When she whispered that she did not remember, his grip on her small arms suddenly tightened, hurting her. His feigned sympathy collapsed, revealing a greedy and desperate man. He warned her not to say that, not to say it when she could not remember anything at all. He squeezed her arm harder, his knuckles turning white, ordering her to think carefully about her father's inheritance and insisting that she must remember something. He hissed that if she did not tell him what he wanted to know, her father would not be able to take care of her. His voice was a threat, and the title on her lips sounded like a curse. At last, she screamed that she did not know, that she knew nothing. She clutched her head, trying to block out the noise, while the other men also closed in, their faces looming toward her, distorted and warped. They surrounded her, interrogating her, telling her to bow her head and say something, insisting she must have heard something. They tormented her with questions about her future, asking who she would live with now. She screamed for them to stop. The suffocating pressure of the deep sea returned, the memory of drowning merging with the terror before her eyes. She knew nothing about the inheritance, so why did they keep asking? In the pushing that followed, one man stumbled and knocked over a decorative water urn, spilling water across the floor and splashing it onto her black dress. It was cold and terrifying. Someone muttered that she truly was unlucky, and a priest nearby asked whether she was all right, but his voice sounded distant and blurred. The shock of the cold water became the trigger. Her heart began pounding wildly in her chest. Suddenly, she was no longer in the funeral hall, but back in the water, the whole world blue and blurred, her lungs screaming for air. A primal instinct to escape seized her. She had to get out. She struggled to her feet, but her body felt as heavy as lead, pressed down by invisible chains, and she staggered toward the railing. The guests' faces blurred into a sea of judgment. Just as her legs weakened and she was about to fall, a hand appeared before her. That hand was strong and steady, reaching toward her as she collapsed. The touch was like an electric current, almost magical. She looked up and saw the face of a young man with silver gold hair and sharp eyes, dressed in a dazzling blue uniform. It was Noah. He gently helped her up, his voice calm as he asked whether she was all right. She could only manage a faint he apologized for arriving late. Up close, she could see that his face was pale and his breathing uneven, as if he had run a long way to reach her. He knelt before her, and when he opened his hand, a miracle unfolded. From the blue jewel held in his palm, a casket of shimmering magic butterflies was born. They flew into the air and danced around her, their light like a salve soothing her shattered nerves. Her fear melted away in an instant, replaced by wonder. He gently tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear and fastened the magic jewel into her braid. He said it was her birthday gift. She looked at him in confusion and asked who he was. He explained that he sometimes dined with her father. Just as her greedy uncle approached, Noah protectively pulled her behind him. His voice was low and urgent as he told her to stay there and remain calm no matter what happened. He ordered her not to leave. Her uncle demanded to know who this stranger was, and Noah calmly introduced himself as Noah Argent. He explained that he had come after hearing of his teacher's death. Then, with an air of absolute authority, he unfurled an official scroll and announced that from that moment on, he would carry out the orders of the Grand Master's Council. Whispers about the inheritance erupted through the crowd. Her uncle's face twisted with anger as he screamed, asking what kind of solution this was and demanding to know what would happen to the girl. Noah replied coldly that Ismilda would be taken in by him, because he was her only blood relative, but that the issue of the inheritance was an entirely separate matter. Her uncle shook with rage and shouted that he would never allow it. He lunged forward and grabbed the front of Noah's neat uniform. Noah did not even blink, his gaze still as cold and immovable as winter frost. Ismilda could only watch, silent and shocked, witnessing the struggle over her future. Years later, in a sunlit, luxurious room, the grown Ismilda sat across from Noah. He wore an elegant white suit, the very embodiment of wealth and power. She told Mr. Argent that she had had a very pleasant time. Yet beneath the surface of politeness, her thoughts were carried back by fate to that day, February 22nd, year 449, her 12th birthday, the day her parents died, the day she lost everything, all because of a name she had been forced to bear. During another tense meal, Noah asked how she had been lately. Ismilda avoided the subject, rambling about her cousin Lo's exams and Bella's upcoming engagement. Noah stopped cutting his steak, his patience gradually wearing thin. He reminded her that he was her sponsor, not anyone else's, and that he wanted to know how she was doing. Cornered, she showed him a bright smile, speared a piece of meat with her fork, and insisted that she was doing well. Noah saw through her at a glance. He asked whether the support money he gave her was not enough, then casually mentioned a rumor he had heard, that her uncle, Baron Vantal, was in financial trouble. She immediately denied it, claiming she had never heard anything of the sort, her cheerful facade unwavering. Noah only looked at her and said, "Is that so?" The silence that followed was deafening. Ismilda knew she could not go on like this. She put down her fork and decided to speak to him directly. As she looked into his cold eyes, she wondered whether this man had ever, even for a moment, been able to show her tenderness. But she had no one else to turn to. He was Noah Argent, a man born a commoner who had amassed astonishing wealth and now served as the upright chairman of a foundation that helped orphans. He was her only hope. She clenched her fists on her lap and told Mr. Argent that there was actually something she wanted to ask of him. She explained that 1 month later would be her 19th birthday, and she would finally become an adult. She wanted her money on her own and asked whether he could introduce her to some kind of work. He asked why she wanted to live independently. With a forced but resolute smile, she answered that she could not live at her uncle's house forever, and since he had raised her so well, she wanted to make her own way from now on. She believed Mr. Argent must know many places in the capital and wanted to ask if he could introduce her to a good one. He was silent for a moment, then pointed out that for a young woman from a noble family, it would not be easy to find a safe and respectable job on her own. Then he asked whether she had told Baron Vantal in advance. She trembled slightly. She admitted that if Mr. Argent was willing to do her this favor, she would tell him when she returned today. He tapped his fingers against the table, a thoughtful and calculating rhythm. In the end, he agreed. He summarized her request. After her birthday, she wanted to leave home, live independently, and would accept any work. She confirmed it, then added that she hoped it would be legal. He assured her that he would not make Mrs. Ismilda do anything illegal. Besides, he did not need her uncle's permission, because in 1 month she would be an adult and would no longer require a guardian's consent. Her eyes widened, a spark of hope lighting within them. She nodded in agreement. He set a condition. On February 22nd, 1 month from now, he would return. If her thoughts remained the same, they would sign a contract. Ismilda was shocked that he had agreed so readily. She asked whether there truly were no additional conditions. He merely advised her to think ahead and consider what would be in her favor. Then he handed her a small box. He apologized for giving her a ready-made gift, but explained that it was a new pair of gloves from the Ars Nova brand. She thanked him, marveling that they were beautiful and delicate, and said they must have been expensive. Then she added, far too brightly, that he did not need to keep giving her gifts, comparing it to busy parents buying presents for their children. She quickly corrected herself, assuring him that she did not mean he looked that old. Noah's face remained expressionless. He told her that he only wanted to see whether they fit her hands. When he suggested that she try them on, she smiled and refused, saying that since they were a gift from him, of course they would suit her well. She gently closed the box. She set the gift aside, asked him to give her regards to Ed, and apologized for being unable to attend his graduation ceremony. Noah's gaze was steady as he promised to pass her words on to Ed. When he rose to leave, her heart trembled softly. Before the towering iron gate, she thanked him for coming and bid him farewell. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back, his voice cutting through the evening air. He asked her, "Mrs. Ismilda, are you happy now?" The question struck her like a physical blow. She gripped the cold iron bars, her reflection seeming imprisoned in the dimming light. For a moment, the mask slipped, revealing the bottomless sadness in her eyes. Then she smiled, a bright and false smile. She answered, of course. Her voice carried a forced cheerfulness. She was very happy. The iron gate clanged shut between them. As Noah turned and walked away, he silently swore in his heart that he would make her happy, perfectly happy, so that she could become a truly grown lady and the master of her own life. Ismilda pushed open the heavy front door and went inside. What greeted her were the cold, displeased glares of her uncle and his family. "I'm back," she announced to the Frigidaire. In his carriage, as it clattered away through the dusk, Noah gazed out the window. 1 month, he thought, only 1 month left. He would be there, and then she would finally be free. Suddenly, a vicious hand clamped hard around Ismilda's wrist. It yanked her sharply backward. Sonia's voice was shrill as she ordered her to hand over the gloves, ordering Ismilda to give them to her. "No!" With a cruel tug, the gloves were torn from Ismilda's hands, exposing her pale skin to the cold air. A soft gasp escaped Ismilda's lips, and her first reaction was to hide, to cover the faint, ugly bruise beginning to appear on the back of her hand. Her tormentors had finally revealed themselves. Bella Vantal, the mistress of the household, wore a mask of cold dissatisfaction. Beside her stood her daughter Sonia, a mocking sneer on her lips. Sonia apologized hypocritically, claiming the meal had simply lasted too long, but her tone made it perfectly clear that she was not sorry at all. Ismilda forced herself to show a fragile smile that seemed ready to shatter at any moment, pitifully trying to placate the vipers before her. But Bella Vantal had no interest in pleasantries. Her voice was like ice as she told Ismilda to simply take off the clothes and hand them over to her. The woman added with overwhelming contempt that merely seeing Ismilda wearing her clothes made her uncomfortable, as if Ismilda's very existence tainted the fine fabric. Ismilda trembled and could only stammer a timid agreement, her fingers clumsily undoing the beautiful garments she knew had never truly belonged to her. Just then, Sonia's sharp eyes caught sight of the elegant paper bag in Ismilda's hand. Her mother watched irritably from the side, while Sonia's eyes lit up with greed as she recognized the prestigious Ars Nova brand. With another rough motion, Sonia snatched the paper bag from Ismilda's hands and ordered her to hand it over. She tore open the packaging and pulled out a beautiful pair of lace gloves, shrieking with delight as she said they would be perfect to wear at her engagement. Bella looked on approvingly, while Ismilda's heart sank. She lowered her eyes to the floor, thinking how beautiful those gloves were. They had been a tiny treasure she had bought for herself, and now they had been snatched away in an instant. Sonia's voice dripped with condescending venom as she asked Ismilda whether she could borrow these too, reminding her that she had borrowed their clothes today as well. She kept attacking her with words, sneering that this was hardly the only thing Ismilda owed them. After all, she had been living off their family support payments all this time. The question hung in the air, heavy and threatening. Just how long did Ismilda intend to stay in their home? In the shadows of the upstairs balcony, a man watched it all unfold. It was her uncle. His expression was cold and merciless, and with a single chilling syllable, he affirmed Sonia's cruel words. The humiliation grew even deeper, and Bella joined in as well, her words like a knife twisting in an open wound. She reminded Ismilda that her uncle had once been a great magician, then viciously demanded to know why Ismilda, as his daughter, was so useless that she could not even use magic. The insults rained down on her, and in Ismilda's mind, a voice repeated desperately, telling her to endure, to just keep enduring. A small spark of resistance flared in her heart. Silently, she swore that she would not be broken by these words. She had to leave this place. But when she turned around, her blood instantly ran cold. Her uncle was standing there. He had heard everything. Her hand instinctively clenched the fabric of her skirt, and when he spoke, his voice carried a poison-laced sarcasm. He remarked that they really were angels, weren't they, even letting her live in their home with those gloves. Ismilda was so lost in the fog of shock and betrayal that she did not even hear the shrill voice demanding whether she was listening. Sonia shoved her and screamed, asking how she dared ignore her. The world before Ismilda's eyes began to sway. She held back her tears, telling herself she could not cry, that she had to endure. Just as Sonia raised her hand to strike her, everything stopped. A strong hand caught Sonia's wrist, and a low voice ordered her to stop. It was Garrick Vantow, her cousin. But Ismilda did not feel relieved. Instead, she was seized by a new kind of fear, and she begged Garrick to move aside. Sonia screamed, accusing Garrick of being Ismilda's knight, then demanded to know what made her so different. He ignored his own sister, his gaze fixed on Ismilda, and ordered Sonia not to bother her anymore. He placed one hand on Ismilda's shoulder, his voice softening as he asked if she was all right. That touch felt like a brand. Ismilda's eyes widened in terror, and she jerked away, stammering that it was nothing, that Sonia had only been joking. She desperately wanted to escape. She mumbled that she was tired and needed to rest. She fled the room, leaving Garrick and Sonia behind. As she ran, Sonia's voice chased after her, cursing her as spiteful and sobbing that she wanted her to leave this house. The sooner, the better. Garrick remained silent the whole time, his expression unreadable. In the suffocating darkness of her cramped room, Ismilda finally collapsed. She crawled to the bedside and dragged a heavy wooden box out from beneath the bed. With trembling fingers, she opened it. Inside were her only treasures: letters, a quill pen, and a small black stone strung on a beaded chain. She clutched the stone, and her thoughts flashed back to a warmer time. She remembered another conversation, a gentler one, when someone had once told her that the magic stone she had received would drain away all the magical power she had stored. Her father's voice echoed in her memory, explaining that when a magician created magic through emotions, the magic stone would absorb mana, change color, and give off light. He had told her that if she could create a magic stone, she would be a genius, someone who could earn fame wherever she went and live on her own. She clung tightly to that memory, gripping the dull stone in her hand as her voice became a desperate whisper. She waited for it to respond, pouring all her pain into it, all her anger, sorrow, and the suffocating vanity of this house. Please, she pleaded into the empty room. Please react. For one moment, she held her breath, waiting for a spark, waiting for the faintest glimmer of light, but nothing happened. A hollow, bitter laugh escaped her lips. Useless. She herself was useless too. In a rush of anger and despair, she hurled the stone hard across the room. It struck the wooden floor with a crisp sound, black and lifeless, just like her hope. She curled in on herself. Broken sobs caught in her throat as she mocked her own foolishness. They were right. She was completely useless, utterly incompetent. A terrible certainty settled over her heart. She would never escape this hell. Suddenly, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Ismilda froze, her heart slamming hard against her ribs, and a voice called her name. It was him. Garrick leaned against the doorframe, a lazy, predatory smile on his face as he looked down at her collapsed on the floor. Her voice trembled like a whisper as she asked why he was here. He suddenly chuckled, the laughter utterly devoid of warmth, and answered with a question of his own. Had he come somewhere he shouldn't have? After all, he cruelly reminded her this was his home. She stammered that she had not meant it that way, her eyes darting around in search of an escape route she knew did not exist. He smiled. It was a chilling expression, the smile never reaching his eyes. He told her that his father wanted her in the study. Fear surged through her. She tried to buy herself a moment, thanking him and saying she would go after changing out of Bella's clothes. But his gaze sharpened, seeing through her fragile excuse at once. He said no, he would wait. In the oppressive silence of her uncle's study, he sat behind the broad desk, smoking a cigar. He asked if she had been looking for him. Then he asked whether she had seen Noah and whether she had said anything. Ismilda confirmed that they had eaten dinner together. Her uncle snorted and said that was fine then. Ismilda took a deep, trembling breath and gathered all her courage, telling him that there was something she had to say. The moment she mentioned leaving, his eyes narrowed, and then he exploded. He slammed one palm down on the desk and roared that this was absolute nonsense. He flew into a rage at her, demanding how she expected to survive when she could not do anything properly. Leaving without any plan at all was absurd. She tried to reason with him, her voice small in the face of his fury, explaining that once she came of age, the support payments would no longer apply, and she could not continue owing him. He merely scoffed and rubbed his temples, as though she were nothing more than an annoying child, telling her the world was not as simple as she imagined. A cold despair sank into her stomach. He had no intention of listening. He ground out his cigar in the ashtray and, as though delivering a final verdict, ordered her to stop talking nonsense and prepare herself for society. Her blood instantly ran cold because he announced his plan. At Sonya's debutante ball, he would introduce her to Baron Vantal. Shocked, she asked how she, a commoner, could possibly attend a debut. Tomorrow was her birthday. Just then, the door was shoved open, and Sonya stood there, her face full of rage, demanding to know who had said that. She screamed that she did not want Ismilda appearing at the once-in-a-lifetime debut party that belonged to her. Her father growled and asked if she had been eavesdropping, but Sonya had already lost all reason. She threw a complete tantrum, screaming that she wanted to make her debut alone. Her father's patience finally snapped, and he roared for both of them to shut up and get out. Once they were outside the study, Sonya immediately turned on Ismilda, hissing in a low voice and ordering her to go back in and say no. Couldn't she see? Ismilda could never come to her party. How dare she interfere? Did she have no shame? All Ismilda could do was whisper that she was sorry. Sonya's expression suddenly changed, a sly, calculating look appearing in her eyes. She proposed a deal, saying that if Ismilda brought that dog with her, she would be a little more lenient. That dog, she explained with a sneer, was Edwin's soul. A dreamy expression passed over Sonya's face as she imagined her perfect debut. She had heard that Edwin would soon graduate from the academy, that he was a rising star and an outstanding knight. She admitted that her dream was to receive an academy graduation ring from the hand of a man like that. It would make hers the greatest debut in all of Merheim. Ismilda's voice was very quiet, but firm, as she said she could not do it. Her mind was screaming the real reason. She could not let Ed see her as she was now. She could not meet him looking like this. Sonya's face twisted with anger. She screamed, asking how Ismilda dared ignore her, then lunged forward and grabbed her hair. Ismilda cried out in pain. She begged her to stop, and then, once again, a voice cut through the chaos. Sonya. Garrick stood there, pulling his sister away. Sonya screamed at him, demanding why he appeared every single time and ordering him not to get in the way. Garrick merely said indifferently that he was just about to leave. Sonya turned back to Ismilda, her voice dropping into a threat, warning Ismilda that if she did not invite Ed, she would see what happened. With that, she stormed off, leaving Ismilda alone with Garrick. A heavy exhaustion pressed down on Ismilda. She was so tired. Her moment of respite was pitifully brief. Garrick's low, dangerous voice broke the silence, asking if she was still in contact with that dog. The question struck her like a physical blow. Her heart began to pound, thudding fearfully and rapidly against her ribs. The memory she had fought so hard to bury came rushing back. The thudding grew louder and louder, like a drumbeat of terror pounding beside her ears. For years ago, she stood on a crumbling dock, dark water slapping below. A younger Garrick stood before her, a cruel smile on his face. She pleaded with him, her voice trembling, begging him not to do it. He told her to calm down, his his tone deceptively gentle. He said he only wanted her to go into the water for a little while, and as he spoke, he dangled a letter in front of her. If she did as he said, he would give the letter back to her. It was not that difficult, was it? Her gaze fell on the muddy surface of the water, and her body began trembling violently. Behind him, his friend snickered, calling her an idiot who was afraid of even getting into the water and betting that she could not swim because she was a girl. One of them loudly called for Garrick to just read the letter aloud, so they could see why she wanted it so badly. Her eyes widened in terror, and she began to shake, pleading with him, begging him not to read it. But Garrick's eyes flashed with a terrible, vicious light. He asked why he should listen to her, then, with sadistic pleasure in his voice, began reading her private words aloud. "Dear Ed, how much I miss you." She screamed for him to stop, saying it was private correspondence, not something for him to read, begging him to stop. He only chuckled, enjoying her pain. But as he continued reading, his delight turned into shocking fury. He reached the line where she said she wanted to send a picture of herself. "You ugly woman," he roared, his face hideously twisted. "Are you insane?" He lunged at her and grabbed her. He seized her by the hair and yanked her head back, his voice becoming a low growl beside her ear. He accused her of thinking that just because she tied her hair loosely, someone would flirt with her, of making herself look like some loose woman. He gave her a choice: go into the water or have her hair cut off. He promised he would cut it nice and pretty. The threat made her blood run cold, and she sobbed, crying out, "No, no." The memory shattered, and Garrick's voice, carrying the same chilling threat from 4 years ago, dragged her violently back to reality. He roared, demanding whether she had sent that guy any other letters, and asked whether he needed to leave another scar on her other hand to make her come to her senses. Out of pure survival instinct, a lie spilled from her lips. She insisted that she had not, that Sonya had misunderstood. She forced herself to wear a pleasing smile and claimed she had been far too busy to even think of Edwin. Obediently, she took a step closer to him. He leaned down close, trapping her against the wall, his voice becoming a possessive whisper. He told her to be a good girl. After all, in this house, he was the only one willing to pay attention to her. She nodded, her mind racing. As long as she acted obedient, he would be satisfied, and he would not hurt her. A slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. Good. She dragged her heavy feet back to her cold, lonely room. As soon as the door closed, she collapsed to the floor, her legs losing all strength. Silent tears streamed down her face, proof of the terror she had just endured. Suddenly, panic seized her. The box. In her haste, she had left the box under the bed without even closing it. How could she have been so careless? If they saw it, they would torment her until living was worse than death. She retrieved the precious box and took out a worn envelope. It was the first letter Edwin had ever sent her. 7 years ago, after losing her parents in that shipwreck, she had been forced to part from him, her only friend. Edwin was the grandson of Granny Yulsha, who had once worked in her family's home. After she came to live with the Vantal family, he had managed to enter the academy with Sir Noah's sponsorship. The sting of longing passed through her heart. If only she could have gone to the academy with him. But after her father's disciple, Noah Argent, took over the foundation, sponsorship was granted strictly according to ability. Candidates needed exceptional talent, and because she could not use magic, she did not qualify. She unfolded the letter, her gaze sweeping over the familiar handwriting. "Dear Ismilda," the letter began. He wrote that he had just finished attending the entrance ceremony and returned to the dormitory. He complained that his roommate was a little annoying, but fortunately, he did not discriminate against others because of social status. He wrote that the boy kept pestering him while he was writing, so he had to keep the letter a little short. But he made a promise that later became her lifeline. "I will absolutely keep my promise to you, Ismilda. I will become a knight and then come to see you, so do not forget me. Please wait for me. Your friend, Edwin Soul." A soft, sorrowful smile appeared on her lips. Edwin. He used to write to her often, but it had been a year since his last letter. A cold worry crept into her heart. She was certain that if something had happened to him, Mr. Argent would have told her. Could it be that he had already forgotten her, simply because he was too busy now? In her darkest moments, she would sometimes imagine him. She imagined him appearing before her like a dazzling prince on a noble steed, taking her away from this hell, because she thought with a bitter yet warm ache in her heart he was her precious first love. Ismilda held the fragile letter paper to her chest and sat alone in the darkness, clinging tightly to that gradually fading promise. It was the only reason she could keep enduring. The sound of raindrops tapping softly against the window glass was like a gloomy lullaby. Ismilda curled up on her narrow, plain bed, a world away from the luxury of the Vantal mansion, and yet she was forced to call that place home. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door shattered the quiet. A hoarse, familiar voice called her name and asked her to open the door. Her heart slammed hard against her ribs. She did not want to see him, not now, not ever. But the knocking continued. She sighed heavily, pushed herself up, and the thin blanket slipped down. The door creaked open, and Garrick stood in the corridor, his tall figure filling the doorway. Her breath caught, and she called his name, her tone carrying a fearful question. He was holding a tray with breakfast on it, a show of kindness she did not want. He explained that because she had not gone downstairs, he had brought food for her. Ismilda's mind raced. Now he was starting to find all sorts of excuses to come to her room, and first thing in the morning, no less. She forced out a polite, stiff smile and told him thank you, but she was not feeling well. The air was so tense, it seemed ready to spark. Garrick's expression darkened, and he hissed that she was starting to irritate him again. He twitched, his hand clenching at his side as though he were fighting some dark impulse. His voice lowered into a dangerous growl. He demanded to know why she always had to provoke him, reminding her that he had gone out of his way to bring food to her, so she should accept it gratefully. He looked down at her, his shadow covering her, making her feel small and suffocated. He demanded how long she intended to keep playing hard to get, his words dripping with contempt. With a cold laugh, he asked if she was still angry about her wrist. He apologized perfunctorily and mockingly, then asked how he was supposed to know a girl's wrist could be so fragile. A memory flashed through her mind. That bouquet of white roses had once been so beautiful, but now it had been crushed beneath his feet on the floor, just like her own trampled feelings. She said nothing, her silence becoming a shield against his venom. Her hand instinctively covered the pale, purple mark on her wrist. He suddenly changed the subject, his tone turning almost casual, yet still carrying a possessive edge. He mentioned that he had heard she was going to make her debut with Sonya, and before she could react, he asked if she wanted him to be her dance partner. A chill crawled down her spine. What? The word escaped her lips, full of pure shock. He smiled. With a cruel, knowing look in his eyes, he explained condescendingly that since she was a commoner, perhaps she did not know that for a debutante, having no partner was one of the greatest humiliations. He announced that he would attend the ball with her, then added with a disdainful sneer that she had no one else to go with anyway. Ismilda hesitated, her mind tangled with rejection and fear. Her silence only fueled his anger. He began to roar, his voice rising as he demanded whether she meant to say she did not want to go with him. The tray of food crashed to the floor, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing like her crumbling composure breaking apart with it. She stammered and blurted out that it was not that, only that she already had a partner. He gave a derisive laugh, disbelief written all over his face. He mocked her, saying she did not even have a single male friend. So how could she possibly be going with Roll? She immediately denied that it was Roll, her heart pounding wildly behind her ribs. Think, Ismilda, think. Her mind screamed, desperately searching for a way out, a name, anyone at all. She needed someone Garrick could never possibly torment, a name that could become a shield. Then, as if by divine revelation, a name burst from her lips. She declared that it was Mr. Argent. Garrick froze, his expression changing from fury to stunned disbelief. He repeated the name, Noah Argent, as though he had tasted poison on his tongue. Mr. Argent's calm, composed figure in his immaculate white suit appeared in her mind. Yes, with desperate certainty, Mr. Argent would be her partner. Meanwhile, in Baron Vantal's study, his eldest son Roll voiced his concern. He pointed out that Sonya's debut ball was costing far too much. He reminded his father that they had recently suffered heavy losses on a business investment and suggested reducing the scale of the ball. The Baron, shrouded in a cloud of cigar smoke, waved dismissively. Nonsense, he said in a booming voice. He declared that if money was the problem, they could simply have Sir Argent pay Ismilda's allowance for next month in advance. Roll protested, his voice tight, reminding his father that they had already done that last month. He leaned forward and lowered his voice, revealing that Ismilda's monthly allowance was an astonishing 2,200 maris, enough to provide food and clothing for 30 commoners. He warned that once Ismilda turned 18 next month, all of this would end, and if the public discovered the truth about her absurdly high allowance, their reputation would be ruined. The Baron flew into a rage and slammed his palm down on the desk. He shouted at Roll to watch his tongue, roaring that if his brother had not left his entire fortune to that Noah Argent, none of this would have been a problem. The Baron's face twisted with greed and resentment as he denounced his brother's choice and the shipwreck that had ultimately taken both his and his wife's lives. He spat that the allowance Ismilda received should have rightfully belonged to him. Roll looked at his father, his stomach twisting uneasily. He questioned why they still had to let Ismilda enter society, since a gown would cost a large sum of money. A predatory light gleamed in the Baron's eyes. It was because she was pleasing to look at, he explained. She had perfectly inherited her beautiful mother's appearance, and her mother's beauty had come from his brother. A pretty face, that was all. Ismilda was nothing more than a tool. The Baron smiled cruelly and told his son to use his head. He revealed that countless men were waiting for Ismilda to come of age, and one Mr. Adlon had already offered a high price for her. He waved a letter with a deep crimson wax seal, the very proof of his scheme. Roll's face went pale with shock. The Baron's voice was laced with venom as he swore that he would not allow that wretched girl to think she could become independent. She would not leave his house until she had fully repaid the debt of raising her. Roll, always practical, worriedly pointed out that if Sir Argent found out they intended to marry off the child he had been supporting, it could become a problem. But the Baron did not care at all. He sneered as he stubbed out his cigar and asked Roll whether he truly thought that inhuman bastard would care. He told his son to watch and learn. With a chilling smile, he explained that no one would abandon a goose that laid golden eggs, no matter how old the bird became. The image of a beautiful white goose laying glittering golden eggs filled the dim room, symbolizing their cruel intentions. Miles away, in a grand office where magical letters drifted through the air, Noah Argent sat as rain streamed down the enormous window behind him. His elegant hands rested on the desk, his fingers touching as he sank into thought. His chief secretary, Zerial, entered and placed a stack of documents before him. Zerial reported that rumors were spreading outside that Baron Vantal was trying to arrange a marriage. He explained that it was not for Miss Bella, who was already engaged, and it did not seem to involve Miss Sonia either. Noah's gaze remained on the glowing manuscript. He said he understood, then dismissed Zerial. The young secretary hesitated and insisted that Sir Noah should not turn a blind eye to this. But Noah cut him off, his voice cold and sharp when he called Zerial's name. He ordered Zerial not to interfere in this matter under any circumstances. Zerial froze, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Noah added that he was quite busy and he would appreciate being allowed to continue his work now. Defeated, Zerial bowed and left, the door closing heavily and sealing off the conversation. Once he was alone, Noah's mask of indifference wavered. He glanced toward the rain-lashed window. Rising from his chair, he walked to the window, his reflection cast on the dark glass as he looked out at the downpour. A memory surfaced of young Ismilda drenched from head to toe, trembling in the cold rain, her wide eyes filled with both fear and stubbornness. In another memory, she looked up at him, her small hand clutching his tightly, her gaze a silent plea. The rain continued to fall, washing over the world outside, and over him like those memories. Ismilda, dressed in a plain traveling cloak and hat, stepped through the rain-soaked streets, her boots splashing into puddles. She entered a small, cozy shop, the bell on the door jingling to announce her arrival. The shopkeeper was a gentlewoman named Mrs. Fitz, who welcomed her with a smile and said it had been a while since she had seen Ismilda. She asked if it would be the usual. Ismilda confirmed that she wanted a grape-flavored chocolate bar. She pushed an envelope across the counter along with the money and softly thanked her. Mrs. Fitz smiled kindly and told the lovely girl not to thank her. The one who had truly gone to the trouble was Ismilda herself. Ismilda only smiled and quickly wrote a note to tuck into the letter. The note was for Mr. Argent, formally informing him of her debut and inviting him to be her partner, reminding him of their previous agreement and of her unchanged resolve to become independent. After sealing it, she lifted her head hopefully and asked Mrs. Fitz whether there was any letter for her. Sympathy appeared on the woman's face, and she shook her head, apologetically saying there was no reply for her, even though Ismilda had come all this way. Ismilda's smile stiffened for only a moment. She thought that Edwin was probably busy, since she had heard he would soon graduate from the academy. Mrs. Fitz's face brightened, and she said that was truly impressive, with a bright future ahead of him as a knight. She mentioned the romantic tradition in which newly appointed knights offered a ring engraved with their name to the lord they would swear loyalty to, or to the lady they wished to marry. At that thought, a faint blush rose to Ismilda's cheeks. Mrs. Fitz gently encouraged her to write to the young man, saying perhaps he would reply this time. Ismilda's thoughts drifted back to the past, to a place filled with pain and ridicule. For years ago, after Garrick maliciously cut off her hair, she became the target of vicious rumors. She was described as a loose girl involved in an improper relationship with a crude boy beneath her station. If she alone had been the target, perhaps it would not have been so terrible, but the mockery extended to Edwin, the boy to whom she sent her letters. They whispered that he was merely a gifted child supported by a foundation, an orphan of low social standing dreaming of graduating from the academy. Because of her, he became a target, and so she began weaving lies in her letters, painting a picture of a happy, carefree life, simply because she wanted him to remember the Ismilda of their youth, not the broken girl she was now. All of it had only been for her own meaningless self-satisfaction. It had been a year since she had last received a letter from him. With a heavy heart, she picked up her pen and wrote a short, simple note congratulating him on his upcoming graduation. She could not think of anything else to say. This was enough. She sealed the letter with wax and handed it to Mrs. Fitz, who promised to send it for her. When she left the shop, Ismilda unwrapped the chocolate bar she had bought. She took a bite, and the strange grape flavor filled her senses. It was a taste she had never grown used to. Yet with a bittersweet, stinging sadness, she knew that if she ever left this place, she would miss it. 1 month later, a letter arrived. As Ismilda read the elegant handwriting, a rare and genuine smile bloomed on her face. The letter was from Noah Argent. He thanked her for the invitation and confirmed that he would attend. He even wrote in the postscript, "The gift is ready." The night of the ball arrived amid bustle and hushed conversations. Maids fussed around Ismilda's gown, a simple yet elegant blue dress. She stood before the mirror, her expression distant and gloomy. One of the maids, a cheerful young girl, broke the silence and asked if she was excited. Ismilda startled and forced herself to blink. Of course. The other maids giggled among themselves, and one of them said she certainly ought to be excited, since the master had not paid this much attention to her in a long time. The head maid immediately snapped at them and urged them back to work, but their snickering continued. Ismilda turned around and asked why everyone was laughing. The head maid leaned closer to her, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. She told Ismilda not to worry, that this was her chance to turn things around. Confused, Ismilda only asked if there were any accessories she could use, perhaps a pair of gloves. From the other side of the room, Bella's sharp voice cut through the air. She said she had already lent those gloves to Sonia for the ball. She appeared in the doorway, her face a mask of contempt. She scolded Ismilda for not speaking up earlier and sneered that she should not be upset over such a trivial matter. She called Ismilda shameless, reminding her that she had lived off them all these years. Then Bella added one final cruel stab. She implied that Ismilda should be grateful the ready-made gloves fit, so she could tell Mr. Argent that Sonia had bought the same pair. Ismilda's gaze drifted upward, weary resignation settling over her. After sending her so many things, he would not care about accessories. There had to be something she could wear. Her gaze fell on a small pouch. Inside, she found a simple bracelet with a teardrop-shaped blue gemstone. Perfect. Come to think of it, this too was a gift from Mr. Argent. She wrapped the cool beads around her wrist. Bella snorted from the doorway, mocking the childish bracelet. Ismilda looked at her empty hand, then at the other, now adorned with the simple gem. She forced herself to smile, her voice carrying bitter irony. She said it suited someone like her, dragged here and displayed like a doll. This was enough, a foolish bracelet for a foolish girl, and soon she would become the laughingstock of the ball. In her own eyes, she was nothing but a puppet for everyone to stare at. Elsewhere, Sonya twirled in her splendid golden gown, declaring it perfect. She was triumphant, certain that she was the star of the day, and ready to silence all those gossiping tongues that had once looked down on her. She turned to Roll, who applauded and praised her beauty. He asked if she was sure she wanted him as her partner instead of Garrick, but she shuddered and said that brother of hers was a demon who ought to stay in the gambling house. She did not understand why he had to come at all, guessing it was because of Ismilda's debut. At the thought of the ridiculous sight of them dancing together, she laughed. Roll leaned closer and revealed a secret in a low voice. That was not how things were. Their father had already chosen a special partner for Ismilda. When he revealed that the man was the pot-bellied and already married Mr. Adlon, Sonya was shocked. Roll explained that there would be a surprise engagement announcement, a secret known only to the four of them. Sonya briefly felt a pang of pity, but quickly cast it aside and agreed with Roll, saying it was all for Ismilda's own good. Becoming a mistress was better than walking on eggshells beside them forever. But then she remembered Garrick. She asked Roll whether he really thought Garrick would simply sit back and allow something like this to happen. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the corridor. Both of them were startled. "Who is there?" Roll shouted, but only a gust of wind answered him. He looked out the door, only to find the hallway empty. He dismissed it as nothing, but Sonya urged him to hurry to the main hall. He told her to go ahead, saying he had to see their father first. At the edge of the ballroom, Ismilda scanned the crowd, her heart pounding with anxiety. She was searching for platinum-colored hair, but saw no one who matched that description. He had written that he would come, so where was he? Sonya noticed her pacing and scolded her for making her dizzy. Ismilda apologized absent-mindedly. Sonya then asked why she was not in the ballroom, condescendingly explaining that it was improper for a lady to appear without a partner. Then she pretended to apologize, saying she was terribly inconsiderate to discuss such a thing with someone who had no partner. She suggested that Ismilda could ask Garrick, certain he would be happy to help. Ismilda only answered softly that she was fine as she was. Her gaze fell on the lace gloves Sonya wore. They were her gloves. They suit her, Ismilda thought with a resigned pang. As Baron Vanel's daughter, Sonya would undoubtedly live a good life. As for herself, after tonight, she would most likely disappear from this place. She silently scolded herself. "Do not be sentimental, Ismilda. Those gloves never suited you anyway." Just then, Roll arrived and apologized to his princess for keeping her waiting. As he took Sonya's arm, he noticed Ismilda and greeted her, saying that she would come of age tomorrow as well. He wished her a happy birthday in advance. Ismilda froze. He actually remembered. She had thought none of them would remember something as insignificant as her birthday. Roll smiled and promised that they would properly celebrate her birthday later, then led a radiant Sonya into the ballroom. Ismilda softly said thank you, but as they disappeared into the dazzling hall, a cold suspicion rose in her heart. Something was wrong. Why had he suddenly remembered her birthday? He had not remembered it once in the past 7 years. Whenever they were kind to her for no reason, there was always a hidden purpose. A servant appeared beside her and informed her that it was time. He seized her arm with surprising firmness, his cold touch startling her. He told her, please come with him. He led her not toward the ballroom, but down a dark and unfamiliar corridor, and a growing fear coiled in her stomach. All the servants called her Miss, escorting her with a strange, sudden respect. She questioned him, pointing out that this corridor did not lead to the ballroom. The servant smoothly replied that she would be using a special entrance. A special entrance? That was impossible. She had lived in this mansion for 7 years. To avoid Garrick's torment, she had once sneaked out and explored every room, but she had never come across a special entrance to the ballroom. A terrible feeling surged up inside her. She was certain that if she followed these people, something awful would happen. The servants exchanged a glance, their faces grim and unreadable. Her eyes darted around, searching for a way to escape. Thinking quickly, she deliberately cried out and stumbled. She pitched forward and crashed into a large potted plant. The servant hurried to her side and asked if she was all right. She looked up, feigning embarrassment, and explained that she was simply not used to wearing a dress like this. The other servants watched, their expressions tense and full of impatience. The man reached out to help her up, and she gave him a sweet, disarming smile. She thanked him, and his cheeks flushed. The head maid cleared her throat meaningfully. It was a silent reprimand. In that instant of distraction, Ismilda saw her chance. She struggled to her feet and sprinted down the corridor. "Catch her!" someone shouted behind her. She ran, her lungs burning, her heart pounding with terror. One thought possessed her like a ghost. "I cannot let them catch me." Ismilda fled in desperate gasps, her lungs on fire. Behind her, men shouted loudly, their voices like a rising tide of anger as they barked orders at one another. One of the thugs grabbed a terrified maid and, without breaking stride, flung the poor girl against the wall. At the end of the corridor, a door flew open, and a man's imposing silhouette was outlined by the light as he stormed out in fury. He cursed down the echoing hallway, his voice full of malice, demanding to know where she had gone. He roared at his men to search every corner of the mansion. A shout erupted from another room. They had found an open door. The man snapped toward the sound and ordered them to show him. He rushed through the doorway, his heavy footsteps striking the floor. The room was empty, with only a wide-open window. The curtains whipped in the cold night wind, silently proving her escape. Outside, Ismilda pressed herself into the shadows of the garden, the mansion's rough brick walls scraping her back as she hid among the dense foliage. Only then did she allow herself to release a broken, trembling breath, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Her mind was filled with panicked thoughts. Who had sent them after her? It had to be Roll. That was the only explanation. In terror, she thought that he must have discovered something. Otherwise, he would never have remembered her birthday and carefully planned this entire nightmare of a banquet. All of it was a trap, a cruel conspiracy meant to keep her confined and stop her from going to the ball, exactly as Sonia had always wanted. It was also meant to stop her uncle, the Baron, from introducing her to society. She looked down at her wrinkled dress, and a bitter laugh nearly escaped her. Even if she could get back inside, she could not walk into the ballroom dressed like this. Her only choice was to run, but where could she go? The only refuge she could think of was Mrs. Fitz's shop, but that felt like a betrayal. Her uncle would undoubtedly find her there, and it would only bring trouble to the kind woman who ran the shop. She groaned in pain and pressed the heel of her palm against her throbbing temple. There is only one person who could help her now. Her safest course was to go to Mr. Argent. The thought left a bitter taste in her mouth. He was the scoundrel who had swindled away her inheritance, offering only a tiny allowance as a pathetic apology. Yet for all his faults, he was still a man who kept his word. A thread of hope, fragile yet fierce, pierced through her despair. He would protect her. He had to, if only to fulfill his promise. She had to leave this mansion. But first, she needed her belongings. She needed a change of clothes. She slipped quietly back inside, her feet making no sound on the soft carpet of the splendid staircase. But when she reached for the handle of her bedroom door, her hand froze in midair. The door had been smashed. The wood around the handle was splintered and broken, leaving behind a hideous gaping hole. Before she could even comprehend the violation, a voice slid out of the darkness of her room, and the sound instantly froze her blood. It spoke her name, Ismilda. A strangled scream tore from her throat, and she spun around. Garrick was leaning beside her wardrobe, as though even the air in the room belonged to him. A predator's smile twisted at his lips. Her voice caught, becoming a terrified whisper as she asked what he was doing in her room. Her eyes swept quickly over the room's wreckage and landed on the letter. Her letter, discarded on the floor. Beside it, her travel trunk had been opened, its contents scattered everywhere. Garrick's sneer widened into a grin. He pushed away from the wardrobe and clicked his tongue softly, saying he was the one who should be asking that question. He casually lifted the letter she had written and dangled it between his fingers like a trophy. Then, with sudden brutality, he slammed the bedroom door shut. The sound was like a cannon blast, sealing her inside. Ismilda jerked backward, her eyes wide with pure, undisguised fear. Garrick's face twisted into a mask of anger, and his voice dropped into a threatening growl. He took a step toward her and demanded why, of all times, she had packed everything now. At that very moment, at the grand entrance of the Van Tal mansion, a magnificent automobile carriage materialized out of thin air in an otherworldly glow and creaked to a halt. The doorman's eyes widened in amazement, wondering what noble of impossibly high status would deign to attend the baron's shabby banquet. The carriage door opened, and a man stepped down. His hair was like spun silver thread, and his eyes were the color of a winter sky. His presence was as powerful as an electric current, drawing every gaze in the area. The doorman panicked completely, nearly tripping over his own feet as he hurried forward to greet him. He stammered out a welcome and asked the gentleman's name. The man's reply was cold and brief. No Argent. The name was unfamiliar, and the doorman apologized repeatedly, explaining that it was not on the guest list, then asked for his title. Noah Argent's gaze did not waver. Calmly, he said he had no title. He declared that he was a commoner. The doorman's expression relaxed as relief and embarrassment washed over him. He had actually become nervous over a mere commoner. After regaining his composure, he informed the man that no one could enter without an invitation. Noah's expression remained unreadable. Calmly, he explained that his secretaries had never mentioned an invitation, so he had assumed it had simply been lost in the post. But as it turned out, he continued, his voice lowering into a dangerous, smooth tone. The Baron had never sent one at all. He remarked that it was truly discourteous, especially after he had kindly agreed to the Baron's desperate request and doubled his monthly allowance. An unnatural chill seemed to radiate from him, and the doorman shuddered. A deep sense of foreboding prickled across his skin. Nearby, a young debutante giggled and pointed the handsome stranger out to her father. She stepped lightly forward, chiding the doorman for keeping their guest waiting, then gave Noah a flirtatious smile and warmly said how wonderful it was that he had come, believing he was there for her debut ball. Noah deliberately took a step closer, his height and presence utterly overwhelming her. She blushed and stammered that he was standing too close and that it was improper. But Noah ignored her protest. In a low, intense voice, he asked where Lady Ismilda Granche was. The girl's flirtatious expression vanished, replaced by a guarded sneer. She was about to ask why he wanted to know about that little, but stopped herself in time and snapped that it was none of his business. Noah's eyes turned to shards of ice. He said he would ask her one last time, his voice deathly quiet. Meanwhile, in the suffocating prison of the bedroom, Ismilda stared at her cousin with nowhere left to run. And below, in the glittering ballroom, Noah Argent crossed the threshold, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice slicing through the noise like shards of glass. In a low voice, he asked the entire world where his partner was. Ismilda stood frozen in place, her eyes fixed on the sword hanging at Garrick's waist. Her gaze fell again on the open luggage, the scattered clothes proof of her failed escape. Garrick's voice was low and mocking as he confirmed that he knew. He told her he knew everything. He knew her father and Roll's scheme. He knew she did not want to marry and was planning to run away. To emphasize his words, he ground her letter into the cracks of the floor with the heel of his boot. The silence that followed was heavy and suffocating. Ismilda finally found her voice, though it was no louder than a whisper, and asked how he knew about the marriage. He scoffed and said Roll could not keep his mouth shut. He lamented that family affection seemed to mean nothing to them, that everyone had conspired to humiliate her. Then his tone shifted into feigned hurt as he asked why she had not come to him for help, reminding her that he had promised to stay by her side. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He said that, for one moment, he had understood. She had wanted to escape them, but now he understood. Poor thing, driven to such a point just to avoid an unwanted marriage. Ismilda's blood ran cold. The sound of clashing chains echoed through her mind, the phantom noise drowning out his words. Garrick smiled, an expression gentle and terrifying. He told her he completely understood why she wanted to run away. It was because of him, he declared, a fanatical light in his eyes. She could not bear to give herself to that pig Adron. Ismilda could only stare at him as nausea surged within her. Garrick's gaze fell on her packed luggage, and a terrible, twisted idea appeared on his face. She had packed her things, he murmured, his voice filled with delusional delight. So she meant to elope with him. Her hands, clutching her skirt, began to tremble violently. He bent closer to her, his voice turning into a harsh command as he ordered her to answer him. She begged him to calm down, but it was useless. He roared and lunged forward, seizing her shoulders and shaking her hard as he shouted in her face, forcing her to admit he was right. He hurled a heavy bookend against the wall, the impact echoing with his rage. Ismilda fell to the floor, and covered her ears, trying to block out the sound of his madness. This is bad. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She had to get out. She had to escape before his anger swallowed them both. The past rushed back like a flood, full of traumatic memories. 7 years ago, when she had just arrived here, he put centipedes in her skirt because she had eaten one of his candies. 5 years ago, he dragged her into a street fight, saying he wanted her to take part too, when in truth he had only used her as a shield. The moment he began to lose, he fled at once, abandoning her without the slightest hesitation. She barely managed to escape, only to discover that the mansion gates were locked, forcing her to spend the entire night shivering in the cold. Not a single person in the whole mansion noticed that she was missing. For years ago, to show off in front of his friends, he tried to throw her into the river. When she refused, he flew into a rage and cut off her hair. And it was after that, as her hair slowly grew back, that the way he looked at her began to change. He began to gaze at her with possessive, nauseating desire. The casual beatings stopped, but the violence had only changed its form. He would smash things in front of her, his rage becoming a constant, terrifying shadow. She learned to smile, to soothe him, to calm his temper, all just to survive. And all along, he would whisper that she had brought it upon herself. Now, his arms wrapped around her and pulled her close as he murmured that all she had to do was be a good girl and stay by his side. The insidious voice of self-blame echoed in her mind. It was all her fault, for letting her hair grow long, for accepting Mr. Argent's gifts. All of this had happened because she existed in this mansion, existed on this earth. He asked whether she had thought he liked her, whether she had forgotten that they were cousins. But it did not matter. He soothed her. They could go to Langlad, where cousins were allowed to marry. His logic was a twisted maze. He admitted that she had never said she liked him, then added with a triumphant sneer that she had never said she hated him either. A sick, smug smile spread across his face. He told her she did not need to say it aloud. He knew how she felt. She was just shy, but he could see the way she smiled at him, the way she always obeyed everything he wanted. Only a fool would fail to see it. He seized her hand with a grip like iron tongs. That letter to Edwin, he hissed, was nothing more than a game meant to make him jealous. He called her a bewitching bitch. She had toyed with his heart, but he would forgive her. He had to forgive her, because soon she would become his wife. She only needed to apologize, and they could put all of this behind them. Be strong, Ismilda. Her own voice pleaded desperately in her mind. Just smile and say you were wrong. You can do it. Her hand trembled in his grasp. She had done this 100 times before. Just one last time, but a tear escaped and slid down her cheek. How much longer? How much more did she have to endure? What if it was her endurance that had allowed all of this? A terrible thought took root. In the end, was this not all her fault? Garrick saw her tears and chuckled. He asked if they were tears of joy. Ismilda jerked her head up, her eyes widening with shock and horror. He laughed, smugly believing that she had been moved by his words. He lowered his head and gave her a brilliant smile, his face a mask of self-satisfied contentment. His smile was broad, triumphant, and utterly insane. And in that instant, something inside her broke free. Fear and self-loathing burned away, replaced by white-hot fury. No, her inner voice roared. This is not my fault. Her own voice was as hard as steel as she told him to let her go. With those words, the invisible chains that had bound her for years shattered. Garrick froze. His smile vanished. She repeated herself, this time louder, her voice ringing with newborn strength as she ordered him to let go of her. Tears of rage ran down her face as she told him his touch was disgusting. The idea that he could mistake her silence for love was absurd. She had never liked him. She was not his toy. Even if he were not her cousin, she would rather die. Garrick stared at her, utterly stunned by her defiance. She would never have anything to do with a bastard like him. He staggered back onto the floor in shock, incoherently asking if she had gone mad. Then he scrambled to his feet and screamed, asking if she took him for a fool and how she could say such a thing. Ismilda met his fury with icy calm. She told him that he was right about one thing. She didn't intend to leave, but, she added, not like a thief fleeing in the night. The fire of defiance burned in her eyes. She swore that when she left, she would leave with her head held high. That was what she would do. He roared at her to shut up and threatened that she would regret it. She laughed in his face and told him that no matter what he said, he could not stop her from leaving in her own way. With one final scream, torn from deep in his throat, he lunged forward, both hands closing around her throat and tightening hard. She choked, black spots dancing in her vision. Suddenly, crimson sprayed through the air, and a primal, inhuman scream of pain tore through the room. It was Garrick's voice. The heavy iron poker clattered to the floor. Ismilda clutched her shoulder where his nails had dug into her. Garrick staggered backward, one hand pressed to the bleeding wound on his head, his eyes wide with disbelief and rage as he glared at her. He howled, asking how she dared, and called her a bitch who wanted to die. He charged at her and slammed her into the wall, his face a mask of murderous fury. He grabbed her dress, tearing the delicate fabric, then threw her heavily to the floor with a sickening impact. He loomed over her, panting like a beast, but Ismilda's hand found the poker. She cried out desperately and swung with all her strength. It struck him again. He staggered back, another wound splitting open at his temple. The room fell silent, leaving only the sound of their ragged breathing. Then, with a heavy final thud, Garrick collapsed. Ismilda stood over him, trembling all over as a chill swept through her. Was he dead? She reached down, her hand shaking uncontrollably. His body twitched. He was still alive, only unconscious. Panic seized her. She had to leave now. She stumbled toward her luggage, frantically rummaging through the ruined things. Everything was a mess, worthless beyond saving. Just like me, she thought, then collapsed to the floor. As the adrenaline faded, she felt weak and hollow. She was tired, utterly and completely drained. Somehow, she made it to the ballroom. She was like a ghost in a sea of jewels and silk, whispers following her, judging her torn dress and disheveled hair. It was the same arrogant, contemptuous gaze she had endured for 7 years. But tonight, she no longer cared. She had nowhere left to go. Across the room, Noah Argent's patience had run out. Lady Vantal was stammering excuses, asking why he was so angry. His voice was dangerously soft, as if he were speaking to himself, saying how the Baron could possibly let his own daughter make her debut wearing cheap, ready-made accessories. The woman accused him of slandering Ars Nova. Noah waved a hand lightly and said with disdain that he had seen gloves like those 100 times in the capital and found them unbearably dull. He advised her to answer his question before he issued a search warrant, and was about to ask again where his partner was when he stopped. His gaze swept over the crowd. Then he found her. Ismilda stood there alone, disheveled and covered in bruises. Yet her chin was held high, and her eyes burned like an unyielding flame. And on her wrist, beneath the light of the splendid chandelier, the sapphire bracelet he had given her shone like a promise in the dark. Silence settled over the grand ballroom as an impeccably elegant figure approached. His crisp white suit stood in stark contrast to the sea of layered gowns around him, drawing every eye. His movements carried an unsettling composure, his polished shoes making soft taps against the marble floor. Ismilda's breath caught. He stopped in front of her and gently took her arms in his hands. He explained that he had nearly summoned a surgeon for this mansion, but now that he saw her, he was relieved she was safe. Her heart beat wildly against her ribs. She apologized for making him wait, her voice barely more than a whisper. Her thoughts raced. Was he angry? The corner of his mouth curved into a disarmingly gentle smile, sharply contrasting with his straightforward admission that yes, he had waited. He added that he had indeed waited quite a long time. But the warmth in his eyes, which in her imagination was surrounded by softly blooming roses, told another story. He held out a gloved hand like an elegant invitation. When her trembling fingers touched his hand, he raised her hand to his lips, his gaze never leaving hers. In a low voice, he said that he was honored to be here, then pressed a kiss as light as a feather to her knuckles. A warm, electric tremor ran up her arm, and a dizzying heat rushed into her cheeks. Her heart pounded violently, echoing like a drumbeat through her suddenly silent mind. But then another pulse came, not from her heart, but from her wrist. A strange, living energy vibrated from the blue gem on her bracelet. Confused, she lowered her head to look. The gem. Something was happening. A dazzling, otherworldly light began to pulse from within the gem, like a silent, flickering heartbeat against her skin. This had never happened before. How was it possible? Panic began to churn in her chest. She was not a magician. This could not be happening. Just as her thoughts were spiraling out of control, he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. He told her to try saying "Tristar" aloud. She stared at him, her blue eyes wide with shock, and asked what he meant. He merely asked her to indulge him this once. Her gaze returned to the fiercely glowing gem, which looked like a miniature galaxy spinning on her wrist. She drew a trembling breath, parted her lips, and spoke the unfamiliar, melodic word, "Tristara." The instant the word left her lips, the world exploded in a blinding torrent of light. A magical storm filled with illusory butterflies and glittering petals burst from her and swept through the entire ballroom. The guests cried out and covered their eyes, dodging the dazzling motes of light. The plain fabric on her body dissolved into starlight, then wove itself into something entirely new. When the light receded, a breathtaking sight appeared. She had changed. The plain formal dress she had been wearing had become an utterly magnificent midnight blue gown, adorned with intricate golden embroidery and layers of cascading flowers. Jewels rested in her hair and on her hands, and even her once shabby shoes had turned into elegant high heels, fit for a queen. She looked down at herself, stunned beyond words, and blurted out a question, asking what on earth had happened to her. She turned to Mr. Argent, her voice full of disbelief, asking if she was seeing things as her fingers hovered over the impossible fabric of her new dress. He calmly replied that she was not mistaken, and suggested that she look around, that she would naturally have her answer. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the entire hall. Every person in the ballroom was looking at her. Their faces held a mixture of awe and shock. Beside her, Mr. Argent quietly confirmed that everyone was watching her. Whispers began to rise, like a wave of astonishment. They marveled that she was actually a magician, something they had never seen before, and praised the dress for its captivating beauty. The nobles murmured among themselves, saying that the Vantal family had truly done well this time, that they knew exactly how to introduce a young lady making her debut. Even her own family had been caught completely off guard. Sonia's friends excitedly asked her how she could have kept the fact that there was a magician in her family so well hidden, and Sonia could only stand there dumbfounded, admitting that she had not known either. Ismilda's mind was in chaos. How had her dress suddenly changed? Did Mr. Argent know something? Before she could sort through another thought, a furious roar tore through the stunned silence. Someone shouted angrily, demanding to know what this was supposed to mean. Her uncle stormed toward her, his face purple with rage. He accused her of having been a magician all along and hiding it from him the entire time. Ismilda tried to protest, tried to say she had not known, but he brutally cut her off. Through gritted teeth, he said it was unbelievable that she had deceived them for so many years with that innocent face. He grabbed her, his fingers digging deep into her arm, and demanded to know why she had not told him sooner, then accused her of trying to destroy the entire family. She shrank away from his vicious words, but what filled his heart was not anger. It was greed. In that moment, when he looked at her, he no longer saw his niece. He saw a goose that laid golden eggs, a gold mine he had foolishly overlooked for 7 whole years. He stamped his foot in fury, realizing just how much he had lost. He accused her of hiding her power so she could run away and gain her independence, then spat that she was exactly like that detestable father of hers. He shook her roughly, demanding to know who had planted such a sinister scheme in her head. She cried out in pain and begged her uncle to stop, saying he was hurting her. Suddenly, a gloved hand closed around his wrist, stopping him instantly. Mr. Argent's voice was as cold as ice as he addressed Baron Vantal, then shoved hard, pushing the incoherent man away from Ismilda. Her uncle staggered backward and glared at him. With chilling calm, Mr. Argent asked whether he had no regard at all for the time and place. Her uncle roared at him to stay out of it, insisting that this was a family matter. Mr. Argent's eyes flashed behind his lenses, and he replied that family matters ought to be handled in private. His words were like a sharp rebuke, aimed directly at the disgraceful farce her uncle was creating in front of everyone. Her uncle was about to retort, saying what nonsense it was, but the words stuck in his throat because he finally realized his situation. He was standing in the middle of the ballroom, with a terrified silence falling on him like a spotlight. Every noble in the room was watching him, their expressions ranging from shock to outright contempt. The color drained from his face in an instant. What had he done? He could not believe he had lost control like this in front of so many powerful people. He whipped around, his face twisted into a mask of rage, and pointed a trembling fist at the source of his humiliation. It was all that bastard's fault. He saw Ismilda standing straight and composed beside Mr. Argent, graceful and calm, while he himself had become the fool driven into madness. He did not understand why everyone was looking at him as if he were the villain. In his heart, he screamed that he was clearly the victim. All of this was Noah Argent's fault. If not for him and that damned inheritance, he would never have fallen into debt. If his business had not failed, he could have used Ismilda's money to buy a title far better than that of a lowly baron. If Argent had not tricked 400,000 heir out of their hands, none of this would have happened. He turned to Argent and declared that he had a score to settle with him, but that first he had to deal with his niece. He claimed that this which had concealed her powers and caused him tremendous losses. Mr. Argent calmly raised an eyebrow, swirling the champagne in his glass, and asked exactly how much he had lost because of her. The question caught her uncle off guard. Argent continued thoughtfully, saying that the amount did not really matter, because she now had the ability to compensate him. Then his voice lowered and became sharp as he asked what Ismilda could possibly have hidden from her uncle. Money? Ismilda immediately denied it. Argent glanced at the enormous clock on the wall and pointed out that there were 3 hours left until midnight. And when the bell struck 12, he announced to the entire hall, Miss Ismilda would come of age and inherit the entire Grand's family fortune. A chorus of gasps immediately rose from the crowd. They whispered to one another, utterly confused. They had all thought that fortune had been donated to the foundation 7 years ago. Argent explained that charity was not the foundation's only purpose. It could also invest donations and generate profit. With a confident smile, he added that for most people, money tended to slip away, but that was not the case for him. Her uncle clenched his teeth and admitted that Argent had indeed become one of the wealthiest men in the country. The crowd's whispers shifted, recalling the story of how Noah Argent had once been a penniless orphan. A memory from 20 years ago surfaced in Ismilda's mind. Her father, the kind Professor Granche, had placed a hand on the shoulder of a bespectacled boy. Her father had introduced him by saying that the boy's name was Noah, and that he was the first student sponsor by his scholarship foundation, because he believed it was a tragedy for children to be unable to reach their potential simply because they were orphans. Another man had once praised her father, saying what he was doing was remarkable, and he had only smiled and said that he was simply doing what he found meaningful. The crowd's murmurs grew darker as they remembered the uproar caused when that same orphan became the foundation's acting director. Back then, they had all predicted that the foundation would collapse very soon. The past surged back into Argent's mind, a memory of wealthy donors withdrawing their support. She told him she had originally donated because of the selfless Professor Granche. She accused Argent of turning the foundation into a fallen, corrupt, and greedy guild, forcing children to compete in private ventures. The insulting name she spat haunted him for years. People called him and his employees Grand stray dogs. That cruel label followed him, painting him as a cold-blooded beast ruling over a corrupt kingdom. The memory ended with the sound of a door slamming, leaving him alone in the silence. Back in the present, the ballroom was just as silent. Argent turned to Ismilda and asked whether she remembered her father's will. She admitted that she had never read it seriously. Then he took out a rolled document and unfurled it, revealing the paper that had determined her fate. He read aloud that all of her father's assets would be placed under the management of acting director Noah Argent, and that 5 years later, he would decide where the remaining assets would go. Tears welled in Ismilda's eyes as she finally understood the source of the resentment. She asked him why. If that was the case, he said she would inherit everything. Before he could answer, her uncle lunged forward and angrily snatched the will from his hand. He shouted at Argent, denouncing him as a shameless liar. When his own daughter cried out in alarm, he ordered her to shut up as well, swearing that he would never allow Ismilda to fall for Argent's scheme. He then began delivering an exaggerated, self-pitying speech to the crowd, claiming that his niece had been deprived of her inheritance for 7 whole years. He painted a tragic picture, saying that a girl had never lived the life she deserved, and that now Argent actually wanted to make her the heir, which was simply laughable. He panted and sneered, his face flushed with theatrical rage. Argent's calm voice cut through the farce. He repeated her uncle's words, leaving a dangerous question hanging in the air. She had been living in deprivation all this time. Her uncle froze, a sudden fear coloring his face. He stammered and pretended not to understand. Argent's voice was as sharp as a blade as he asked, "Then where exactly had the large allowance he provided every month for her care gone?" He stated the amount, 2,000 mer per month. The crowd gasped. He continued listing the damning figures. He had even doubled the amount twice when her uncle claimed to be in difficulty. He announced the total, 200,000 mer. The nobles were stunned. 200,000 mer, just to raise a child. They began whispering, remembering the shabby dress she had worn earlier, and all the pieces of the puzzle finally fell into place. Ismilda turned to her uncle, her body trembling not from fear, but from a cold fury rising within her. In a shaking voice, she told him that he had said she received only 10 mer each month. She pointed a trembling finger at him, her voice growing stronger. He had said that small amount was barely enough for food. He had told her to be grateful, saying he was raising her with money that should have belonged to her cousins. He had also warned her that Mr. Argent was the scoundrel who had stolen her father's fortune. Her uncle stammered that she must have misheard, but she screamed back at him, her voice tearing open with 7 years of betrayal. 2,000 was 200 times the amount he had told her she received. Her painful, hoarse question hung in the deathly air. How could you tell a lie like that? The crowd stared at him, their judgment swift and merciless. Her uncle shrank beneath those gazes. Ismilda turned her back on the man who had ruined her childhood and looked at the only person who could save her now. In a desperate voice, she asked Mr. Argent how much she would inherit. Her thoughts clung desperately to the 200,000 mer he had mentioned. With that money, she could be free. She could leave this nightmare forever. She did not want to stay here another second. But Argent gently corrected her, explaining that what she would inherit was not like that. When she asked how much it was, he delivered the final blow, enough to shatter the world. 100 million mer. The words exploded in the silent room. Ismilda could only stare blankly at him, her mind emptied by shock. Her uncle's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. She stammered and asked him to say it again, certain that he had to be joking. An almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. He pointed out the irony. She had believed so easily that he was a miser who gave her a meager handout of only 10 mer, yet now she doubted this. He looked at her, something soft in his eyes, and said it was no wonder she had never told him about the abuse she had suffered. She must truly have believed he was not worthy of trust. The word abuse struck her like a physical blow. So that was abuse. All those years of neglect, all that cruelty had been abuse. With a clarity that nearly stopped her from breathing, she realized that she should never have been treated that way. As the tears of being recognized stung her eyes, Argent picked up the fallen will and said that they had more urgent matters to discuss. He explained that handing the fortune to her had always been her father's wish, and that the 5-year clause was merely a safeguard. Thick with emotion, she asked why her father, who had been so kind, would include such a clause. Argent's gaze turned cold when he looked at her uncle. He said bluntly that her father had known his daughter's inheritance would be taken, and that her uncle was not a suitable guardian. However, the law required her to be raised by a blood relative, and her father's hands had been tied. Ismilda finally understood. Argent added that, unfortunately, her family's actions had been far worse than he had imagined. Her uncle exploded, accusing Argent of having known all along, and yet doing nothing. Argent's calm expression finally cracked, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. He confirmed that of course he had known. He had had no choice but to cooperate and monitor the situation, because he knew that if he intervened directly, Ismilda would bear the full force of her uncle's wrath. Then he made his final declaration. At midnight, she would inherit more than 100 million mer, including the principal and all investment returns. Hope lit up in Ismilda's eyes, bright and overwhelming. He bent closer, his gloved hand gently sliding down her arm. He whispered something beside her ear. It was a secret meant only for her. Her eyes widened in surprise. Desperate and sweating, her uncle hurriedly asked when the settlement date was. Ismilda looked at him with pure contempt. He still had the nerve. He began shouting almost madly that it was an inheritance, and every member of the family had the right to a share. As he rushed toward them, a foot blocked his path. He looked up and saw Adlon, who told him to step back. Her uncle dropped to his knees and begged Mr. Argent to reconsider, crying that this was all too unfair. Argent ignored him completely, his attention fixed only on Ismilda. Softly, he told her that it was about time she tasted it for herself. Tasted what? Her eyes asked the question her lips could not voice. He leaned down again, his voice brushing over her skin like a tempting whisper. He told her that there was nothing in this world money could not buy. See for yourself, he urged her. See how far it can take you. In her wide, bright blue eyes, a universe of infinite possibility finally began to unfold. The Baron's hoarse voice, rough with panic, tore through the shocked silence of the ballroom as he called Ismilda's name. His face was filled with pure, undisguised shock, his mind thrown into chaos by the unbelievable number he had just heard. 100 million mer. The realization crashed over him like a tsunami, and in the next instant, his greed ignited. With suffocating certainty, he understood that he had to act right now. His panic melted away, replaced by a sweet, sticky concern that never reached his eyes. He turned to Ismilda, his voice dripping with false sincerity, and lamented that if they had known sooner, they would certainly have taken better care of her. He claimed that although he might never have said it aloud, he had always been deeply saddened that he could not do more for her. Ismilda stared at him, her heart pounding wildly behind her ribs. The way he suddenly shifted from cold cruelty to fawning affection was so glaring, so transparent, that it made her almost nauseous. She could only stammer and ask what he was talking about. Before she could digest his words, the Baron turned his rage on his own family. He roared at Sonya, his voice like a poison hiss, demanding to know what she was waiting for. He ordered her to take off the gloves immediately and accused her of borrowing them from Ismilda. Frightened by the sudden attack, Sonya stammered that she had taken them from Bella, and that Bella had been the one to borrow them first. But the Baron did not listen to her explanation at all. He seized his daughter's wrist, his fingers sinking into her skin, and forcibly tore the delicate gloves from her hands. He roared that she was a brainless wretch and reminded her that 100 million mer was at stake. The fabric gave a soft sound as it tore completely. Then, with dizzying speed, he turned back to Ismilda, a grotesque, ingratiating smile on his face. Holding up the crumpled pair of gloves, he asked whether they were hers and said they were perfectly suited for such an occasion. He kept talking, his words turning into desperate, sticky pleading. He reminded her that no matter what had happened, they were still family. He said he knew she was a good person, unlike her dear brother and sister-in-law. He was trying to drive a wedge between her and the only people who had ever shown her the slightest kindness. Then he asked whether she knew the shame the family was suffering and promised that he would not ask for much. Perhaps 10 million mer, or even just 1 million would do. His greed seemed to take physical form, hanging heavy and foul in the air between them. He told her that since she was so wealthy now, she could certainly afford that much. He cast Mr. Argent a contemptuous glance and warned Ismilda not to become like that vile man, not to believe every word he said. Then, in one last pathetic act of desperation, he fell to his knees before her. Groveling, he promised that if she wanted, he would kneel, and he would take Bella and Garrick somewhere far, far away, so far that she would never have to see them again. His wife and son quickly knelt as well, the three of them bowing their heads to the floor in a posture of humiliating submission. The Baron begged Ismilda to forgive them and swore they would make it up to her. Ismilda looked down at the tops of their heads, and the world seemed to gradually recede. A sharp, bitter flood of memories washed over her. The lowered whispers that followed her through the corridors, the contemptuous looks, the way Sonya had snatched from her hand the only rose Garrick had ever given her. For years, she had been treated as something less than nothing, as a ghost in their house, as a burden that could be ignored. And now this sickening, utterly desperate performance of repentance. All of it for money. Past and present collided inside her, turning into a whirlpool of pain, anger, and a strange, icy clarity. When she finally spoke, her voice was unnaturally calm. She asked her uncle to get up. He refused, crying that he was too ashamed to raise his head. Ismilda felt nothing. She told him that since he had been kind enough to take her in, she would give him the 1 million mer he requested. He only had to wait until tomorrow, once she officially inherited the money. He jerked his head up, his eyes widening with disbelief and greed. He asked if she meant it. She said she did, but there was one condition. He had to answer her questions honestly. He hurriedly agreed, declaring that honesty was what he valued most. A cold smile appeared on Ismilda's lips. Looking down at him, she asked whether he had been lying to her all these years. He blinked, his face full of confusion. She clarified, her voice as cold as ice, that she was referring to the substitute marriage arrangement he had made for her. She revealed that although she had only heard about it tonight for the first time, she knew he had known about it long ago. He incoherently pretended not to know, stammering that he knew nothing about any marriage arrangement. Ismilda merely reminded him that they had agreed to be honest. A murmur rippled through the watching crowd. The Baron cleared his throat, his face covered in sweat, and finally admitted it. Yes, he knew. Ismilda advanced on him, her gaze unwavering, and asked why he had done it. He looked up at her, his face a mask of pitiful devotion, and claimed that everything he had done had been for her sake. Ismilda's patience had run out. She ordered him to tell the truth, and then the truth burst out of him in a desperate, roaring confession. The real reason, he cried, the truth was that he had truly done it for that 1,000,000 mare. The confession hung in the air. Ismilda's expression was unreadable. Softly, she asked whether he no longer needed the money. The Baron choked, all color draining from his face as he realized he had made a fatal mistake. She went on, her voice still soft, almost thoughtful, saying that she supposed he had actually been telling the truth earlier when he said he needed money. Panic seized him. He lunged forward, grabbing the hem of her beautiful gown, begging her to wait, promising that this time he would tell her the whole truth. He clutched the fabric tightly. His grip was utterly desperate. Ismilda remembered how, all her life, this man had been a mountain, a terrifying and immovable force looming above her, his disapproval always like a suffocating shadow. She looked at his face now, twisted by despair and fear. But now, as he groveled at her feet, she was the one looking down on him. Power had shifted irreversibly and completely, and what she felt was not fear, but a cold, liberating strength. He tried to tell one last lie, claiming that all of this had been to teach her the importance of thrift. Her voice cut off his pathetic attempt. She told him to try again. He broke down, sobbing that their family's finances were strained, that he had struggled desperately just to preserve the slightest shred of noble dignity in their name. She said nothing, only repeated his titles. Uncle, Baron. Her tone forced him to continue this humiliating confession. Go on, she said. Those two words were a quiet, irresistible command. At last, the ugly truth spilled from his lips. He admitted that he had not wanted to waste money on her. He had resented having to support her when he could barely provide for his own wife and children. He tried to take it back, claiming that did not mean he did not love her, saying no one could love everyone equally. He swore that once their circumstances improved, he had always intended to treat her better. He looked up at her, pleading, and asked whether she believed him now that he had told the truth. Ismilda looked down at the broken man before her and said two simple words. She told him she believed him. Ecstatic relief flooded his face. He grinned and asked whether that meant she would give him the 1,000,000 mare she had promised. A chilling smile slowly appeared on Ismilda's face. She bent slightly and whispered, gently and devastatingly, asking if he had truly believed that. The Baron's face collapsed, and he could only stammer, "What? How could?" Ismilda's smile widened, sharp and victorious. She told him she had only been lying just now, too. She turned her back on the wreckage of her former family and addressed the man standing quietly behind her. She called out to Mr. Argent, and he responded at once. She asked how much he charged per day. After a moment's thought, he replied that it had been a long time since he had worked for anyone, so he had no set rate. Without hesitation, Ismilda hired him, offering 10,000 mare a day. Her instructions were precise and cold. When the officials arrived, he was to have them investigate the family's misuse of her support funds. Then she vaguely gestured toward the rest of the mansion, saying they would find Garrick unconscious in a room. She asked Mr. Argent to move him somewhere else and look after him as well. She said she did not care how much it cost. Mr. Argent bowed his head slightly, said as she wished, and formally addressed her as Miss Granche. He reached out and gently took her hand, his touch firm and reassuring. Ismilda closed her eyes and let out a deep breath. It was over. A new chapter of her life had only just begun. Late that night, the grand mansion was quiet. In a small, shabby room in the attic, Ismilda sat on the floor beside an old wooden chest. In her hand, she clutched a torn piece of white fabric from the magnificent gown she had worn the gown Sonya had ruined. A calm voice came from the doorway, telling her not to throw that away. She looked up and saw Mr. Argent standing there. He explained that they should be able to restore the fabric to its original state with restoration magic. Startled by his appearance, Ismilda asked if he did not have other matters to deal with. He told her he had just barely managed to make a little time for himself. In a slightly sharp tone, she pointed out that he had forgotten to knock. He glanced around the empty room and dryly replied that he would have knocked, but unfortunately, there was no door here. A hint of a smile crossed her face. She pointed to her bed and told him that although she had no tea to offer, he should please sit. He thanked her and sat neatly on the edge of the mattress, a beautifully wrapped box resting on his knees. Ismilda folded her arms, a faint smile on her lips, and asked whether the package in his hands was her birthday gift. He confirmed that it was. She held out both hands and asked him to hand it over. She took the box and opened it. Inside, nestled in silk, was the most exquisite pair of shoes she had ever seen. They were a deep royal blue, adorned with glittering gems that refracted star-like light in the dimness of the attic. Mr. Argent explained that he had commissioned a master craftsman named Ars Nova to make them for her about half a year ago. She stared at them breathlessly, wondering if the gems could possibly be real. He explained that they were all magical rhinestones. Looking at her with understanding in his eyes, he said her expression seemed to be asking how much they had cost. He told her that the shoes were 20 times more expensive than the shabby ready-made gloves she had received before. Slightly annoyed, Ismilda asked why he kept implying those gloves were poor quality when he had chosen them himself. His answer was soft, yet it stirred a strange feeling in her heart. He said it was because those gloves had now been worn by someone else. For a moment, she was speechless, her gaze lowered to the stunning shoes on her lap. She said quietly that she would try them on today. She slipped her feet into them, and they fit perfectly, as if they had been shaped just for her. She stood and took a tentative step, then gave a soft gasp of surprise. She exclaimed that they were so comfortable, and that she had never imagined something so beautiful could feel so wonderful to wear. Mr. Argent asked whether she liked them. She looked at him, her eyes shining, and declared that she thought this was her favorite gift he had given her so far. He told her that he had taken special care preparing this one, because he knew it would not be taken from her again. The words hung in the air, and a startling realization suddenly lit up in her mind. She stared at him with wide eyes and asked whether he had known all along about the other gifts, that her family had taken them from her. Quietly, he confirmed that he had. The question slipped out before she could stop herself. She asked why, if all of this was nothing more than charity, he had continued giving her gifts. He looked at her, his expression serious, and told her that even if it had only been for one day, those things had once been under her control. And for that reason, he said, he had to choose the very best. Everything he gave her, he said, had to be of the highest quality. At that moment, the bells of the distant clock tower began to ring. Once, twice, 3 times, echoing through the silent night until they had struck 12. Midnight had arrived. Mr. Argent looked at her, moonlight from the small window falling on his silver hair. He wished her a happy 18th birthday. A sincere, warm smile appeared on Ismilda's face. She asked herself how she felt now that she had become a wealthy heiress. Her thoughts drifted back to who she had been before, the girl with tangled hair who hid in an oversized coat and a ragged skirt. She remembered the plain flat shoes she had worn. The hem of her coat dragged on the ground, and as the magic that had made her beautiful slowly faded, she returned to her ordinary, unnoticed appearance, standing in the glittering ballroom. She realized that not a single person had looked at her shabby figure with the contempt they had shown when she had first entered the hall. They had not looked at her at all. Now, in her cramped attic room, she confessed that she did not really know what it was supposed to feel like to suddenly become so wealthy. For now, at least, she was simply relieved that she would no longer be penniless. Mr. Argent nodded and agreed that he also thought it had not fully sunk in for her yet. Ismilda gave a light laugh. She thought that perhaps having money was not as wonderful as people said. For Sonya, however, it was the end of the world. She stormed through her room, tearing at the curtains, her voice shrill and hoarse with rage. She screamed that this was utterly absurd, that tonight was supposed to have been her night, a night she would never have a second time. She wailed, unable to understand how everything could have gone so terribly wrong in just a few hours. From the window, she watched the guests leave, carriages rolling into the darkness, and screamed at them, asking where they were all going. She collapsed into a chair, muttering to herself that she had truly thought Ismilda's allowance was only a mere 10 mer. That thing had deceived her as well. Sobbing, she said she had done nothing wrong, so why was she the one being punished now? A servant entered and announced that a visitor had come to see Miss Sonia. She snapped at him, asking who would dare come looking for her at a time like this, her heart suddenly sinking with fear that the officials had returned. She ordered him to tell the visitor she would see no one. But the servant explained that it was the woman who came to see her at the end of every month. Sonia froze, her eyes widening in shock. She whispered. A figure in a heavy dark hood entered the room. Sonia let out a breath mingled with recognition and fear, saying, "Ah, it's you." The woman lowered her hood, revealing the face of an older, stern woman, and confirmed that it was Miss. 1 year earlier, on a bright, sunny day in the city, Miss Sonia sat in her carriage, narrowing her eyes as she watched that same hooded woman sneak along the cobblestone street. The woman slipped into a building, and Sonia followed, her heart pounding with a mixture of jealousy and determination. Once inside, she learned the truth. This was the residence of Edwin Soul, the handsome young knight who had captivated her. In her hand was a letter he had written, not to her, but to Ismilda. In elegant handwriting, it spoke of arranging a meeting and of his longing to see her after so many long years. Sonia's hands trembled with fury. What did he see in her? Why should that dull, pathetic girl receive such devotion when she did not deserve it at all? Burning with rage, she felt that Ismilda only deserved someone like Garrick, not the exceptional Edwin Soul. In a jealous frenzy, she dipped the quill and forged a reply in Ismilda's name, a brief and cruel note telling him that she was too busy to bother with him. From that day on, she intercepted every letter exchange between them, paying the hooded woman to deliver the letters directly to her. She read Edwin's sincere apologies, then forged replies in Ismilda's name, filled with cold contempt. The gifts he sent from the capital, delicate chocolates, a bouquet of forget-me-nots, a crystal music box, were all stolen and enjoyed by Sonia and her mother. They watched Ismilda grow quieter and dimmer day by day, and Sonia would think with cruel satisfaction that it was because the letters had stopped coming. In the end, she tired of the game and wrote one final, devastating letter. In it, Ismilda announced that she was engaged to a wealthy, noble family. The letter was a masterpiece of cruelty, ending their correspondence forever while wishing him well as if he were a stranger. Her deception was complete, her cruelty without bounds. And when the hooded woman brought the final package Edwin had sent, she opened it to find a stunning engagement ring inside, his name engraved on the inner band. Back in the present, Ismilda sat beside Mr. Argent in a magically heated carriage as the dark countryside sped past the window. He mentioned that they would need to have several new dresses made for her in the capital, but she shook her head. She told him she had to receive her inheritance first. New confidence shone in her eyes as she declared that since she had her own fortune now, she wanted to pay for them herself. Mr. Argent simply looked at her and agreed to her wish. He apologized for taking a short nap, but she asked whether they were not going directly to the capital. He explained that they were going to the station to use a portal. It was a form of magical transportation she would soon be using often. Outside the window, the world blurred into a kaleidoscope of light and color. They arrived at the enchanted station. It was an astonishing marvel of magical architecture, magnificent and radiant. Mr. Argent took out a huge emerald magic stone. He asked whether she still wished to become a magician. When she said she did, he placed the cool, smooth stone in her palm and told her she had to become accustomed to using them. He explained that a teleportation spell was sealed within the stone, and to activate the portal before her, all she needed to do was hold it and recite the passcode. Her hand trembled slightly as she asked what would happen if it did not work. He reassured her that if anything went wrong, he was there. He recited the passcode, a complex string of letters and numbers. She repeated it, eyes fixed on the portal, but nothing happened. Confused, she looked at him. He reached out, his long, elegant fingers gently covering her hand, enclosing both her hand and the stone within it. He recited the passcode again, his voice low and steady. A dazzling white light burst from their joined hands. When the radiance faded, Ismilda opened her eyes, and a new sound, a new sensation, filled the air. An invisible voice echoed around them, welcoming them back to Tibbs. She looked out the window and drew in a sharp breath. Before her stretched a grand city bathed in sunlight, its streets decorated with festive banners, an impossibly blue sky arching overhead. The carriage clattered along the cobblestone streets, the bustling sounds of the city forming a stark contrast with the quiet countryside she had grown used to. Sunlight glittered on the roofs of the capital's grand, densely packed buildings. Ismilda gazed out the window, her blue eyes widening as a sudden, astonishing realization struck her. A shimmering, invisible barrier, the cloud net woven by the magicians of the magic tower to protect the city, came into view, and in that moment, it hit her like a surging tide. She really, truly had returned. Yet her thoughts were still tangled in the events of the previous night. She turned to the man sitting across from her, the mysterious Mr. Argent, his silver hair gleaming in the light. She had to know. She asked why she had been unable to activate the magic stone he had given her. His answer was calm, yet it sent confusion rippling through her. He reassured her that it was absolutely not because she was not a magician. In fact, the stone he had given her had been a test, and he explained that some newly awakened magicians instinctively rejected magic that did not belong to them. His gloved hand paused beside hers as he began to explain the nature of their power. Emotion, he told her, was the root of all magic. The specific emotion that triggered a magician's power varied according to the individual's nature, but because humans could not remain in the same emotional state forever, magicians had begun using stones to store their magic. He revealed that the magic stored in these crystal vessels was the residual emotion a magician had felt at a particular moment. Ismilda's breath caught, and her hand flew to the blue pendant at her throat, the stone her father had left her. A shocking, heartbreaking thought struck her. In a trembling voice, she asked whether the magic in her father's stone was his emotion. Mr. Argent confirmed that of course it was, but added that there was a significant difference between using one's own emotions and using someone else's. He said every student at the Royal Academy learned how to ease that inherent rejection of foreign magic. Still absorbing this revelation about her father, Ismilda asked whether that rejection was more severe in her case. He told her that based on a small test they had just conducted, it was, when he further added that magicians with such strong reactions often displayed great potential, and that those reactions could be overcome through proper training. A spark of hope lit within her. Her heart gave a small leap of excitement. She leaned forward and asked what kind of training he meant. His gaze was steady, his voice low and serious, as he told her that to understand other people's emotions, she first had to understand her own. He leaned back in his seat, his posture elegant and composed, the fur collar of his coat framing his handsome face. A quiet silence fell between them. Then he broke the silence and asked whether she remembered what she had felt the previous night when she cast the illusion magic. The question caught her off guard. She stammered as she thought back to that chaotic whirl of emotions. She thought she had been angry, but also sad. Then she added softly, and a bewildering confession slipped from her lips. Perhaps there had also been a little pleasure. Mr. Argent merely watched her, a string of wordless ellipses hanging between them. It was a strange combination, and it made her think. Then what, exactly, was the source of her own magic? A heavy silence settled over the carriage until they arrived at their destination, a public cemetery. The air was cold, the trees standing bare beneath the pale sky. Ismilda held a large bouquet of white roses, the rustle of the wrapping paper the only sound in the stillness. She walked slowly toward two simple gravestones, her heart heavy as lead. She gently laid the flowers before them. 7 years. 7 long years had passed. She apologized softly to her mother and father, her gloved hand resting on the cold stone cross. As she stood there, a new resolve formed within her. She turned to Mr. Argent and announced that she intended to move her parents to a better place, a private cemetery worthy of their memory. She said she hoped her inheritance would be enough to pay for it. Mr. Argent's answer was shocking. He told her that the 100 million mole was not the entirety of her inheritance. She would also inherit assets, such as gold objects and mansions. Calmly, he said the total came to 400 million mole. There was no need to worry at all about the cost of moving her parents' graves. Noticing her stunned expression, he correctly guessed that she could not yet understand just how much money that was, and explained that, aside from the king, such wealth was enough to place her as the 5th or 6th richest person in all of Granche. Her jaw nearly dropped. What? He went on to explain that he had publicly announced the lower sum of 100 million to avoid unnecessary commotion, which would only have ranked her around the 30th richest person. If her true net worth were revealed, he warned it would invite unnecessary attention and restrictions. Still submerged in shock, Ismilda could only stare at him as a new question surfaced in her mind. She asked about his wealth. How much was he worth? He answered without the slightest arrogance, as if merely stating a simple fact, saying he was probably ranked 10th. Then, as if mentioning it in passing, he added that this did not include his overseas assets. She was speechless, unable to tell whether he was joking or not. A very faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. This strange man. When she thought that he had been pretending to be so cold toward her all these years solely to protect her, she found it unbelievable. A deep and unsettling question echoed in her mind. Could she truly trust this man? His voice interrupted her thoughts. He mentioned that the weather was cold and asked if they should go, holding out a gloved hand to her. She looked at his outstretched hand, then into his eyes. She decided to reserve judgment for now. She agreed and placed her hand in his, deciding to trust him at least for the time being. They arrived at a grand and bustling hotel. As they walked through the luxurious lobby, she heard him speaking with a colleague. Surprised, she asked if he lived in a hotel. He explained that it was more convenient that way, since he had to manage both the foundation and this hotel. He understood that she might want a place of her own, but for now this was the only arrangement available. An employee brought her room key on a silver tray. It was not a key at all, but a beautiful, gleaming magic stone. He told her that her room was on the 2nd floor and that she should rest first because he had to return to work. She picked up the stone key, murmured her thanks, and began walking toward the grand staircase. His voice stopped her. He asked if she was still worried about her magic. He paused, then offered a piece of advice. If she wanted to discover her source emotion, she had to broaden her experiences and expose herself to all kinds of feelings. Most importantly, he emphasized she had to be honest with her own feelings. Honest with my own feelings. The words touched her deeply. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. Could she do that? She turned around, her back to him, and said with quiet determination that she would try. She continued upstairs, each step heavy with her thoughts, but just as she reached the landing, he called her name again and made her stop. He asked if she wanted to see Edwin's soul. The name struck her like something physical, and her eyes widened in shock. Mr. Argent continued to explain that Edwin had recently graduated from the academy and now lived in the capital. If she wished, he could contact him for her. Bitterness welled up inside her. A year had passed since Edwin had suddenly and inexplicably cut off their correspondence. The thought of seeing him, of facing that silence, made her feel suffocated. Would he really agree to see her? She forced out a smile and told Mr. Argent that perhaps another day would be better. She was not ready. For now, she asked him to keep her presence in the capital a secret. After saying that, she turned and fled upstairs. The moment she was out of his sight, her composure collapsed. That bastard. He was studying in the capital, living a successful life without her. She stormed down the corridor, fury burning in her chest. She had supported him all along, yet as soon as he moved to the capital, he had forgotten his loyal companion completely, hadn't he? Had all the memories they shared vanished into oblivion for him? She seized hold of a new, blazing resolve. Just you wait, Edwin, she thought. When he saw how wealthy she had become now, she would see whether he could hide his shock. She stomped all the way back to her room. She slammed the door behind her with a loud bang, her eyes flashing with triumphant, vengeful light. Ismilda sank into a warm bath strewn with fragrant rose petals and let out a sigh of pure satisfaction. How comfortable! She thought that in a bathtub she did not have to worry about drowning or being swept away by waves. A maid entered and softly reminded her that soaking too long might make her dizzy, then offered to help dry her body. The service was impeccable. The maid helped her change into a soft chemise, combed her long hair, and settled her into a splendid large bed. Even the blanket was unbelievably soft, as if she were wrapped in marshmallows. Ah, what bliss! She curled up beneath the covers of the luxurious bed. An unsettling thought surfaced in her mind. Was she allowed to feel this happy? No, she corrected herself, remembering Mr. Argent's words. To become a great magician, she had to be honest with her emotions. Her thoughts drifted to him. She wondered whether this rule applied to Mr. Argent as well. He was usually expressionless. If she had to imagine what a magician should be like, he was the last person who would come to mind. In his office, Mr. Argent was indeed utterly unemotional. He calmly handled a report concerning Baron Vantal, who was said to be hounded by creditors. He instructed his subordinate to have the Baron hand over the remaining bonds, seize anything of value as collateral, pay severance to the employees, and dismiss them. He ordered them to let the Baron keep the house, on the grounds that his family could still barely maintain their livelihood. He warned them not to make the Baron feel as though he had been driven into a corner, because people with nothing left sometimes fought back with knives in hand. His subordinate commented that he seemed to understand that sort of person well. A shadow passed over Mr. Argent's face. He revealed that he, like Mrs. Ismilda, was also an orphan. He spoke of the countless children who had lost their parents in the war, and of how the bill drafted by the royal family to deal with them had failed due to insufficient funding. With cold anger, he recalled how those orphans had been forced into manual labor by the kingdom, and how their deaths had been disguised as accidents. He said that he had been fortunate enough to be taken in by Professor Argo. He admitted that in order to ensure Baron Vantal would not abandon his Ismilda, he had to make the Baron see her as a continuous source of income. He said he knew those 7 years must have been terrifying for her. He paused, his quill hovering over the paper. On second thought, he said, his voice dropping into an icy tone, he instructed his subordinate to notify the Baron that they would, after all, confiscate his estate. The subordinate asked why he had suddenly changed his mind. Mr. Argent then put forward his cruel new condition. The Baron could keep his residence, provided that he severed ties with one of his 4 children, stripping that child of their surname and title. And he ordered the Baron himself had to personally decide which child he would abandon. The subordinate agreed without objection. After the man left, Mr. Argent let out a long, weary sigh. A brief and brutal image flashed through the narration. Baron Vantal kneeling on the ground, a box clicking shut as he was cast out the door. His cruel memory was met with cold, carefully calculated revenge. The next day, Mr. Argent told Ismilda that he would hire private attendants for her. When he asked whether she preferred people who were pleasant but mediocre or capable but not quite as kind, she answered without hesitation. She would prefer people she could trust. Later, there was a knock at her door. 2 people stood outside, a lively young woman and a calm young man. The girl greeted her cheerfully, saying it was a pleasure to meet her, miss. The man immediately corrected her, insisting that the proper form of address should be madam. Ismilda looked at them in some surprise. The girl introduced herself as Connie, while the young man, Melfa, apologized for Connie's usual excessive enthusiasm. So these were the attendants Mr. Argent had arranged for her. They explained their duties, which included accompanying her when she went out, assisting her with magic, because she could not use magic stones, choosing clothes for her, and even giving her massages. Connie excitedly said that she would pick out beautiful hats and high heels for her. Ismilda found it all a little troublesome. She was used to doing everything herself, and the idea of others tending to her needs made her deeply uncomfortable. Worse still, as a commoner who had only just fallen into good fortune, she worried that if these women mocked her, she would be powerless to fight back. Even so, since Mr. Argent had arranged it, perhaps she could trust them. She decided on a trial and proposed hiring them for 3 days first. If she was satisfied with their service, she would formally employ them. They were overjoyed and promised to work wholeheartedly. When they asked about her plans, she told them that she wanted to look at houses because her parents' old home needed renovation. She also wanted to improve her appearance. Her attendants assured her that they would handle everything. The day passed in a whirlwind of activity. In a high-end boutique, her attendants exclaimed over how divinely beautiful the dresses and accessories looked on her. Connie enthusiastically suggested buying everything, only to be sternly scolded by Manhwa. Ismilda laughed sincerely and felt grateful to them. With them by her side, shopping did not seem quite so intimidating. She admitted that earlier, when they were looking at houses, if they had not been there to point out the flaws, she would surely have bought the one recommended by the real estate agent. Manhwa listed all the things to consider when buying a house: the size of the garden, the distance to the hospital, winter heating. Ismilda was surprised that there were so many things to think about. Connie took her arm and assured her that helping her handle these concerns was precisely their job, and that they would absolutely find the perfect house. Ismilda smiled brightly, believing that they surely could. After trying on countless outfits, they decided to take a break. Ismilda wandered through the boutique, and her gaze fell on a breathtaking magician's cloak made from deep, shimmering blue fabric. She stroked the fabric and marveled at how beautiful it was. A sweet, innocent memory surfaced. As a child, she had once owned a similar toy, cloak, and wand, and she had loved them dearly. But then the memory soured. She was a young girl again, standing outside a shop with her cousin Bella. When Bella saw her looking at a simple cloak in the display window, she asked if she wanted it. Ismilda immediately said no, explaining that it had only reminded her of something. Bella pointed out that it did not look very expensive, only 15 mole. Ismilda remembered feeling awkward and uneasy, thinking that she would have to save for a year to afford it. Bella's voice turned mocking. She asked whether Ismilda really intended to buy it, doubting that her little allowance could possibly cover it. Then, with false sweetness, she offered to buy it for her. Ismilda refused, but Bella kept pressing closer, her words dripping poison. What if someone saw her wearing it and mistook her for a magician? Bella's final words struck like a slap. She said Ismilda would only embarrass herself, wouldn't she? Her own flushed face of humiliation and trembling hands remained so vivid even now. Bella merely smirked and told her not to make such an awful face, that she had only been joking. Then she turned and walked away, saying she was tired and wanted to go home. The boutique owner's voice pulled her out of the painful memory. He took out the cloak she had been admiring and explained that it was a limited piece from their own collection. He boasted that the fabric was made from the feathers of rare blue hawks, and that fragments of lapis lazuli had been embroidered into the hem for purification and protection spells. Ismilda was captivated. She had not expected to find something she liked so much here. The owner explained that the cloak had originally been commissioned by the royal family, but the client had changed their mind, so he could sell it at a discounted price. She turned to her attendants and asked for their opinions. Both of them gave resounding approval. Connie beamed and insisted that it would suit her perfectly. Ismilda made her decision. She would buy it. The owner was surprised by how quickly she made the purchase and mentioned that he had long suspected she was a magician. A confident smile bloomed on Ismilda's face. She looked at him, her eyes shining, and confirmed that yes, she was. That evening, they sat in a private box at the theater, stage lights illuminating the grand hall below. Ismilda held a program for the temptation of Romeo the Prodigal. Connie leaned over and explained that it was the hottest play in the capital and absolutely not to be missed. The lights dimmed, and the performance began. The stage was filled with actors in magnificent costumes, rose petals drifting down around them. Connie whispered to ask Ismilda what she thought of the male lead. She thought he was wonderful, though she complained that his only flaw was being too short. If only he were a little taller and stronger, she sighed, he would be perfect. Then she declared that he was not as handsome as Mr. Argent. Ismilda was shocked. Mr. Argent? Manhwa disagreed, thinking Mr. Argent was extremely fussy and always expressionless. But Connie was already lost in her own fantasies, saying she preferred well-built men. Like that man sitting over there, she said, pointing toward the stage. Ismilda followed her finger with her gaze. On a balcony set, a male actor was intimately holding a female actor. Ismilda narrowed her eyes. Why did that man look so familiar? The actor turned his head, and the spotlight illuminated his handsome, dark-haired profile. Ismilda's breath caught in her throat, and her blue eyes widened in utter disbelief. It cannot be Ed. Her heart sank sharply, pounding heavily in time with a sudden rush of memory. The luxurious theater and swelling music all turned into a low roar in her ears. Was that really him? Was that really the Edwin she knew? The ghost she had so carefully hidden away in the past was now standing only a few steps from her, with a strange woman in his arms. A wave of cold fear washed over her, and she froze in place along with her companions. Why did it feel like betrayal? More importantly, why did she instinctively avoid his gaze and hide, as if she were the one with a secret to conceal? People said one had to watch a play 3 times to truly appreciate it, but Ismilda's mind was entirely on another drama. Her maid Connie softly called her name in concern, breaking through her daze. Ismilda blinked and forced out a fragile, false smile, asking what they had just been talking about, pretending she had not been lost in thought. Melfa, her other companion, looked at her with understanding, his expression sharp and perceptive. In a low voice, he asked if she was thinking about Edwin's soul. The name hung in the air, confirming her fear. The usually cheerful Connie cut in to confirm that he really was the man they had seen in the theater. Melfa was right. Ismilda's heart sank. She had thought he looked familiar, and that painful recognition was something she had tried hard to suppress. Connie explained that she and Melfa recognized him because, like Edwin, they had also received support from the Granche Foundation. She added that he was quite famous. Famous? Ismilda repeated the word inwardly, bitterness spreading through her mouth. Unaware of Ismilda's inner turmoil, Connie began explaining enthusiastically. Of course he was famous. He was the only commoner this year to graduate from the Academy curriculum. The Royal Academy was known for its impossibly strict entrance requirements and hellish education system, earning it the name of a student's graveyard. Graduating from there, especially from a night course that was unofficially open only to the highest classes, was an astonishing achievement. A graduation ring was a symbol of immense prestige. But Connie's expression turned slightly displeased. Recently, the public's view of Edwin had been damaged. Ismilda asked why, her voice little more than a whisper. Melfa merely gestured with his chin. He told her to look for herself. And there he was, Edwin leaning against a carriage, an unfamiliar blonde woman nestled beneath his arm, his smile lazy and intimate. The sight struck her like a punch to the stomach. Ismilda stared at him, unable to connect this dangerous, charming man with the boy she had once known. Melfa gave a scoff, his voice filled with contempt. He asserted that she was not his lover, and he would bet she was merely some woman he had picked up for the night. Something inside Ismilda snapped at the casual cruelty of those words. A horrified what burst from Ismilda's lips, far louder than she had intended. The sound echoed through the quiet night. Her companions immediately shushed her and grabbed her arm. She covered her mouth, her face burning with shame. Melfa's gaze was intense as he leaned closer and asked in a low voice whether she was interested in Edwin's soul. Ismilda could not speak, her mind full of denial and confusion. The ever-romantic Connie clasped her hands together, thinking that since they were around the same age, they would make a very fitting pair. But Melfa immediately rejected the idea. That would never do, he said firmly. Connie deserves someone better than some playboy. The word hung in the air, sharp and ugly. Melfa continued, saying he was notorious for associating with many women, his voice full of condemnation. It was said that he had been with 15 different women this month alone. 15. The number was absurd and hideous. The conclusion was simple and devastating. Edwin's soul, her Ed, was a libertine. Later, as she soaked in a bath strewn with rose petals, that word still echoed in her mind. Libertine. That gentle, awkward Ed had become a frivolous man who went out with any woman he took a fancy to. The image of him with that woman, so confident and carrying a predator-like air, was like a phantom limb, aching as it reminded her of something she had lost long ago. She desperately tried to find another explanation. Maybe he only looked like him, someone with the same hair, the same eyes, who just happened to have graduated from the Royal Academy too. But who was she fooling? The truth was a bitter pill. She had considered that he might have a girlfriend, but this was something else entirely. And why did she care so much? After they returned to the carriage, Melfa explained in detail that Edwin's scandalous behavior had begun about 3 months ago. Ismilda asked why, desperate for a reason, an excuse. Manhwa explained that graduating from the Royal Academy was extremely difficult and came with immense pressure. So many students lost their self-control near the end of the course and turned to drinking and debauchery. He had heard that for several weeks. Edwin joined his classmates and soaked himself in alcohol. Later, he was caught and reprimanded by his sponsor, the powerful Mr. Argent. But when Mr. Argent demanded an explanation, Edwin even refused to speak, his face a mask of stubbornness. He only slammed the door and left, declaring that once he graduated, he would live however he wanted. Manhwa concluded that it was also from then on that rumors about his endless affairs began to spread. Since so many women were lining up to be with the handsome and famous knight, he had even made a rule that he would only date women of noble birth. A cold fury churned in Ismilda's chest. So he had not been busy all this time. She had kept telling herself that he had failed to write to her over the past year because he needed to focus on his studies. But what had she discovered? For the past 3 months, he had been busy chasing women. The feeling of betrayal was sharp and intimate. Would any woman do for him? Was this why he had not bothered to answer her letters? Did this mean he had never seen her as a woman at all? She sank deeper into the water, her cheeks burning. Stupid Ed, that bastard. What kind of friend was he? Memories surged up beyond her control, vivid and painful. The sunlit beach, the sound of waves, and the two of them in their youth. Carefree and innocent, she remembered how he had fallen, always so weak and clumsy. She had stood before him, puffed out her chest, and promised to protect him. He had reached out to her, and she had taken his small hand into her palm. The warmth in his smile, the trust in his eyes, now seemed like they belonged to someone else's story. Ed. She whispered his name to the empty room, her voice full of sorrow. A strange sensation pulled her out of her daze. Was she dreaming? Her back did not seem to be touching anything. Her hand reached downward, and there was only empty space beneath her. Her eyes flew open. She was floating, suspended above the bathwater, her nightgown clinging to her skin. Panic struck her. What was happening? Was she levitating? How had her magic suddenly activated? The moment that thought formed, the invisible force supporting her vanished. With a scream, she fell back into the water. The maids rushed into the room, their faces full of concern, asking what had happened. Soaked from head to toe, Ismilda waved them away, claiming she had probably been dreaming. But after they left, a deep unease settled over her. That had not been a dream. How had she been able to use magic? The next day, she sat with Manhwa and Connie. The communication stone Mr. Argent had given her placed on the table. She confessed that she could not use it and asked Manhwa for help. He picked up the stone and murmured that Mr. Argent must have known that and would allow him to activate it. He spoke the name Noah Argent to the device, and the communication stone began to spin. A calm voice emerged from the stone, identifying itself as Argent. Ismilda took the stone, her hand trembling slightly. Mr. Argent asked what she thought of the device. She explained that Manhwa had helped her activate it, then hesitantly told him about what had happened in the bathroom, saying that she had floated in her sleep and then fallen. Argent's voice remained steady. He explained that if she had been floating, it must have been a levitation spell float. He warned her that if a magician did not use spells to restrain their magic, that magic could become an uncontrolled force. He advised her to place some magic-absorbing stones beside her bed. After the call ended, Ismilda looked out the window, her mind racing. A levitation spell, and then at the theater again. Her companions saw him from their box seats. "Wow, he's here again," Connie whispered. He was watching that play again, and this time, the woman beside him had changed. Manhwa commented dryly that by now, he should have memorized every line. Ismilda took a sip of tea and tried to look unconcerned, but her heart was pounding against her ribs like a frantic drum. Why was he wearing his uniform today? Perhaps it was to impress his date. Manhwa said that Edwin probably did not care much about the rumors. After all, frequenting a popular theater would sooner or later make people talk. But what if Ismilda thought, her hand tightening around her teacup? What if he was doing it on purpose? What if he wanted someone to see? Manhwa scoffed at the idea, saying that Edwin Soul was already an adult and that such behavior would not win him any favor from potential sponsors. The sound of porcelain scraping against a saucer filled the silence, and Ismilda suddenly stood. Connie asked where she was going. Ismilda said she was going to order another drink. She waved away their offer to go for her and insisted that it was fine. She wanted to look at the menu herself and told them to stay where they were. Her companions exchanged a confused glance, but she had already strode out of the private box. The clicking of her heels echoed her chaotic thoughts. She pulled the hood of her cloak over her head, her cheeks warm for reasons that had nothing to do with the temperature. She should not let their conversation affect her. She ordered a cup of grape tea, and the transaction became a welcome distraction. The waiter asked for her name. She paused. The Granche surname was too well known in Tibbs. She could not take the risk. Another name came to her lips, a simple and unremarkable one. She told him her name was Edith Gray. As she waited, her thoughts returned to Melfa's dismissive words. What if Edwin was doing it on purpose? The thought was like a spark of hope in the dark chaos. Remembering Connie saying that they would be a good match brought a fresh surge of irritation. She simply could not stand Connie saying that. Lost in thought, she turned away from the counter, her mind in turmoil. What on earth was wrong with her? She walked straight into a solid chest. The impact sent her staggering backward. She gasped, losing her balance. Before she could fall, a strong hand shot out and caught her arm. He turned her with effortless ease and pulled her firmly into his arms. Her gaze moved up from the firm hand gripping her arm, over the neat red and gold of a knight's uniform, and finally landed on a face that stole her breath. It was him, Edwin. His wine-red eyes were deep and serious. He looked down at her and asked if she was all right. Her breath caught in her throat. Panic seized her. She tugged her hood lower, hiding her face, and mumbled that she was fine, telling him he could let go now. She tried to break free, wanting to hurry back into the nameless shadows. But his voice stopped her. "Wait, miss." The words were soft, yet they pinned her in place. Her heart slammed against her ribs like a startled, trapped bird. Had he recognized me? What should I say? Should I greet him? Or pretend we've never met? His gaze remained fixed on her, his expression unreadable. Before she could decide, a woman's voice called his name. That broke the spell. Edwin did not look away, but turned his head and asked the waiter for a pen. He quickly wrote a string of characters on a small card. He explained that it was the passcode for his communication stone. He pressed the card into her hand, his touch making her feel as if she had been struck by an electric current. He told her to contact him if she went out alone. Then his voice dropped into an intimate whisper as he asked for her name. Ismilda stared at him, dumbfounded. Was he serious? In front of everyone, while on a date with another woman, he was asking for her name? She found her voice and asked why he wanted to know. He gave a faint smile, almost too slight to see. If he did not know her name, how would he know it was her when she contacted him? Before she could argue, the waiter's voice rang out as clear as a bell. "Miss Edith Gray, your order is ready." Her eyes widened in horror. Edwin's smile slowly widened into a knowing smirk. He caught her wrist, his grip firm but gentle, and pressed the card into her palm. His eyes locked onto hers, and a silent challenge passed between them. He told Edith Gray that he would be waiting for her contact. Later that night, Edwin escorted his female companion for the evening to her carriage. She told him she had enjoyed his company and offered to sponsor him, assuring him that he would not lack invitations. He deflected with practiced charm, saying that she thought too highly of him. She leaned closer, her expression coquettish, but before she could make her next move, he seized her arm with unexpected force. He yanked her sharply toward him, something cold and keen flashing in his eyes. He bent close, his lips almost touching hers, his hand supporting her jaw. The woman was confused by his sudden aggression. Then that harshness vanished just as quickly. He gently stroked her cheek. A dazzling and disarming smile bloomed on his face, and he said he looked forward to seeing her next time. After her carriage clattered away, that charming disguise fell away, revealing a tired and utterly lonely man. On the foggy street, a voice cut through the silence. A man in a dark cloak spoke from the shadows, mocking Sir Edwin for seeming rather busy lately. Edwin turned, his expression weary. He said it had been a long time and addressed the man as Mr. Victor. Victor sneered and rebuked Edwin for living a debauched life, claiming that he had tarnished the Academy's honorable reputation. Edwin's reply was brief and cold. He was no longer a student, nor was he fooling around. around. He was merely meeting potential sponsors and deciding his career path. Victor's tone was mocking as he brought up an incident at the Magic Tower, implying that Ed had already gotten himself into trouble. The words were plainly a threat, and Edwin narrowed his eyes. Then Victor revealed the source of his contempt, sneering that he had thought Edwin would be different from other commoners, but he had been wrong. Edwin shut his eyes, a muscle twitching in his jaw. He turned to leave, saying that they had nothing more to discuss. But Victor was not finished. He urged Edwin to accept Miss Laroche's offer, since she could help him become a knight of the Royal Guard. He warned Edwin to stop trying to anger her in such childish ways. Edwin stopped abruptly. When he spoke, his voice was dangerously low. He told Victor to pass a message to the princess of the Vincento's family for him. Tell her, he said, cold fire burning his eyes, that dangling meat in front of an imprisoned, starving man was not negotiation, but a threat, and he would never accept such an offer. A memory illuminated the source of his anger. Marquis Vincentos, the head of the Magic Tower, was also the only Grand Magician on the continent. His granddaughter was Lyrat Vincentos, a beautiful and calculating woman. She had once demanded that Edwin become her lover. He had used the difference in their social status as an excuse to reject her pursuit, but she merely changed tactics and instead proposed becoming his sponsor. "Would you not like to become my knight, Edwin?" she had asked, moving a chess piece with predatory elegance. Edwin knew the dark truth behind the sudden fashion for charity in high society. That trend had been started by his own sponsor, Noah Argent. It was a competition to find rough gemstones and polish them into brilliant pearls. Mr. Argent had once brought him to countless social events, and he had seen with his own eyes how those beneficiaries were viewed. Only a very small number were sponsored out of kindness. The rest were treated as pets, political pawns, or worse, cultivated into lovers and mistresses. Lyrat's proposal had been clear. "If you agree to become mine, I will grant your every wish." She dangled his dream before him, a place in the Royal Guard, calling that dream admirable, yet telling him he should give it up. Mr. Argent had said the same thing to him years ago. Commoners should not compete for the highest position. That place belonged only to royalty or nobles. The memory remained clear. It still hurt. Argent had laid out a choice: give up his dream or give up any chance of entering high society. He had given Edwin a conditional path forward. He would not stand in his way, but only if Edwin obeyed his every instruction. Until graduation, for 7 long years, Edwin had done everything Argent asked of him. He studied and he fought. He pushed his body to its limits and became the highest-ranked student in his class. He endured, but just before graduation, he cracked. The high walls he had so carefully built around himself shattered, all because of a letter he had received 3 months ago. A letter signed with a familiar and beloved name, Ismilda. That memory brought a fresh surge of anger. He slammed his fist into the cold brick wall of the alley. Damn it, why did that bastard Victor have to bring up all those unpleasant memories? But as anger rushed through him, a new thought took hold, grim and suddenly clear. Fortunately, he had just found a way to release his pent-up rage. He knew where she was staying. The Evan Hotel. A look of determination, almost predatory, settled over his face. Edith Gray, in her hotel room, Ismilda stared at the card in her hand. The way he had spoken her name echoed in her mind like a strange and shivering promise. On the balcony overlooking the grand estate, Ismilda's thoughts were a tangled mess. Her attendants, Connie and Melfa, had left her a gift before departing: a communication stone, a rough green crystal. Melfa's voice echoed in her memory, explaining that the stone would connect directly to his own communication stone and become a lifeline whenever she needed help. But now, his words were overshadowed by another, more urgent official message. Today was the final day of their trial period. If she wished to continue retaining their services, she needed to contact them. The weight of that decision sank in her chest, as heavy as a stone pinned to her dress. Her thoughts drifted back to another man, another gift. Edwin Sol. He had handed her a simple card with nothing but a passcode on it, saying it could connect his communication stone to hers. The boldness of it still made her blood simmer faintly. How could he be so forward, giving his contact information to a woman whose face he had barely even seen? A bitter thought wound through her mind. He was probably this shameless with any woman who caught his eye, no matter who she was. The harsh scrape of her chair cut through the quiet night as she irritably pushed it back. She walked to the railing, gripped the cold stone with both hands, and gazed at the vast, stardust-sprinkled sky. The universe looked so peaceful, a sharp contrast to the storm raging inside her. What on earth should she do with his number? A mischievous and dangerous thought flashed through her mind. Should she call him just to string him along? A small, mocking smile rose to her lips. Or was it possible that when he had shown interest in her, he had not known who she really was at all? She sighed softly, and a single thought pierced through the chaos. He really was a foolish Ed. A sudden sound from below shattered her daze. Her eyes snapped open, her gaze sharpening as she leaned forward and looked into the darkness. What was that? Beside the ornate front gate, a lone figure stood bathed in silver moonlight. A cry caught in her throat. His black hair, his tall and oppressive silhouette, the crimson glint flashing in his eyes. It was him, Ed. Her hand flew to her mouth, trapping a silent scream behind her fingers. What on earth was he doing here at this hour? He did not look at her, but toward the shadows clinging to the walls of the estate. A low, provocative voice carried on the night wind as he asked why they still had not come out. Then he continued taunting the empty darkness, his tone full of contempt. He said he had been doing his best to ignore them, but their murderous intent had made it impossible for him to focus on his date. He asked if they did not get tired of following a woman for days on end. He offered to be their opponent, a cold smile at his lips, implying that he could relieve their boredom. The silence stretched on, and at last his patience snapped. He sighed and murmured that they were leaving him no choice. The next instant, he became a blur, rushing forward at terrifying speed. He growled that he would just have to hunt them down one by one. He moved with predatory grace, closing the distance in an instant. One hand shot out, seized a fistful of hair, and smashed a hidden figure viciously into the ground with a sickening thud. Cold fire burned in his eyes. He dodged and wove between unseen attacks, dancing a deadly dance beneath the moonlight. He looked back with a confident sneer and remarked that they had finally decided to show themselves. Two figures emerged from the shadows, wearing dark cloaks and masks, their swords already drawn and ready. Edwin narrowed his eyes. They did not look like amateurs. A question formed in his mind. Just who was this woman, that people like this would be following her? He briefly thought of the contact card he had given her. It had only been a precaution in case she went out alone. She had seemed hesitant at the time and unwilling to accept it. He doubted she would contact him at all. He shook off the thought and resigned himself to the task before him. It seemed he would have to deal with these scoundrels for her. With a sharp ring of steel, he drew his sword. The clash of steel rang through the night. He met their charge with a wild smile on his face. His movements were as swift as a whirlwind, his blade drawing silver arcs in the darkness. But these men were skilled. As he parried one man's attack, another hurled a dagger from the shadows. The small knife cut silently through the air while his sword was still locked fast against his opponent's. Edwin's free hand shot out, snatching the dagger from the air with impossible speed. Without the slightest hesitation, he spun and drove the stolen knife into the man who had thrown it. A choked cry of pain echoed through the courtyard. The remaining assassin saw an opening and brought his sword down in a vicious arc, aiming straight for Edwin's exposed back. A crimson light flashed in Edwin's eyes. He twisted aside, and the sword in his hand launched a powerful counterattack, sending the man flying with a brutal crack. The assassin crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. The two men staggered to their feet, panting hard, their eyes filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend his strength. Suddenly, their swords began to hum, glowing with an eerie magical light. They were enchanted spells. Edwin's eyes narrowed with cold understanding. That meant they were either connected to the magic tower, or they had obtained those weapons from the shadow. Mark it. He cursed under his breath. Of all times, he only had a ceremonial sword on him. He tensed his body, bracing for their renewed attack. Their movements became faster, strengthened by magic. A glowing blade slipped past his defense and left a thin line of blood on his cheek. He blocked and dodged, but he had been forced onto the defensive. Then came the sound he least wanted to hear, a sharp snap. He looked down in horror and saw the blade of his ceremonial sword shatter, the fragments falling uselessly to the ground. He had lost his weapon. One assassin lunged, his enchanted sword aimed straight at Edwin's heart. Just as the blade was about to strike, a clear female voice shouted a word of power. Float. The assassin's sword clattered to the ground, as if his hand had suddenly lost all strength. The next moment, the man himself was lifted into the air, kicking and struggling against an invisible force. Edwin froze completely, his gaze drawn upward. A soft, ethereal light bloomed in the night sky, and then he saw her. She descended from the heavens like a falling star, her brown hair and deep blue cloak billowing around her like the night itself. Barefoot and beautiful, she floated down, framed by the full moon, her eyes shining with a power he had never seen before. Ismilda watched from the balcony, seized by terror. Ed was going to be killed. She rushed back into her suite and screamed in a trembling voice that people were fighting in front of the hotel. Her guards tried to calm her, one of them dismissively saying it was probably just a drunken brawl, but she insisted frantically that they were wielding swords, that it was a fight to the death. She tried to push past them and run to him, but a firm hand caught her arm and stopped her. The guard told her it was too dangerous to go outside, and that they had to notify the authorities. He promised that one of them would go down to check the situation while the other stayed with her. But with suffocating certainty, she knew they had no time for that. In desperation, she wished that anyone who could help her would appear. A thought flashed through her mind. She remembered the communication stone. She shoved one of her empty, magic-absorbing stones into the guard's hand and quickly gave an order. She told him to use it to contact her attendant Manhwa, tell him that an academy knight was being attacked by armed men at the hotel entrance, and have him notify the authorities immediately. She did not wait for an answer before turning and running back to the balcony. She leaned over the railing, her voice breaking as she shouted his name into the night. She saw the assassins' swords giving off an eerie glow, and her eyes widened in fear. Was that magic? Her heart pounded in her chest like a drum beaten rapidly by fear. Why had the authorities not come yet? A strange, quiet voice echoed deep inside her mind. It was not her own voice. It asked her if she wanted to go to his side. She spun around, her gaze sweeping the empty room in panic, wondering what that had been. The voice answered, softer this time, and more certain. It told her that she did want to go to his side, did she not? Her breath caught, and she asked aloud who was there. The voice was gentle and reassuring. It told her she could go to him. She only had to look in the mirror. As she stared at her reflection, a gemstone pinned to her cloak suddenly burst into dazzling light. Her eyes widened in shock. An empty magic-absorbing stone was now filled with magic. How? When had that happened? Then the enormous teardrop-shaped gem on her earring also began to pulse, giving off its own brilliant radiance. Her heart thudded. How much power could one stone hold? Noah's memory surfaced, his voice explaining that a magician's untamed magic could become an uncontrollable, destructive force. A question burned in her heart. Could she do it? Could she control it? Fear began to be driven away by a fierce pounding. Thump, thump. Her heartbeat became a steady rhythm of courage. She clenched the fabric of her dress, and a long-forgotten memory appeared before her eyes. Her younger self had once promised a small, awkward Ed that she would always protect him. The truth crashed over her like a tidal wave. This was her magic. She was a magician. A word of power formed on her lips, a name she had not spoken in years. Floytina. A burst of blue light exploded from her back, forming enormous, radiant wings of pure magic. With a powerful beat of those wings, she leaped from the balcony and flew into the night sky, feathers of light raining down below. She hovered gracefully in the air, like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Her eyes, glowing with an inner light, found him. She landed lightly in front of him, magic swirling at her feet, and spoke in a voice both gentle and strong. She told him that he was safe now. A deep sense of relief swept over her, but it lasted only an instant. The brilliant light in her earring flickered and went out. A sickening feeling of falling dragged her downward. The magic vanished. She was falling. A scream tore from her throat as she plunged toward the hard stone ground, but the impact never came. A strong arm wrapped around her, and a gentle hand supported the back of her head, saving her from the fall. She looked up into Edwin Soul's crimson eyes, which were filled with worry. He held her in his arms, and the world seemed to melt away until only the two of them remained, their breaths mingling in the quiet distance between them. Panic pierced her like ice. He had seen her face. He must have recognized her. She opened her mouth, trying to stammer out some sort of explanation, but sharp pain at the side of her neck made her grimace. His voice cut through her chaotic thoughts, but it was not the voice of someone who had recognized her. He asked how old she was, and said he had never seen her at the academy. Shocked into silence for a moment, she finally managed to answer that she was 18. Hearing her reply, he gave a thoughtful hum. In the shadows, the surviving assassin watched the scene, and a dark realization surfaced. So that girl was their target. Edwin smoothly scooped her up and held her in his arms. He looked down at her, a roguish smile appearing on his face, and said they were the same age. Immediately, a burning blush climbed up her neck. He told her their introductions would have to wait until later, then walked toward the remaining assassins. He carried her so easily, as if she weighed nothing at all. Fear swept through her. They were still outnumbered. This was bad. She clung tightly to him as a desperate plan formed in her mind. She needed to do it one more time. Just one more time. She closed her eyes, pressed her face against his firm, warm chest, and focused with all her strength. A dazzling light bloomed from her earring. Once more, float, she murmured, and then they left the ground. But this time was different. Her power did not drain away. In fact, it felt as if it were surging, so full it was nearly overflowing. Floytina, she cried out, and a cascade of glowing white feathers erupted around them. She looked down and suddenly felt uneasy. Edwin's voice sounded low beside her ear, soft and soothing. He told her to relax, just breathe. He told her it was all right now. And as they floated high in the moonlit sky, held safely in his arms, she almost believed him. 1 hour later, in her suite, Connie was bustling around her, her face pale with worry. She explained how panicked the guards had been, then apologized for dragging Ismilda out of bed so late. Then her gaze fell on Ismilda's wrist. Ismilda glanced down and murmured softly, "Oh." She tried to insist there was nothing to worry about, but Connie gently took her hand and called her poor child with a heartbroken expression. The events of the night replayed in Ismilda's memory. After they had floated above the glittering city, Edwin had asked if she could set them down on a nearby rooftop. She stammered that she would try, but her control over magic was clumsy. They bounced awkwardly through the air a few times before landing solidly on the roof. Below, the police finally arrived, their shouts echoing through the street. Ismilda watched as the assassins hurriedly picked up their dropped weapons, then fled. A strange detail lodged itself in her mind. Why were they more concerned about their weapons than each other? When Connie and Melfa arrived at the scene, Melfa urgently warned her that an unregistered magician could be in serious trouble if found carrying magic-absorbing stones. He insisted he could handle the situation and urged her to return to the hotel. But when Connie tried to take her away, Edwin's sharp, commanding voice stopped them in their tracks. He asked her a chilling question. Did she happen to know Ismilda Granche? The world tilted. He knew. Her thoughts raced. Should she confess? Before she could answer, his hand shot out and seized her wrist like an iron clamp. He pulled her back to his side, his voice dangerously low as he repeated his demand. The pressure on her wrist hurt unbearably. She cried out, saying he was hurting her. The pain, the grip, everything triggered a terrifying memory. The clinking of chains, her uncle's monstrous, roaring face. He accused her of being a wanton slut who needed to be locked away. The memory of his hand striking her face was so vivid that she flinched violently, a choked cry escaping her lips. She returned to reality, gasping and trembling, staring at Edwin with wide, terrified eyes. The anger on his face vanished, replaced by shock and immediate, profound remorse. He let go of her as if her skin had burned him. His voice was full of regret as he apologized and begged her to forgive him. Back in her room, Connie gently placed a cold compress over the dark bruise gradually appearing on Ismilda's wrist. Connie was furious, muttering under her breath about what a rough brute Edwin's soul was, but Ismilda shook her head and said hollowly that she was fine. It was not the first time something like this had happened to her, and the bruise would disappear in a day. A tear slid down her cheek. She explained that Mr. Noah had told her attendants about the abuse she had suffered under her uncle's care. They wanted to do more than their duties required. They wanted to protect her, and they wanted her to experience the pleasures of the capital. Only then did she understand that Noah wanted her to stand on her own 2 feet and become the true head of the Granche family. A wave of disappointment in herself swept over her. Everything she had done had been nothing more than indulging herself. She looked at Connie and asked quietly whether she thought she could become an upright employer, admitting that she was still lacking in many ways. Connie smiled and asked what Ismilda thought was the most important benefit for an employee. Ismilda answered without hesitation: fair wages and a healthy work-life balance. New resolve shone in her eyes. She straightened and offered them employment terms: 20 meri a day plus free lodging. She wanted them to become her live-in attendants. Connie was overjoyed, but respectfully said she needed to discuss it with Melfa first. Ismilda gave a sincere, warm smile. These 2 were her first attendants, the first people she could truly call her own. At the distant Wenzel estate, Noah was leaning on a sofa with a book in his hand, titled 100 Sad Stories from Around the World. He looked up from the pages, wearing a thoughtful and unreadable expression. The world was a tapestry woven from threads of tragedy, and deep within the grand, gloomy Wenzel estate, one of those stories was unfolding. In a cluttered study, chaos had claimed everything. Books had been swept from the shelves, drawers stood open with their contents scattered across the floor, and amid it all, a lonely figure lay sprawled over a dark wooden desk, like a portrait of utter exhaustion. It was a familiar despair, the suffocating weight of a life consumed by duty. Endless working hours eroded lost weekends, extinguished every spark of leisure, until only this hollow ache remained. This was the life of Radian, the sorrowful magician, and as his title suggested, what he sought was not pleasure, but the sorrow of others. His gaze passed over the words in a book: 100 Sad Stories from Around the World. Suddenly, the fragile peace was shattered by a shrill voice. The voice screamed for someone named Garrick, demanding to know where that bastard was. The door was flung open, and an enraged young woman in a golden formal dress stormed in, her face full of anger, pointing an accusing finger at him and shouting, "Hey you." Radian sighed inwardly as a familiar melancholy welled up in him. Wefram. Of course she had a name, yet she addressed him in such a cold, impersonal way. Such was life, he thought to himself in a weary nasal tone. The woman did not wait for his answer, her voice sharp with accusation as she claimed he was the one who had looted her family's property the day before. She narrowed her eyes and pressed him, asking whether he had found a ring among those things. A special ring. He raised his head, his expression as calm as ever despite the storm before him. He calmly asked what the ring looked like, explaining that there had been dozens of rings. The woman hesitated, her lips pressed into a thin line, a flash of panic crossing her face. In her heart, she thought she absolutely could not tell him it was an academy graduation ring. Her frustration boiled up again, so she cursed Garrick, shouting that he was good for nothing but causing trouble and that he was driving her mad. Radian held back a headache and pressed a hand to his temple, his patience gradually wearing thin. He could not understand why she had to be so noisy first thing in the morning. He addressed her as Little Miss, his tone deceptively gentle, and began laying out the cold, cruel facts. He explained that her elder brother was already completely bankrupt, and since they had seized all his assets, that meant he had no choice but to sell everything he owned. The woman's face turned pale, and she swallowed with difficulty as fear tightened into a knot in her stomach. Radian continued mercilessly, his voice low and sorrowful, painting a picture of her disowned elder brother, driven by alcoholism and a desperate desire to vent his anger at his family, trying to turn everything around at the gambling table in a single night. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes filled with sad pity, and asked her, under all those circumstances, where exactly did she think her precious ring was now? Her denial was nothing more than a choked whisper, her eyes full of disbelief. She insisted that he could not have done that Garrick knew how hard she had worked to obtain that ring. In a distant, dimly lit, splendid secret chamber, a bejeweled hand lifted an ornate ring, its large aquamarine glittering in the candlelight. A deep, powerful, hoarse voice questioned his subordinate with contempt. "Are you truly telling me that before you could even find out who that girl was, you were beaten black and blue by Edwin's soul?" Below the grand chair that resembled a throne, a masked man knelt trembling on the floor, begging for forgiveness. The man on the throne, his fingers covered in expensive rings, waved away the apology. He asked whether any weapons had been lost. He said he did not care in the slightest what happened to those incompetent fools, but if anyone discovered they had used magic stones, that would be quite a serious problem. The kneeling man raised his head, his voice strained with desperation, and swore that they had left no evidence behind. The master's hand clenched into a fist, the gems digging into his flesh. He sneered and said, "But you still failed." He admitted that he very much wanted to cut off his fingers. One by one, a cruel and obscene smile twisted his lips as he leaned forward, his gaze drifting to the women beside him. He said regretfully that his rather busy beauties were probably waiting for him to come play with them. So, he said softly, he would have to content himself with cutting off another part of his body. His face twisted into a mask deformed by pleasure, the tip of his tongue slipping out to lick his lips as he suggested taking his tongue. Absolute terror seized the kneeling man. He hurriedly crawled backward, begging for his life, saying he had useful information. The master's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. He considered for a moment, then allowed it. He said that since this would be the last time his tongue produced words, he would let him speak. The words rushed out in desperation as the man shouted that the girl who had nothing to do with Noah Argent was a magician. The master was unmoved, coldly remarking that gathering magicians from across the kingdom and taking them under his wing was precisely Noah Argent's specialty. The man immediately added that this girl was not of academy age. He explained further that Noah Argent had placed her in his own hotel and assigned guards and attendants to look after her. A flicker of recognition crossed the master's face. The image of a girl with long brown hair surfaced in his memory, but he immediately dismissed it. He remembered that the girl had not been a magician. If he recalled correctly, that girl had been utterly useless, and Argent had not cared about her at all. His thoughts were interrupted by a new voice announcing that a report had come in from the southeastern branch. The master frowned in displeasure and demanded to know why a countryside branch was reporting directly to him instead of to their manager. The voice explained that an unusual item had come into their hands today. The report detailed how a drunk man had stumbled in, shouting that he wanted to gamble and using his own jewelry as stakes. The subordinate explained that they had gone along with it because the man was causing a scene and driving the other customers away. Among the various items the man had offered in exchange, there was one ring that especially stood out. The branch believed it was a Royal Academy graduation ring. It bore all the marks of a genuine article, adjusted its size to the wearer's finger, and had a magic stone set into it. At first, the master showed little interest, saying such rings were not difficult to obtain and that he could simply add it to his collection. But the subordinate quickly interjected that there was more to it. The ring appeared to have been made recently, and most importantly, there was a name engraved on it. The master's interest was finally piqued, and he pressed for whose name it was. The answer came clearly and crisply. Edwin Sod. A predatory smile slowly spread across the master's face. His thoughts immediately leapt to the Foundation's large fundraising event scheduled for the following month. Edwin, he mused, was the hottest prey in the entire kingdom. His ring was something every noble young lady longed to possess. And now he had that ring, the most talked about item in the capital. A malicious plan began to take shape in his mind. He would auction the ring at that event. He leaned back in his chair, his expression greedy and triumphant. That memory was like a fresh wound, a burning humiliation that refused to fade. Ismilda slammed her palm down on the dressing table, the sound echoing through the silent room. She simply could not believe it. How could she have mistaken Edwin for Garrick? Her attendant stared at her with wide, confused eyes, and Ismilda let out a frustrated scream. Her thoughts were in chaos. Edwin's furious eyes branded deep into her mind. She wondered desperately what could have made him so angry. Had something happened that made him suddenly hate her so much? She knew she had to find out why he had reacted that way. For a moment, she considered contacting him, but just as she reached for the writing paper, a crisp knock sounded at the door. Her attendant said brightly that it must be Melfa bringing sandwiches, but Ismilda said she would open it. She decided then and there that it was best not to wallow in the confusion any longer. They could not let things remain frozen like this. They had to meet and clear the air. She walked firmly to the door, and the moment she pulled it open, her breath caught in her throat. Before her was a breathtaking bouquet of blue and white flowers, so huge it hid the person holding it. A handsome face peeked out from behind the flowers. It was Edwin. With a gentle, apologetic smile on his lips, he greeted her. He confessed that she had been all he could think about, and that he had not been able to stop himself from coming to see her. Ismilda sighed and softly said his name. He immediately apologized for his behavior the night before and assured her it would never happen again. And he told her he wanted to take her on a date to make it up to her. In a low, sincere voice, he called her Miss Gray. She was so shocked she could not speak and only managed to stammer out why he would want to go on a date with her. His answer was simple to the point of cruelty and utterly devastating. He told her it was because he had fallen in love with her the moment he first saw her. 3 months earlier, the night wind in Glen Lane carried the smell of cheap ale and regret. In a dimly lit tavern, Ed sat with his blonde friend, the atmosphere quiet and heavy. A man in a garish green coat slammed a glass of red wine down on their table, shattering the calm. With a sneer, the man recognized Edwin Soule, the upstart top graduate who had forgotten his place. Then he shamelessly suggested that Edwin pour him a glass of wine so he could taste what wine poured by a commoner was like. Edwin's friend shot to his feet, his face red with anger, demanding what the man had just said. Edwin remained seated, his expression unreadable, his crimson eyes cold as ice. The man in green visibly flinched under that silent, chilling gaze. Edwin then turned to his friend as if nothing had happened, a faint smile on his lips, and asked what they had been talking about. He completely ignored the provocateur, enraged at being ignored. The man grabbed the nearest bottle of liquor. Without a word, he turned the bottle upside down and poured the amber liquor all over Edwin's head. The liquor ran down Edwin's black hair and dripped onto his face and clothes, but he still did not move, only closing his eyes against the sting. His friend exploded, calling the man a bastard. The man in green spat on the floor and told Edwin to come outside if he had the guts. A sharp crack rang through the tavern. The blonde friend desperately tried to hold back another man, who was shouting that he would teach this scum a lesson. The friend lowered his voice and told him to calm down, warning that if they alerted the authorities, they commoners would be the ones in trouble. Suddenly, Edwin sprang to his feet and grabbed the man's arm. A dangerous fire burned in his eyes as he told him they had to go. He ordered the man to stop this nonsense and get into the carriage at once. Just then, a shrill whistle pierced the night. The police had arrived. An officer looked them over with contempt and mocked Edwin, saying a commoner who wanted to become a knight actually had the nerve to cause trouble in a tavern. That night, Edwin was charged with assaulting a civilian. The accusation was enough to destroy the future of even the most promising knight apprentice. Mr. Argent and the Foundation's legal team worked day and night to suppress the news, but their efforts ran into an obstacle. The other side had found a powerful ally, the Vincento's family. A noble woman skilled at manipulating hearts came to Edwin and offered him a poison bargain. She would use her influence to free him from the unjust charges. But in exchange, she wanted his graduation ring. In a quiet office, Noah Argent and Edwin read the verdict together. The judgment required him not to leave the jurisdiction of Tibbs for 5 months. Argent considered this a success, given how badly things could have gone, and said they had resolved the problem with minimal loss. Edwin would not face any criminal charges, but his name would be placed on a watch list. Argent admitted that an acquittal would, of course, have been better, but Edwin still had hope. Then he mentioned that there were rumors outside claiming the Vincento's family was fabricating evidence. However, the Foundation's annual fundraiser was approaching, and the Vincento's family was the largest single donor to their foundation, so he was unwilling to accuse them publicly. He looked at Edwin sternly and told him to understand that he was already being very lenient by not forcing him to go directly to Mrs. LaRoche. Edwin's jaw tightened, and he told Argent in a voice suppressed with anger that the joke was not funny. Argent merely reminded him that the second hearing was in a few days and told him to be patient. Edwin's hands hung at his sides, clenched in a fist so tight his knuckles turned white. Later, in the cold solitude of his shabby little room, Edwin stood by his desk reading a letter, the weight of his situation pressing heavily upon him. Far away, waves beat against the sunlit shore. Ismilda stood inside the Granche estate, a place she had not seen in 7 years. A strange sense of stagnation welled up in her heart. It was exactly as she remembered it, not changed in the slightest. Dressed in a flowing blue gown, she wandered through the house, her steps carrying her to her childhood bedroom. It was like a perfectly sealed time capsule, filled with dolls and toys from the distant past. She stepped onto the balcony, and the salty sea breeze ruffled her hair. She let out a heavy sigh. This was precisely why she had not wanted to come back. The sea was too close, always reminding her of what she had lost. Just then, Argent's smooth voice came from behind her, asking whether everything was to her satisfaction. She turned around and answered him. She said the mansion probably needed renovations. He disagreed, pointing out that it looked very clean and well-maintained. He explained that, until recently, he had hired caretakers to look after the house. Ismilda found it strange. She knew he had deeply respected her father, but this level of care seemed excessive. Her gaze fell on her wooden desk, and a painful memory surfaced. She remembered the toy magic wand her father had made for her with his own hands. She could almost still hear her father's voice telling his little princess that she was the source of all his happiness. The star on the wand had seemed to shine with magical light. "Father," she murmured, gripping the real wand in her hand. Perhaps that was the magic of joy, she thought wistfully. It made her wonder what the source of her own magic was. She began to think back on her meetings with Mr. Argent. The first had been at Senia's debut ball. The second was the hazy memory of him keeping watch by her bedside after she returned to the capital. The third had been at the hotel, right after she saw it again. She remembered that it was then that her magic stone had seemed to fill with power on its own. The fourth time had been when she was in Ed's arms. There was no denying that most of the instances were connected to Ed in some way, but she could not determine the exact trigger. Holding her wand, she turned her gaze toward Mr. Argent, who stood on the balcony lost in thought. When he turned to face her, a thought suddenly occurred to her. She startled him slightly when she spoke, asking whether he could lend her his hand for a moment. She quickly assured him she would not do anything strange. She only wanted to hold it. He complied without hesitation. She took his gloved hand, her mind racing. Mr. Argent had also been present when her power first awakened, so if her guess was correct, nothing. The wand gave no response at all. She released his hand and thanked him. He asked whether her experiment had helped. She replied that no response was an answer in itself, and thanked him for cooperating with her. When he asked what she was testing, she explained that she was following his suggestion and looking for an emotional trigger. His expression grew serious. He mentioned that the reports he had received said she was able to use magic in Edwin's presence. Then he asked whether she would mind letting him try something as well. She asked what he intended to do. He solemnly warned her that what he was about to do might offend her. He slowly removed his white glove, his gaze never leaving her. He told her that if he crossed any line, she could strike him or even report him to the authorities. The bed gave a faint creak as he sat beside her, and the closeness made her heart jolt. Then he took her hand in his bare one. The moment they touched, it was as if an electric current ran through them. Their eyes met, and the air crackled with unspoken tension. The next moment, he rose smoothly to his feet and gently pulled her up with him. They stood face to face, his hands still holding hers, his gaze deep. After a long, charged moment, he finally spoke. He told her that the foundation will be holding a large fundraising event in 3 weeks. If she was willing to attend, he could formally introduce her to everyone as the daughter of Chairman Granche. He pointed out that many people from Tibbs would be there, and her appearance would undoubtedly draw their attention. She understood his implication and asked whether he thought someone might approach her with ulterior motives. A knowing faint smile appeared on his lips as he reminded her that she was, after all, a young and beautiful heiress. She went straight to the point and asked whether he did not want her to attend. He answered with a metaphor. He explained that there were 2 ways to protect a precious jewel. One was to show the world its value, and the other was to lock it away so no one could steal it. An uneasy image flashed through her mind of countless prying eyes, all falling on her at once. He suggested that if she truly sought a quiet, ordinary life, she should continue hiding her identity. Angered by his words, she sharply interrupted him. She declared that she was a person, not a jewel. And besides, she added, she preferred to keep her distance from nobles. He inclined his head slightly, accepting her answer. As she turned to leave, she remembered his test and asked what exactly he had been trying to do just now. He simply told her to look at her wand. Confused, she lowered her head, then drew in a sharp breath. The star at the tip of the wand was shining with bright golden light. Then he offered his hypothesis. Her magic was triggered when she had physical contact with a man who made her heart stir. He reasoned that if merely having feelings for Edwin were enough, her power should have awakened back when she was staying at the Wenzel house. He said it was only a theory, and that the simplest way to verify it would be to test it again with Edwin. She stared at him in confusion again. Then a deeply embarrassing thought suddenly occurred to her. She pressed him, asking why he had warned her that she might be offended. Her eyes widened as she asked whether, if the wand had not lit up, he had intended to go even further. Argent suddenly pretended to announce urgently that he had just remembered an important matter at the Foundation. Then he turned and left. "Noah, Argent," she called after him, demanding that he at least answer her question before leaving. But he was already gone, and the door closed softly behind him, leaving her flustered, annoyed, and utterly confused. She lowered her gaze to the glowing wand, wondering whether physical contact really was the key. At the grand entrance of the estate, Edwin was waiting for her. He held another bouquet of blue flowers in his hands and greeted her with a charming smile. He complimented her on wearing blue again, saying the color suited her very well. Her patience was already gone. She asked why he kept pursuing her when she had already rejected him, and suggested that he go find someone else. She folded her arms across her chest, her expression a mixture of annoyance and helplessness. He answered calmly that there was no one else. He had already cut ties with all the other women. She demanded to know whether he behaved this way with every woman, and his smile deepened. "No," he said, his voice dropping into an intimate murmur. "Only with those he was interested in." He held out the bouquet, his gaze unwavering. As their eyes met, some kind of spark ignited between them. He teased her, saying he guessed she probably found his face rather pleasing. Heat climbed up her neck, and she stammered out a denial, calling him narcissistic. He chuckled softly and pointed out that she did not seem able to stop staring at him. She retorted that she was simply shocked by his shamelessness. Firmly, she told him she hated playboys and men who pestered others. Completely unfazed, he asked what kind of man she liked, and even offered to adjust himself entirely to her preferences. Before she could answer, a flamboyant blonde man suddenly lunged at Edwin and dramatically grabbed his arm. "Ed," he called, flirting again, "are you?" Edwin looked at the newcomer with a face full of annoyance. The second son of Viscount Fontaine, Verrill, and asked what it looked like he was doing. Verrill ignored him and turned all his charm toward Ismilda, introducing himself extravagantly and declaring that it was his honor to meet such a beautiful lady. Edwin coldly told him to get lost. Verrill, however, was very persistent and suggested that they all go meet up with some friends. Ismilda became interested and asked whether these friends were his academy classmates. Verrill assured her that it did not matter, and that as long as she was with them, no one would question her. He insisted that they should all become friends. To Edwin's shock, Ismilda agreed. She was not comfortable dining alone with him, but she did not mind going to a lively restaurant with a group of friends. Ismilda soon found herself surrounded by a cheerful group of young men. They were all very curious about her and asked where she was from. She explained that she had grown up in Tibbs and had only recently moved back to the capital. One of them playfully asked whether she was only visiting relatives or planned to stay for good. His friend half-jokingly scolded him for being too direct. Ismilda had not expected such a large group, but watching their interactions, she could not help smiling. They were Ed's friends, and they seemed to get along well with one another. Suddenly, Edwin slapped a hand down on the table beside one of his friends and told him to move, because it was his turn now. The friend protested that Edwin was trying to keep her all to himself. Edwin smiled slyly and announced that Verrill was starting a round of poker. Just like that, the entire group scattered excitedly. He slid into the newly vacated seat beside her and told her that now they could finally eat in peace. She was somewhat touched, wondering if he had noticed that she had not managed to take a single bite amid all that chatter. A plate of delicious roast chicken still sat untouched in front of her. She pointed out that he had not eaten either. He leaned back, a trace of sulkiness on his lips, and said he had lost his appetite because she had refused to go on a date with him. She rolled her eyes, amazed by his persistence. She changed the subject and asked how long he had known Varel. He answered that they had known each other for many years, ever since they entered the academy. Silence settled between them, and she seized the chance to ask about Ismilda. His joking expression vanished. She pressed on, reminding him that he had once asked whether she knew that name. Looking straight into his eyes, she asked in a steady voice who Nelda was and what she meant to him. He lowered his head, his expression unreadable. He drew a breath, parted his lips, and began to speak. Nelda is mine. His confession was interrupted when Varel rushed back to the table, pale and frantic. He shouted that they had trouble. Edwin looked up, visibly annoyed. Varel's voice dropped into a panicked whisper. The princess was here, and the stunningly beautiful woman was walking toward them with noble elegance, her long lavender hair and captivating, thorny presence making it seem as though roses were blooming in her wake. The heavy silence at the gathering was broken by the crisp rhythm of high heels striking the polished floor, announcing someone's arrival. A woman radiating effortless superiority glided into the room, her lavender hair elegantly pinned up, her pink gown layered with bows and lace. She was Lady Lyrat Vincentos. With a smile that did not reach her eyes, she greeted the people in the room as though they were all her dearest friends. Ismilda's breath caught, and her heart sank with a sharp ache. The whispers in the room changed. A wave of admiration swept over the guests as they admired the glittering jewels on her dress, murmuring over whether they were magic stones. Lyrat's sharp, calculating gaze swept across the room before landing directly on Ismilda. Ismilda froze, fear knotting into a cold lump in her stomach. Why? Why is she looking at me? Before the suffocating weight of that gaze could crush her, a tall figure moved over, blocking her from sight like a solid, reassuring wall. It was Edwin. Lyrat's finely carved smile widened. She approached him, her voice dripping with feigned surprise as she said she had not expected him to attend such a shabby occasion. Then she made an astonishingly bold move, opening her arms to embrace him and pulling him tightly into her arms. Ismilda could only watch, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a gasp as the sight seared itself into her memory. Edwin's low, tense voice reminded Lady Lyrat that there were other people here, but she only pressed closer to him. She gave a light laugh, brushing his concern aside, and asked why she should care about anyone else when she had come all this way, just to see him. She rested her cheek against his chest and murmured that a lady ought to know how to conduct herself properly, and since he refused to visit her, she had no choice but to come find him herself. A bitter question surfaced in Ismilda's mind. How had she even known about this gathering? She had not been on the guest list. The scene before her was so uncomfortable that even Varel, standing by the bar, awkwardly looked away. All Ismilda could do was stare at the two of them, confusion and jealousy twisting together inside her as she desperately tried to figure out what their relationship really was. As if sensing her thoughts, Lyrat looked over Edwin's shoulder and met Ismilda's eyes. Her voice was deceptively sweet as she asked Edwin who this lady was, the one he was trying so desperately to hide. Edwin's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in his cheek. Through gritted teeth, he explained that she was merely a guest of Varel Fontaine. Lyrat released him, a predatory glint flashing in her eyes. Feigning surprise, she said it seemed she had not yet had the honor of an introduction. She gave Edwin a pointed look and urged him to introduce her to Miss Ismilda. Ismilda felt hundreds of eyes fall on her, the weight of their scrutiny pressing so heavily that she could hardly breathe. What should I do? Should I say something? No, keep it simple, just like they do. She gathered her courage and stood, forcing out a polite greeting as she said it was a pleasure to meet Lady Lyrat. Silent tension crackled in the air, and the three of them fell into a wordless standoff. Lyrat's gaze swept contemptuously over Ismilda's plain blue dress. She declared that she understood now, that she had misspoken earlier, her tone soaked in condescension. Judging from Ismilda's attire, she said with a sneer she was not a true lady. Ismilda instinctively looked down at her dress, humiliation heating her cheeks. What is wrong with it? Lyrat continued attacking her with words, pointing out that Miss Grey must not be from the capital, because she knew every noble young lady of standing. Finally, she threw out a crushing question, demanding to know which family Ismilda came from. Edwin's voice cut through the tension like a blade. He called her name, his tone carrying a clear warning, and asked whether she did not think she was being far too rude to someone she had only just met. Lyrat gasped and clutched her chest, putting on an injured, innocent expression. She asked Edwin whether he was truly accusing her of being impolite, then explained that she merely wanted to get to know Miss Gray. If anything she had said had been discourteous, she would apologize at once. She turned that cloying smile toward Ismilda and asked directly whether her questions had offended her. Ismilda felt as though her face had become a mask, her true emotions buried beneath layer after layer of forced composure. It was a question with a trap. As a commoner, she could not possibly speak honestly to a noble without consequences. The stubborn, angry version of herself from the past flashed through her mind. She knew the bitter taste of submission all too well. For 7 long years, she had yielded to the whims of people, like Lyrat, but she was no longer that person. Ismilda took a slow, deliberate breath and met Lyrat's gaze. With astonishingly cold calm, she replied that, of course, if Lady Lyrat did not feel she had been rude, she would not have offered an apology, and since that was the case, Ismilda would gladly accept it. Shocked whispers swept through the crowd like a wave. Veril let out an admiring whistle. For a moment, Lyrat was too stunned to speak, a crack appearing in her civilized mask. She forced out an apology, saying that if she had caused any offense, she asked for Ismilda's forgiveness. Ismilda accepted with a serene smile, a silent gleam of victory in her eyes, and simply said, "Of course." Later, Ismilda stood on the balcony, watching through the window as Edwin and Lyrat stood side by side, looking no different from an inseparable pair of lovers. A bitter scoff escaped her lips. "You huge liar," she thought, the words screaming silently in her mind. "Did you not say you had fallen in love with me?" Veril's voice pulled her out of her sinking thoughts. He approached and praised how cleverly she had handled Lady Lyrat earlier. Ismilda waved him off casually, telling him not to be so formal, because they were the same age. She joked that if all his friends were that casual, it would be strange for only the two of them to be polite with each other. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she added that she really did like him, and perhaps he should date her instead of Ed. Veril burst out laughing, and Ismilda thought that birds of a feather truly did flock together. Ed was the real imitator. His laughter died down, and his expression grew serious. He warned her to be careful with her words in front of Lady Lyrat. Then he asked a question that chilled Ismilda to the bone. Why did she think Lyrat could still smile so brightly even when Edwin treated her so coldly? It was because, he explained, Lyrat knew she was the only person who could truly keep him under control. Her power came from her grandfather, the highly respected Grand Magician Plotty, whose name alone was enough to command the entire city. Because she possessed such absolute power, she could turn a blind eye to Edwin's flirtations with other women. In the end, she knew he would belong to her. Veril admitted that if he were Edwin, considering that she was both beautiful and utterly devoted to him, he would give her a chance too. Ismilda turned away, her voice little more than a whisper, and asked what was so special about her that he could not let go. Veril hesitated, then let slip a secret. At a first love, he immediately covered his mouth, realizing he had said the wrong thing. He begged her not to tell Edwin that he was the one who had said it. Ismilda calmly pressed him for more. He refused to reveal her name or when it had happened, but he told her something even more painful. He knew when she had broken Edwin's heart. He spoke of 3 months ago, when Edwin received a letter. He had never been a drinker before, but that letter changed everything. Something inside him had shattered. When Veril finally got him to say it aloud, Edwin admitted that the woman he loved was getting married. Veril had advised him to go see her one last time, but only after the graduation exam ended. Ismilda gripped the cold metal railing tightly, her knuckles turning white. She asked whether he ever saw her again afterward. Veril shook his head. He explained that something had gone wrong. Because Edwin was being punished, he was forbidden from leaving the capital, while the woman he loved lived outside Tibs. All the pieces fitted together in Ismilda's mind, forming a picture of pure pain. So this was why he had stopped writing. He had not merely been busy. He had been pursuing someone else. And that love had not ended because of her, but because that woman had married another man. The sound of her carriage arriving came as a welcome relief. She told Veril she was leaving. He asked whether she was not going to say goodbye to Edwin, but Ismilda gave a scoff. She would rather spare herself the torment of looking at those lovebirds, she said bitterly, and asked Veril to pass along her farewell. Behind an upstairs window, Edwin watched her leave, his expression like a mask of grief. As Ismilda climbed into the carriage, he took a small red-covered book from his coat, his gaze hazy and distant. The memory of a gentle touch on his cheek flashed through his mind, and the wave of pain that followed twisted his expression. He turned away from the window and walked straight past the waiting Lady Lyrat, without even looking at her. Inside the carriage, Ismilda gazed into the night, her heart pressing against her chest like a cold, heavy stone. Later, Ismilda held a consultation with the astute Mr. Argent, who stated that his fee was 30 Mary per hour. She tossed a heavy purse onto the table and told him to keep the change. He observed that she had become accustomed to extravagance, and she replied coldly that it was all thanks to a certain someone. Mr. Argent got straight to the point and explained Edwin's legal predicament. Because he was a member of the Royal Guard, a minor incident had been escalated, resulting in him being banned from leaving Tibbs for 3 months. That was when Lady Lyrat made her move. She offered to become his sponsor and overturn the ruling, but in exchange, she demanded his graduation ring. In disbelief, Ismilda asked whether Lyrat really had the power to do such a thing. Mr. Argent confirmed it. By becoming his sponsor, she would essentially place him under her legal supervision. In short, she would legally trap him within the city walls, creating a magnificent cage that belonged to her. A horrifying implication emerged in Ismilda's mind. Did Lyrat know about Edwin's first love? Had she arranged all of this to prevent him from seeing that woman before her marriage, so she could keep him for herself? She asked Mr. Argent whether he thought the ruling would be overturned. He said he would make sure it was. A fire ignited in her heart, and she asked whether there was anything she could do to help. The image of Lady Lyrat at the banquet rose in her mind, exuding an aura of power that no one could touch. She wondered whether one had to be born a noble to possess such a presence, or whether someone like her could acquire it too. Her gaze fell on Mr. Argent. He was so calm, so in control of everything. With newfound resolve, she looked into his eyes and asked what she had to do in order to become like him. 3 days later, they arrived at a high-end boutique. A clerk led them into a private showroom. The shop owner asked whether Lady Lita was certain she would attend the fundraiser. She confirmed it, explaining that it was her best chance to see Edwin, since lately he had only been appearing together with Lady Lyrat. Mr. Argent offered to arrange a private meeting, but she refused and instead asked why he had brought her here. He apologized and explained that there was too little time, so he could only obtain a ready-made evening gown and could not have one specially tailored. He opened a box, revealing a breathtaking white and gold gown. He told her that while money could buy anything, a weapon was useless if its wielder did not know how to swing it. The best weapon, he said, was the one easiest to use. He intended to give her a demonstration. When Ismilda tried on the gown, she felt awkward and out of place, as though it was not she who was wearing the dress, but the dress that was wearing her. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, wondering whether her commoner birth was what made her look so wrong inside, such a beautiful creation. Mr. Argent stepped behind her and firmly instructed her to straighten her back and support herself with graceful posture. He swiftly turned her toward him, making her inhale in surprise, then told her to lift her chin. After receiving her permission, he gently adjusted her posture, telling her to breathe and imagine herself growing taller. His touch was calm and professional as he guided her, reminding her not to hunch her shoulders and to relax. Finally, he stood in front of her. With a gloved finger, he lifted her chin until their eyes met. His gaze was intense as he told her that now she was ready. She looked into the mirror and saw another woman. He explained that bearing was what truly distinguished nobles from commoners. When she asked about the price, he bent down and whispered it in her ear. Her eyes widened in shock. He explained that what he had purchased was not merely a gown, but the design patent. This style would become next year's greatest trend, but from now on, no one else would be able to wear it. It belonged only to her. She felt it was too much, but he insisted that anything less would be unworthy of her. He took her hand, and they set off for the Granche Foundation fundraiser. Ismilda stepped out of the carriage, looking like a vision beneath the starry night. From head to toe, she looked every inch a noble lady. In the carriage on the way to the ball, the attendants presented a jewelry box to her. They explained that this was the Tears of Hera collection, which Mr. Argent had won at auction the previous year. Ismilda was stunned, realizing that he had bought it not to resell it, but for her. The accompanying certificate of authenticity showed that the necklace had been enchanted with powerful reinforcement magic. Just then, Connie suddenly brought up the latest rumor. The ball's auction catalog had been leaked. Ismilda feigned mild interest, but that only made her maids more anxious. They told her the truly astonishing news was that an academy graduate's ring was also on the list. With a knowing smile, Ismilda asked whose ring it was. The answer struck her like a physical blow. It was Edwin Soul's. Her composure shattered in an instant, her eyes widening in disbelief as she told them to repeat what they had just said. After arriving at the foundation hall established by her father, Ismilda remembered the orphans who came every year hoping to find sponsors. Melfa had warned her to avoid them, but seeing two of the children looking lost and helpless still tugged at her heart. Suddenly, the entire hall transformed into an illusionary sea of flowers. Connie explained that it was a traditional performance by a renowned magician. Last year, it had been the Grand Magician himself. This year, the honor belonged to Lady Lyrat, and there they were in the center of the dance floor. Lyrat and Edwin moved in perfect harmony. The guests whispered in admiration, praising her power to maintain such a vast and stable illusion. Ismilda watched them, a storm churning in her heart. "Ed, did you really put your ring up for auction?" Connie guessed that perhaps it was a strategy to seek a different sponsor, a way to escape Lyrat's control. Ismilda walked through the magical garden and reached out to touch a flower, but her fingertips passed straight through the illusion. Suddenly, Mr. Argent's hand covered hers, and he murmured a single word. "Seltra." He plucked the rose, now solid and real, from the air. Ismilda gasped in wonder, amazed that she could touch it. She turned to him eagerly, just about to ask whether he had heard about Edwin's ring. He interrupted her, saying he knew, and led her onto the dance floor. In a panic, she protested that she was not ready to dance, but he soothed her, saying it was only an excuse. He explained that dancing was the best cover for a private conversation. Her steps were clumsy, her body stiff with anxiety, and she nearly stumbled. He murmured a command in her ear. "Float." He led her into a turn, and suddenly, the dance steps became easy. He asked whether that was better, and when she nodded, he got to the point. He confirmed that Edwin had not personally submitted the ring. Someone else had put it up for auction, which made it difficult to withdraw. Worse still, the person who submitted the ring had set a special condition with the foundation, requiring them to display the ring as a special auction item. As the prize for retrieving the ring, Edwin would have to fulfill one wish from the highest bidder. The implication was chilling. Ismilda asked whether she could not simply buy the ring herself, but Mr. Argent told her that would cause problems. Across the hall, Edwin was dancing, but his gaze suddenly locked onto something, or someone. Varel rushed to his side and demanded to know why his graduation ring was appearing at the auction. Edwin's face darkened as he said he had only just found out himself. Varel pressed him, asking whether it had been stolen. A dark, chilling realization appeared on Edwin's face. He said that since he had not submitted it, there was only one person who could be responsible. It was the person he had entrusted the ring to. His gaze swept across the room and landed with devastating certainty on Ismilda, who was being held gracefully in Mr. Argent's arms. Ismilda's voice trembled with disbelief as she said the situation was utterly absurd. She widened her eyes and looked pleadingly at Noah Argent, asking in a tense, desperate voice whether she could not simply buy the ring outright. Mr. Hart looked at her through his glasses, his expression cold and unyielding, and told her that doing so would be very troublesome. That answer only confused her further. She frowned and pressed him, asking why everything could not be solved if she won the auction and returned the ring to its true owner. He lowered his voice and gravely explained his reasoning. He suspected the seller's intentions and revealed that Sir Parav was a notorious, disreputable betting broker. He tried to soothe her, insisting that this was a matter for the foundation to handle, and that she should simply set aside her worries and enjoy the celebration. But his reassurances did not reach her at all. A fire kindled in Ismilda's eyes. She turned to him, her voice ringing with determination. and said that he was her friend. She could not simply let him die and do nothing, even if this was a problem for the Foundation to solve. Noah sighed softly, closed his eyes, and fell into a brief, weary silence before finally yielding, but on one condition. She had to persuade Edwin himself to take part in the auction first, and Noah was certain he would never want to get involved. He assured her that if she could convince Edwin, he would help with her plan. Then he told her that the next dance should bring Edwin and Lady Lyrat onto the floor. As if responding to his words, he took her gloved hand and led her into a whirling waltz. They moved as one, gliding lightly across the polished floor with flawless grace, turning and stepping with the rhythm of the music. When the last notes faded, he bent down and told her that he would deal with Lady Lyrat, while she should take Edwin somewhere more private to talk. Ismilda froze in place for a second, the plan echoing in her mind. Just then, a woman's coy voice rang out, remarking that Sir Noah was there as well. Ismilda watched as Noah shifted effortlessly, taking Lady Lyrat's hand and leading her into the next dance, his face wearing a mask of cool indifference. Then a familiar voice seemed to come from nowhere, cutting through the ballroom's soft clamor, full of shock. Ismilda spun around, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. It was Edwin. He stood before her, utterly stunned, and asked what on earth she was doing here. He was dressed in a formal military uniform, so beautiful it stole her breath, the deep crimson and black fabric adorned with glittering epaulets. A striking scarlet cloak hung over his shoulders. A sudden, fierce urgency seized her. She had to convince him now. She called his name and hurried a step forward, but in her haste, her heel twisted beneath her. She let out a low cry and stumbled, losing her balance, her arms flailing wildly. Edwin's eyes widened, but before he could move, a hand shot out from the crowd, its fingers covered in gaudy, glittering rings, and clamped around her wrist. She was yanked forward by a sharp, abrupt force. Ismilda found herself pulled into the arms of a fat, nauseatingly smiling man. A predator's smile spread across his face as he looked down at her and declared that it was his turn to dance with her. His smile flashed a gold tooth, and a dark, unsettling air clung to him like cheap cologne. Across the room, Edwin watched the scene, his jaw clenched painfully tight. His crimson eyes narrowed dangerously as he watched the repulsive man lead the visibly frightened and uneasy Ismilda onto the dance floor. The man's grip was uncomfortably strong, and his movements were stiff and clumsy. Edwin watched them, a storm of rage brewing in his chest. He could not hear their conversation, but he could see the discomfort etched across Ismilda's face, and silent fury churned within him as he wondered what vile words the man was whispering in her ear. When he saw the man twist her arm, forcing Ismilda to grimace in pain and let out a small cry, his anger surged sharply. Why was he touching her so roughly? The question tore through his mind, and without hesitation, he began to move, his red cloak sweeping behind him, his hand falling to the hilt of his sword, knuckles white. He would never allow this to continue. But just as he was about to intervene, a woman's voice called his name, yanking him back to reality. It was Lady Lyrat's attendant, asking him to excuse her lady for a moment. While Edwin was distracted, the man named Parav was still holding Ismilda as he strode across the dance floor. He leaned close to her, his voice an oily whisper against her ear. His eyes were wide, almost frenzied, filled with a terrifying excitement. Hearing his proposal, Ismilda's eyes widened in fear. This man was truly vulgar. Suddenly, Edwin was there. His hand reached out cleanly and decisively, stopping Parav's hand. He pulled Ismilda away from the filthy man and into the safety of his own arms, her back pressing against his solid chest. She looked up at him, her heart pounding, and softly called his name. Edwin's voice was dangerously calm as he told Parav that since he did not seem inclined to release the young lady, he had no choice but to step in. Parav merely clicked his tongue and said it was a pity their dance had been interrupted. Then he introduced himself as Pavel Parav, and the name struck Ismilda like a physical blow. The betting broker, the man Noah had warned her about. He gave her one last sticky smile and told her that if she wished to accept his proposal, she should come find him. Then he strode away, leaving a chilling shadow behind. Edwin's arm remained firmly around her, like a silent anchor amid the ballroom's swirling chaos. She exhaled shakily and only then realized she had been holding her breath. They left the dance floor, and Edwin lowered his voice to ask why she had kept dancing with that man when she clearly could not dance well at all. Ismilda retorted that the man had not let her go. Her legs suddenly went soft as jelly, and her ankle wobbled dangerously. Before she could fall, Edwin bent down and swiftly swept her into his arms. Her feet left the floor, and a cry escaped her lips. He strode purposefully toward his sitting room, and she demanded to know where he was taking her. The door creaked open, then clicked shut behind them. He gently set her down on a soft sofa, and she muttered that she could have walked. He explained that he had only wanted to save time, saying that if they were discovered alone together for too long, it would be rude to his dance partner. Then he looked at her, his gaze intense, and asked who her dance partner was. The name felt like a betrayal on her tongue, but she said it anyway. Lady Lyrat Vincentos. Something, perhaps hurt, flashed across his face so quickly that she almost missed it. He knelt on one knee before her and asked whether she would mind if he looked at her ankle. He told her that, judging by the way she had danced, it was probably already swollen, and if left untreated, it would only get worse. A hot blush crept up her neck. He had seen her dancing clumsily. The thought mortified her. She drew her foot back and told him to go take care of some other lady's ankle instead. He looked up at her, his expression unreadable, and asked what about her dance partner. She pretended not to understand and turned his question back on him, asking whom he meant. He narrowed his eyes and answered that she knew very well whom he meant. The man who wanted nothing to do with her. She was genuinely confused and asked who he was talking about. He abruptly stood, his expression turning cold and distant. He told her to stay here and rest for the remainder of the evening, and that once it was over, he would have Mr. Argent come get her. He turned to leave, but she sprang to her feet and grabbed his hand. She had to know. She begged him to tell her that he had not gambled away his ring at a casino. The words rushed out of her. She did not know whether the rumors were true, but she had heard that his ring had been put up for auction by a casino. Her voice broke as she pleaded with him to say it had to be a terrible misunderstanding, that he could not possibly have gone there to gamble. She begged him to tell her it was not true. He still had his back to her, and silence pressed down on the room like a suffocating weight. In an emotionless voice, he asked whether she did not already know the answer. That quiet confirmation shattered her. She stammered, unable to understand. Only then did he turn around, a strange pain in his eyes, and quietly say that she truly did not know. So she really was not her. Ismilda begged him to help her understand. At last he sighed, his shoulders slumping. He admitted that yes, the ring was his, but he had not gambled it away. He had given it to a friend. The words hung in the air, and Ismilda could only repeat softly, a friend. Suddenly, the earring he wore began to glow. He raised a hand to press the earring and identified himself as Edwin Soul, confirming that he would be there immediately. He had received a communication. Ismilda asked if he had to leave. He told her he would be back in 10 minutes. No, he corrected himself, 5 minutes. He would be back in 5 minutes, so she was to wait for him. With that, he turned and walked out, the door creaking shut behind him. Left alone in the room, Ismilda's thoughts fell into chaos. Who was the friend he had given the ring to? Outside the door, Edwin paused for a moment, his expression dark. Into the communication device, he spoke the name, a name that caught on his tongue like poison. Her name was Ismilda Granche. Then he shut the door with one final, decisive thud. Back in her own room, a memory surfaced. That ring. Ed had sent his ring to her, but that made no sense. Mrs. Fitz had never mentioned a package, and after nearly a year without writing to her, it was far too strange that he would suddenly send his own ring. A rapid knock at the door startled her. Thinking it was him, she called for him to come in. The door creaked open, but it was not Edwin. A tall, imposing figure in a dark hood stood in the doorway. He addressed her as Miss Ismilda Grey and said he had brought her a message from Sir Edwin. She asked who he was, and he replied that she could call him Victor. He claimed to be an old acquaintance of Sir Edwin. He relayed the message that Sir Edwin would return later and asked her to wait here for him. Ismilda thanked him for letting her know, but a knot of unease tightened in her stomach. Victor bowed and took his leave, melting into the shadows of the corridor. But as he left, he glanced back one last time, his eyes gleaming wickedly beneath the hood. A moment later, a strange flickering light filled the room, and Ismilda felt a wave of dizziness sweep over her. At the same time, the scene of her dance with Pavel Parav replayed in her mind. He had commented on her dancing, saying that at first he had thought she was excellent, but then added that it was because Noah Brock was an exceptionally skilled lead. The memory was tainted by his unpleasant grip. He had twisted her wrist, sending a sharp stab of pain through her, and then his voice had lowered into a conspiratorial whisper. He asked who she thought would win the ring at tonight's auction. He was certain she had heard of it, the Granche ring belonging to the Royal Academy's top graduate, Sir Edwin Sol. He pressed her to say who she thought its new owner would be. Ismilda answered that she was not sure and asked who exactly was competing for it. In her memory, a woman's voice from earlier rang out, saying that the ring would either fall into Lady Vincentos's hands or into those of that cunning fox, no Argent. Ismilda asked in return how anyone could know the outcome of an auction that had not yet begun. Besides, was Mr. Argent not the host of this event? Parav merely laughed, the sound greasy and knowing. He assured her that Noah Argent would absolutely participate in the auction, especially if he did not want people to know that the ring had been gambled away at a casino. Those words shocked her to the core. Gambled away. He continued, his voice dripping with malicious delight, muttering as if to himself how amusing it would be if, at the Foundation's own fundraiser, people learned that their top graduate and public face, Edwin Sol, was not only accused of assault, but also seriously addicted to gambling. He chuckled and added that it did not matter, even if it was not true. Then he made that nauseating proposal, saying that since fate had made them dance partners, they might as well make a little wager, since casinos were not the only places where one could gamble. A cold realization rose in her heart. This man wanted to turn the auction into his own private betting game. She had to tell Mr. Argent as soon as possible. She had tried to contact him through her earring, but there had been only silence. The communication did not connect. A chill swept through her whole body. Something had happened. She could not simply stand here. She had to find Connie and Melfa. With a sweep of her skirt, she hurried out of the room. She raced down the long, empty corridor, her gown billowing around her, the sound of her heels echoing through the unsettling silence. She stopped, gasping, and looked around. The grand ballroom was completely empty. She could not understand it. The ball could not possibly have ended so quickly. Impossible. Panic began to spread as she rushed toward the enormous double doors. She seized the handles and pulled hard, and the doors opened. What they revealed was the same empty ballroom. A suffocating terror swept over her. What was happening? Every door led back to this same empty room. She was trapped. She cried out, "James." Her voice trembled. "Connie, Melfa, Mr. Argent." Her calls echoed through the vast, silent space with no reply. Meanwhile, chaos had already erupted outside the mansion. A protest was underway. An egg was hurled through the air and splattered against Noah Argent's expressionless face. Angry shouts burst from the crowd, demanding that he repent for selling children like slaves. They screamed for the auction to be stopped, declaring that if the Granche Foundation treated a top graduate as a joke, it would have no future. A tear traced a path through the egg yolk on Noah's cheek, and Ned advised him to go inside quickly so he could use magic to clean himself up. He pointed out that people were more easily stirred by anger than by kindness. Noah replied coolly that if it could put the spotlight on the Foundation, he did not mind dirtying his own reputation. He stood there before the backdrop of the furious crowd like a solitary, tragic figure. A moment later, he was introduced as the head of the Granche Foundation. He had already cleaned himself up, his white suit once again spotless, and calmly adjusted his cravat. He brought the communication device to his ear, contacted his subordinate Zerial, and asked for a status report. Zerial confirmed that, as expected, Sir Parav's people had begun getting the guests to wager on the outcome of the auction, and the stakes were quite high. So that was his true intention. Noah narrowed his eyes and instructed Zerial to proceed according to plan. Zerial asked whether they were going after Great Horn next. Great Horn was a casino chain under Parav's name, and most of tonight's sponsors were regulars there. Parav had to bring his core staff here to organize the high-stakes betting. As a result, the casinos would be almost unguarded. While the cat was away, they would search them for evidence that the ring had been stolen. Logan was in charge of the Southeast branch, and Zerial was in charge of the Tebet branch. As the auctioneer announced that the final item was Edwin's ring, Noah's thoughts raced. If they could prove the ring had been stolen, Parav would lose the right to donate it, because it would be seized by the police. And once that happened, they would have no choice but to cancel the auction. He watched as the ring was placed on a velvet cushion, its flame-like ruby glittering beneath the lights. He had to buy time for the team to find the ledgers. Resolve flashed through his eyes as he announced that the bidding would begin. He would make them regret the day they dared use the Granche Foundation for their filthy game. 7 years ago, young Edwin sobbed as a gentle woman urged him to say goodbye to ISA. The memory remained vivid. Young Nella, dressed in black, asked him to promise that when they met again, he would have become the bravest knight in the kingdom. Her faith in him had once been his guiding star. She told him that in her eyes, he would always shine so brightly. As she waved goodbye, she had called out for him not to forget to write. And so he had worked hard all this time, trying to become someone worthy of her promise. He joined a royal guard and became a noble worthy of her. But now, his heart had become a battlefield of conflicting duties. He sat beside Lady Lyrat, knowing that accepting her proposal was the fastest way to fulfill that promise. Yet it felt like a grave betrayal, while she was still musing over the value of certain feathers. When he rose and excused himself, she called him a liar, her voice sharp, accusing him of intending to go see Miss Grey and never return. Her words turned into poison, an implied threat involving her grandfather, the Grand Magician, saying that if Edwin displeased her, her grandfather probably would not like it either. She hinted that if her grandfather learned of this, he likely would not treat Miss Grey kindly either. In a sickeningly sweet tone, she reminded him how dearly the Grand Magician loved her. The words hung in the air. With a chilling smile, she declared with certainty that the Grand Magician would surely be even more opposed to Edwin associating with a so-called criminal. That insult turned his blood cold. Without saying another word, he left. Afterward, the hooded man Victor approached her. He reported that he had finished inspecting the barrier stones. A cruel smile appeared on her lips, and she thanked him. She announced that she wanted to offer the guests another performance and hoped they would find it entertaining. Back in the present, Ismilda was trapped inside that performance. The silent, empty ballroom had become a prison. She chanted spells to break illusions and barriers, but they all dissolved without effect. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the grand staircase. She did not know the specific incantation needed to reverse this magic, and cursed herself for never having studied offensive spells. Her magic had fallen to a dangerous level, and an urgent longing for Noah or Edwin welled up inside her. But just then, a spark of thought flashed through her mind. She remembered that she had used magic when they were not present. When she dreamed of holding Edwin's hand, she had floated in her sleep. Perhaps she could do it again without physical contact. She only needed to focus on that feeling. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and poured the last of her will into the spell. A blinding light burst forth, and she peered through her fingers. An image began to take shape within the flickering magic. It was Edwin, but not the man she knew now. It was the lonely little boy she had abandoned all those years ago. At that very moment, he rushed back into the sitting room. The room was empty. She was gone. Panic seized him. Where had she gone? His eyes caught the barrier stone left on Lady Lyrat's abandoned dress. It had to be Victor. He clenched his fists in fury. He should have known she would become a target. He cursed his own stupidity. Until he had cleared his name, he should have kept his distance from her. But the moment he saw her, every ounce of his resolve had crumbled. Her breathtakingly beautiful figure filled his mind. He had wanted all along to ask whether she really was Ismilda, but she had treated him like a stranger. After sending that cruel letter, how could she pretend not to know him? And yet, how had she grown into someone so stunning, so beautiful he could almost forget to breathe? Heat rushed to his cheeks. He had to focus. He turned to leave and search for her elsewhere. But just then, his sword began to glow, giving off a pale, rhythmic light, a magic nullifying barrier. His eyes widened in realization. A barrier had been cast over this room, which meant Ismilda was trapped behind it. The wall before him flickered, revealing the faint honeycomb pattern of a magical field. With a sharp metallic scrape, he drew his sword. He swung with all his strength, and the glowing blade slammed into the invisible wall, sending spiderweb cracks shuddering across its surface. It was breaking, just a little more. With a powerful battle cry, he prepared to strike again. Her soft, ethereal voice whispered his name, freezing him in place. The voice was seeping through the cracks, a memory made real. It echoed with a promise from long ago, asking him to become the bravest knight in the kingdom. The image of a little girl with a radiant smile filled his vision. A name. A prayer slipped from his lips. Isa. With desperate, blazing strength, he raised his sword and brought it down one final time. The barrier burst apart in a blinding flash, shattering into countless glittering fragments. A desperate plea escaped her lips, like a whisper to the suffocating silence of the grand hall. Her heart was like a caged bird struggling madly, yet refusing to beat its wings. She needed that spark, that familiar tremor of magic, but it remained dormant. A man's hand, gentle and warm, covered her trembling fingers, but the touch was only an illusion, a ghostly comfort that brought no peace. She knelt before the phantom of a memory, before a boy with gentle, familiar eyes, begging for a connection that seemed so close and yet beyond reach. Her hand passed through his as if through smoke, a cold proof of her own helplessness. She sighed in frustration. What on earth was she doing? Trying to reason with an illusion she could not even touch. The boy, a perfect copy of 6-year-old Ed, blinked at her with an unreadable expression. She had thought that seeing him so innocent and adorable as a child would work, but her heart stubbornly remained still. It was useless. She could not see him as a man, and the magic would not respond. The illusion of the young boy finally spoke, his voice echoing through the vast, empty space of her mind. He called her by a name she had not used in a very long time. He coldly pointed out that she had not written to him for a year. His tone sharpened, full of accusation. He told her that she seemed to be doing quite well, not only graduating at the top of her class, but also making many friends. He even mentioned that she had been dating. His childish face twisted with adult bitterness as he asked whether she knew how much he had suffered while she enjoyed her new life. Those words struck the most fragile part of her soul like daggers. She flinched, and the weight of the past came crashing down on her. For 7 whole years, her uncle's cruel voice had echoed in her ears, calling her a parasite while pocketing the allowance meant for her care. Every piece of clothing she owned had been someone else's cast-off, every stitch worn and threadbare, a reminder that she was nothing more than an unwanted object of charity. Garrick's mocking face loomed in her memory, and a chill ran through her veins. Back then, she had not even been able to send Edwin a photograph of herself, because Garrick had cut off her hair in a fit of rage, a petty cruelty that had taken a long time to grow back. But through all of it, his letters had been her escape. She confessed this to the illusion, her voice trembling. Reading his words had made her happy, had excited her, as if she were truly attending school with him. Then a new, painful thought pierced her. She wondered whether his ring really would fall into Lady Larat's hands. The thought was unbearable, and she clutched her arms, the fabric of her dress twisting in her hands. After everything, he had given the ring to her. She could not bear to watch something that belonged to her be taken away again. Panic seized her. She had to get out of here. She needed magic, and the only way to obtain it was to touch Ed. A sudden realization rose in her heart, and her blue eyes widened. The voices of onlookers whispered in surprise, recognizing the exquisite jewelry at her neck. It was one of the pieces from the Hero's Tears series that had been auctioned off last year. It was not only a beautiful necklace, but also a powerful magical artifact. The accompanying note explained its properties. The necklace had been endowed with a high-level self-spell, an enhancement magic capable of strengthening other spells. And Hero's Tears, she realized with a sharp breath, was also a magic stone. With renewed determination, she reached toward the illusion of young Ed, her voice full of pleading. She begged him to help her. Just as Mr. Argent had once cast a spell to make these illusions tangible, she would do the same. Her fingertips brushed a white rose in the illusory garden and plucked it, the stem becoming real in her palm. Fierce resolve hardened her gaze as she spoke the incantation. Seltra, a dazzling light erupted from her, and magical energy poured out like a flood. The world melted into a kaleidoscope of color and light, spinning around her. At the center of that vortex, a low, real voice called her name. Isa. Her eyes fluttered open, and she saw him. Not the boy from her memories, but the man he had grown into. Her hand touched his shoulder, and a shudder ran through her entire body. He was warm and solid. Overwhelmed by emotion, she threw her arms around him and pulled him into a desperate embrace. The instant her skin touched his, the bracelet on her wrist began to glow, and power, her own magic, surged into her blood. A triumphant thought flashed through her mind. Now she could leave. The illusory world around them cracked like glass. The beautiful hall, the phantom boy, everything shattered into countless glittering fragments and collapsed into nothingness. Isa. Ismilda's eyes widened in confusion, her heart pounding against her ribs. She stammered, asking what had happened and wondering whether she had done something wrong. Her hand, still resting on his shoulder, began to pass through his body, and he was disappearing. He was disappearing. The realization struck her like something solid. She no longer had enough magic to maintain his form. His image flickered violently. She cried out his name and reached for him, her her fingers grasping at the fading light. She begged him not to go, begged him to stay with her. Just as the last of the illusion broke apart, her hand closed only on empty air. A figure cleaved through the remaining light, sword poised in his hand. A strong hand reached out from the darkness and caught her before she could fall. The man standing before her was no illusion. His features were sharp, his gaze blazing, and he wore a striking red uniform. Ismilda looked up at him, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. His hand tightened around her wrist, firm and reassuring. He pulled her sharply forward, drawing her roughly against his chest. He wrapped his arms around her and held her tightly, sheltering her in his embrace. Her stunned eyes looked up at him as she whispered his name and asked whether this was another illusion. He held her even tighter, his low, hoarse voice sounding against her hair. He told her no, he was truly here. He drew back just enough to look at her, remorse carved across his face. He apologized for coming too late. He apologized again, this time using her true name, Misha. Her heart slammed against her ribs. A flush climbed up her neck, and she felt the solid warmth of his body against hers. This was not an illusion. The realization sent wave after wave of energy rushing through her, her own magic responding to his presence. Her heart pressed against his chest, beating in a wild, joyful rhythm. Meanwhile, the auction was still proceeding fiercely. The bids climbed at a dizzying speed. 400,000, 500,000, 700,000 mehr. The crowd was in an uproar. Sweating beneath the lights, the auctioneer announced that from this moment on, bids would rise in increments of 20,000. Whispers rippled through the crowd. People found it strange that the foundation would auction off an item belonging to one of its own students, and that acting director Mr. Argent was personally bidding on it. Rumors spread like wildfire. The ring must have ended up here because of gambling debts. Noah Argent sat among the murmuring crowd, calm and unreadable. Not far away, an arrogant noblewoman sneered to her companion, saying it was always easy to tell whether a man had breeding, because such people brought shame upon themselves and everyone around them. She complained that a commoner graduating with highest honors had caused such a commotion, then snorted contemptuously that he should have been grateful simply to enter the academy. Then she turned to her beneficiary, Phoebe, and asked whether she would be so ungrateful as well. The young woman immediately agreed and thanked the Count for his sponsorship. The woman then softly complimented the Count, saying that he was supporting another child and that he was truly generous. The Count let out a loud, self-satisfied laugh. He declared that if not him, then who? When there were still 14 orphans with sound limbs to choose from, no one would ever consider sponsoring a disabled child. In a private box, an attendant informed Lady Lyrat that the bidding had already gone too high. If it continued, they would be unable to pay the sum without the Grand Magician's approval. Lady Lyrat waved away the concern, confidently saying that her grandfather never refused her anything. She clarified that it was not that he would not allow it. She simply had not asked him yet. A sly smile rose to her lips. In fact, she mused, the higher the price she paid for the ring, the more firmly her relationship with Edwin would be established in the public eye. She turned to the attendant, suddenly remembering something, and asked whether Edwin had returned. The attendant regretfully told her he had not. She clicked her tongue in irritation, wondering how he could run off to meet another woman at a time like this. But she quickly composed herself, cold determination in her eyes. It did not matter, she thought. Once he became hers, she would simply have to make him obey. The auctioneer's voice rang out through the hall again, announcing that paddle number 99 had bid 860,000 mehr. Lady Lyrat's representative and Mr. Argent's representative immediately answered with 890,000. The auctioneer announced that the bidding increments would now increase to 40,000. The gavel fell heavily. Noah Argent sat calmly, observing the proceedings. Suddenly, his earring lit up. It was a magical communication device. He connected it and confirmed his identity. Ismilda's voice came through, trembling and breathless. She asked how the auction was going. Noah answered that the bidding had not yet ended, concern in his tone as he asked whether she was all right and pointed out that she sounded frightened. She admitted that the situation was a little complicated right now. He told her that, more importantly, Sir Parav was collecting bets from the guests on the auction's outcome. Noah's expression remained calm. He told her that he knew, and that he had already taken appropriate measures. With chilling certainty, he said the auction would be cancelled. Then he asked whether she was with young Edwin now. If so, he needed her to tell him that the Blue Hawk Mercenary Corps had successfully infiltrated the Great Horn Casino. They had obtained many useful documents, including one detailing how the casino had originally acquired the ring. Ismilda asked how long they would take to arrive. Noah told her about 15 minutes. He looked toward Lady Larat's box, calculation in his eyes. He reassured Ismilda, saying she had no need to worry. He was confident he could buy enough time for them. Ismilda's voice came through the device again, reminding him to remember his promise. She asked whether, if she persuaded Ed to agree, she could have his full cooperation. He asked what she wanted him to do. A determined smile appeared on her lips as she told him, "Please don't stop the auction." A man's voice roared through the hall, declaring that the auction had to be halted. Sir Parav stomped up the steps leading to the stage, an expression of righteous indignation on his face. He pointed a trembling finger at the ring displayed on the velvet cushion and shouted accusingly that the ring had been donated by him. The hall immediately filled with discussion. Parav addressed the crowd, explaining that he had not intended to interfere, but matters had gotten out of hand, and he felt he had to explain how he had obtained the ring. He claimed that the ring had come into his possession through his casino, the Great Horn, where it had been seized from a customer who could not repay his gambling debts. With theatrical sorrow, he said how shocked he had been when he saw the name engraved on the band, Edwin's soul. Shaking his head, he lamented that such a sad thing had happened to a young man with such a fine reputation so soon after graduation. Rather than return the ring directly, he had felt it was his duty to help the boy recognize his mistake, and so he had donated it to this noble cause. However, he declared, this noble cause had been tainted. He turned his glare toward Noah Argent and accused him of deliberately driving up the price. He shouted that Noah was trying to profit from the immoral conduct of one of his own beneficiaries and demanded that he stop this fraudulent auction at once. Noah did not move, his expression unreadable. The incited crowd began to echo him. Cries of how despicable and stop the auction filled the air, while reporters raised magical cameras and flashes burst again and again. A smug, malicious chuckle escaped Parav's lips. He grinned coldly, intoxicated by the chaos. Inwardly, he applauded those cameras, urging them to capture this kindly old man's appearance properly. He gloated to himself, thinking that Argent, that rat, had originally planned to profit by driving up Lady Larat's bid. But now Parav had made him a laughingstock, and Argent could do nothing about it. He mused that neither Argent nor Lady Lyrat mattered to him. In his eyes, they were all puppets on his strings because he had bet on the auction being canceled. He sneered at the hypocrisy of it all. Everyone present tonight was a capitalist, from the nobles who treated orphans as ornaments, to Noah Argent, who still coveted money after stealing the wealth left behind by his mentor, to the granddaughter of an illustrious marquis willing to spend 1,000,000 mer to make a commoner her possession. He was simply doing business with other capitalists. Not only would he ruin the Granche Foundation's fundraiser, he would also make a fortune in the process. For a magician, pleasure was the perfect way to fill a magic stone. Just as he walked along in triumph, footsteps landed in front of him, blocking his path. His eyes widened in surprise. A hand adorned with delicate lace lifted, and with a small cluster of magical sparks. The lights in the grand hall flickered out, plunging the room into darkness. Panic swept through the crowd. Then, a single brilliant point of light appeared in the dark, shining brightly upon the stage. A lone figure stood there with her back to the audience, elegant and composed. It was Ismilda. Her thoughts raced. Once the guests left, it would be nearly impossible to restore Ed's honor. She had to act now. She remembered her father's words, remembered him teaching her how to conduct herself. Nobles would look down on her. If she lacked confidence, she had to hold her head high. It was how a person presented themselves that made nobles look like nobles and commoners look like commoners. She had to stand straight and carry herself with grace. She lifted her chin slightly. She imagined herself becoming taller, stronger. She could do this. The curtain opened, and she stepped into the spotlight, her blue eyes burning with unwavering determination. She was a magician. Light radiated from her, gathering into shape and becoming an ethereal blue butterfly that perched on her fingertip. Then came another and another, until a swarm of glowing butterflies filled the air, transforming the plain auction hall into a magical, sun-drenched meadow. Her steady voice rang out, humbly thanking the honored guests for their presence and welcoming them to the Granche Foundation's fundraising ball. Illusory butterflies danced around her, enchanting the stunned audience. She introduced herself as a magician invited to give the final performance of the evening. First came the deception, she announced, as a butterfly landed on her gloved hand. After listening to Sir Parav's speech, she asked Mr. Argent's permission to begin her performance early. There was also something she wished to say before the auction ended. She explained that because the shadow-capturing stones might interfere with the performance, their recording functions had been temporarily disabled by a barrier maintained by highly skilled magicians. Once she had deceived them with a captivating illusion, she could package the entire matter as a performance. If people were immersed in her magic, they would be less likely to question her sudden appearance. Then she turned her attention to Sir Parav and asked if she might ask him something. He had said the ring came into his possession through his casino, the Great Horn, and he confirmed it. She pressed him further. The Great Horn had branches throughout the kingdom. She asked which branch he had obtained the ring from. He scoffed and said he did not see how that mattered. Her gaze turned cold. He might not think so. She said the ring had not been seized at the main branch in the capital, but at the southeastern branch in Vandy County. The ring had been given to Sir Edwin on the day of his graduation in February of this year. However, she continued, after he was indicted for assaulting a civilian and a student of the academy, Mr. Edwin had been forbidden to leave Thebes since last December. She asked the shocked crowd why he would break the law and risk losing everything just to travel to a barony far from Thebes. If he had wanted to gamble, he could have gone directly to the Thebes branch. Her voice rang through the hall with authority as she said people had to wonder how the ring had appeared in Vandy in the first place. With graceful flair, she announced that the answer was actually very simple. The ring had been stolen. Sir Edwin had entrusted it to a friend living in the barony for safekeeping, but after he sent the ring, it was intercepted. A wave of gasps rose from the audience. Phelan stammered that she could not make such an accusation without any evidence. Ismilda knew her strategy well. If Sir Parav claimed the ring had been seized in Thebes, then once contrary evidence appeared later, his lie would be exposed. That would only reveal his greed and malice. And he would not want that. She said that, if she was not mistaken, such evidence was in his hands, her eyes fixed straight on him. Pavel's face twisted with anger as he demanded what exactly she was implying. She smiled sweetly and asked if she should spell it out for him. She supposed he had wanted to share the joy of donation in a humorous and cheerful way, so the fundraiser would be a success. The bidding had gotten out of control, which was why he had felt the need to intervene. She took his hand, and he jolted violently at her touch. She asked if she was wrong. Why had he felt the need to stop the bidding? His silence was her victory. She solemnly agreed that his good intentions should not be tainted because of this. Therefore, she asked if she might propose a solution. Why not let her, the ring's original recipient, buy it from him? Her smile was radiant, but her eyes were as cold as shards of ice. In exchange for getting her friend's ring back, she would follow his virtuous example and pledge a large donation to the Granche Foundation. She announced to the whispering crowd that, as everyone knew, the children of the foundation who had failed to receive scholarships had come tonight to find patrons. She was willing to sponsor all 15 of them for the next 7 years. She promised to help them complete their studies and provide their living expenses. She also promised to cover any legal fees incurred in fighting discrimination. The crowd erupted. Who was she? Who was this woman with such wealth and beauty? Then the whispers began to spread. Could she be the late director's daughter? The sole survivor of the Iroho tragedy? That name echoed through the hall. Ismilda Granche? Someone called out, asking how she intended to sponsor these children for the next 7 years. The question triggered a terrible memory, dragging her into the cold depths of the past. Churning seawater, reporters, and her own small, helpless figure shrinking in the dark. She heard her own voice in her mind, telling herself to pull herself together. She was no longer the helpless 12-year-old girl. She was no longer pitiful, and she was no longer poor. She had to keep smiling. It was not over yet. Voices from the past mocked her, asking whether she had stayed out of the public eye all this time until she could marry a noble. But just then, a hand seized her and pulled her back from the edge of collapse. It was Ed. He called her Nisa, his voice anchoring her in the present. She looked at him in a daze, and he asked if she was all right. She told him to stand aside, saying that with him standing there, she could not see the guests. The corner of his mouth lifted, and in a low, teasing voice, he asked if she was still afraid, still a little girl inside. She stammered a denial, but her reddened cheeks betrayed her. His gaze softened, and he told her that in that case, she would just have to keep looking at him. Then his expression filled with warmth, melting the last of her fear. She turned back to the crowd, her bearing now noble and confident. Had he not promised her? The next time they met, he would be a knight. And now he was here, her knight, standing at her side. He took her hand, the one wearing his ring, which now brushed lightly against her fingers. Then he dropped to one knee, bowed his head, and kissed her hand, pledging his loyalty with a deep gesture, just as he had many years ago. Memories surged in, the two of them playing on the beach, comforting each other, and the letters that had once been her lifeline. She looked down at him, her heart so full it felt as if it might burst. He looked up at her and gently wiped away a tear that had slipped from the corner of her eye with his thumb. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, a sincere, dazzling smile lit up her face. With a brilliant flash, the illusion shattered. Freed from the spell, the reporters gasped in confusion, but they quickly recovered. Once they realized they had tomorrow's headline, their cameras flashed wildly. The light on the stage faded, leaving only the afterglow of a legendary moment. Ismilda and Ed stood side by side, hand in hand, facing the silhouettes of the shocked nobles. The story had already begun to be written. The Granche heir had returned to Thebes after 7 years. The air in the room was thick with unspoken accusations as Madame Laroche's calm, calculating gaze fell on the man before her. With satisfaction she could barely conceal, she announced that it seemed Miss Grey was in fact Lady Ismilda Granche, and sharply asked whether he had known that truth all along. Her magnificent purple gown rustled as she turned, her tone full of false sympathy. She sighed that it was fortunate she had learned Ismilda's true identity before their next meeting. Otherwise, she might have made the embarrassing mistake of calling her Miss Edith Grey again. Before the words had fully faded, a sickening crack rang through the air. Victor's hand moved so fast it left only a blur, striking her hard across the cheek. The force knocked her head to one side, stole the breath from her lungs, and sent a stinging pain exploding across her skin. Victor's face was expressionless as he slowly brushed his own cheek, as if the violence he had just inflicted had left a ghostly echo on him as well. The shock in Madame Laroche's eyes was replaced by bitter, venomous rage. In a low hiss, she spat at him. Poor Victor, so incompetent he could not even cast a proper barrier spell. She could see it now. He was always disappointing her with his uselessness. Victor's voice was as low as thunder, but devoid of emotion. He assured her that he had made certain no evidence remained. A cruel, satisfied sneer twisted her lips as she declared that was only natural. She continued, her tone dripping ice, saying it would not do for her to be implicated in something she knew nothing about. All because he had suddenly decided he knew what was best for her. Her thoughts drifted to Ed. How pitiful and foolish to think he would choose a mere commoner as his patron. She sneered at the memory, unable to understand why people made such stupid decisions. The camera flashes and the sight of Ed snapping his fingers on the stage to cast magic replayed in her mind. Her own memory surfaced for a moment as well. Her hand raised at the auction, the snap of her own magic, and the instant she was turned against. Her eyes hardened like shards of gold. She turned to Victor, her voice a command disguised as obedience. He could stop following Edmondson now. She no longer needed him. She ordered him to prepare the carriage, saying with chilling indifference that she was now in the mood to go somewhere else and buy a new doll. The news was spreading like wildfire. Ismilda's maid rushed in, her eyes wide with shock, and relayed the headline. The noble who had once accused Ed of assault was now caught up in another full-blown scandal. With a voice trembling from excitement, she confirmed the unbelievable rumor to Ismilda. Apparently, the man had been caught trafficking drugs through the Great Horn. The gossip had already become the talk of the entire city. One noble complained to another, asking why his peers could not be content with ordinary smoking, and said nobles were worse than commoners. His friend had to remind him that he was also a noble, to which he retorted that at least he had never taken drugs. The maid explained that Mr. Argent and the Foundation's legal team were overjoyed and immediately took the authorities to raid the Great Horn. Everyone there had been taken into police custody. All of this was part of Mr. Argent's brilliant plan, playing those noble families like violins. He had smiled as he dangled the tempting possibility of settlement before them. The maid continued her report, saying it was a masterful manipulation. She mentioned that because the Great Horn had been used for illegal activity, this was also a devastating blow to Sir Parav. Although he could, in principle, claim he had known nothing, the existence of the drug ring had been uncovered through the drug users themselves. Conveniently, no ledgers had been found that could directly implicate Sir Parav. The man himself remained a shadow of denial, continuing to insist on his innocence and maintaining that individual customers alone should be responsible for their own vices. Ismilda sighed in frustration and covered her face with her hand. She urged the maid to give her more news and asked whether they had found out how Edwin's ring had ended up at the Great Horn in the first place. The maid confirmed that they had. Apparently, a man named Garrick Vancer had taken it. Then he had foolishly tried to use the precious ring to pay off his gambling debts, and that act had gotten him sent to a desolate labor camp. The image of that ruined man spending the rest of his life in hard labor flashed through Ismilda's mind. As she listened, she could not help cursing roughly, saying that man was a son of a bitch. The maid gasped, shocked by her lady's unladylike language, and Ismilda could only reply sheepishly, "Oops." To change the subject, the maid said cheerfully that Mr. Argent had said Ismilda should look forward to her winnings. Her curiosity piqued. The maid leaned in and asked what exactly the two of them had discussed. Ismilda merely gave a soft "oh," that single word concealing countless calculations. Her thoughts returned to the conversation she had had 2 hours ago with the silver-haired strategist. Mr. Argent had asked her what she wanted him to do. With firm resolve, Ismilda had told him not to stop the auction. In a steady tone, she explained that she wanted to buy back Edwin's ring. Then came the stroke of genius in her plan. She asked him to place her bet on Sir Parav's wager. With chilling clarity, she laid out her logic. People would learn her true identity sooner or later, but no one would ever bet that she would win the ring. By pledging financial support for the orphans in the name of the Granche family, she could create an unshakable justification for claiming the ring, one that carried far more weight than Madame Laroche's selfish desire. That way, it would look as if she had spent a vast sum of money. But in a brilliant reversal, she would earn all of it back by winning the bet. Mr. Argent's eyes widened with understanding, and he was about to ask whether this was her. A confident light burned in Ismilda's own eyes as she finished the sentence for him, declaring that this was the way she used wealth. She could not help letting out a small laugh of victory. Then Mr. Argent laughed, genuine admiration appearing on his face as he told her he very much looked forward to seeing Sir Parav's reaction. Back in the present, her maid was excitedly telling Varel how amazing her lady was, even scolding him for having no eye and failing to see it. Drowsiness suddenly swept over Ismilda. Perhaps she thought it was because all that suffocating tension had finally dispersed. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and before she realized what was happening, her body tilted to one side, her head gently coming to rest on Ed's shoulder. Thud! The heart in his chest beat violently. Thump, thump! It felt as though every nerve in his entire body had suddenly converged on that one point on his shoulder. Her head was resting there. A faint blush crept up his neck as he looked down at her sleeping face, so peaceful and so defenseless. As Ismilda slept, Ed also sank into a memory, an illusion in which she stood in a sunlit garden, radiant in a white dress, surrounded by fluttering blue butterflies. He thought, with an ache spreading through his chest, that even after so long, she was still so dazzling. A soft, ethereal light seemed to fill the whole room, wrapping them both in a gentle glow. Her name became a whisper on his lips. In the dream, Issa, he saw them as they had been when they were young, saw his own earnest face, and saw her bright, carefree smile. Shasha. Her name echoed again, pulling her up from the depths of sleep. Ismilda's lashes fluttered open, and her vision slowly cleared to find Ed's face hovering above her. His expression was tense and dazed. She realized she was lying on the sofa, pinned beneath him, his body looming over her. His dark eyes were fixed on her, his lips slightly parted. Feeling his hand pressing on her arm, she asked in a small, confused voice why he was holding her down. As if waking from a trance, he blinked and quickly let go of her, murmuring that he had only. But before he could finish, a strange lightness filled her. Ismilda gasped as her body began to drift gently above the sofa. Ed explained as if it were the most normal thing in the world, saying that this happened sometimes. She asked in disbelief whether this often happened when he slept, and he stammered that this was only the second time. Then he grew serious, saying there was something he had always wanted to ask her. After she allowed it, he looked straight in her eyes and asked why she had sent him her ring. The question caught her completely off guard. He seemed surprised that she still had not figured it out. Ismilda snapped back in irritation, asking how she was supposed to know when he had never said a single word to her about his first love. In a huff, she called him a jerk who did not even write letters, and reminded him that they had never properly cleared up that misunderstanding. Ed gave an irritated growl of whatever and abruptly took off his cloak, tossing it over her. He let out a low groan and ran a hand through his hair. Ismilda clutched the heavy fabric, wrapping the luxurious red cloth around her shoulders. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. He told her to keep it on, because it was cold and there were no other blankets. He sat down beside her and admitted that he had many questions too. His gaze was sincere and vulnerable as he confessed that he had been waiting for her to tell him everything herself. He said there were so many things he wanted to know and so many things he needed to apologize for, and swore that he would stay by her side until he had done them all. A plan formed in her mind, and a hint of mischief entered her eyes. In that case, she told him he would have to write her letters. He repeated the word in confusion. Letters? She nodded, a small smile rising to her lips. Yes, she confirmed, 36 letters a day, until he made up for every single letter she had never received. Seeing his shocked expression, she relented slightly and added that each one could be only a single sentence, as long as he occasionally wrote a proper, sincere letter. As she spoke, she reached out, her fingers closing gently around his hand. He looked down at their joined hands, and a warmth unrelated to the cloak spread through his heart. A slow, genuine smile spread across his face. He agreed without hesitation. He would write them 36 letters. He promised, his voice filled with newfound joy. He looked happier than she had seen him in a very, very long time. Later, Ismilda sat patiently and waited. The door creaked open, and Mr. Argent walked in holding a newspaper. She apologized for keeping him, but he only asked why she was still here and assured her that the reporters had left, so it was now safe to go home. In answer, she stood and handed him a dark velvet box. His eyes widened slightly in recognition. He murmured the name of the artifact, Hells, and asked if this was why she had waited for him all this time. She confirmed that it was, saying she wanted to return it to him and thank him for lending it to her. Mr. Argent looked genuinely surprised and explained that there must be some misunderstanding because he had intended for her to keep it from the beginning. Ismilda gave him a warm, grateful smile, but gently refused. She explained that although she had vaguely suspected as much, she could not possibly accept a gift of such immeasurable value. After all, she insisted, she was the one who should be thanking him for everything he had done for her. He took a step back, saying they had merely helped each other solve troublesome problems, but emphasized again that he could not accept the gift's return. However, he added with a faint smile that he would gladly keep the dress, since now only he could wear it. He said that would be enough. The corners of Ismilda's eyes curved slightly. In passing, she gently pointed out that there was still a bit of egg stuck in his hair. He touched the spot, gave an embarrassed little ah, and asked her to forgive his appearance. She tilted her head and asked why he did not simply use magic. She was sure he could clean it off easily, but the words caught in her throat, her gaze fixing on the brooch on his cravat. His magic stone was cracked. A cold realization swept over her. He must have overstrained himself while helping her. As if reading her thoughts, he explained that he had needed to cast barrier magic while using other magic at the same time, something even she herself could not do. He told her not to mind it, saying it was something he had allowed to happen himself. But Ismilda could not simply let it go. A soft, warm light spread from her hand. She reached out and whispered a single word, Rohan. Her fingers touched his glasses, and the light suddenly brightened, turning into a gentle wave that swept over him. When the light faded, he stared at her in a daze, utterly speechless. She explained that she had learned this healing spell thinking it might be useful someday, though she had not expected to use it so soon. He slowly adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on her, deep and unreadable emotions surging in his silver eyes. For a long while, they simply stood there, bathed in the lingering glow of her magic, a silent yet burning tension spreading between them. The world seemed to tilt. Edwin bent down over her, his figure dark and imposing against the bright light outside the window. He pressed her down onto the chaise longue, his face so close that she could feel the warmth of his breath and see the storm churning in his dark eyes. Her own heart slammed violently against her ribs, like a frightened little bird trapped in a cage. Her eyes widened as she stared into his in terror, every nerve screaming, tangled with fear and a confusing, intoxicating shiver. The question escaped her lips with difficulty, turning into a choked whisper. Why? Why was he holding her down? His grip on her arms was strong and impossible to break free from, like shackles forged of flesh and bone. He blinked, and the intensity in his gaze softened into surprise, as though he had woken from a dream. He apologized in a low voice, realized he was gripping her, and immediately released her arms. He explained that he had only, then he let go of her completely, paused above her for a moment, and drew back. Her body was suddenly free, strangely light. She sucked in a breath and began to float, her feet leaving the cushion as if drawn upward by an invisible thread. Wide-eyed, she asked in confusion what was happening. Edwin now stood a few steps away, gesturing toward her suspended body with a faint smile on his lips, telling her that it was exactly as she could see. Curiosity colored his voice as he asked whether this often happened when she slept. A hot blush surged into her cheeks, and she stammered that it did not. This was only the second time it had ever happened. He let the moment linger in the air, his gaze steady, then told her there was something he had always wanted to ask. When she gave him permission to speak, his expression turned serious. He wanted to know why she had sent him her ring. The question hung heavily between them, unanswered. He looked at her, a trace of disbelief crossing his eyes, and asked whether she truly still had not figured it out. She could only look back at him blankly and in confusion, wondering what exactly she was supposed to have figured out. How could she possibly know anything about his first love? He had never even told her about that woman. And so she accused him, the pain of years of silence welling up in her heart, calling him a bastard for not even writing to her. A soft, knowing smile bloomed on his face, so deeply tender it almost stole her breath away. He spoke one cryptic sentence, his voice low as a murmur winding around her heart. He said in 36 letters. Ismilda stood in the quiet room, her posture straight, her hands clasped before her, silent resolve hardening her gaze. The soft creak of the opening door broke the silence, and a polite voice called, "Mr. Argent." Noah Argent stood in the doorway, dressed in an impeccable white suit, his silver hair glimmering faintly in the light. He held a newspaper in one hand, his sharp gaze behind his glasses falling on her as he greeted her. He apologized for being late, explaining that he had been caught up in business just now. He gestured toward the reporters still lingering outside and asked if they were the reason she had not gone home. His gaze fell to the velvet box she held out, and those eyes, the color of a winter sky, sharpened slightly with understanding. He recognized it at once. "This is Hells," he murmured, realizing this must be the reason she had waited for him. Ismilda confirmed it, telling him in a steady voice that she wanted to thank him for lending it to her. But he interrupted her, his brow furrowing slightly. He told her there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He had intended for her to keep it from the beginning. Ismilda shook her head firmly. She knew he might say that, but she insisted that she could not accept a gift of such immeasurable value and extraordinary expense. She urged him to take it back, explaining that, after all, she was the one who ought to thank him for everything he had done for her that night. She gave him a sincere, grateful smile and thanked him again. He met her gaze, his own expression unreadable, something complicated flickering in the depths of his eyes. At last he yielded, admitting that she had helped him as well, so perhaps they had helped each other. Even so, he still insisted that he could not take the gift back. Instead, he would gladly keep the gown, since he was the only one who could wear it. The remark was somewhat strange, but it broke the tension. Ismilda lowered her eyes to the gorgeous dress and agreed that the gown was enough. Then a playful glint appeared in her eyes. In passing, she pointed out that there was still a bit of egg in his hair. He blinked, lifted a hand to his silver hair, and found the offending bit of food. He sighed softly and asked her to forgive his appearance. Ismilda tilted her head, a question in her voice, and asked why he did not simply use his magic. She was sure he could clean it up easily. Her voice gradually trailed off because her gaze had caught a detail she had missed before. She sucked in a sharp breath. Right there, in the brooch pinned to his lapel, was his magic stone, and it was cracked. The realization struck her like a physical blow. He must have overstrained himself while helping her. He said nothing, his profile calm, but the evidence was undeniable. He had maintained a powerful illusion and barrier magic at the same time, and that had clearly exceeded his limits. He tried to dispel her concern, claiming that this was something he had allowed to happen himself, and that she need not worry. But his words were drowned out by the soft light radiating from her hand. He murmured the name of the spell, Raha. A gentle, cleansing light swept over him, removing the last traces of his disheveled appearance. He adjusted his glasses, his pale eyes widening in surprise. Ismilda smiled softly and explained that she had learned this cleaning spell because she thought it might be useful someday. She had not expected to use it so soon. He remained motionless, his gaze fixed on her, and repeated the name of the spell, Raha. His voice was barely more than a whisper. For a moment, the world seemed to recede, leaving only the two of them, veiled in the soft mist of magical light. Her reflection flickered faintly in his lenses, a tiny, perfect version of her with a gentle smile. She stepped closer, her hands settling on his chest, the touch light and hesitant. The room seemed filled with starlight as they stood there, caught in an unexpected and profound moment of connection. Those headlines could no longer be avoided. In a grand office, a man pointed out in a gloomy tone that Lady Ismilda Granche was on the front page of every newspaper. In Thebes, Noah Argent sat at the head of a long table, his fingers interlaced, his expression calm as he listened to the complaints of the Foundation directors. An angry man named Hegar slammed his palm onto the table and demanded to know why they had not been informed that the late chairman's daughter had returned. Noah calmly answered that since Mrs. Smilda did not belong to the Foundation, and since she had only recently returned to the city, he had not considered it sufficient reason to call an emergency meeting. Hegar was so angry he was left speechless, his face flushing red, and he roared back that the mere fact she was a member of the Granche family was already enough. He accused Noah of mobilizing the Foundation's magicians to assist her, and pointed out that she had now taken on the enormous responsibility of caring for 15 children. A woman named Lafina, wearing a feathered hat and a sly smile, lazily waved a hand and told Hegar not to get so worked up. She did not think the girl had caused any harm. In fact, she found the entire affair very entertaining. With vivid detail, she described a play, a poor Cinderella inheriting 100 million moire, being kidnapped, and then saving a fortune from the magic tower. An elderly gentleman with a monocle, silvers, interrupted her with the crisp snap of his cigar cutter. He warned her to watch her words and asked whether she was already planning her next play. He declared that the subject of the fundraiser was over. A broad-shouldered man, Trubnik, spoke up, wanting to move on to Edwin's case. He reported that Edwin had been declared innocent of all charges, and that the travel ban had also been lifted. Noah added that this incident would not affect his application to the Royal Guard, and thanked Trubnik's mercenary company for gathering the necessary evidence. Trubnik accepted the thanks, but immediately fixed Noah with a sharp stare and made it clear that he was not pleased with the decision to allow Edwin's ring to be auctioned off. He accused him bluntly, implying that he had used Edwin to push Chairman Granche's daughter into the spotlight. Noah's face remained like an unmoving mask. Naturally, he denied it, his voice smooth and even giving nothing away. Lafina watched him, thoughtful calculation in her purple eyes. In the exaggerated tone of a playwright, she recounted the incident. When news of the auction leaked, public outrage had already reached its boiling point, but then, as if by a miracle, the beloved chairman's daughter suddenly appeared. This angel not only reclaimed the ring, but also made a grand and generous promise, declaring that over the next 7 years she would fund all 15 children, covering their education, living expenses, and any legal fees. Single-handedly, she repaired the shattered image of the fundraiser and turned a scandal into a victory. Lafina sighed dramatically, her eyes gleaming, and asked whether they were truly supposed to believe that a woman as young as her could have devised such an exquisite plan all on her own. Her thoughts turned inward, sharp and malicious. For Noah, the wiser course should have been to keep Ismilda Granche alive, but continue hiding her, just as he had done all these years. That way, he could both maintain the illusion that he was her benevolent guardian and slowly drain away her inheritance. Now, she had become a problem, a potential threat. Yet not only had he returned her inheritance to her, he had also brought her back to Thebes. Lafina could not understand. Why would he personally hand her resources that his enemies could use to rally an army against him? Back at the Granche mansion, as Ismilda was gradually adjusting to her new life, the butler Melfa approached her with a letter in hand. Her heart leapt with hope. It had to be from Edwin. She eagerly opened the envelope. Edwin wrote that he had moved out of the dormitory and was now staying at the Lebanon Hotel under Mr. Argent's name, while handling his own affairs, namely his application to join the Royal Guard. A warm smile appeared on her lips. Ever since the fundraiser, Edwin had written to her every day, becoming a constant and reassuring presence in her life. But that joy was shadowed by a bitter memory. He had also told her about the letters he had received in the past, letters signed with her name, but written by an imposter imitating her handwriting. Although the forger's identity remained a mystery, it was painfully clear who had intercepted her real letters and ensured they never reached Edwin. The memory was interrupted by Connie bursting into the room, panting, with an ornate invitation in her hand. It was an invitation from Marquis Proud de Vincentos himself, the Grand Magician. Her blood instantly ran cold. This was a challenge. The Marquis undoubtedly intended to humiliate her for the role she had played in his granddaughter's downfall. Connie asked worriedly whether it would be all right for her to go alone. Ismilda's first response, the thought that immediately came to her, was to seek Mr. Argent's advice. After all, he knew the Marquis. But when she reached for the earring communication device, her hand froze in midair and unease rose within her. Why did she turn to him as though it were only natural? Thinking about it carefully, she realized that ever since arriving here, she had relied on him for almost everything. Without his help, she could never have left her uncle's house. Even so, she still could not bring herself to trust him completely. Those old, painful questions surfaced again, tangling into a thorny knot in her heart. If he was going to come, why had he not come for her sooner? If he meant to ignore her, why not leave her in the darkness forever? Why abandon her for 7 whole years, only to reappear at this moment? Would it truly have been so difficult to send her one message, one word of comfort, to tell her she had not been forgotten, to tell her he would come for her someday? The carriage was filled with silence. Ismilda finally broke it, saying in a cool voice that she did not remember asking Mr. Argent to accompany her. He sat across from her, perfectly composed, and replied that he had come of his own accord. He explained that he had not seen the Marquis in some time, and had intended to pay him a visit anyway. Ismilda raised an eyebrow and asked sarcastically whether he had just happened to remember that today. He cleared his throat, the faintest hint of a smile appearing at his lips. He leaned forward slightly, his silver eyes glinting with mischief, and asked in a low, teasing voice whether she would not allow him to accompany her. Ismilda stared at him in complete panic. What exactly was this man trying to do now? In the narrow space of the carriage, his voice was low and intimate, passing through the rhythmic rumble of the wheels. He asked whether she still felt uncomfortable being with him. Ismilda's breath caught. She turned her gaze away, looking at the cityscape sliding past the window, its elegant buildings blurring together. She hesitated, the word yes like a fragile breath. At last, she found her voice and admitted that although she would always be grateful for everything he had done for her, if she were being honest, sometimes it was all rather difficult to bear. Her composure cracked, and an almost desperate plea slipped from her lips. She asked whether he could treat her as one of his attendants. Her voice trembled with sincerity as she promised that she would be as docile as a lamb, and swore it to him. Then he turned toward her, his brow slightly furrowed, and asked why she would say such a thing. In a firm tone, he reminded her to remember who she was. Suddenly, his eyes seemed to ignite behind his lenses, flashing with a brilliance so dazzling it nearly blinded her, catching her completely off guard. Her own eyes widened as well, a bead of sweat sliding down her temple, while his gaze grew even more intense, glittering with a dazzling and almost predatory light. Then he consented, his voice so low it seemed to reverberate deep in her bones. He said, very well, she could accompany him. He cleared his throat, a faint blush coloring his cheeks, and added one condition: if she kept her promise. A gift? The word left her lips as a confused whisper. He explained that it was something he had long wanted to do. After all, she had bought him birthday gifts every year, and now he finally had the ability to return her kindness. A soft, sincere smile appeared on her lips, and she shook her head. She told him that seeing him healthy and happy was all the repayment she could ever need. He gave a soft scoff and said she sounded exactly like a parent. She insisted that it was the truth, that this was truly how she felt. He gave in with a low murmur, and the carriage continued toward the imposing Vincento's mansion. At the entrance, they were received by a row of uniformly dressed servants, who bowed in unison and welcomed Miss Granche. The magnificent doors opened, revealing a dining hall so vast it stole her breath away. Ismilda could not help but gasp softly. In awe, she murmured that she had never seen such a spacious room. She turned to Noah and nervously asked whether he was familiar with the Vincento's family, confessing that this was her first time meeting them, and she was terribly nervous. His voice sounded low beside her, soothing. He promised that if she encountered any situation that made her uncomfortable, he would come to her aid, and that she did not need to worry. A trace of her old playfulness flashed back. She raised an eyebrow. She teased that was she not supposed to be docile today, and asked how exactly he intended to aid her. His hand moved suddenly, the gesture shockingly intimate, his fingers lightly brushing over a lock of her hair. Like this, he said softly. His touch made her whole body tremble, and her heart skipped a beat. He suggested that if she needed his help, she should touch her own hair in the same way, and explained that he would only intervene when she gave that clear signal. For a moment, she could not speak, her cheeks burning, the lingering sensation of his touch still caught in her hair. She hurriedly took a step back, tried to restore both distance and her scattered composure. Stammering, she suggested that she could simply tuck her hair behind her ear. If she needed him, she could let him step in without hesitation. Her heart was pounding wildly between her ribs as she told him so. A faint, almost imperceptible smile brushed Noah's lips, and he told her he would keep his promise. Their private moment was interrupted by a booming voice welcoming Mrs. Granche. A dignified man with a white beard, dressed in luxurious purple robes, strode toward them. It was Marquis Proud de Vincentos. He declared how much he had been looking forward to this meeting. Noah greeted him coolly, but when the Marquis looked at Noah, his expression darkened, and he said sullenly that he had not expected him to come, especially after Noah had refused his invitation last time. Ismilda quickly stepped forward and said what an honor it was to meet him, but the Marquis interrupted her and unexpectedly seized her hand with great force. Her eyes widened. He insisted that she call him Proud, declaring that magicians were comrades and should address one another by name rather than title, all while shaking her hand enthusiastically. He marveled at how much she had grown in 7 years. Just then, a young woman with lavender hair rushed in, calling for her grandfather, and threw herself into his arms. Ismilda froze. This noisy, easygoing man was actually the most powerful noble in the kingdom. Laughing, he picked up his granddaughter Lero and spun her around cheerfully. Later, at an extravagantly laid dining table, the Marquis explained that his granddaughter was the child born between his daughter and a Meister from the Magic Tower. Lero smiled brightly at Ismilda and confessed that she had insisted her grandfather invite Ismilda because she hoped they could become friends. The Marquis added that Ismilda's father had once been his student, as well as a classmate of his son-in-law, Sibin. He recalled her father's talent and said with a laugh that it had been truly shocking at the time that a reclusive researcher like him had actually married and had a child. The image of her father's gentle, affectionate face flashed through her mind. Lero cut in, saying that she greatly respected Professor Argot and had assumed Ismilda must have read his papers. Ismilda admitted awkwardly that she had not yet had the chance to read them. Lero's sweet expression faltered slightly, then shifted into a mask of feigned shock and pity. She sighed softly that it was truly unfortunate. Ismilda possessed such talent, yet seemed not to have received a proper education. Ismilda calmly said that she had indeed never had time to study. Lero's voice dripped with false sympathy as she continued, saying how moving it was that Ismilda sponsored children so they could receive the education she herself had been denied. Then the attack came. Lero spoke with her fork paused in midair, saying she truly was curious why Ismilda had chosen those particular children when there were so many others in the orphanage who needed help. Her voice lowered into a malicious whisper, revealing that Ismilda was now the subject of many rumors among the nobility. In Ismilda's eyes, the steak on Lero's plate turned into a pool of blood, and the accusation fell with it. People said she had sponsored those children only to obtain the ring on her finger. The air grew cold, so that was it. This was why she had been invited. Lero quickly resumed her innocent manner, claiming it must be a misunderstanding, because if those poor children were merely pawns, that would be far too heartbreaking. Ismilda gently set down her cutlery, deliberately making a crisp little sound. She looked straight into Lero's eyes and said it seemed Miss Lero believed charity must always come from the purest of intentions. Lero immediately agreed, but a new strength rang in Ismilda's voice. She declared that, at least in her opinion, the results mattered far more. She explained that she herself had once been unable to afford an education. She had neither the money nor the talent to enter the academy. Memories flashed through her mind of her younger self, holding on to her dreams. She told everyone that if someone had been willing to support her back then, she would certainly have been grateful. Her voice grew hoarse with the memory of those difficult years. What she had needed was not pity, but money. She turned her gaze to the shocked Lero and said firmly that the children at the fundraiser would undoubtedly feel the same way. She finished by saying that regardless of their benefactor's character or intentions, they would be grateful for the opportunity. A tremor passed through her entire body. She knew she was telling the truth. But why? She wondered, did it sound like a lie? Her gaze crossed the table and met Noah's. In his steady, unreadable expression, she found an anchor, and a silent comfort flowed toward her, steadying her trembling heart. His voice cut through the tense silence, as if in answer to her words. He agreed that regardless of the intention, the children would be grateful. The Marquis dispelled the atmosphere with a burst of booming laughter, declaring how pleased he was to see the young ladies getting along so well. Lero forced out a smile and claimed she had only wanted them to become familiar with each other, and hoped her passionate words had not offended Ismilda. The Marquis quickly changed the subject, praising Ismilda's talent for magic, and saying that it deeply reassured him to know Argo's daughter had become a powerful magician. He offered to guide her in her father's absence, and a cold realization rose in Ismilda's heart. He was only interested in her power. Just as she did not know how to respond, a fork clattered to the floor. It was Noah's. He apologized quietly, saying his hand had slipped, and then deliberately moved his hand to tuck a lock of silver hair behind his ear. Ismilda's breath caught. That was the signal. He was signaling for her to escape. But why now? Before she could understand, the door opened again, and a charming man with pale, purple hair walked in, apologizing for his lateness. He was Serrano, the Marquis's eldest grandson. After a brief rebuke from his grandfather, Serrano's golden eyes fell on Ismilda. He stepped forward and, to her utter shock, knelt on one knee and took her hand. He murmured that her beauty far surpassed the photographs in the newspapers, and introduced himself as the heir of the Vincento's family. His confidence was almost a tangible force. Later, the Marquis led them through a grand corridor and announced that there was something he wanted to show her. Ismilda could not guess what it might be, and her mind was still turning over the Romana feast she kept hearing about. Serrano suddenly appeared beside her, startling her. He explained that the feast commemorated a legendary infinity magician from ancient times, someone who could draw magic from every emotion. By comparison, Ismilda felt terribly small. Serrano continued explaining that noble families gathered there to display their vision, a unique miracle magic belonging solely to their bloodline. He smiled and told her that his grandfather must like her very much, because he was about to let her see something no outsider had ever seen. It was something she could boast about for the rest of her life. Why would they show something so important to her of all people? They stopped before a set of enormous, imposing doors. The doors creaked open into darkness. They revealed a massive, frozen, horned demon form. Ismilda sucked in a breath, her blood running cold. What on earth was that? The Marquis called to his grandson. Serrano turned to Ismilda and calmly told her that it was a minin, a creature that could not be harmed by enchanted weapons. She realized it was only a statue, but Serrano's chilling smile made her stomach tighten. "I suppose it is now," he said, "for the time being. For the time being." The words echoed in the bitter silence. He took a small cube glowing with golden light from his coat and suggested suggested that she keep her eyes wide open. The cube lit up as if awakening. With one last, chilling smile, Serrano said it was a pleasure to meet her, then uttered a word. Ashunk. A blinding beam of light burst from the cube and struck the statue. The ground roared and split open. Spiderweb cracks crawled across the stone surface. Its claws twitched, and one vicious red eye flickered to life. A terrible shriek tore through the air. The monster had awakened. Ismilda stood frozen in place, too terrified to move. The Marquis calmly told her not to be afraid, that Serrano had everything under control, and that the thing was not truly alive. How could she possibly not be afraid? The Marquis said proudly that this was only the beginning of his plans for the feast. He ordered Serrano to demonstrate its ability to transform. The cube glowed again. The monster's eyes flashed, and Ismilda flinched instinctively. Purple lightning crackled. The monster's form twisted, shrank, and smoothed out, becoming the shape of a horrifyingly gaunt man with a collar around his neck and dead, hollow red eyes. The thing looked down at her, its gaze empty and cold. This could not be an illusion, she thought in panic. An illusion could not reduce an object's size. The creature raised its shackled hand and reached toward her. At the instant before it touched her, Noah appeared in front of her, separating her from that horror like a solid shield. He chanted a powerful nullification spell. A dazzling surge of purple magic swallowed the creature, forcing it back into its monstrous stone statue form. Silence descended, heavy and absolute. Serrano let out a low, frustrated breath. Then he began to clap, the slow, mocking sound echoing through the vast hall. The Marquis and Lero watched from the side, their faces terribly dark. Noah turned slightly, a smile on his lips. He looked back at Ismilda and said that this had certainly been quite a fruitful learning experience. The air inside the carriage was heavy, filled with unspoken truths. Every word Mr. Argent spoke fell like a pebble into Ismilda's quiet thoughts. He calmly remarked that today had indeed been quite a fruitful learning experience. She had just finished explaining the fragments of the vision she had seen, that impossible magic unfolding before her eyes. She quietly confirmed his summary. The remaining part of the spell was indeed engraved on the topaz Lord Serrano had held, and that gemstone was absolutely essential to activating the vision. It was a frustrating dead end. She said in frustration that no matter how many times she repeated the spell Lord Serrano had used, she would never be able to activate that vision because the spell was incomplete. He listened in unsettling silence, then supplied a piece of the puzzle she had not known was missing. He explained that visions were spells created specifically for noble families, and in order to keep them secret, the unspoken parts of the spell were often engraved on magic stones. Then his voice lowered, tinged with heaviness. He revealed that her father had also once studied a vision at the Romana feast, but because of that tragic accident, he had been unable to complete it. Finally, he said it was truly regrettable. The words struck her, and a cold shock spread through her heart. Her father had been studying a vision. Then why? A dizzying question spun through her mind. Why had the headmaid shown her family's vision to her? Why had it not been out of concern for her father? Before she could voice her confusion, Mr. Argent's attention shifted. His silver eyes, sharp and analytical, casually mentioned that he had noticed Lord Serrano had kissed her hand on 2 separate occasions. The question that followed was anything but casual. He asked whether that had had any effect on her magic. Ismilda's breath caught, and she asked him in surprise to repeat himself, her cheeks heating. He clarified that he meant in relation to her magic. She stammered that Lord Serrano had merely been greeting her, a desperate attempt to change the subject. But Mr. Argent did not back down. He pointed out that young Edwin did not seem to be the same. Her mind went blank with panic. Damn physical contact. If she could never say what she needed to say, then what was the point of being able to touch Edwin's magic? How could she possibly look her childhood friend in the eye and ask whether he minded testing a theory that when she touched someone she was attracted to, she might be able to draw upon her magic? The thought alone made her want to curl up in shame and die. Her thoughts desperately seized on any alternative, any way out of this awkward situation. If the subject were someone she had no feelings for, it would be much easier, she suddenly thought with astonishing clarity. Someone like Mr. Argent. The carriage came to a clattering stop, pulling her out of her spiraling thoughts. Mr. Argent announced that they had arrived and helped her down from the carriage. His gloved hand held hers, and that familiar tremor of energy surged through her entire body. Her reaction was undeniable. The spark was exactly the same as what she had felt with Ed. But why? Her mind raced. Her reaction to Ed made sense. But why would the same thing happen with Mr. Argent? It was not as though she was attracted to him. So why? Was it merely because he was handsome? A terrible possibility bloomed in her mind. Did this mean her magic would be activated by any attractive man? Immersed in chaotic speculation, her hand moved on its own, her fingertips lightly touching the fine fabric of his waistcoat, right over his heart, as if searching for an answer in the steady heartbeat beneath. The contact jolted her back to reality. She withdrew her hand as though burned, a blush climbing all the way up her neck. She stammered an apology, saying she had simply been lost in thought. But Mr. Argent reacted faster. He caught her wrist, his grip firm but not painful. A knowing smile gleamed in his eyes as he met her gaze. He observed that it seemed she had not yet told young Edwin. He admitted that this was understandable, since such a request might be difficult to make. Then, in a smooth tone that nearly made it impossible for her to breathe, he made a suggestion. If she wished, she could feel free to use him instead. Her mind fell into chaos. Use him? The wording was far too bold. He continued in a low voice, saying he did not mind as long as she felt comfortable. He truly was an incomprehensible man, a complete mystery. Lately, she found herself constantly wondering whether things would have been better if her ability had never awakened. After all, if she were not a magician, she could simply buy magic with money. But he seemed to read her thoughts as they walked along the coast. His gaze softened almost imperceptibly. He told her that a magician's potential was often proportional to the difficulties they had overcome. In his view, she would become a powerful magician. She looked at him, a bitter smile rising to her lips, and asked if this was his way of comforting her. He assured her that these were not merely words of comfort, and reminded her that Marquis Proud had said the same thing. If he believed she was only an ordinary magician, he would never have shown her his family's vision. Then his tone returned to business. There was something important he wanted to remind her about. She asked what it was. He looked at her, a trace of a smile on his lips, and asked about the gift she had promised him. When would he receive it? The gift. The word hung in the air, and Ismilda's face stiffened into pure, unmixed horror. She returned to her sitting room and sank into the soft sofa, the memory of her foolish promise crashing down on her. She let out a clear groan and buried her face in her hands. Why had she said such a thing? She could already picture it perfectly. She was certain that no matter what she gave him, he would accept it with that polite, infuriatingly calm smile. He would thank her for such a lovely gift, and from time to time, he would remember to mention how useful it was, solely to reassure her that he was grateful. The entire thing was maddening. A flame of determination lit in her heart. No, she would not let him win this silent game. She had to get him something money could not buy. Whether it was a sincere smile or a genuine frown, she would draw a real reaction out of him. Her mind began racing through the possibilities. A few days later, with a determined light in her eyes, Ismilda was humming a cheerful tune as she splashed in a bath filled with fragrant rose petals. Life seemed a little lighter and full of purpose. She had received a short, sweet letter from Edwin asking her to have lunch with him. After dressing with great care, she was admiring herself in the mirror when a knock came at the door. The maid announced that a guest had come to see her. Ismilda's heart gave a slight flutter. He must have arrived already. In a bright, expectant voice, she told the maid she would be there at once. Filled with excitement, she reached for the doorknob. But the moment she pulled the door open, a dazzling blue flash exploded in the hallway. A man holding a strange, glowing cube called out her name. Miss Granche. The device clicked and took a photograph. Before she could react, another flash lit up. Ed stood in the garden, holding a magic wand, a handsome figure with a somewhat dashing and carefree air, while the sound of the shutter echoed through the air. The photographer asked with a grin whether she and Sir Edwin were going on a date. Edwin looked completely unaffected and explained that he had been unable to book a room at the hotel because all the hotels were full of tourists who had come for the Ramana feast. While they drank tea in her sitting room, Ismilda said worriedly that the media had found him in the carriage he arrived in. She wished he had told her sooner, so she could have sent a carriage to pick him up. Then she insisted that as for lodging, he should stay at her house for the time being. Edwin refused with a serious look, saying he did not want to impose. But Ismilda would not listen. She leaned forward and earnestly reminded him that it was no trouble at all. Were they not friends? He looked at her, his long, thoughtful glance making her heart skip a beat. Then a slow smile spread across his face. He gave in, but asked that, in that case, she allow him to fulfill his duty as her knight. Permission was, of course, granted. He immediately turned serious and said the barriers around her house needed improvement, suggesting that they add a sealing spell to block intruders like the one from earlier. She teased him, saying that despite not being a magician, he knew a great deal about spells. He countered that knights had to possess basic knowledge of magic. She promised she would consider it. A comfortable silence fell between them, and Edwin's expression softened with nostalgia. He said it had been a long time since he had come here, then recalled how they used to play hide and seek. Ismilda smiled and replied that she had always hidden in the same place. He added with a soft laugh that she had done it on purpose, so he would not have to struggle to find her. Then he leaned closer with a mischievous smile and teased that perhaps she had simply been very bad at hiding. She protested that it was not true, but the warmth of memory filled the entire room. Sitting here and talking to him like this felt as though they had returned to childhood. That comfortable, nostalgic feeling made her bold. She called his name, her voice very soft. When he looked at her, she took a deep breath and asked him to lend her his hand. She had finally said it. Her heart was pounding wildly between her ribs. If he asked why, how was she supposed to answer? Was she supposed to say she was just feeling a little nostalgic? But he did not ask. He simply held out his hand. She could not help asking why he was not questioning her. He looked down at the hand he had offered, then looked back at her as if wondering whether she needed both hands. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly said she did not, then stammered that this was an experiment to confirm which part of his body she needed to touch to produce the strongest reaction. His gaze was deep, but he merely told her she could do whatever she wanted. Then he asked a question of his own. Aside from his hand, which part of him did she plan to touch? Her mind went blank, and she vaguely said she wanted to start with his arm first, then slowly move to his shoulder. Before she could even react to what was happening, he leaned closer, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath. His voice was low enough to be intoxicating as he softly suggested that perhaps it would be better to start with his face. The air crackled, filled with unspoken tension. Then he asked whether physical contact was a necessary condition for it to take effect. She honestly said she might still need some time to figure that out. His eyes searched hers as he asked whether she would do this with other people too. She shook her head and explained that for now, it was only him. He urged her on in a low voice, almost a whisper, and at last she barely managed to say the name. And Mr. Argent. She nodded carefully. Something seemed to switch on in the depths of his eyes. The playful warmth vanished, replaced by a sharp, competitive gleam. He leaned back slightly and asked in a voice that sounded careless, "Who was better?" A dangerous smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips as he reminded her that she knew he hated losing. His heartbeat began to grow heavy. It carried a possessive rhythm, echoing the frantic pounding in her chest. Just as the tension was about to snap, the door creaked open. A butler announced that the meal was ready. Ismilda sprang to her feet, her voice rising unnaturally as she declared that she was starving and they would be there at once, practically fleeing the room. Edwin remained seated where he was, his fingers lightly brushing over his lips, watching her leave with an expression that seemed both thoughtful and calculating. Later, Ismilda was in the pavilion in the garden of her mansion. A hooded man arrived, and she said he must be tired after traveling such a long way. She thanked him, saying it was very kind of him to come and strengthen the barrier around her mansion. He bowed his head and introduced himself as Logan, asking her not to concern herself with it. He also explained that he had simply been called back to the capital earlier than expected. He was Connie's older brother and a colleague of Noah Argent. Connie's voice echoed in her memory. She had once explained that her brother might be clumsy at everything else, but when it came to barrier magic, he was an expert. Logan said that, more importantly, there was something he wanted to show her. He placed a small box and several other items on the table. Ismilda's eyes widened in shock. She asked if these could possibly be. He confirmed it. He explained that some of the items had been retrieved from the Baron's mansion, while the rest had been recovered elsewhere. Anything damaged had already been restored with magic. He added that Mr. Argent had asked for them to be found and returned to her in perfect condition, because they had always rightfully belonged to her. Her gaze fell on a stack of letters tied with ribbon. She had never seen them before. Those had to be the letters Ed had sent, only for them to be intercepted. She reached for them, her heart pounding violently with a mixture of anger and sorrow. And when she abruptly straightened, her hand accidentally knocked a small dark box off the table. The box fell to the floor, and she cried out. The clasp came loose, and the lid sprang open with a sickening clatter. Several small, dark objects rolled out, scattering across the spotless white floor. They came to stop after making soft, dull thuds. Ismilda stared at them, her blood instantly turning cold. Only after her eyes focused did she realize they were not stones, but severed human fingers. Logan immediately apologized in a low voice, saying he had not intended for her to see such a horrifying sight. As he began gathering up the grotesque objects, he asked whether anything had happened recently at her uncle's mansion. But Ismilda's voice sliced through the air, sharp and trembling with fear. She demanded to know whose they were. Logan hesitated for a moment and awkwardly scratched his cheek. He sighed, thinking it might be better to let her know after all. His next words rang through that peaceful afternoon like a death knell. He told her these were the fingers of the little thief who had stolen her letters. They belonged to the woman who had deceived her. Mrs. Fitz's image flashed before Ismilda's eyes, her false sympathy, her gentle lies. The woman who had intercepted Edwin's letters for an entire year. The woman who had handed the letters over to Lady Sonia. Nausea surged up Ismilda's throat. Her fists clenched at her sides, her knuckles turning white. She demanded to know who had decided on this punishment, who had given the order. Logan's answer was quiet, yet struck like a physical blow. He told her it was Noah's order. Mr. Argent. The name became an incredulous whisper on her lips. Logan explained that it was done to prevent that person from stealing again in the future. An angry, heartbroken cry burst from her throat. She said that even as the victim of this crime, if anyone had the right to take revenge, it should have been her. She had never asked Mr. Argent to do such a thing, and she never would. Why had he done something like this on his own? The sense of betrayal pressed against her chest like real pain. She remembered how he had ignored her when she needed him most. She remembered how he had not come to her until she was on the brink of despair. Yet now, simply because Mrs. Fitz had betrayed his trust, he had gone to such an extreme and cruel length. The question escaped her lips, full of pain and disbelief. Why? How could Mr. Argent be so heartless? Logan merely tapped the box on the table. Then he began to speak, trying to explain. He reminded her that Noah was the first student to receive a scholarship through the Granche Foundation. His grades had always been excellent, but even so, when he was at school, he had never once ranked first in his year because there was an obstacle far greater than his humble origins. Logan waved a hand dismissively and said he had no intention of reminiscing about Mr. Argent's school days. What he meant was that, compared to ordinary people, Noah was quite lacking in human emotion. He was simply born that way. Even if someone desperately needed help, Noah would not immediately reach out. Instead, he would first weigh the situation in his mind. He would first determine the best timing and the most efficient method of intervening. He was not moved by other people's pain or hardship. He merely wanted to provide a solution. Logan insisted that it was not out of malice. He simply could not feel emotions. In the end, he summarized that as a superior, Noah was easy to work with, but one had to accept his emotional detachment. He begged her to understand, saying he was certain Noah believed he had done this for her benefit. He understood why she was in so much pain, but Noah would never understand. Ismilda covered her eyes with her hand, and the whole world seemed to tilt. After a long time, she lowered her hand and made a request. She asked whether Mr. Logan could leave those fingers with her. He was startled and asked whether she wanted to keep them. She confirmed it, saying she would discuss this matter with Mr. Argent later. She asked him again to please leave them with her. He did as she asked, handed the small box to her, then took his leave. As he walked away, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his lips. 7 days remained until the Romana feast. The memory of her most recent contact with Mr. Argent still stung freshly. She had sent a message asking what kind of gift he wanted, and the reply she received from his secretary was a model of polite distance. Anything from you would be fine. His latest business trip had taken him far away, making him difficult to reach. Frustrated, Ismilda turned to the maids for a new plan. She asked Manhwa whether he could recommend a teacher, because she wanted to study visions further. The maids screamed in unison, and Connie exclaimed in amazement that she intended to create her own vision only 2 months after awakening her ability. She declared that their madam was truly the genius of the century. Ismilda waved away the praise, a sly smile appearing on her lips. She clarified that it was nothing so astonishing. She had only called it vision because she could not think of a better word. She admitted that her true goal was merely to give someone a proper fright, and she did not think ordinary magic would be enough to do it. Connie's eyes widened in understanding. Could that person possibly be Mr. Argent? How did she know? Connie proudly suggested that her brother could teach her. She said that although her brother had not graduated from the academy, he was very serious about his work. Ismilda was a little surprised to hear that he had never graduated. Connie explained that his grades had not been good enough, so he had failed to qualify. How strange, Ismilda thought. She told him she wanted to think about it first, because there was somewhere she had to go right now. Her destination was the Grand Library of the Mage Tower. Coming up with a gift for Mr. Argent was only one part of her plan, but a more urgent matter occupied her mind. The name Shankara echoed in her head, like a key to a lock she could not understand. The image of her father busy with his own project for the Ramana feast before the tragic accident had lingered around her all this time. Since that day, she had been unable to stop thinking about visions. She went to the librarian's counter and asked whether they had a book called Refinement and Practical Application of Ancient Spells. After checking the records, the librarian told her that all the copies in the library seemed to have been checked out. Then she paused, staring at the glowing screen. Oh wait, there was one copy left in Section C. Following the directions, Ismilda passed between towering shelves, the scent of old paper and magic filling the air. At last, she saw the book, its dark spine wedged high on the shelf. She reached out, her fingertips straining toward it. At that very same moment, another elegant, pale hand reached for the exact same book. Ismilda turned her head, and her gaze met that of a beautiful woman whose hair was the color of twilight lavender. Their hands hovered inches apart, both closing in on the last remaining copy in the entire library. A tense silence hung in the air of the Grand Library, broken only by the muffled sound of pages softly closing. But between the two women, another kind of tension crackled, sharp and suffocating. Miss Laro was dressed in a lavender gown that displayed her authority, her hand firmly pressed on the book on the shelf. She spoke in a condescendingly sweet tone, addressing the woman before her as Lady Ismilda. Ismilda's own hand was also tightly gripping the spine of the same book, her knuckles pale, her fingers trembling slightly with mingled anger and defiance. Miss Laro's smile was like a perfectly polished mask of concern. She told Ismilda that the books in this section were too advanced for a novice magician. She generously offered to have an attendant take Ismilda to the beginner's section, reaching out as she spoke to take the book away. But Ismilda's hand did not let go. Her voice was steady and cold, a stark contrast to Laro's syrupy tone. She said she was not lost and asked Miss Laro to let go of the book. The smile widened, becoming a sneer full of condescension. She explained that the book was written in an extremely difficult magical text, one that even academy graduates would struggle with, and that it would only waste Ismilda's time. Ismilda narrowed her eyes, her patience gradually running out. She retorted that she did not think whether she was wasting her time or not was for Miss Laro to decide. The smile vanished from Laro's face in an instant, replaced by a flash of irritation. She snapped her fingers and called over a man named Victor, instructing him that perhaps he should remind Mrs. Ismilda that she seemed to have forgotten her manners. A massive shadow fell over Ismilda, and a tall cloaked figure approached behind her, silent and threatening. His expression was grim, his presence oppressively intimidating. A flicker of alarm passed through Ismilda. She involuntarily took a step back, her voice sharpening with disbelief as she demanded to know what this meant, asking whether they intended to forcefully snatch it from her hands. Laro, now smugly holding the book, pretended to be innocent as she claimed she merely wanted Ismilda to understand her place. At last, venom seeped out from beneath her polite disguise. She questioned Miss Ismilda, asking whether she truly thought the Mage Tower would take her side, just because she had managed to win Edwin Soul's heart and curry favor with Lero's grandfather. As if to accompany her words, other cloaked figures emerged from the shadows and took their places at Lero's sides like sentinels, further displaying her power. An older, stern-faced magician stepped forward and coldly addressed Ismilda as Miss Granche. He said he had heard the library was certainly not the place to cause such a disturbance, and icily asked her to leave. The sting of public humiliation left Ismilda only able to stare at him in shock. Lero pretended to agree magnanimously, closing her eyes as though deep in thought. She said she would do as he said, since Ismilda was, to some extent, a nuisance. But just as Lero turned to leave, Ismilda's hand shot out and seized her arm with astonishing force. Her voice was low but firm as she said she did not think she was the only one at fault. Righteous anger burned in her eyes, and her chin lifted high. Lero's eyes widened in shock at her boldness. Ismilda continued, saying that since Miss Lero was the one who had started the conflict, they should leave together. Just then, a smooth male voice cut through the tense atmosphere, saying he was willing to help set a good example for his fellow magicians. When he mentioned Lero's status as the granddaughter of a grand magician, his words carried a clear implication. A murmur spread among the onlookers. Lero looked flustered, the sudden intervention clearly disrupting her composure. She bit her lip in vexation, then sharply pulled back her arm and yielded with a resentful sneer, saying, "Fine, that would be appropriate." The crisp sound of expensive shoes striking the marble floor announced the newcomer's arrival. He was a man with striking silver hair, dressed in splendid purple attire. He said he had been wondering what had drawn so many people here, and now it seemed it was two beauties. Smiling, he added that they met again. His charming gaze settled on Ismilda as he declared that their meeting must be fate. But Lero cut in, her voice tense as she called him brother. He turned to his younger sister, his smile becoming teasing and cruel. He asked his dear little sister exactly why she had appeared in this section of the library. He continued, his voice filled with contempt, saying he was quite certain that the books here were all about the visions of illustrious noble families. He mentioned that he had heard she had once again cried and made a fuss in front of their grandfather, wanting to participate in the family's vision demonstration, and viciously speculated that she had come here after their grandfather told her to give up on the idea. He patted her head as if treating a child and told her it was all right, he understood. But his words were like daggers, reminding her that only the heir was permitted to use the family vision. He leaned closer, his voice a poisonous whisper, twisting the blade deeper into the wound as he pointed out that not only was she not the heir, but she had also recently lost to Lady Ismilda, a magician of common birth. Ismilda looked up in surprise and hurriedly clarified that she and Miss Lero had never competed against each other. Serrano scoffed and began recounting the humiliating past. He reminded his sister that at the Granche Foundation fundraiser, she had performed an illusion as the proud representative of the Vincento's family. But the next day, the newspapers had been filled not with praise for her, but with fervent reports about Mrs. Ismilda and her illusion, completely overshadowing Lero's achievement. The memory of that headline flashed through Lero's mind, every word a fresh sting. A magician from the great Vincento's family had been outshone by an insignificant magician of common birth. Serrano leaned closer, his smile a grotesque imitation of sympathy. He murmured that he simply could not imagine how devastated she must have been at the time. But then his voice sank, dripping with false comfort, as he assured her she had nothing to worry about. No one would hold her responsible for bringing shame upon the family. Close to her ear, his breath hot, he asked if she knew why. Because she was the family's precious little darling. He whispered the words, clearly intending to strip away what dignity she had left. Lero's face was like a frozen mask, burning with suppressed rage in silence. Without another word, she turned and tossed a brief excuse to her brother. She said she had to go. She stormed past Ismilda, deliberately slamming hard into her shoulder as one final childish provocation. She paused for a moment in the aisle of the Grand Library. She looked back, her eyes burning with intense, terrifying hatred. Her lips silently formed a vicious curse. Ismilda. A gunshot. Ismilda could only watch her leave, a whirlpool of confusion and unease settling in her heart. Later, back at the Granche mansion, Edwin paced back and forth in the study, his frustration obvious. He slammed a hand down on the desk and could not help asking what on earth was wrong with Lero Vincentos. He simply could not believe Ismilda had endured that woman for 7 whole years. Ismilda, now dressed in a simple white gown, stood beside the bookshelf and told him it must have been hard for him too, admitting that she had also suffered quite a lot during that time. She offered a guess, saying that perhaps the reason Lord Serrano and Miss Lero were always smiling was that they liked drinking Tito tea. Edwin was unfamiliar with the name. Ismilda explained that it was a kind of tea all magicians were said to drink, because humans could not fully control their emotions, and emotions were the source of magic. Tito tea allowed those emotions to be amplified without much effort. She wondered aloud, puzzled, why wealthy people did not simply buy magic stones charged by others. Then she answered her own question. She guessed that perhaps the Vincentos family drank it because the tea itself came from the vision their family was famous for, made from the leaves of artificially cultivated plants. Edwin listened intently and reflected that he had never regarded Miss Lero as anything more than an acquaintance. He admitted that he had always thought there was something pitiable about her. He explained that although her magical abilities were astonishing, even enough to rival his own elder brothers, the Vincentos family's strict inheritance rules meant she had no chance at all of inheriting the family title. Ismilda reached for a book on a high shelf and said that even so, it was no reason for Lero to take her resentment out on other people. Suddenly, Edwin moved. His footsteps were silent as he closed the distance between them. He stood directly behind her, his presence warm and solid, and raised his hand over her head, easily taking hold of the book she had been struggling to reach. He was too close. She could feel the heat radiating from his body, his arm brushing past her hair. The air grew still, filled with an unspoken intimacy. Ismilda froze in place, her breath catching in her throat. She looked up, her eyes widening in surprise at his sudden nearness. He lowered his gaze to her, a gentle smile forming on his lips, and said quietly that he could not agree more. Her heart gave a heavy thump beneath her ribs, and the unexpected closeness left her flustered. He had startled her. As if sensing her discomfort, he naturally changed the subject and asked whether Ismilda was free on the day of the Romana feast. Still a little breathless, she reached out to steady herself on his arm and confirmed that she should be. A satisfied smile slowly spread across his face, a triumphant gleam flashing in his eyes, and he announced that this was wonderful. The Romana feast was a dazzling celebration woven from light and life. The city square was filled with a festive mood, colorful banners hanging between buildings while magicians in dark cloaks swept across the bright blue sky. Wrapped in a gorgeous cloak the color of the twilight sky, embroidered with stars, Ismilda looked out at the joyous scene before her. The entire city seemed to be celebrating, and people gathered in the central square around a grand statue of a hooded magician. Her maid, Connie, stood on tiptoe and pointed excitedly toward stall. She explained that they were selling commemorative magic stones, souvenirs made for special occasions. They were mass-produced and cheaper than ordinary magic stones. Although they contained no spells, they had a bit of magic infused into them, allowing them to sparkle beautifully. Connie thought the servants at home would certainly like them as gifts. Ismilda agreed that it was a good idea and bought 30 stones from the stall owner. She picked out a pretty faceted pink gem, a faint smile on her lips, and decided that this one would be for Ed. Connie reminded her that she had promised to meet Edwin at the hotel where he was staying, then playfully told her to go have fun and that she would wait there. Seeing Ismilda's flustered expression, Connie giggled mischievously and asked whether she was not going with her. Connie covered her mouth and teased that she was very good at reading the room. Ismilda's face flushed bright red at once, and she stammered that it was not like that at all. After arriving at the luxurious Lebanon hotel, Ismilda went inside. The moment she stepped through the door, a wave of loud, rough noise rushed toward her. A table of rugged-looking men noticed her, and one stubbled man recognized her as Ismilda Granche, the princess of the Granche family. Another roared for the musicians to play something livelier. Before the crowd could surround her, a strong arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her protectively to someone's side. It was Edwin. With calm authority, he addressed everyone in the room, announcing that the princess needed to eat and that he would answer questions on her behalf. He set 2 rules. keep personal questions to a minimum, and no drinking. The men groaned in disappointment, complaining that he was monopolizing her. After the two sat down at a table, Ismilda told him in a low voice that when he asked whether she was free, she had not expected a party. He gave a wry smile and explained that some people from the Foundation had wanted to organize a small gathering. Disappointment welled up in Ismilda's heart. She thought that although she had not expected this to be a date, she certainly had not expected this either. She forced out a single sentence, saying, "Oh," she saw. A heavy mug slammed onto their table, and a mountain of a man loomed over them. He wore revealing black leather straps, his hair tied tightly into a ponytail, and a scar slashed across his cheek. He looked Ismilda up and down with a critical gaze and said she was practically nothing but skin and bones. Edwin hurriedly introduced him, telling Ismilda that this was Trubnik. Ismilda was momentarily stunned by his oppressive presence and blunt manner, but she quickly recovered and greeted him politely, saying it was nice to meet him. He confirmed that he was the leader of the Blue Eagle Mercenary Corps, his gaze sharp, and said he had wanted to see for himself the young Granche who was trying to follow in her father's footsteps. Edwin shifted uneasily and asked what he thought now that he had seen her. Ismilda trembled slightly under the man's gloomy scrutiny. Trubnik's judgment was swift and cruel. She looked weak. Then he roared at a nearby waiter, ordering a plate of smoked ogre meat, a chicken salad, and a slice of octopus pie for the young lady. He turned back to Ismilda, grabbed a bottle of liquor, and asked what she thought she could accomplish with such a frail body. To her horror, he began pouring the foamy drink in her cup until it overflowed, declaring that a woman ought to have a healthy appetite. He set down the bottle and ordered her to eat every bite, because he would come back later to check her progress. With that, he strode away. Edwin let out an apologetic, amused chuckle and told her not to take it to heart, insisting that he was sure Trubnik liked her. Ismilda stared at the enormous mug of beer and thought she was not so sure about that. Edwin leaned closer and explained. He reminded her that at the ball she had offered to support the orphans, and revealed that no one had been more opposed than Trubnik when Mr. Argent first planned to bring the children before the nobles. He said this was the mercenary's crude way of expressing gratitude. He gestured to everyone in the room and explained that most of the people here were orphans who had benefited from the Foundation. Just then, a blond young man excitedly threw an arm around Edwin's shoulders and shouted his name. He was soon surrounded by old friends, who teased him about leaving the Foundation after graduation and already acting like a knight. Edwin only smiled and told them it was not like that. Ismilda sat in her seat, watching the natural closeness between them. Edwin was pulled into their rough housing, his gaze soft with affection. A gentle smile rose to Ismilda's lips as she lifted her cup and took a sip. She thought back to their childhood, finding it hard to believe that this confident man before her was the same boy who had always trailed behind her. After some time, the world around Ismilda began to sway gently. Edwin noticed and asked worriedly whether she had drunk too much, suggesting that they go outside for some air. She waved him off indifferently and insisted that she was not drunk. She giggled playfully, reached out, and affectionately ruffled his hair. She called him an idiot, her movements gentle and teasing. Edwin looked up at her, completely stunned, a faint blush spreading over his neck as he let out a confused sound. "Huh?" Ismilda stood up and grabbed her starlit cloak. She patted his head one more time and told him to wait there like a good boy while she got some air, leaving him looking bewildered. The door clicked shut behind her. She stepped onto the balcony, and the cool night breeze brought a pleasant relief. She looked up at the breathtaking canvas of the night sky, scattered with stardust, marveling at its beauty and wondering whether this, too, was another kind of vision. She slipped her hand into the pocket of her cloak. She took out a small glasses case containing the spectacles that allowed the wearer to see their greatest fear. Remembering Connie's terrified reaction, she gave a wicked smile and thought she ought to use them to give Mr. Argent a good scare. But when she remembered that she had truly thought he would have returned by now, her smile faded. A faint humming sound pulled her from her thoughts. Her earring, a magical communication device, was glowing. She touched the earring to activate it and stated her identity. A painfully familiar voice came through the connection, telling her that it had been far too long since they last spoke. It was Mr. Argent. Her breath caught, and she asked whether he had finished his journey and returned, but he told her he was still away handling matters and was investigating the disappearance of a subordinate. The flow of magic had only just stabilized enough for him to make a brief call. She gazed at the lights glittering through the city and mustered her courage, asking tentatively whether she could ask him a question. After he agreed, she gathered all her courage, and the words poured out with years of suppressed pain. She asked him why he could not leave her even a shred of hope. Why could he not give her a reason to leave or promise her that one day he would return? He could have simply told her to wait for him. Her hand hanging at her side clenched into a fist. She begged him to give her an answer, any answer, even if it was a lie. His answer was calm and simple, yet heartbreaking. He said that at the time, he had thought it was the best thing to do. Her shoulders slumped, and she asked if that was the only reason. He promised that once he returned, he would properly answer her question. Then he apologized for ending the call so hurriedly, explaining that he could not use the communication stone for long. After one final "we'll talk next time," the earring flickered and fell silent. She lowered her hand, an emptiness spreading through her chest. What exactly had she expected to hear? Heavy-hearted, she gazed at the vast, indifferent night sky. Suddenly, a blinding flash burst from the town square below, startling her. She rushed to the railing and looked down into the darkness below, her mind racing. She was fairly certain she had seen the flash come from the statue. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if the alcohol had made her see things. But the ground below began to tremble. The enormous stone statue rumbled violently, deep cracks crawling across its surface like a spiderweb, and then it split apart, crumbling into dust. From the wreckage, a monstrous figure emerged, a demon with enormous twisted horns and eyes burning like malevolent red embers. It was a creature from a nightmare. A horrible, inhuman shriek echoed across the festive square, instantly silencing the music and laughter. Ismilda stood high on the balcony, looking down with terror on her face, her blood running cold, because she recognized that creature. 30 minutes earlier, a panicked servant hurried through the corridors of a luxurious banquet hall, anxiously calling for Miss Laro. Holding a glass of champagne, Laro still looked every bit the elegant, noble young lady. When she turned around, the breathless servant reached her and panted that Lord Serrano urgently wished to see her. A trace of irritation crossed her face, but she still asked whether something had happened to her brother. The servant insisted that there was no time to explain and urged her to hurry, because there was not much time left before the vision display. Alarm bells rang in Laro's heart, and worry clouded her expression. She came to a heavy wooden door, which slowly opened with an ominous creak. Inside the room, Serrano stood with his back to her. She asked what could be so urgent that he had to see her. He whipped around, his face filled with pure rage. He roared, asking whether it had been her, then lunged forward and grabbed her arm with painful force. His voice an angry hiss as he accused her of taking it and insisted that he was certain it had been her. She shrank back, the stench of alcohol on his breath making her stomach churn. In disbelief, she asked whether he had been drinking. He flinched defensively and claimed he had only had a few sips to steady his nerves. He shoved her away and shouted that it did not matter. Pointing a trembling finger at her, he demanded that she admit she had stolen the vision stone. Laro's blood instantly ran cold. She stared at him in horror and asked whether he was saying he had lost the Ashunk vision stone that was supposed to be displayed today. She screamed that the stone was their family's treasure and demanded to know how he could lose something so important. He frantically gestured for her to be quiet, afraid their grandfather would find out. He refused to take responsibility and accused her of pretending to be innocent. He reminded her that only the two of them were permitted to enter this room. He was certain she must have taken it to get revenge on him. Laro was stunned. She demanded to know why she would take the stone, pointing out that she could not take his place in the display. She would have to be insane to do such a thing. But he had already lost his reason, screaming that it had to be her, because she had always wanted to replace him as heir, and there was absolutely no one else who could have taken it. Just then, a terrible thought struck Laro, and her eyes widened. Serrano also abruptly realized something. In a dangerously calm voice, she asked whether he had carried the stone with him when he went out drinking. Her voice rose with anger as she demanded why he would do something so reckless. Was it to show off his status as heir, carrying around that shiny new vision for everyone to see? As if cornered, he asked whether she was insane, then stammered that it was not his fault. Laro snapped that now was not the time to blame each other. They had to inform their grandfather immediately and begin searching. But just as she turned to leave, Serrano's hand shot out and clamped around her arm with the desperate strength of an iron vise. His face was deathly pale with fear. He begged her not to tell anyone, sobbing that if their grandfather found out, he would surely throw him out of the family. Their grandfather was not as lenient with him as he was with her. The ugly truth suddenly weighed down on Laro's heart, and she said quietly, "So that was it." Serrano's eyes burned with a desperate, crazed light. In a broken voice, he begged her to take the blame for him just this once. Her world seemed to tilt. The very thought was sickening and impossible. She, the flawless princess, the daughter of the illustrious Vincento's family, was to be branded as a common thief. That was impossible. Adrenaline surged through her, and she violently tore her arm free from his hand. She gritted her teeth, her voice low and dangerous. She would never allow such a thing to happen. But if not her, then who? Her thoughts raced, frantically and desperately searching for a scapegoat, someone who could bear the guilt in their place. An image flashed through her mind, the face of the commoner who had humiliated her. That upstart had stolen the spotlight that belonged to her. Ismilda Granche. At the same time, a sinister light appeared in Serrano's eyes as well. He murmured the name like a prayer and a curse, Ismilda Granche. He suggested that perhaps that woman was the thief they were looking for. A dark smile slowly spread across Laro's lips. The despair in her eyes was replaced by a terrifying, vicious gleam as she seized upon that wicked and brilliant plan. The accusation hung in the air, as sharp and cold as shards of glass. Serrano's voice was steeped in poison as he said that Ismilda Granche was the thief. The word struck Laro like a physical blow, and a choked gasp escaped her throat as she could only stammer in disbelief. What? Her mind was in chaos. Her brother Serrano, however, looked eerily calm, his hands clasped as he laid out his twisted logic. He urged Laro to think carefully, his voice low and hissing. He reminded her that outside the family, only 2 people had ever seen the Ashunk vision in person. Mr. Noah happened to be away handling business, leaving only one target for Serrano's accusation. But Laro's face was full of anguish, and she refused to believe it. She argued that Lady Ismilda had not even accepted his invitation that day. Pressing a hand to his throbbing temple, his voice cracking, she demanded how Ismilda could possibly have stolen the vision if she had not been there at all. A cruel smile curled Serrano's lips. He countered that she must simply have ordered someone else to do it for her. The claim made Laro's blood run cold. He continued his venom-wrapped tirade, painting Ismilda as a calculating conspirator. He claimed that she had shown an almost obsessive interest in visions and had even gone to the Grand Library to study them, a strange hobby for a newly awakened magician. He insisted that she must have heard the password when he had foolishly shown her the vision. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper as he asked why a mere commoner would otherwise dare refuse an invitation from the illustrious Vincento's family. With chilling certainty, he declared that the answer was because she did not want them to suspect her. A smug, ugly sneer spread across his face. Laro let out a sharp, incredulous laugh, but it was quickly drowned out by Serrano's own thunderous, maniacal laughter. She called his name in a trembling voice. With a sickeningly sweet smile, he confirmed her fear, a diseased light burning in his eyes. He spat that low-born bitch was the mastermind, and they had to hunt her down immediately. Laro grabbed his arm, her knuckles turning white. She asked what he meant, her heart pounding beneath her ribs, wondering whether he intended to report the matter to the royal army. Serrano mocked her naivety and said of course he would not. The royal army, he sneered, could not be mobilized without solid evidence. Then, with a chilling resolve, he announced that they would use their own private soldiers. He said with certainty that once she fell into their hands, evidence would conveniently appear. A shadow crossed his face. Then he added that if it would not work, well, he had always been resourceful. Laro shouted for him to wait, but her plea was swallowed by his haste. Panic seized her throat, and she demanded how he could arrest Ismilda when he did not even know where she was. Serrano's smile was predatory. He told her Ismilda was at the Lebanon Hotel and that he had his own eyes inside the Granche Foundation. He patted her condescendingly on the head and said that little head of hers was sometimes useful after all, then dismissed her and told her to go back and entertain the guests. He would handle everything from here. He turned and rushed out. Lero called after him, but inside her mind she was screaming, eyes inside the Foundation. But wasn't the Foundation the Mage Tower's funding partner? He disappeared down the stairs, and the sound of her calling his name received no answer in the hall. Lero was left alone, her breathing ragged and fast, as a suffocating wave of regret swept over her. What had she done? She clenched the fabric of her dress, her knuckles turning white. She thought she must have been insane just now. This was never what she wanted. Fierce resolve hardened her expression. She had to stop him. She spun around and called for Victor in a commanding voice. Her loyal knight emerged from the shadows, bowed his head, and asked what she required. She ordered him to go to the Lebanon Hotel at once. Find Ismilda Granche. But Victor hesitated, reminding her that his duty was to protect Miss Lero. A furious, desperate resentment burst from the bottom of her heart. She screamed, her voice hoarse with anger, demanding whether he dared disobey her, whether even he looked down on her now. Her knight immediately lowered his head in obedience, his voice full of remorse as he begged her forgiveness. She had no time for apologies. She only screamed at him to go now. In the chaos that followed, the city streets became a living nightmare. A horrific shriek tore through the air, and a minion with demon horns and glowing eyes appeared from the shadows. Its monstrous claws ripped through reality itself, shattering the night's peace into countless terrified screams. Ismilda stood on the hotel balcony, watching chaos erupt, her heart pounding with sickening fear. This was wrong. The Ashunk vision was supposed to be only a display, not a massacre sweeping through the whole city. She did not understand why they would release it in such a crowded place, and cold fear knotted in her stomach. These threats felt different, more real, and infinitely more terrifying than the stone creature she had faced before. As a colossal beast crashed to the ground and made the earth shake, the terrible truth surfaced in her mind. These are not visions. They were real demons. Panic broke out, and people screamed as they fled in every direction. A little girl, her face covered in tears, ran with all the strength in her short legs. Her foot caught on the uneven cobblestones. She stumbled and fell hard onto the cold ground. Her tear-filled eyes lifted, full of pure, naked terror, her breath caught in her throat. A huge horned demon loomed over her small, trembling body, its shadow like an omen of death. The monster's clawed hand descended, lifting the child from the ground as easily as if she were a doll. Ismilda gasped and raised a hand to cover her mouth in horror. She could not simply stand here. She had to do something. She rushed out. Her thoughts raced, reason battling the rising panic. Ordinary people could never fight demons. The child's desperate cries for help echoed through the air, freezing Ismilda's steps in place. All around her, people screamed and ran, swallowed by chaos. Her heart hammered against the balcony railing like a frantic drumbeat of fear. But in that moment, a new emotion rose from within her terror. Resolve. Her fear solidified into determination. She knew what she had to do. The only ones who could stop demons were magicians. She raised her hand and focused her will, an ancient incantation flowing from her lips. She chanted a levitation spell, and a soft violet glow began to whirl around her fingertips. Magic surged out, wrapping around the demon's massive hand. The creature staggered, roaring in confusion and anger as an invisible force pried open its grip. Its claws loosened, and the little girl plummeted toward the merciless street below. In frustration, the demon slammed its other fist into the ground, failing to strike its target. Without hesitation, Ismilda began chanting another spell. She leaped from the balcony, and a brilliant blue whirlwind of magic lifted her into the air. She flew like a shooting star, surrounded by an ethereal radiance and flickering feathers of light. With grace and precision, she stretched out both arms and caught the falling child. Her long hair streamed behind her like a banner. For one breathtaking instant, she looked like an angel of vengeance, wings of pure light unfolding from her back as she shielded the girl in her arms and gently descended back into the chaos below. She landed lightly, her eyes burning with a fierce protective fire. The child's mother rushed forward and swept her daughter into a tearful embrace. Ismilda stood amid the scene of slaughter, trying to understand the impossible sight unfolding all across the estate. As her feet touched the ground, questions spun through her mind. What was happening? The Vincento's family's demons were only statues, illusions. They could not be real. Then why had real demons suddenly torn through Thebes? A bone-chilling realization surged over her. Those stone creatures had not attacked people. Whoever had done this was insane enough to use the vision for such a dark purpose. Her eyes widened in horror. The demon she had just attacked roared and pushed itself back to its feet. A series of sickening cracks rang out as huge leathery wings burst from its back. It let out a piercing shriek. Ismilda's heart sank. It had wings. A cold wave of panic overwhelmed her. She had not memorized a single attack spell yet. The monster's newly formed wings beat powerfully, launching it into the sky. It flew straight toward the balcony she had just left. Her eyes widened. It was coming for her. In a panic, she tried to recall the words of a barrier spell, but her mind was a mess. She closed her eyes and concentrated, and a memory flashed behind her eyelids. Edwin's gentle voice told her to call Amisha. His steady face appeared in her mind, and his words echoed in her memory. Only magic could bring down demons, and that was why he had to leave. The monster's shriek yanked her back into dreadful reality, and her eyes flew open. It was diving toward her like a winged nightmare beneath the twilight sky. She gasped and staggered backward. Its grotesque face filled her vision, its open jaws like a silent roar. She raised both arms, bracing for the inevitable impact. But what came was not crushing claws. It was a dazzling flash of steel. A sword shimmering with extraordinary light cut through the air and stopped the demon in its tracks. A figure in a billowing black cloak landed between her and the beast. It was Edwin. Before the demon could even touch him, it dissolved into dust. Ismilda called his name, and a rush of relief so intense that it nearly weakened her knees flooded through her. He turned to her, his expression grim, and called her by the name only he used. He ordered her to go inside at once, his voice low and urgent. Without waiting for her answer, he threw himself into battle again, his magic sword becoming an afterimage of light and fury as it cut down another monster. He stood alone before the dark tide, like a solitary guardian, the edge of his sword blazing with light. Ismilda stared in a daze for a moment, then snapped herself out of it. She told herself to get a grip. While Edwin fought, she had to get the innocent civilians to safety. She quickly began ushering the terrified guests indoors. Although her hands were trembling, her voice was calm and strong. Outside, a desperate battle was underway, with knights and magicians fighting side by side against an army of demons. Back inside the relative safety of the hotel, Ismilda called out loudly to confirm whether anyone was still left behind. Suddenly, a hand closed around her arm. She spun around and found a man in a hooded cloak. It was Mr. Logan. She asked why he was here, her guard rising at once. A sly smile appeared on his lips, and he explained that he also worked for the Foundation and had come to attend the party. He remarked that his timing was terrible, or perhaps exactly right. Just then, the entire building began to shake violently. The hotel trembled, and Ismilda looked up in alarm. She feared the building would collapse. But Logan seemed entirely unconcerned, reassuring her that Noah had already placed a protective barrier around the building. Yet as the ceiling continued to crack, his calm attitude did nothing to ease her fear. She pressed him, asking what use a barrier would be if the building itself collapsed. He merely snorted and said that in that case, evacuation would become their only option. At that moment, a deafening crash came from the balcony. Ismilda went cold all over. That was where Edwin was fighting. She called his name, ignored Logan, and rushed toward the sound. She burst onto the balcony with her heart in her throat, calling for Edwin. But it was not Edwin who greeted her. It was Victor, Miss Laro's knight. His expression was flustered as he told her they had to leave immediately. Ismilda was bewildered and demanded why he was here and where his lady was. He explained that Miss Laro herself had ordered him to protect Ismilda. He reached for her arm, but she stepped back, sharp, bitter suspicion rising in her heart. She accused him of using the chaos to set a trap and capture her, just like before. Victor desperately tried to explain, swearing that he had only come to protect her on Miss Laro's orders. But his words were cut off by the brutal slash of a magic sword, and his eyes widened with shock and pain. Ismilda froze in place, staring in horror as Edwin stood beside him, his sword dripping in ominous violet light. Victor cried out in agony. Ismilda could only stare at the scene, her mind unable to understand what had happened before her eyes. Victor's body fell heavily to the ground. Edwin was breathing hard as he looked at the fallen knight and murmured in disbelief that he had thought it was a demon. Ismilda snapped out of her shock, rushed to Victor's side, and told Edwin they had to bandage him at once. But when she reached out to touch the wound, she went still. There was no blood. A terrible suspicion took root in her mind. She whispered negation spell, and a dazzling light flashed over Victor's body. Under the spell's effect, the knight's form began to swell and twist unnaturally. Edwin watched speechlessly as the person he had just cut down transformed. Victor's body shrank, and his clothes melted away, revealing a teddy bear. Ismilda stared at the stuffed toy lying on the cold stone. A teddy bear. Her mind churned. Had someone transformed it with magic? She reached toward the tear in the fabric, and her fingertips touched a piece of paper. She pulled out a small rolled scroll. A rune. Her eyes swept over the incomplete words, and her blood froze instantly. Ashunk. Carol. Anchored vision. She tore open the stuffed bear, and Edwin called her name in alarm, grabbing her wrist to pull her away. But it was already too late. A burst of dark energy exploded from the toy. It rapidly swelled and mutated, becoming a grotesque winged demon. Ismilda screamed as the monster unfurled before them. Edwin reacted at once, drawing his sword and rushing forward with an enraged battle cry. But before his sword could fall, a new voice began chanting a spell. Fierce thorn vines burst from the floor, wrapping around the demon and binding it tightly. A hooded figure ran onto the balcony, her voice trembling with desperation. It was Lero. She screamed for them not to kill Victor, then, panting, removed the glowing rune from the struggling monster. As the magic was removed, the demon shrank back into an ordinary teddy bear, which she hugged tightly to her chest as if it were her lifeline. Ismilda watched it all, and the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place one by one. A terrible clarity washed over her. She had heard it. Lero had indeed called that monster Victor. Ismilda remembered how the creature had frozen when she screamed its name, and how Lero had then carefully placed the rune back into the toy. A sharp pain throbbed in Ismilda's head. She turned to Lero, her voice dangerously low, and ordered her to explain. Lero lifted her head, her eyes wide with fear. There was not a trace of mercy in Ismilda's voice. She told her that the man she loved was gone, so there was no need to keep pretending. Ismilda had deliberately sent Edwin away, because she knew Lero would never confess in front of him. Now, with the city burning beneath their feet, she asked whether Lero had caused this chaos, or whether her brother had. Lero frantically denied everything, swearing that it had nothing to do with her. She incoherently said that she was not even the family heir, and that her grandfather must be trying to solve it right now. Ismilda leaned closer, her expression contemptuous. For someone who was not the heir, she murmured she was very curious how Lero had created something like this. Lero flinched away, screaming for Ismilda not to touch her. Ismilda's patience snapped completely. She grabbed the noble young lady by the collar, anger blazing in her eyes, and roared at her to start talking, declaring that she had seen the Ashunk rune with her own eyes. She pressed Lero on how she had used a vision that only the family head should have been able to activate, and why she had hidden a demon inside that bear. Ismilda released her, the answer already taking shape in her mind. She guessed that Lero had not created new life, but had merely infused an existing soul into the toy. She looked down at the pitiful, crying girl and said she was surprised the Vincento's family could cast such large-scale magic. Lero's pride suddenly flared through her tears. She screamed that Ismilda was wrong, that her grandfather's vision was far more advanced than such a fragile attempt. Suddenly, a weak, muffled voice came from inside the teddy bear. It called for Miss Lero. It was Victor's voice. He called her name again. The bear told her that she was an outstanding magician, truly qualified to lead the Vincento's family. Lero begged him to stop and not push himself. The voice inside the bear continued, filled with heartbreaking sadness. He confessed that he had failed her. He had failed to trap Ismilda, and he had failed to bring her a knight worthy of protecting her. He whispered that all he had brought her was sorrow, though she deserved only happiness. For that, he begged her forgiveness. His words became the final, heartbreaking proof of his loyalty. Lero curled in on herself and broke down, clutching the bear that carried the soul of the man she loved. The city bled beneath a bruised purple sky, and a figure cut through the air, boots screaming as they landed on the stone pavement. Edwin's sword became a silver afterimage, cleaving through the demonic monstrosities occupying the palace courtyard. Ismilda stood on the high balcony, watching the brutal dance below, her knuckles white against the cold stone railing. A knot of fear tightened in her stomach. She did not understand how there could still be so many. By now, they should have reduced their numbers by quite a lot. Yet they seemed to pour in endlessly, like an infinite, suffocating tide of monsters. Her thoughts raced as despair choked her throat. There had to be a way to stop them all at once. Beside her, Miss Lero trembled, hugging the battered teddy bear to her chest as if it were a shield. She could not believe they had used real demons to perform their much-boasted vision. Her voice as faint as a whisper amid the chaos. Ismilda's gaze remained fixed on the battle, her thoughts churning between logic and fear. There had to be a limit to how long this vision could last. Magic power was finite, after all. The caster could not maintain it forever. The thought that a single spell had plunged an entire city into chaos was staggering. Her gaze drifted to the teddy bear in Lero's arms, and then a realization struck her like a bolt of pure electricity. A spell. That was it. Nullification. She grabbed Lero's shoulders, her voice sharp and urgent. She explained that by adding "da" before an incantation, a spell could be nullified. Lero's face turned deathly pale. Her whole body trembled violently as she stammered that she could not do it. Without the magic stone, she could not activate the vision. Her voice cracked as she explained that, for safety reasons, the spell had been deliberately designed that way. Only someone holding the magic stone could use it. Ismilda's heart sank. She asked Lero how long the incantation was. The answer came like a death knell, long enough to fill half a book. Lero narrowed her eyes and questioned Ismilda with suspicion, asking how she could possibly know such information. She accused Ismilda of speaking as if she had seen the sacred scroll with her own eyes. Lero's face flushed red, and she stammered, unable to form a coherent denial. Ismilda moved closer to her, her voice low and intense, and asked whether Lero still remembered the spell well enough to recite it. Lero shook her head in panic and insisted that she did not remember it at all, claiming that too much time had passed since she used it to create her beloved doll Victor. But Ismilda saw through the lie. At some point, Lero must have memorized the entire spell. Fierce, desperate hope ignited in Ismilda's heart. She asked Lero one simple question. How much magic power did she need? Lero looked confused, but Ismilda clarified further, her voice as hard as steel with determination. Enough magic power to cancel out the vision. The scale of the task was terrifying. How much magic power would it take to cast a nullification spell across an entire city? The mere thought seemed to cast a shadow over the entire world. Ismilda said nothing. She emptied her pockets, and a string of glittering gemstones clattered into her hand. She told Lero they were souvenir magic stones. They might only be cheap trinkets, but they still contain magic power. She knew a long time had passed, but she was certain Lero could do it. Lero shrank back as if she had been burned. She cried that she could not do it. What if she made a mistake? All that precious magic power would be wasted. Then she weakly added that even her grandfather did not remember the spell, and if anyone found out she had read a scroll meant only for the heir, Ismilda's patience finally snapped. She roared that enough was enough. Her voice filled with anger and authority, and demanded to know whether Lero was truly a magician of the noble Vincento's family. Her family was always boasting about how great they were, so she had to take responsibility for the trouble she had caused. Lero froze, her eyes full of fear. Seeing that fear, Ismilda's tone turned into a command. She told Lero to listen carefully. There was a shelter in the main building of the Levin Hotel, and Edwin was guarding it, so it would be safe. She instructed Lero to have people form a human wall around her, then begin chanting the spell as quickly as possible. But Lero whispered that these few stones were not enough. Ismilda promised she would get more and asked how many she needed. Laro's voice was barely audible as she stammered, 300, no, for 100, maybe even more. Ismilda grasped Laro's hand, her grip firm and reassuring. Then it meant it was possible. Then she pulled the other girl forward and announced that they were going to the Levin Hotel. Laro was stunned by Ismilda's composure and asked how she could be so calm when she had only recently become a magician. Ismilda did not pause. She only let out a faintly trembling breath. She turned her head, her eyes burning with an almost feral light, and told Laro she was not calm at all. Her voice dropped into a dangerous whisper as she told Laro to start running and stop complaining, because it made her want to slap her. They rushed across the courtyard, the sounds of battle echoing all around them. A monstrous shadow lunged at them, but they did not stop, their feet pounding heavily over the flagstones. As she ran, Ismilda's mind was in chaos. She knew the Mage Tower would eventually handle this. So why was she dragging Laro around instead of simply waiting for them to arrive? In a whirlpool of fear and adrenaline, she found herself thinking of him. What would Mr. Argent do? Someone as calm as he was would surely have a plan. In truth, she was terrified, and in her fear, she could not help wishing he were here. She did not need him to do anything special. She only needed him to stay beside her, just as he had at the Vincento's mansion. The brief memory of the two of them sitting quietly together surfaced in her mind, standing in stark contrast to the horror before her. A bitter thought flashed through her mind. Why was he always absent at times like this? She pushed the thought away and forced her legs to run faster. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt, her blue cloak billowing behind her, and shouted a name into her communication earring. Melfa. Her thoughts were clear now. There was no point in dealing with the minions one by one. They had to turn all of them back to their original forms at the same time. Melfa's voice came through with static, asking where she was. Inside, Melfa found Miss Laro curled up in a corner, trembling as she clutched her bear, unable to understand why she was even here. Ismilda's voice came through, clear and commanding. She ordered Melfa and Connie to each bring 2 guards out and to bring along anyone else willing to help. She promised to pay them handsomely and lead them along the safest route. From his position, Melfa asked in confusion but obedience what she intended to do. Ismilda's answer was astonishingly bold. She was going to buy every souvenir magic stone available in the city. Meanwhile, in the magnificent hall of the Vincento's mansion, the study door was slammed open. Lord Vincento's face was dark with thunderous rage as he demanded that Serrano explain himself. He roared at Serrano, asking what he meant by saying the family's vision stone had been stolen. Serrano bowed deeply, his voice filled with false shame. He begged forgiveness, claiming everything was his fault and that he had failed the family as its heir. Lord Vincento's shouted at him, demanding how he could have let such a thing happen. Serrano raised his head, a vicious story already on the tip of his tongue. He claimed he had been deceived by that wicked whore. He spun an elaborate lie, a web of deceit, portraying Ismilda Granche as a woman who had seduced him, saying she had tempted him and forced him to show her the vision stone until he finally yielded to her schemes. The old man clutched his head and cursed his grandson as a useless fool. Serrano hid his smug smile. The exhibition was imminent, so they would have to choose another vision, and he would deal with this matter afterward. Just then, a servant rushed into the room, his face pale with panic. He shouted that something had happened. The stone statues placed throughout the city for the exhibition had turned into minions and were attacking civilians. All color drained from Lord Vincento's and Serrano's faces, their world collapsing before their eyes. Back at the hotel, Laro was led up the grand staircase of the viewing platform, her mind becoming a prison of regret. What had she gotten herself involved in? She should have denied knowing anything from the start. She never should have read that vision in the first place. All she had ever wanted was a doll that would obey her commands, a loyal companion who would never betray her, especially after she had been passed over in the line of succession. Melfa brought her to a quiet room and told her he would guard the door while Lady Ismilda went to gather more stones. Melfa gave her one last meaningful look and told her he believed Laro would not disappoint them. Then the door closed, sealing her alone in the oppressive darkness. All of Laro's strength drained away at once. She collapsed to the floor, like a broken doll herself. Magic stones spilled from her cloak, clinking as they fell onto the thick velvet carpet. She reached for them, her fingers trembling, panic rising cold and suffocating within her. How could they expect so much from her? She had only used that spell once, and that had been many years ago. One mistake, one tiny error, and everything would be over. Her grandfather's kindly face surfaced in her mind, his voice telling her that her only duty was to grow into a healthy and charming young lady. He had been right, she thought, tears welling in her eyes. She should have remained his sweet little Lero forever. Now she understood. Her grandfather had only been protecting her from hardship, sheltering her behind him, so that all she knew was happiness. How childish she had been to envy Serrano and his vision. She had never known that being a magician of the Vincento's family would be such a heavy, suffocating burden. Suddenly, a small, stammering voice cut through her despair, calling her name. A tear slipped down her cheek. She raised her head and softly called, "Victor." Her gaze fell on the teddy bear. The bear's voice, the voice only she could hear, poured strength into her mind. It told her that she was the one most qualified to become head of the family. She was an excellent magician. Her hands clenched into fists. Ismilda's fierce words echoed in her memory. "Are you truly a magician of the noble Vincento's family?" A brilliant, swirling vortex of purple magic exploded around her, and she began to chant, her once terrified eyes now burning with angry determination. "Fine, then," she shrieked into the empty room. "I'll do it." On the hotel balcony, the situation had grown critical. A horde of monsters was surging toward the building. Ismilda watched in alarm, noticing that more and more monsters seemed to be heading in their direction. Edwin landed beside her, shouting her name. He asked how their numbers were increasing so quickly. She admitted she did not know, but they seemed to be obeying an order and swarming toward this building. He did not understand why. He speculated that because wealthy people often frequented the hotel, perhaps the creatures were being drawn by their splendid clothing. But as he spoke, another possibility formed in his mind. He told her it was unusual for Menins to attack people at random. They always marked and pursued a single target. Someone had to be controlling them like puppets. He concluded that it had to be the person who had stolen the Vincento's family stone. Ismilda agreed and added her own chilling analysis. Even if someone had stolen the vision, casting a spell over the entire city would still require a password and an enormous amount of magic power. She said that controlling hundreds of Menins and directing them all to the same location was far beyond the ability of an ordinary magician. Her eyes widened as the horrifying truth dawned on her. This was not random chaos. It was a carefully planned act of terror. Edwin noticed that his sword was no longer glowing. He told her to stay where she was while he went back down to cut down the monster's numbers. Just as he turned to leave, she stopped him, her voice soft as she asked him to bend down a little. He looked at her in confusion. She reached out, her fingertips gently touching the hilt of his sword. His breath caught, and he asked what she was doing. Then she leaned closer, her lips pressing a light, fleeting kiss to his cheek. His wine-red eyes widened in shock, and his entire body froze in place as he tried to understand what had just happened. Under the starry sky, her hand still rested on his sword, and a warm, brilliant light began to glow, pulsing with her magic power. The sword was filled with magic. Power radiated from the blade. Ismilda stepped back, her expression completely businesslike. She told him that his magic stone had been charged, so he should go now. Edwin was still dazed, moving as awkwardly as a stiff footstool as he stumbled over the railing and jumped down. He looked back one last time, his cheeks faintly flushed. After he left, Ismilda raised her hand and slapped herself hard, using the sharp sting to wake herself up. She muttered to herself to get a grip. She insisted that she had only done it because it was the fastest way to charge the stone. This was no time to be distracted. Her efforts were beginning to pay off. Reports came in that 1,000 magic stones had already been delivered to Miss Lero. But Ismilda knew it was still not enough. Lero lacked experience. She needed enough magic power to attempt it twice, even 3 times before she could succeed. She resolved to focus on finding more stones. As she paced back and forth along the balcony, a low rumble shook the foundations. A jagged crack split open in the stone beneath her feet. The world collapsed, and Ismilda let out a terrified cry as she plunged into the darkness below. As she fell, panic seized her, her mind screaming at her to cast a floating spell. But before she could, a black shadow swept past her. It dove toward the direction in which she was falling. Far away, in a gloomy forest, Noah Argent's boot snapped a branch. He and his men moved through the woods under cover of night. He tapped his communication earring lightly, but only silence answered. One of his men rushed toward him, urging Mr. Noah to come look at something. Noah turned, and his calm facade shattered. The sight before him made his eyes widen in horror. A mutilated corpse lay on the forest floor. The man reported that the face was unrecognizable, but it appeared to be a woman. Noah knelt beside the body, his expression grim. He said he did not think this was the person they were looking for. His sharp eyes noticed a horrifying detail. Her fingers had been cut off. This was not the work of a beast, but a deliberate act of cruelty. He ordered his men to take the body to Thebes to confirm her identity. Just then, another scout arrived with a torch, announcing that he thought they had found him. They followed him to a hidden, dilapidated cabin deep in the woods. When Noah walked inside, a man tremblingly pointed into the darkness. The sight that came into view was nauseating. A man was chained to a chair, his body a canvas of bruises and blood, the wall behind him splattered with crimson. Noah ordered his magician to treat the captive with every spell available. The magician confirmed that the man was still breathing, then began casting healing spells. As green magical light filled the cabin, a chilling realization rose in Noah's heart. They had deliberately left him alive. But why? The answer struck him like a physical blow, stealing the air from his lungs. It was a trap. Come here. In that instant, a name flashed through his mind like a beacon of fear. Ismilda. Back at the hotel, Ismilda was still falling, the wild wind whipping through her hair. Just as she was about to cast a spell, a calm voice called out a word. Float. A protective whirl of magic erupted around her. It cushioned her fall. A strong arm wrapped around her waist and caught her out of midair. She found herself held steadily in the arms of a man wearing a dark hooded cloak. He told her she should be more careful, my lady. He pulled down his hood, revealing a warm and familiar smile. Ismilda's eyes widened in recognition and relief, and she softly breathed his name. Mr. Logan. The man's gentle, familiar voice drifted to her ear. It was Mr. Logan. Ismilda jerked her head up, her eyes filled with a mixture of relief and panic. She questioned him about where he had been, her voice trembling slightly, and explained that Connie had been searching for him frantically in the shelter. She told him that she had been outside helping the others deal with those monstrous servants, because she felt it was her duty as a magician of the Granche Foundation. He questioned that, his tone carrying playful disbelief, saying he did not remember seeing her from the balcony. She tried to explain, saying she was used to working in obscurity and that, in a way, it had become a habit. Only then did she become aware of the warmth of his arms and the strange intimacy of being held in a princess carry amid all this chaos. A burning blush climbed up her neck, and she stammered, asking whether Mr. Logan could put her down now. A knowing faint smile appeared on his lips as he told her he was afraid he could not. The words hung in the air, chilling her to the bone. She stared at him in complete confusion and asked him to say that again. He did not answer. Instead, he spoke a name, one that did not belong to her. Flotina. In the next instant, a powerful magical gale tilted the world. He held her tightly and leaped into the air. The ground vanished beneath their feet. They flew into the night sky, becoming a black silhouette before the full moon, leaving the city's chaos far below. He held her close, the wind blowing her hair across her face. He explained that someone was after her and that they were not out of danger yet. Someone was after her. Her thoughts churned as she struggled to understand it all. Lero's memories surfaced in her mind, her pale, worried face, and her warning to Ismilda to be wary of her brother. Lero was the only person she had told about Serrano's vision. What did that mean? Rodian's voice cut through her frantic thoughts. He explained that a group of magicians had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to abduct her, but he had already dealt with all of them. Dealt with them? A knot of fear tightened in her stomach. She asked how he had dealt with them, her voice barely more than a whisper. His expression was disturbingly calm as he replied, by killing them, of course. The casual cruelty in his words stole her breath. She questioned him, asking whether it had really been necessary to kill them, no matter who they were. He snorted and explained that with the city in its current state, it would be easy to disguise their deaths as the work of the Minutes. Then he asked if she wanted to see for herself and gestured toward the street below. Her gaze followed, and a choked gasp escaped her lips. A man lay collapsed on a cobblestone road, a pool of thick, dark blood spreading from beneath his back. The instant her feet touched the ground, Ismilda wrenched herself away from him and ordered him to let her go. She rushed to the fallen man's side, her heart pounding wildly against her ribs. She knelt down, her trembling hand hovering before his mouth. A faint breath brushed against her skin. He was alive. A dizzying wave of relief surged through her, but that relief was quickly shattered by mocking, hysterical laughter echoing through the empty street. She spun around, her eyes flashing with anger, and saw Rodion bent over with laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, a cruel fake smile twisting his lips, and asked if she had actually believed him. She stood, trembling with rage, and demanded to know whether he thought human lives were something to joke about. Only then did he grow serious, explaining that he would normally have killed them outright, but this time he had spared them to avoid conflict with the Mage Tower. Noah was an exceptionally meticulous man. He continued, his voice dropping into a conspiratorial whisper, saying that Noah was especially meticulous when it came to matters involving her safety. His eyes glittered as he asked whether Mr. Argent had ordered him to kill anyone who tried to harm her, just as he had ordered Rodion to cut off Mrs. Fitz's fingers. The color drained from her face. How could he? How could he? The words became a silent, broken scream inside her mind. The image of Noah, her protector, her confidant, cracked and shattered into thousands of pieces. A sudden, blinding pain pierced through her skull. Her vision warped, and the world became a nauseating blur of spinning motion. Again, that terrible headache. Through the fog, Rodion's voice asked if she was all right. She forced herself to stand straight and weakly mumbled that she was, but her body betrayed her. In a brilliant flash, a column of golden light erupted from the ground, and a powerful magical barrier blazed between them. Ismilda stared at her glowing hands, primal power flowing out from within her. The barrier had taken shape. In the distance, she could see the other magicians fighting side by side with beautiful and deadly coordination, spells of light, ice, and lightning weaving a tapestry of destruction as they met the Menins. She had done it. A faint smile crossed her lips, and Laro's voice echoed in her memory, filled with tearful pride, saying she had known Ismilda would remember. With renewed resolve, Ismilda turned her back on the man, trapped behind her barrier. She said coldly that it seemed Mr. Argent truly was a cold, ruthless, merciless man with no feelings at all. The man admitted that he was. She turned back to face him, her gaze as hard as steel. She thanked him for helping her realize that, then stretched out her hand and told him to take this blow. Light burst from her palm. She said he could consider it her gift to him. Power wrapped around her voice as she chanted the spell for the strongest nullification magic, total nullification. A dazzling vortex of blue energy erupted from her and swallowed him completely. She told him there had been a misunderstanding. She had never asked Mr. Argent to investigate her uncle's affairs. She was the one who had hired him. Her voice did not waver as she explained that he might lack feelings, but he valued principles and would never betray a client's trust because that would violate the contract. Moreover, she continued, her eyes narrowing, if he had told her he had never graduated from the academy, why did he have 3 graduation rings? She spat out the final accusation, her voice full of contempt. She said he had actually had the nerve to impersonate her attendant's older brother. The powerful spell tore through his disguise. Magic churned violently, and his form began to twist and change. When the light faded, the man standing before her was a stranger. He had long black hair, pointed ears, and a sinister, knowing smile on his lips. He murmured that she had finally found him. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the distance between them, his presence overwhelming. He leaned close, his warm breath brushing her cheek, and whispered that he had so looked forward to meeting her again, Ismilda Granche. She jerked back, trying to pull away, but his hand shot out and clamped around her arm like an iron vice. He demanded to know what exactly she thought she was doing. He rebuked her for being so rude as to ignore his greeting. Then his voice turned silky soft, asking her to tell him how she had known he was an imposter when his concealment spell had been flawless. Fragments of memory crashed into her. Connie talking about the rings, his lie about the academy, the contradictions piling up layer by layer. She retorted that every word out of his mouth was a complete lie, so how could she possibly not know? He laughed, the sound low and rumbling. He admitted that not everything had been a lie. The part about being able to understand her, he said, was true. In fact, with a predator's smile, he claimed he was the only one who understood her. Her breath caught. What did he mean by that? Who was he? He put on a wounded expression and sighed that it was disappointing she had forgotten him. But then he added that he could not truly blame her, since his appearance had changed so much. He raised a hand, holding a vision stone that glowed faintly from within. He asked whether he ought to introduce himself again. Recognition struck her like a capricious bolt of lightning. She cried out that he was the thief who had stolen the vision stone. He gave an exaggerated bow, admitting that he was guilty as charged, and explained that he had needed to stage a grand performance to catch her attention. All the fear came crashing down on her heart. The menins, the chaos, the injured people, all of this had only been to meet her. He confirmed it, saying his first plan to kidnap her had been thwarted because she was always surrounded by annoying little insects. He pointed to the demonic creatures still rampaging through the city and asked what she thought of the little darlings he had prepared for her, even boasting that they had cost him dearly. That casual cruelty, that utter disregard for human life, made her sick. He sneered and reminded her that she might recall he had also suffered a loss at the fundraising ball. Because of her, she repeated his words in confusion. He told her Noah Argent was a cold, heartless bastard and asked whether breaking into someone else's house did not violate some moral code. He said that afterward he discovered she and Noah had cleaned him out, so now he felt entitled to a little revenge. Her eyes widened as the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. He reminded her that they had danced together and that he had told her his name. Pavel Oplev. He was the owner of the gambling den, the man who had tried to auction off Edwin's ring. He laughed and admitted that he liked collecting such things, and said he'd almost added her friend's ring to his collection too, before deciding it would be more amusing to contact the Foundation and stir up Noah Argent. All she could do was stare at him, thinking he was completely insane. He stepped closer, his voice turning intimate, and said that if he had known who she was sooner, he would have come to her first. He advanced on her and asked why she had hidden her identity. Had she wanted to surprise him or deceive him? She told him not to be ridiculous. He argued that she had cheated him out of his money, but she immediately shot back that the stake had never been his to begin with. In an instant, he lunged forward and seized the front of her dress. She shouted Edwin's name. She was about to cast a spell, but he cut her off. The ring on his ring finger glowed faintly, and he asked whether no one had taught her that ignoring someone while they were speaking was terribly rude. He reminded her that they had made a bet at the ball, with Edwin's ring as the stake. He told her she had won that wager, and that this entire chaotic party was his little gift to her. He gave her a twisted smile and asked whether she liked it. She had had enough. Advanced binding, she screamed, casting a high-level binding spell. But something went horribly wrong. The magical chains did not bind him. Instead, they burst out around her own body, squeezing until she could not breathe and forcing her to her knees. She cried out in pain, but he merely looked down at her and told her to sit quietly while he was speaking. He crouched down, his voice whispering like poison as he recited her identity. Ismilda Granche, survivor of the Iroho shipwreck, the only person who might possess clues to her family's lost vision. He asked whether she knew how many people were still searching for that vision, why so many people were awaiting her return. He called her prey in a city of lions, and the past came rushing back, a suffocating flood of memories. After the shipwreck, those greedy, probing adults had surrounded her, their false sympathy concealing their eager questions. Their voices echoed in her mind, becoming a tormenting chorus that forced her to remember, forced her to reveal her father's secrets. She could not breathe, and the phantom screams nearly drowned her. Her consciousness retreated into the darkness of the past. She remembered how, the moment they discovered she had no magic, the entire world abandoned her. The Foundation, her parents' legacy, turned away as well. The world forgot Ismilda Granche. Everyone forgot her. A memory surfaced like a beacon in the dark. Noah, his gentle eyes looking at her, calling her Miss Granche. Everyone forgot her except him. Her daze was shattered by the man. He crouched beside her, his voice dripping with false pity. He jabbed a finger in her hand, bound in chains, and she cried out as sharp pain shot up her arm. As if talking to himself, he said that cunning bastard Noah Argent had ignored her for 7 whole years, making him think she was just an ordinary girl. But he had been wrong. He thought she was a genius, to be able to create such a barrier with a shoddy ring like that. He tapped the red ring on her finger, and she snarled at him not to touch it. He only chuckled, seemingly delighted by her spirit, and said she was truly entertaining. He stroked her chin, the touch nauseating, and lamented the life she should have had as a renowned magician, praised because of her father's vision. Yet she had been abandoned, left behind to decay. With all her strength, she slapped his hand away. He seized her chin again, his face only inches from hers, and murmured that she must feel terribly wronged, that she must long for revenge. So, he claimed, he had punished them for her. The image of severed fingers flashed through her mind, and nausea rose in her throat. He called those merely appetizers, asked whether seeing them had made her feel better, and offered to make everyone who had tormented her kneel at her feet. What? She screamed in horror. The world began to tilt and lose its color, and a dark, pulsing voice pounded heavily inside her mind. Were you finally going to fight back? It whispered. Make them pay. Tear them to pieces. The voice grew louder, more urgent. Are you going to let them trample you underfoot again? The darkness dragged her into the storm-torn memory of the shipwreck. She saw her parents standing on the deck, a monstrous shadow looming over them. She saw her younger self, trembling as she hid behind her mother's skirts. She heard her mother, Isa, telling her to run, to find her father. Her mother's smile was brave, and she was waving a small knife in her hand. But then a menace appeared, a monster out of a nightmare, its shriek tearing through the air. Her mother shoved her away and screamed for her to go now. She staggered backward. She was terrified, yet she turned and ran back toward danger, sobbing as she called for her mother, unable to leave her alone. Regret was so heavy it suffocated her. If only she had been a magician then. If only she had been a little faster. If only someone had been there to help her. Her eyes flew open, dragging her back to reality. She gasped for breath as a terrible thought took shape in her mind. This was not the first time she had encountered Menon. She clenched her fists, the memory of her mother's sacrifice burning within her. Her mother had held off that monster alone, to protect her even though she was not even a magician. A tear, filled with grief and awe, slid from her eye. The voice of the man tormenting her pierced through her pain, asking whether she was crying because she was moved. He offered her a deal, the Granche family's vision in exchange for everything she desired. Panting, she raised her head and glared at him, insisting she had no such thing. He sighed and wound a lock of her hair around his finger. He explained that he was a magician of pleasure, unable to live even a second without amusement. He warned her that whether that vision existed or not, she would have to find it for him. Otherwise, if she bored him, he might kill her. In her despair, Noah's voice echoed in her memory. He had promised that as long as she needed him, he would come, with only the simple signal of tucking her hair behind her ear. Why am I thinking of him now? A bitter laugh escaped her lips. All she had ever wanted was to stand on her own, to not be a burden. But now she saw clearly that she had only ever been running from her own helplessness, desperately trying never to feel the regret of that night again. And yet here she was, kneeling, bound in chains, completely powerless. A burning tear fell from her eye. No, she thought, holding that name in her heart. It was like a silent prayer. As if in answer, a calm and familiar voice cut through the night. I am here, Miss Granche. Her head snapped up. Standing behind her captor, tall and unwavering, was Noah Argent. He was like a beam of white light in the darkness, his gaze steady and unshakable. The world was a pitch-black, silent ocean, and she was sinking. Beneath the suffocating pressure, one desperate thought rose to the surface, a name whispered into the void. Mr. Argent. A calm, composed voice pierced the darkness like a shaft of light, simply confirming that he was here with Miss Granche. In the swirling chaos of the present, her mind painted a brief, beautiful image. Herself in a gown the color of the midnight sky, adorned with constellations, fastened by a brooch like a captured star. That memory, or perhaps reality, gradually came into focus. That villain. His long hair framed a cruel face as he knelt before her on the cobblestone street, dark magic still clinging to the air. But in the distance, a figure in immaculate white stood in stark contrast to the night. Mr. Argent was approaching with unsettling composure. His face was like a mask of calm, his silver hair neat, his glasses flashing beneath the dim city lights. The next instant, the air crackled, filled with power. With a flick of his wrist, icicles like pure crystal condensed out of thin air and spun around him with lethal elegance. They shot forward, tearing through the air like a blizzard of blades. Their target was the dark magician. The icicles stabbed into the man's chest, piercing his black robe. He clutched the glowing cube hanging around his neck, and a gasp slipped from his lips, but the pain seemed only to amuse him. A twisted smile spread across his face. He looked up, his voice dripping with venomous disappointment as he told Mr. Argent that he had ruined his fun. He raised one hand, and the ice blade hovering near Ismilda's throat dissolved into harmless particles. Mad, unrestrained laughter echoed through the street as he leaned close, his presence suffocating. He pressed himself near her, his scorching breath brushing her ear. He whispered a cold promise, poison meant only for her. He told her not to forget that he was the only one who truly understood her. His voice was like a thread woven from obsession, promising that they would meet again. Then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he dissolved into a swirl of purple energy. The last word he uttered was her name. That name hung in the air like a curse. After his figure vanished, the glowing cube he had worn fell to the ground with a clang, and the magical chains binding her gradually faded. Panic surged in Ismilda's heart. He could not escape. She could not let him escape. But the instant the spell was undone, a shock ran through her entire body. Her head throbbed violently, and the world seemed to wither and tilt on its axis as a dizzying wave swallowed her. Across the bridge, Mr. Argent saw her body go limp and finally lost his composure. She collapsed to the ground, her strength completely drained. He cried out her name, his voice tight with panic, and sprinted toward her. The moment she fell, he reached her side and caught her in his arms, holding her firmly against his chest. He embraced her tightly, one hand supporting the back of her head, begging her, asking whether she could hear him, pleading with her to open her eyes. But her eyes remained closed, her face pale and still. A terrible realization rose in his heart. This was not merely a side effect of the binding spell. His thoughts raced, analyzing the faint magical residue around her. Unconsciously, she had cast a resistance spell on herself, a desperate form of self-protection. What kind of torment was hidden in the depths of her soul? What was she fleeing so desperately that she would endure such deep pain? Her body trembled in his arms, that fragile, unconscious shudder speaking of wounds rooted deep within her. His eyes widened at a sudden, despairing thought. He stared intently at her face and apologized in a low voice, heavy emotion suppressed within it. Then he pulled her into a tight embrace that completely enveloped her. He knew what he had to do. He explained softly to her unconscious form that she needed more magic to break the spell. Since she could not accept another person's magic, she would have to create magic herself. He held her even tighter, silently passing on warmth and will. Yet even as he held her, a shadow of resignation crossed his expression. He gently lowered her, his movements tender. He had long understood that bitter truth. He could never be the one who truly met her needs. An angry shout split the night. Isa! Edwin Soul's red cloak billowed behind him as he flew toward them, his face filled with fury and concern. Mr. Argent raised his head, his expression unreadable, and noted Edwin's arrival. Holding Ismilda, he quietly asked her to hold on a little longer. He explained that while waiting for Ed to arrive, he would use the rune on the back of her hand to nullify the resistance spell. When he reached out to take her hand, his glasses slipped from his face because of the sudden movement and fell with a soft clatter beside the glasses case on the stone ground. A clear, vivid memory flooded into his mind. Ismilda had told him that she now had a way to repay his kindness with a gift. Her bright voice, filled with secret anticipation, echoed in his memory. She had told him she had learned a spell because she thought it might come in handy, though she had not expected to use it so soon. He remembered her playfully tucking her hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling, telling him she would need his assistance. She had told him to feel free to interfere. Then that memory became a sharp pain in his chest. He called her name softly, Miss Granche, his voice carrying a grief he could not show. The crisp clang of armored boots striking stone announced Edwin's arrival. He landed, fury burning in his eyes when he saw Mr. Argent. He questioned why he was here, suspicion in his voice, since he had thought he was away on a business trip. His gaze fell on Ismilda, lying limp and unconscious in Mr. Argent's arms. His world froze. Mr. Argent slowly raised his head, his eyes narrowing, startlingly intense as he met Edwin's gaze. They were piercing ice-blue eyes, stripped of their usual warmth. He spoke, his voice cold, informing young Edwin that it seemed he had arrived a little too late. His words hung in the air, like an icy challenge. Over the next few days, the entire city was filled with news of the attack. The newspapers reported that after the Vincento's family's vision stone was stolen, panic had broken out at the Romana feast. Fortunately, thanks to the joint efforts of the authorities, the magicians, and Miss Lero, the crisis had been resolved without major casualties. She had successfully nullified that vision. Many properties had still suffered severe damage, and some shops were forced to close for rebuilding. The Vincento's family strongly denied any involvement in the attack, but they could not deny that they bore part of the responsibility for it. To make up for her negligence, the Marchioness offered to cover the costs of the relief work, but the king needed more than a financial solution to ease the growing fear among his subjects. He decided to present the people with a hero. At first, only Miss Lero was considered, but many eyewitnesses, including Lero herself, identified the true hero of that horrifying incident. It was a young magician who had only just come of age. The hero of the Romana feast attack, Miss Ismilda Granche. Her consciousness drifted in some deep, formless place. Water surrounded her, heavy and cold, dragging her downward. She did not know if she was dreaming. That suffocating cold was so familiar. It was the memory of when she had been rescued, and the only thing she wanted was to wake up. A voice was calling her name. Ismilda. A man in a dark hooded robe was holding her, his face hidden in shadow. She could not see who he was. Perhaps he was a rescuer, but she could feel his tears falling on her skin. He was crying, holding her tightly, his voice choked with emotion as he repeated her name again and again. Her eyelids fluttered, heavy as lead. At last she came to. Her vision slowly cleared. She was lying in her own bed, and morning sunlight poured in through the window. A hand shielded her from the dazzling light. She followed that arm to its owner. Her heart skipped a beat. Sitting beside her bed was Mr. Argent. She stared at him blankly, wondering when he had arrived. Then she saw them. Tears. Clear tears were sliding down his cheeks from behind his glasses. His expression was filled with profound sorrow. Panic struck her hard. She sat bolt upright, reaching toward him and insisting urgently that he could not wear those glasses. Her voice was terribly urgent. He froze, his hands still suspended in midair. Then his voice came flat and cold. No, she stammered, asking what he meant, begging him to listen to her explanation. She could explain everything, but he had to take that thing off. He seized her wrist with unexpected force, his gaze stabbing straight into her eyes as he demanded to know why she had taken something that did not belong to her. Too shocked to speak, she asked if he intended to keep the glasses, even knowing they made him cry. He admitted it, his voice dangerously low, saying the glasses were precisely the reason he was crying. He said she was a truly cruel person, and the accusation left her speechless. Flustered, she searched for the right words and said she understood, that she would apologize. Please, first. He interrupted her with a cold smile, saying she had poor taste in apologies. Heat rushed swiftly to her cheeks. With one swift movement, he pushed her back onto the pillow. She pushed back, her voice rising in frustration as she shouted that this was exactly why she had told him to take them off. Reaching for his face, she told him not to move. Her fingers finally caught the frames and pulled the glasses off. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. Without the glasses to hide him, his face was enough to shake her heart. The raw emotion in his eyes, the perfect lines of his features, everything was too intense. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open. Melfa stood in the doorway and asked whether Miss Ismilda was feeling better. Seeing Ismilda almost pressing down on the disheveled Mr. Argent, his eyes widened at once. The butler hurriedly bowed and closed the door. Ismilda cried out for him to wait, her face burning with shame. She turned back to face Mr. Argent, snatched the glasses away, and stammered an apology. She confessed that she had only meant to give him a good scare, and that she had confirmed the enchanted glasses would not make him see anything too painful. She had never imagined they would make him cry. She offered to prepare another gift if he would return the glasses to her. He looked at her, his expression hardening once more. He refused, saying coldly that he had already accepted the gift, so it now belonged to him. He stood, straightened his clothes, and told her that his attendant had already confirmed her intention in giving him the item. With that, he announced that he was leaving. He did not want to stay by her side any longer today, but promised to visit again tomorrow. Without looking back, he walked out of the room, ignoring her calls as she desperately asked what on earth he had seen. The next day, while Ismilda was drinking tea, her attendant brought her shocking news. Mr. Argent had been summoned to a disciplinary hearing at the Magic Tower. When Ismilda asked the reason, she was told that he had violated Granche's military law by returning to the capital with a teleportation spell instead of traveling through an enchanted way station. Ismilda's teacup struck the saucer with a sharp clatter. At the hearing, the magicians were indignant, declaring that even children knew teleportation magic was forbidden. They accused him of committing a grave crime and disturbing the order of their world. Mr. Argent stood before them, perfectly composed. He explained that news of the attack had reached him while he was away, and that he feared it might be an act of war, so he had merely wished to waste no time and provide aid as quickly as possible. The chief magician scoffed and refused to hear such an excuse. He pointed out that Mr. Argent's hotel had suffered some of the most severe damage, and questioned whether his violation had in fact been motivated by a desire to protect his own property. Mr. Argent calmly acknowledged his ownership of the hotel. However, he clarified that what concerned him was not his assets, but the distinguished foreign guests staying there during the feast. Another elderly magician cut in, reminding Sir Noah that the authorities and the knights were doing an excellent job of maintaining order. He accused Argent of casting doubt on the kingdom's security. A low, dignified voice suddenly cut through the noise. Enough. Marquis Claudio rose, silencing the entire hall. He looked at Noah and said he fully understood the reason behind his actions. Later, as they walked down a sunlit corridor, Argent's secretary, Zerial, asked whether he had known in advance that Lord Claudio would take his side. Mr. Argent explained that if the Marquis treated him leniently now, it would be easier for him to show mercy later in Lord Serrano's trial as well. Zerial confirmed that the covert news operation had been completed and that witness statements had also been gathered. He added that, judging from the Magic Tower's eagerness, the king would most likely issue an announcement tomorrow. Mr. Argent pointed out that it would be most advantageous for them to publish, at the same time, an article about Miss Ismilda becoming an honorary director of the Granche Foundation. He predicted that the royal family would propose a deal to him that evening in exchange for a lighter sentence. Perhaps they would demand that he cut ties with the Magic Tower, accept a title, and swear loyalty to the crown. Mr. Argent explained the delicate balance of power. Granche was a theocracy. The Archmage held greater power than the king, and the king desperately wanted to strengthen his own authority. Mario asked whether he intended to accept the title this time. Mr. Argent stopped walking and said only one word. No. He guessed that the royal family knew he would refuse and had already prepared an alternative. Thoughtfully, he said, they might turn their attention to someone beside him. Then, with a knowing look, he added that there happened to be a perfect candidate right before their eyes. As if in answer, a splendid carriage stopped, and Edwin's soul stepped down, his expression grim and resolute. He looked straight at them and said they needed to talk. The sun hung high in the bright blue sky, its light passing through the lush leaves and vivid roses in the garden of the Granche mansion. At the center of the neatly trimmed lawn, Ismilda sat in an elegant white pavilion, sipping tea. She bowed slightly and presented a stack of documents. She told her mistress that these were reports sent by Mr. Argent. Ismilda thanked her quietly, her fingers closing around the documents. Their weight felt like far more than mere paper. Her striking blue eyes swept over the pages, and with every line she read, her expression hardened further. The words painted a dark and twisted picture. It was the story of a man named Radian. He lay on a sickbed, his body a canvas of bandages and bruises. But Radian was only one of many masks. The report recorded in detail how he had used the alias Pavel Oplead to deceive Mrs. Fitz, leaving behind a web of lies as intricate and suffocating as spider silk. He was a creature of the shadows, the leader of a secret organization, a man who did dirty work for the corrupt and powerful, a ghost wandering through the dark underside of their world. The report included an interrogation transcript. Someone asked whether Radian knew a person with gray hair, sunken green eyes, and a face as pale as death. Ismilda's breath caught in her throat. The description was nauseatingly familiar. In the transcript, the bandage-wrapped Radian admitted that the description did indeed remind him of someone. The name he gave sent a chill down Ismilda's spine. Archie Vincentos. It was the surname of a great noble family, but Archie had long since been stripped of that name. He was an orphan adopted by the Vincentos family, then expelled less than half a year later, after which he vanished without a trace. The reason for his expulsion was a terrible act. The page was haunted by the image of that boy with the cold smile. He had killed someone. Ismilda's hands trembled as she turned to the next document. It was a faded newspaper clipping from 11 years ago, its headline loudly proclaiming the miracle survivors of the Iraho tragedy. Her own name was on it. Ismilda Granche, 11 years old, both parents deceased. And just below it was another name. Archie Gray, 11 years old, both parents deceased. The fragments fitted together into a monstrous mosaic. The memory of the man who had threatened her surfaced, his triumphant voice echoing in her mind, claiming that Noah Argent could never understand her. Only he could truly understand. A shadow fell over her, and she looked up to see Noah himself approaching the pavilion. He glanced at the documents in her hand. If that is the list of survivors from the Iraho tragedy, Ismilda could only greet him quietly. She raised Archie Gray's photograph, her voice taut with emotion, and told Noah that this man had threatened to kill her if she could not find the vision her father had been researching before he died. Her gaze locked on his, nearly desperate for an answer. She asked him whether, since he had watched over this mansion for 7 whole years, he had ever found anything related to that vision. Noah was greatly startled, admitting that he had deliberately tried as much as possible not to touch his mentor's research papers. He explained that those things belonged to her, not to him. Then he revealed that he had once searched the mansion for several days, only to find nothing. That lack of evidence left him at a crossroads. Her gaze darkened with a cold, frightening resolve. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet understood by them both. Should she continue this hopeless search, or should she destroy the man threatening her life? Noah's voice was steady as he promised that whatever choice she made, he would support her with everything he had. A sardonic smile curved Ismilda's lips. She asked whether his support came at a price, because she knew he never provided services for free. Fire flashed in her eyes as she reminded him that he owed her a debt, and that making an exception just once was the least he should do. Noah inclined his head slightly, admitting that she had a point. Then he made a shocking proposal. He was willing to help her free of charge on one condition: that she accept him. Confused, Ismilda asked what he meant. He explained that he had received the verdict from the disciplinary hearing just yesterday. She asked about the sentence. In his memory, the gavel fell heavily. He told her that his magician's license had been suspended for 3 months. Without the emperor's intervention, the punishment would have been 3 years. In addition, his hotel had been closed for renovations. Ismilda pointed out that he had other businesses, but Noah clarified that the hotel was the only property registered under his name and also his only residence. She was still confused because she had heard that he spent most of his time at the foundation. He explained that he needed a job to maintain his position as director, so he had been searching the newspapers for a short-term position that provided lodging and did not require magic. He pushed a newspaper across the table, his finger pointing to a particular advertisement. It was a notice that the Granche mansion was hiring a live-in employee. Ismilda was momentarily speechless. He looked at her with anticipation and asked whether he was here for an interview. She asked in return that he explain why she should hire him. She listed the recent betrayals. Her uncle's betrayal, Mrs. Fitz's deception. Her trust had been shattered. She declared that she would only hire someone she could rely on, someone who would not hide information from her. Looking straight into his eyes, she asked whether he truly thought he could become an employee worthy of her trust. Noah's gaze did not waver. He told her that he knew what she was worried about, then dropped a bombshell. He admitted that he had known all along that she was a magician. The world seemed to tilt. Ismilda's eyes widened, a storm of shock and disbelief churning within them. Her voice caught into a whisper as she asked if he was saying that she had already been a magician back when the tragedy happened. He confirmed it. The truth struck her like a physical blow. She abruptly rose from her seat. She paced to the edge of the pavilion, her heart pounding hard behind her ribs. She gripped her own arms, her mind in chaos. Was it true? Had she really been a magician back then? Noah explained that because of her unique constitution, her father had asked him to keep her power secret. After the accident, it became his dying wish. He continued, saying that her father had indeed been researching a vision, but had destroyed all of his research materials before his death. However, with the help of the organization Archie now led, certain figures hidden in the shadows were still pursuing it. He explained that this was why he had taken away her inheritance, to erase her from those people's sight and keep her invisible to those prying eyes. For an instant, she seemed to see a younger Noah, burdened with a terrible responsibility. He explained that as her father's foremost disciple, he was the prime suspect, the person everyone believed had stolen the vision. To protect her, he had no choice but to keep his distance from her, treating her as just another ordinary orphan and providing only the minimum aid. It had been a cruel kind of tenderness. He knew that as long as she still had a little value, her uncle would not dare harm her. Those lonely years, those feelings of being abandoned and treated as worthless, all came crashing down on her. She turned to him, her voice filled with the pain accumulated over a lifetime, and asked why he could not have protected her himself. Why could he not have stayed by her side? Noah lowered his gaze. He confessed that at the time, he had not had enough confidence, nor enough power, to truly ensure her safety. He stood, closing the distance between them, his voice soaked in the grief he had carried for more than 10 years. He told her that he was deeply sorry for the pain his choice had caused her, and that he knew nothing could make up for it, but he did not regret his decision, nor did he expect her forgiveness. Standing before her like an unwavering fortress, he swore that whether she wished it or not, he would remain by her side. He insisted that she would be safer with him. He asked her to forgive his boldness. Then his cool, gentle hand rose and brushed across her cheek. He told her that hating him would do her no good, so he sincerely hoped so strongly it nearly stole her breath, that she would gradually come to like him. His hand slid from her cheek in her hair, then drifted down to gently hold her hand. He told her that, willing or not, from now on, they would be seeing each other often. A strange calm settled over Ismilda's heart. His audacity should have angered her, but it did not. She finally understood the confusion in her own heart. She had heard people say that Noah could not possess normal human emotions, and yet his tenderness toward her was a constant, undeniable force. That tenderness made her want to lean on him, to rely on him completely. She had thought she was already an independent adult, but beside him, she regressed into a willful child, throwing tantrums, demanding his help, while also resenting her own dependence on him. She felt like a lost little girl, desperately trying to recover her lost family by clinging to the person who had always been there, even if he had always been hidden in the shadows. She suddenly slapped his hand away. She told him that although he claimed he did not want to stay too far from her, that also meant he did not intend to come a step closer. A new fire kindled in her eyes. She told him that before she allowed him into her home, he would have to satisfy one more condition. He had to be useful to her. He assured her that he would be. She told him that he could keep his secrets and his respectable distance, but she would no longer play along with his performance. A bold challenge formed on her lips. She asked whether they should test his usefulness right now. Before he could answer, she leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them until their breaths mingled. Her hand came to rest on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her palm. The air crackled, filled with unspoken tension. Her fingers slowly slid up along his lapel, the touch deliberate and provocative, the ruby ring gleaming in the sunlight. Then, just as suddenly, she pulled away, a victorious smile on her lips. She announced that his performance was not bad and told him he could start work tomorrow. She turned and left, leaving Noah standing in the pavilion, utterly stunned. A few days later, Ismilda found herself standing beside Empress Elizabeth, dazzled by the flash of a magic camera. The Empress smiled serenely and asked Ismilda whether her teddy bear was doing well. The Empress's mysterious hooded attendant confirmed that everything was fine. Afterward, they were picked up by a splendid carriage. Inside the carriage, the Empress instructed her attendant Victor to give Ismilda something. He presented a breathtakingly beautiful jewelry box, explaining that it was a priceless limited edition antique. The Empress then added a sharp remark, sarcastically implying that Ismilda must prefer ordinary trinkets. Ismilda asked if it was a gift, but the Empress denied that, saying it was repayment of a debt. As Ismilda accepted the compensation, Victor brought another piece of news. Marquis Claudio had officially acknowledged Miss Lero as a potential heir, placing her in direct competition with her older brother for the marquisate. Ismilda was stunned by this intricate political maneuvering. She looked at Victor and realized this was his arrangement. He gave a slight nod, accepting her silent thanks. After a succession of public appearances and political undercurrents, Ismilda was hailed as the magician of the century. But instead of attending the celebratory ball, she told her butler Melfa that she had other plans. She took a carriage to the headquarters of the Blue Eagle Mercenary Corps, the unease in her chest tightening with every moment. She had not heard from Edwin since the celebration. Though she had assumed he was simply busy, the silence had already lasted several days. As she stepped onto the training grounds, she wondered if he might be waiting for her to find him, just as they had done when they played hide-and-seek as children. She made her way through the unfamiliar fortress, regretting that she had not brought Melfa with her. A sharp sound caught her attention. Edwin stood in the center of the courtyard, bare-chested, his body gleaming with sweat. He was skillfully swinging a greatsword. He wiped his brow, his sculpted muscles tightening in the twilight. As she gazed at him, a strange and violent vision flashed through her mind. Edwin's sword crackled with purple energy, but it was blocked by a cold, imposing Noah, who held a weeping Ismilda in his arms and told Edwin that he had come too late. The vision came quickly and vanished just as quickly, leaving her dazed. She called his name. He turned around, his voice sharp as he ordered her to stop. He stared at her, his gaze intense and unreadable. His raw, powerful appearance made her cheeks flush. He broke the silence, curtly telling her that it was dangerous to go out alone. She explained that her guards were all at the entrance, and that she had come to find him on her own. Then he asked about Noah Argent, saying he had heard the man was now living in her mansion. She admitted it, and he pressed further. He asked whether she trusted him. And me? He asked, his voice taut. Without hesitation, she answered that she trusted him. He confirmed it again, asking if she meant she wanted to trust him. No, she said firmly. She already trusted him. His answer pierced her heart like a dagger. He told her she should not trust him, and she should not trust Noah either. The scene returned to a few days earlier, on the day of Noah's disciplinary hearing. Noah questioned Edwin, asking what exactly he had done to Ismilda. That night, Noah calmly explained that the kiss had only been to replenish her magic while she was unconscious. Edwin scoffed, refusing to believe there had been no other purpose. Noah's answer was smooth as silk, yet hidden within it was a threat as he asked whether it would be better for Edwin if he did indeed have other intentions. Furious, Edwin grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. Noah remained disturbingly calm, claiming that he had no intention of standing in Edwin's way. Edwin did not believe a word of it. Then Noah revealed his truly frightening goal: to provide Ismilda with everything best in the world, wealth, luxury, and a perfect partner. He admitted that for years, he had been shaping her childhood friend into the ideal suitor, a man who perfectly matched her preferences. And that man, he declared, was Edwin. The truth shattered Edwin's world. In a trembling voice, he asked whether all the support he had received had only been a means to an end, all for her sake. Noah assured him that his talent was real, but his manipulation went far beyond that. He revealed that he was the acting director of the foundation and had been using that position of power from the shadows all along. "You're insane," Edwin whispered, shoving him away. Noah straightened his collar, a satisfied look on his face. He mocked Edwin, reminding him that his duty as a knight was to protect a young lady from men like him. Hatred burned in Edwin's eyes. Through clenched teeth, he said he would rather die than let Noah toy with her life. Later that night, Noah sat in a carriage, removing his glasses with a thoughtful expression. The moment he took off his glasses, the world seemed to melt into a breathtaking, cosmic scene. A mysterious hooded figure with flowing white hair stood among the stars like a silent guardian, watching over a fate yet to unfold, his gentle gaze resting on his Ismilda. A story began. Once upon a time, there was a sweet little girl whose hair was as white as snow. One day, a fearsome one-eyed giant found her crying and softly asked the lovely child why she wept. The girl's face was streaked with tears as she choked out the words that had broken her heart. Everyone called her a monster. Then a three-armed beast appeared, its voice rumbling like thunder as it asked what she had done to earn such a cruel name. Sobbing, the child confessed her tragic mistake. She had seen her people suffering from a long and painful drought, and in her desperate wish to help them, she had tried to make rain fall. but she had failed to control her surging emotions. Her will and magic had caused a disastrous flood. Because of her, she whispered in terror, many people had died. Another monster appeared, this one with a melting body, and asked with great interest whether she truly possessed the power to make rain fall. It declared that her power was astonishing, but the little girl only cried harder, her small body torn apart by grief. She screamed that she hated that power. She despised herself for it and solemnly swore that she would never again allow herself to love anyone, and that she would never again use the cursed magic that only brought destruction. Finally, a spider with a gaping mouth descended from the shadows, its voice like threads in the dark. It posed a question that would entangle her for the rest of her life, asking whether she would not be lonely if she chose never to love again. The little girl turned her back on the world and simply walked away. She gave no answer. A year had passed since the Ramana feast. On a moonlit night in the city of Thebes, heavy footsteps echoed through a quiet alley. A drunken man and woman staggered along the cobblestones, their laughter slurred in the darkness, completely unaware that a lone hooded figure in the shadows was watching them. They stumbled and crashed heavily into the cloaked person. The man's face was full of drunkenness and aggression. There were women all around. He roughly grabbed the person's cloak, his knuckles whitening as he clenched the fabric, demanding an apology for bumping into him. He yanked hard, and the hooded figure staggered. From beneath the hood came a heavy, broken gasp. It was the sound of someone struggling in pain. An ominous burst of red sparks suddenly exploded in the air, and in the next instant, the hooded figure shoved the man away, sending him crashing to the ground. The drunkard looked up in terror, and when the hood slipped back, his eyes widened. The face revealed beneath it was unnaturally pale, gaunt, and twisted with madness, its eyes gleaming with a terrifying crimson light. The man screamed. As this dark scene unfolded, an eerie and ominous disease began spreading among magicians, a sickness bred in the suffocating summer heat of Thybstan. Far from the city's shadowed alleys, sunlight shone brightly upon a grand estate. Inside, Ismilda held a delicate teardrop-shaped earring up to the light, her brow slightly furrowed in concentration. Dressed in an elegant pink gown, she stared at her vast jewelry collection, a small hint of distress passing over her perfect lips. She had already spent half an hour choosing accessories, rejecting one option after another in her mind. She had considered moonstones, but they were too fragile. Herodotus stones could not hold much magic. Cordiorite was terribly last season, and the vivid red beryl clashed horribly with her outfit. Her gaze swept over the glittering gemstones and finally settled on one item. The narration explained the nature of magic stones. A magician's power, born from emotion, was like rushing water, powerful yet fleeting. It needed a vessel, a magic stone, to contain it. These stones were highly special. Depending on the incantations engraved upon them, they could change the nature of the magic stored within. The most valuable incantations were often encrypted, and as it happened, Ismilda possessed one such precious stone. It was a stunning rectangular sapphire set in a gold pendant. When Ismilda's fingers closed around the pendant, it began to hum with surging power, and a soft operating sound filled the room. An invisible voice emerged from the stone, calmly requesting the password. The voice was painfully familiar. It was her mother's voice. It called her by her childhood name, Isa, and asked whether she still remembered what her parents had told her. Ismilda's mind went blank. The password was the passwordless. Whenever she tried to recall that period, a sharp pain stabbed into her head, and a wall of agony blocked her memories. A gentle knock outside the door broke her concentration. A maid's voice came through, asking whether Madame was not ready yet. Ismilda quickly put down the pendant and answered that she would be ready soon. The maid announced that Count Guy's would arrive soon, and Ismilda's eyes widened in surprise. Another knock sounded, this one more urgent, rattling the ornate double doors. Ismilda called for them to wait a moment and hurried to open the door, thinking it was the maid Connie outside. She pushed the door open, already beginning to apologize for the delay, but the person standing before her was not Connie. It was a man with striking platinum hair, sharp eyes, and immaculate clothing. It was Noah. Confused, Ismilda asked where Connie was. In a calm, professional tone, Noah told her that Connie had other matters to attend to. Then he got straight to the point, telling her that her security stone had not been updated. Ismilda dismissed it, saying it seemed to be working just fine. Noah continued pressing her, his gaze unwavering, asking when she had last changed the password. With some annoyance, she admitted that she had changed it already. He calmly told her that she should change it once every 3 days. Irritated, Ismilda threw up her hands and demanded to know how she was supposed to remember the password if she changed it that often. Noah's answer came with dry logic. It was better than having it stolen. A barely perceptible faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Ismilda's patience snapped, and she demanded to know whether there was any end to his endless nagging. Noah's expression did not change as he said it was his job. Noah Argent. The tabloid portrayed him as a ruthless businessman wrapped in elegance, a genius who had betrayed Ismilda's father, Argo, and was now exploiting that man's only daughter. But after living with him for a year, Ismilda realized the truth was far more aggravating. This man was simply an unstoppable nitpicker. As if to prove her point, he added that he believed rose gold and pearl earrings would suit her outfit better. Ismilda's eyes flashed, and she sharply mocked that they could discuss her fashion choices another day, or perhaps she should simply hire a new financial advisor. She turned to storm off. But Noah's next words froze her on the spot. With unsettling certainty, he said he believed count guys would like them. Ismilda stood stiffly in place, her entire body tense, defeated as she muttered that she would consider it. Noah replied with his usual efficiency that he would leave the catalog in her room. In truth, Ismilda had grown accustomed to Noah's impeccable service. He was so good at his job that the original 3-month contract had been extended to over a year. She sighed, thinking that if only he could keep those infuriating opinions to himself. She found a maid and asked whether the count had arrived. The maid confirmed that he had arrived about 10 minutes earlier. Ismilda took a deep breath to calm herself, though her heart began to tremble lightly with anticipation. Her hand shook slightly as she reached for the doorknob. The door creaked open, revealing the man standing in the center of the room with his back to her. He wore a striking red and black military uniform and carried an imposing air. A radiant smile blossomed across Ismilda's face, and all her earlier irritation melted away. She softly called his name, Ed. She recalled how, the previous autumn, the king had granted a new estate and the title of Count Guise to her childhood friend Edwin. His new territory was a barren borderland, lawless and filled with magical beasts and criminals. Yet within just a few months, Edwin had turned it into their graveyard. Now, after stabilizing his territory, he had finally returned to Thebes. But as she looked at him, she could not shake the feeling that something about him had changed. Edwin turned to face her, a warm smile appearing on his handsome face. He told her the dress suited her, just as she remembered, yet somehow different. He pointed to the jewelry box in her hand and asked what it was. She explained that it was a gift for him. She said a little shyly that it looked expensive, but he told her not to worry, saying it was not costly. She thanked him, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She told him he should not have done this, especially when he must be tired from traveling all that way, since he had arrived a full 10 days earlier than scheduled. He chuckled and said there was nothing wrong with arriving early. His smile faded slightly, and he said he was more worried about her because he had heard that without him by her side, she had difficulty summoning magic. Ismilda hurriedly waved her hands, saying that Noah had helped her. The moment Noah's name was mentioned, a subtle tension entered the room. Something dark flashed through Edwin's eyes. Noticing the shift in his mood, Ismilda quickly explained that Noah had only helped a little, and only when she truly needed it very badly. Edwin's charming smile returned as though it had never vanished. He took her hand, and his touch sent a shock through her entire body. He told her she must have been frustrated. He lifted her hand, his voice lowering into an intimate murmur as he apologized for not being by her side. He pressed a gentle, lingering kiss to her knuckles. Ismilda's breath caught. She stammered his name, her blush deepening until her face nearly burned. Her heart slammed wildly against her ribs in a frantic, rapid rhythm. He gently stroked her hair. His gaze burned intensely, and then his arms circled her waist, pulling her tightly against his hard body. His other hand slid down her back, and the possessiveness in his touch made her tremble. He leaned close, his lips only inches from hers, and all she could manage was a soft, unsteady murmur. In that shivering instant, her magic surged violently, swelling inside her beyond control. But just as their lips were about to meet, a loud and deliberate clearing of the throat shattered the intimacy. Ismilda sprang back as if struck, her gaze flying to the doorway, where a hooded figure stood wringing a handkerchief. The man apologized for interrupting, but insisted that he had something important to show them. It was the real Radian, the magician of sorrow, sobbing dramatically. Flustered, Ismilda pushed Edwin away and assured him that he had not interrupted at all. Deep inside, however, she was overwhelmed by relief. That secret had been tormenting her, something she had not dared tell anyone all this time. Now, whenever she generated magic, she would fall into a terrifying vision in which she saw herself trapped beneath churning black water, drowning. She could not say it aloud at all, especially not to Ed. How was she supposed to explain to him that she froze under his touch, not because her heart was moved, but because of the icy grip of bone-deep fear? Ismilda steadied herself, turned to Radian, and asked why he was here, reminding him that there had been no report to Noah scheduled for today. Radian unrolled a scroll and explained that it was a letter from the Magic Tower. Ismilda's eyes widened in shock. The scroll was addressed to her and detailed the Magic Tower's new evaluation process and member registration guidelines. She could not understand why they would suddenly send this now after remaining silent for more than a year. Radian explained that the number of magicians infected with magician's disease was increasing exponentially. The Magic Tower could no longer ignore the crisis. Magician's disease, also known as new magical madness, was a terrifying psychological disorder, insanity triggered by acute trauma or excessive use of magic, often born in the crucible of war. But this was no ordinary madness. For magicians, emotion was a weapon, and when their minds collapsed, their power ran out of control, turning them into instruments of destruction. Ismilda's voice tightened with fear as she asked whether another magician had gone berserk, whether acquaintances were being warned that their friends might turn around and attack them. It could happen at any moment. She scanned the scroll, her gaze stopping on one sentence that was especially chilling. Those who fail to register within 1 month will be classified as susceptible and may be placed under the protection of the Magic Tower. Is that a threat? She cried, her voice trembling with anger. Radian explained that registration was not compulsory. It was just that because of her public status, the Magic Tower would undoubtedly be wary of her influence over other magicians. She clutched the scroll, her hands shaking. To register, she would have to prove that she possessed magical ability. That meant she would have to stand before a group of stern-faced maesters and expose the true source of her magic, her love for Edwin. She would have to bring him with her, hold his hand, and perhaps even do something more intimate, all under the scrutiny of strangers. Just thinking about it filled her with unbearable shame. Edwin's voice interrupted her panicked thoughts. He calmly offered to accompany her if she intended to register. She looked at him in surprise. He added that it was her choice. She asked him how she could possibly refuse under the circumstances. Then he offered another option. She could accept the royal family's protection. Ismilda was doubtful, because she knew that royal protection was rarely as simple as it appeared. Edwin admitted that she had a point, but he believed that as a subject of Glorenza, it was the royal family, not the Magic Tower, that should offer her protection. A sudden cold thought rose in her mind. She narrowed her eyes at him and asked if this was the real reason he had returned early. He only answered with an ambiguous smile. She pressed on, saying she thought the royal guards were only sent to protect members of the royal family. Radian cut in and explained that this was not the case for unofficial missions. He explained further that the royal family and the Magic Tower were cooperating to fight the disease. The Magic Tower was responsible for research and treatment, while the royal family led the investigation. The more Ismilda thought about this so-called protection, the more frightened she became. It was only another word for surveillance. They had actually sent her own childhood friend to watch her. It sounded utterly absurd, but he had arrived on the very same day she received this threatening notice. Could that truly be a coincidence? Yet the timing seemed impossible. How could he have arranged his arrival from Gaia with such precision? She scoffed at the absurdity of it all. Suddenly, she stood up. She told them both to wait a moment. Her mind raced. Whenever an absurd situation began to make perfect sense, there could only be one person behind it. Her eyes hardened with resolve as she announced that she was going to confront him. A familiar, smooth voice cut through the air, saying that he was right here. Noah stood in the doorway, calm and composed, completely undisturbed by the tense atmosphere. He extended his gloved hand, not as a greeting, but as a formal gesture. With a cool smile, he greeted Edwin and said they met again, then immediately corrected himself, using his formal title, Count Guys. Edwin, seated on the sofa, made no effort to hide the contempt in his gaze as he looked him over. With false politeness, he asked how long it had been. 2 months? He told Noah to forgive him for causing trouble, especially when Noah should have been enjoying his new territory. Noah bowed slightly, the gratitude in his tone sounding entirely false. He said that for Ismilda's sake, even if Edwin had not asked, he would have come a second time. Then he offered to assist, and the gesture made Ismilda burn with fury. Edwin replied coldly that there was no need. Noah apologized for any disturbance, while Edwin assured him there had been no disturbance at all. Ismilda nearly wanted to scream. Inwardly, she demanded in fury whether they were not even going to bother hiding their scheme. She stepped between the two men, a storm of anger surging in her eyes. Noah began to explain, his tone so calm it was maddening. The Magic Tower's new policy had only been passed a few days ago, so they had needed to act quickly. He apologized hollowly, saying there had been no time to inform her. Ismilda retorted, her voice full of sarcasm, that if the matter was truly so urgent, she was sure he would have hired mercenaries instead of waiting for Edwin to come all the way from Guys. Unmoved, Noah continued to explain that this arrangement would avoid public scrutiny and accusations of special treatment. The official explanation would be that Count Guys was taking personal leave. He assured Edwin that this mission would not negatively affect his career and that he would be able to rest after the mission was over. Ismilda's mind was in chaos. Making such a deal with the royal family must have cost an enormous price. She questioned Noah bluntly, asking what exactly he had planned. Still with that infuriating calm, he assured her that no one involved would suffer any negative consequences, and she thought to herself that he, of course, would come out unscathed. In a loud voice full of defiance, she declared, "I refuse to cooperate." She ordered them to cancel the arrangement and let Edwin rest. She insisted that she had not actually contracted that disease. So what if the Magic Tower watched her for a few months? Noah deliberately took a step closer to her. He asked whether she was truly certain that was a good idea, and whether she was certain she could accept the alternative. He painted a chilling picture for her. Another man, a stranger, watching her every move, accompanying her everywhere. A magician assigned to discover the source of her power, observing her tirelessly until he found out exactly what emotion generated her magic. He drew closer, his voice low. It was dangerous as a whisper. Slowly and deliberately, he began to remove his white glove. For example, he murmured. His gloved hand reached out and took hers. Her eyes flew wide open, and a gasp caught in her throat. His grip was steady. His skin against her hand was warm and distinct. Or like this, he continued, lifting his other hand to brush gently across her cheek, his thumb rubbing against her soft skin. The touch was as light as a feather, yet it sent a shock through her entire body. His fingers slid upward, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and lingered there a moment too long. Enough. Edwin's voice cracked like a whip. He rushed forward and yanked Noah's arm away from Ismilda, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Noah did not even flinch. He calmly replied that he had merely used an example to prove his point. Edwin growled that he had already explained it clearly enough with words alone. A faint, almost imperceptible smile brushed Noah's lips as he asked, had he? Edwin's furious red eyes locked with Noah's calm, provocative gray ones. The air in the room grew heavy and oppressive, tension crackling through it almost visibly. Invisible sparks of red and blue energy arced between the two men, while poor Radian could only sniffle miserably in the corner. Get out. Edwin's low growl was deep and threatening. The standoff hung in the air, heavy enough to suffocate. At last, Ismilda's restraint shattered completely. Both of you get out, she screamed. Her voice was hoarse with rage and frustration. Her magic burst from her body, turning into a violent shock wave of uncontrolled power. Later, Noah stood alone in a quiet room, gazing into the serene blue depths of a massive aquarium. His inner narration echoed with his own thoughts, a confession he would never speak aloud. He explained that in order to protect the secret of the source of her magic, he had had no choice but to ask Edwin to watch over her. Radian stood beside him and asked sorrowfully why he could not simply explain it like that. He was certain Miss Ismilda would understand, but Noah cut him off, brushing his sentimentality aside as idle chatter. His attention was elsewhere. He asked Radian whether there was any trace of Archie Gray. Radian reported that unfortunately there was not. The man was a highly skilled shapeshifter and difficult to track. Noah's gaze remained on the swimming fish as he said with grim certainty that Archie would soon appear in Thebes again. He gave Radian a chilling order. When Archie appeared, he was to be killed on the spot by any means necessary. Radian hesitated and asked whether Noah did not want to interrogate him. Noah's reply was swift and cold. No, he had to be dealt with, but only after Radian had absolutely confirmed that it was truly him. Then Radian cautiously raised a difficult question, asking whether Noah intended to hide all of this from Adam. From Ismilda, Noah's yes was quiet but firm. Radian argued that she was no longer an 11-year-old girl, but Noah turned the question back on him and asked whether he truly thought Noah still treated her as a child. Radian continued, pointing out that Noah served her wholeheartedly, yet hid from her the answer she desired most. He dared to ask the question that lay between them. Did Noah truly believe Ismilda would be willing to lose Edwin just to learn the truth about Archie Gray? The unspoken implication shocked Radian deeply. Noah's voice held no emotion as he answered that this was what it meant to truly desire something. Radian was shaken and apologized for speaking out of turn. Noah paid it no mind and told him they would meet again at the next briefing. After Radian left quietly, Noah was left alone with his reflection in the aquarium glass. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass surface and watched the fish dance silently. Rodian's words echoed in his mind, and for the first time, a trace of doubt crossed his expression. He whispered the question to himself. His breath fogged the glass. Do I really treat her like a child? Ismilda's figure flashed through his mind, no longer a child, but the strong and determined woman she had grown into. Noah's mind was like a surging sea, that question echoing through the silent corridors of his thoughts. Did he truly treat her as a child? He imagined her, a picture of composed elegance and quiet strength. Her posture was perfect, her gaze steady, and she wore an elaborate black lace gown, as if even sunlight were swallowed by the fabric. She was an elegant woman. They walked through the busy city streets. The clatter of carriages and the murmurs of the crowd wove together into a steady rhythm, utterly different from the suffocating confinement of the mansion. A cheerful ring of a bell announced their arrival at a quaint little jewelry shop. Its sign was decorated with a sparkling diamond emblem. Ismilda gently set her other shopping bags on the counter with a soft sound. The packages were proof that she had indulged in a small measure of freedom that day. Standing before the shopkeeper, her arms full of things, she said in a voice as clear as the bell, just now, that she wanted some white pearl earrings. The shopkeeper was a kindly older man named Lincoln, and his eyes widened in surprise. His gaze swept over her luxurious clothing, the fine fabric and delicate embroidery speaking of a status far above his little shop. He stammered, a blush climbing all the way up his neck, expressing his concern that his humble shop might not have anything that would meet her standards. A memory surfaced in Ismilda's mind, Noah's cool voice explaining that he would leave a catalog of designer goods in her room. But she pushed it aside. That excessive concern of his was exactly what she wanted to escape. She gave the nervous shopkeeper a reassuring smile and told him it was perfectly fine, that she was not the sort of person who chased the latest trends or designer goods. What she wanted was something different. Looking at her reflection in the small, ornate mirror, she held a simple teardrop-shaped earring beside her earlobe, the cool metal contrasting sharply with her warm skin. This was not about fashion or status, but about choice. She wanted a pair of earrings she had chosen herself. A moment later, she found the perfect pair, handed them to the shopkeeper, and told him she would take these. The shopkeeper beamed and praised her excellent taste. But just as he was wrapping them, his eyes widened again, this time because recognition was slowly dawning. A woman beside them gasped, her voice cutting through the quiet atmosphere of the shop as she asked whether she was not Miss Ismilda Granche. Suddenly, Ismilda became the center of a whirlpool of attention. Whispers rose at once, full of excitement. It must be her, someone murmured. She's even more beautiful in person. The crowd pressed closer, their faces filled with intrusive curiosity. One woman begged for a photograph. Another person held a newspaper and exclaimed that she had read every report about Ismilda's illusions, then pleaded with her to show them one right now. The air grew heavy and suffocating. Trapped, Ismilda's heart pounded violently beneath her ribs. She needed to get away. She raised a trembling hand, the red gem on her ring surging with hidden power, and spoke a word, Tristetta. A dazzling light burst from the gemstone. With a playful tada, two tiny, adorable cat paws appeared in the air, and a ribbon of magical light unfurled, glittering with stars and spring flowers. From the center of the illusion emerged a little black cat with huge blue eyes and a soft, sweet cry. It gave one perfect meow. The crowd exclaimed in unison, full of adoration. Admiration filled the shop as they murmured about how cute and lifelike the illusion was. It was the only distraction she needed. Ismilda seized the chance, rushed out of the shop, and ran into the street. She ran until her lungs burned, the excited noise of the crowd behind her gradually fading away. A heavy thought pressed on her heart. Could she no longer wander freely through the city? Was this the price of gaining her new power? Lost in her panicked thoughts, her high heels slipped on the edge of a stone step. A frightened awe escaped her lips as her body pitched forward, gravity dragging her into a dizzying fall. A hand shot out quickly, like a swift shadow. The shopping bag she had carefully chosen fell onto the merciless cobblestones. A firm force wrapped around her arm and abruptly stopped her fall. She frowned as a dull ache throbbed at her temple. She looked up, and through her wavering vision, a pair of familiar, blazing eyes came into view. A low voice, with a hint of laughter, said that they seemed to run into each other wherever they went. Her breath caught, and she murmured his name. He looked down at her, his expression softening with concern, and asked whether she was all right. She managed to nod and assured him she was fine, but her words faded as she became intensely aware of where her free hand had landed. She stammered, her gaze fixed on her pale hand, which was pressed firmly against his solid chest. The fabric of his shirt could barely conceal the firm muscles beneath. A jolt of electricity seemed to shoot through her fingertips. She let out a small cry of embarrassment and snatched her hand back as if she had been burned. Her face flushed crimson at once, and she stammered an apology. Ed, however, did not mind at all. He simply bent down and began picking up her fallen bags, his movements smooth and efficient. Casually, he remarked that she should have brought an attendant to carry things for her. Ismilda recovered a little of her composure and asked why he was here, her voice still somewhat unsteady. She could not help asking whether Noah had sent him to fetch her. Ed gave a short, humorless laugh and scoffed, as if he would ever obey orders from someone like Noah. He admitted that he had returned at Noah's request, but his gaze was serious as he apologized for not telling her sooner. He added, his voice dropping into a possessive whisper, that even if another man had taken this position, he would have had him replaced immediately. Ismilda fell silent, absorbing the fierce protectiveness in his tone. Then Ed's expression softened, and he explained that he had actually been on his way to the hospital to visit his grandmother. He turned his gaze to her and asked whether she would like to come with him. She was startled and asked if he meant Grandma Ursha. He confirmed that he did and added that it was not far and that she had not seen the old woman in a long time. Before she had time to answer, he took her hand, his warm, strong fingers enclosing hers, and took her unspoken consent as an answer, saying that was great. As they walked forward hand in hand, he asked softly whether she was still angry with him. She shook her head and assured him that she had never been angry with him. She confessed that she had repeatedly told Noah not to involve her or Grandma Ursha in any of his plans. Ed's jaw tightened. He explained that Noah had completely ignored his wishes. He looked at her, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, and asked whether she knew what irritated him most. He admitted that, in a way, he understood why Noah had not discussed it with him first. If Noah had done so, Ed would have become an accomplice in every decision, knowing full well that he was using her and the royal family for his own benefit. Noah's unwavering loyalty flashed through his mind. He admitted that he had never asked Noah to use only proper methods. If that was the kind of person he had wanted at his side, he would have chosen someone entirely different from the start. He said what saddened him most, his voice carrying a strange mix of anger and resignation, was that Noah had turned him into an uninformed employer. Ed realized with an ache in his heart that Noah had done all of this to protect him once again. Ismilda suddenly stopped and turned to face him, her sincere eyes wide as she insisted that she did not want to cause him trouble. Ed only looked at her, his expression unreadable. Just then, a commotion from a nearby building broke the moment. A man was desperately pleading with a receptionist, begging her to let him see a doctor. The medical staff member was firm, apologizing while saying that the doctors were busy. The man's voice cracked with despair as he cried that he only needed a doctor to take one look at his wife. She was hunched over not far away, looking deathly ill, her skin gray-white and her sunken eyes hollow, a portrait of profound suffering. As the husband repeated his pleas, another receptionist came out, her voice cold as ice, and told him that the doctors did not treat magicians. The man's face twisted with anger. He spat that this was clearly blatant discrimination. He turned to his wife, urging her to say something, only to stop short when he saw the state she was in. The woman was panting violently, a strange light flashing in her eyes. She looked past him as if he were a stranger and murmured that she did not know him, begging someone to save her. A fierce tremor shook through her body. She screamed, and eerie, purple energy spiraled out from her hands. Magic crackled in the air, then exploded outward, lifting her from the ground and sweeping her into a vortex of primal, rampaging, uncontrolled power. She released a shock wave that sent her husband flying, and then the magic vanished without a trace as suddenly as it had appeared. Her eyelashes fluttered shut, and she collapsed onto the cobblestones. A stern voice cut through the stunned silence, demanding to know what all this noise was about. An old woman in a heavy hooded robe emerged from the clinic. It was Dr. Mariel. She knelt beside the fallen woman, examining her quickly and calmly. She announced that the woman had contracted that madness and ordered someone to inform the magic tower and have her taken away at once. The husband staggered to his feet, shouting the doctor's name in protest. He begged her to at least examine his wife, insisting that the magic tower was absolutely out of the question. His voice was hoarse with fear as he explained that no one who had ever been quarantined in the tower's clinic had come back alive. He could not place his beloved wife in their care. He appealed to her reputation for treating the poor, even bringing up the Granche Foundation in the hope that the name would move her. Dr. Mariel let out a dry, contemptuous laugh, her eyes glinting with mockery, and said his request was utterly ridiculous. The man flinched as if he had been struck. The doctor's gaze was as sharp as a blade, dissecting him with her words. She pointed out that there were no calluses on his hands, nor any ink stains, yet he was clearly not wealthy. He wore commoner's clothes, yet had a gold ring on his finger. She could not see why a man like him would need magic stones when his wife was the magician. The man's face turned pale, and he stammered that this was absurd, but the doctor continued, her voice full of disgust. She accused him of merely playing the part of a devoted husband, when in truth he was nothing but a parasite draining magic from his own wife. Her final words lashed down like a whip, carrying the weight of judgment. Just looking at him made her sick. She hissed, telling him to get lost. The man said nothing more and fled in panic. As the doctor turned to leave, a gentle voice called for her to wait. Dr. Mariel stopped. It was Ismilda. She had quietly moved to the unconscious woman's side. Ismilda lightly touched the woman's forehead, and her ring glowed with a soft blue-green light. She murmured a single word, "Eli, go." The tension on the sick woman's face immediately eased. Ismilda explained that the spell should let her rest for about an hour. She looked up at the doctor and pleaded with her to at least confirm the woman's condition. The corner of Dr. Mariel's mouth curved into a cold smile as she recognized that Ismilda was also a magician. In an icy, resolute tone, she restated her position. She did not treat magicians, and Ismilda would be better off finding another doctor. Ismilda rose to her feet, her expression not yielding in the slightest. She asked why there was any need to find someone else when the finest doctor in all of Glorenza was standing right before them. The old doctor's eyes widened slightly. Ismilda went on, her voice full of certainty, saying that even if she did not treat magicians, when it came to non-magical medicine, she was still the finest doctor in the kingdom. A faint, knowing smile rose to Ismilda's lips. She began listing the doctor's honors, calling her Mariel Celine an outstanding physician. In an age when non-magical doctors were gradually losing their footing, she was still able to stand against those who used magic. She was not a doctor who cared for the rich, but one who treated the poor. Dr. Mariel fell into shocked silence, a tiny crack appearing in her stern facade. Then Ismilda tossed over a small corked glass bottle, and the doctor caught it. Ismilda deftly explained that it was a sedative, because the woman would likely have another attack soon. The doctor finally broke her silence, gruffly telling Ismilda to leave, yet she added a quiet thank you, addressing her as doctor. Ismilda froze with her back to the old woman. She slowly turned around, an unexpected spark flashing in her blue eyes. In a sharp tone, she told Dr. Mariel not to call her that. She found it far too presumptuous and warned the doctor never to come see her again. Ismilda's gaze was sharp and pressing as she asked the question hanging in the air. Does she hate magicians that much? Dr. Mariel's face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. It was not magicians she despised. She roared, her voice hoarse with old pain. It was Ismilda's father. Her voice rose into a scream as she ground out the words, demanding to know who could blame her for hating that hypocrite when he had died without ever fulfilling his responsibilities. The accusation struck Ismilda like a physical blow, making her breath catch as she staggered, dazed. Later, at the Granche mansion, the sick woman lay quietly on a bed in a guest room. In the study, Ismilda held a photograph in a heavy frame. It was a photograph taken in March of the year 539 to commemorate the founding of the Granche Foundation. Edwin entered the room and softly asked whether the lady was all right. Ismilda nodded, confirming that she was fine, her gaze still resting on the photograph. Edwin noticed and asked whether it was a picture from when the foundation had just been established. She said yes, then pointed to a younger, brighter-faced woman in the crowd. She said that was Dr. Mariel, and that she had looked almost like a different person then, far more sincere. Edwin also said she seemed to have changed a great deal. Ismilda's expression hardened with resolve, and she turned to him, reminding him that he had something to tell her. Edwin's expression turned grave. He began to explain that in a few days, the Magic Tower would form a special squad led by Mr. Stephen Vincentos to investigate the new magician's disease. He admitted that this was highly confidential and that he had been hesitating over whether he should tell her. When she looked at him in confusion, he urged her to keep listening, saying she had to know the true reason the Magic Tower had sent her that notice. He revealed a chilling fact. All the patients who had contracted this special mutated illness shared one thing in common. They had all had nightmares, vivid dreams of things that had happened in the past. But that was not all. In every single one of their dreams, without exception, the same person had appeared. Ismilda's breath tightened, and she asked who it was. His gaze was dark. He lifted his hand and lightly tapped the glass of the photograph she held. His finger stopped on her father's smiling face, where he was holding a little brown-haired girl in the picture. Edwin's voice was low, carrying a warning. He told her to be careful. The Magic Tower was watching her very, very closely. The world dissolved, and she was a child again, standing beside the shimmering sea while her father held her hand. He bent down, a playful light in his eyes, and asked if she wanted to hear a secret. He told her that the beautiful, glittering sea was actually magical. It was a wicked-hearted magician who lured people with its beauty. He solemnly warned her that magicians must never let the sea capture their hearts. When she asked why, he explained that once one was trapped, one would be trapped forever. He told her she must always be wary of its power. As he took her little hand, she noticed a blond boy standing alone on the beach, watching them with an unreadable expression. She did not understand why he would not leave, why he merely stood there. Her father's voice pulled her back from her thoughts, asking if she wanted to go a little deeper. She hesitated, worried that her feet would no longer touch the bottom, but her father promised that he would keep hold of her the entire time. Her fear vanished, replaced by a surge of joy. She happily agreed. They stepped into the cool, clear seawater. From the shore came the little boy's panic cry. He shouted for them not to go and begged them to come back. He began running toward the waves, his voice turning into a desperate scream. The dream shifted abruptly, the clear sky turning into suffocating, ink-like darkness. She was sinking, dragged into the choking depths of the midnight sea. She sank deeper and deeper into the icy dark, desperate pleas echoing all around her. She jolted awake with a gasp, rolled off the bed, and crashed heavily to the floor. A sharp pain pierced her head. "It hurts," she mumbled indistinctly, rubbing the sore spot as her nose throbbed too. Edwin's chilling words echoed in her mind. "The magic tower is watching you very closely." He had told her that they suspected her father was connected to the origins of the magician's disease, and they absolutely did not believe it was a coincidence that, after 7 years, his daughter had suddenly reappeared. A cold fear swept over her. Impossible. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to drive the fear away. It was purely a coincidence, she told herself fiercely. It had to be. She remembered what Noah's doctor had told her. The woman they had helped was an extremely rare anger-type magician from Thebes. That kind of magician had likely been forced to supply magic to her parasite-like husband through repeated bouts of anger. And that woman had also had strange dreams. Ismilda stood on the balcony beneath the night sky, trying to persuade herself to sort out her thoughts. She was certain that she had only had that dream because she had been thinking about her father before falling asleep. But what about the boy? A memory flashed past, a blond boy on the beach. She was almost certain that it was Noah. She remembered that before he was accepted into the academy, he had lived with them all along. A sudden resolve firmed her expression. She could ask him. She was sure he was still awake. She placed her hand on the cold stone railing and murmured a spell, Florentina. As her feet left the ground, she muttered under her breath that this absolutely did not mean she had forgiven him. Not far away, Noah sat in his study, the room lit only by a single lamp. She glided silently through the night, her figure beneath her white nightgown like a faintly shimmering ghost. Ismilda wondered why he was still awake so late and floated toward the light spilling from his open balcony doors. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. She peeked inside, only to freeze. He was sitting in a chair, but he was not alone. He was holding someone's hand, his expression filled with profound loneliness and longing. It felt as though her entire world tilted. She realized that the hand he held belonged to a flickering, silent phantom, and that phantom was herself. A choked gasp escaped her lips. Shock struck her like a physical force, shattering her concentration. The delicate magic holding her in the air cracked like glass, and the spell dissolved without a trace. Her eyes widened in terror as she began to fall. Why? Why was this happening? The wind roared past her ears as she plunged into the darkness. Her desperate cry reached Noah's ears. He snapped his head up, his eyes full of alarm. He sprang from his chair, moving faster than she had ever seen, rushing toward the balcony like an afterimage. He stretched his hand into the night, and his own magic burst out in a dazzling radiance. A line of light tore through the darkness, wrapped around her, and stopped her fall. She hung suspended in the air, only inches from his outstretched hand, trapped between the starry sky and the man who dreamed of her ghost. The air rushed past her, and the night sky and glittering stars became a dizzying blur of light as gravity dragged her downward. Just as a scream caught in her throat, strong arms circled her waist and stopped her descent with a sudden, violent jolt. She was pulled tightly against a solid chest, her body held firmly in his embrace. The world spun in a vortex of magic and moonlight, and a dizzying rush stole her breath, but the arms around her were an unshakable anchor in the chaos. When the world steadied, she found herself pressed against Noah, her cheek resting on the fine fabric of his waistcoat. The steady, rhythmic beating of his heart sounded in her ear like a reassuring drum. She looked up, her own heart trembling faintly in her chest, and whispered his name. The sound was barely audible, blending into the silent, starry night. Yet that moment of tenderness was quickly shattered. His sharp, icy voice cut through the air, demanding to know whether she had gone mad. Ismilda had not yet recovered from the fall and rescue, and could only stare at him in confusion. He scolded her, his voice low and furious, like a suppressed growl, saying she had actually been wandering around in the middle of the night. Worse still, he reprimanded, using a levitation spell at this hour was extremely dangerous. Before she could even organize an answer, his hand suddenly reached out, his fingers hooking downward, and removed the earring from her earlobe. She gasped, her voice catching in her throat as she asked what on earth he thought he was doing, saying he could not just take her things. Noah ignored her protests, his gaze falling on the little ornament in his hand. Coldly, he said he had heard she had bought a pile of useless trinkets a few days ago, but he had not expected her to actually use such a thing. He began to analyze it mercilessly, declaring that the gem was of such poor quality it could not store magic at all. He pointed out that the stone was yellowed and asymmetrical, not to mention that its color was cloudy and the hook was only cheap copper. He finally concluded that it was clearly unsuited to its original purpose. Then, with an air of unquestionable, condescending authority, he said he could throw it away for her. A surge of defiance swept through Ismilda's entire body. She grabbed his wrist with surprising strength, anger flashing in her eyes. She told him sharply that it was not his, and he had no right to throw it away. His gaze was sharp and questioning as he asked whether she had learned nothing after nearly falling to her death just now, and whether she truly intended to keep using a defective device. Flustered yet firm, Ismilda stammered that she could still wear it purely as an ornament. She found her voice and told him that he could not say it was useless simply because it was not expensive. When she spoke of it, she did not treat it as a stone, but as a pearl with value in itself. For a moment, he looked surprised, a crack appearing in his icy facade. He gazed at her, a strange light surfacing in his eyes as he studied her sincere face. He said quietly that she was truly impossible to understand. A woman who already possessed an enormous fortune, yet refused to enjoy the finer things in life. His tone turned admonishing again as he listed her recent faults, reminding her that just a few days ago she had brought a dangerous anger-type magician into the house. And as if that were not enough, he continued, she had now come to spy on him at 3 in the morning. Ismilda's face flushed crimson, and she stammered a denial, insisting that she was not spying. She had only come to see whether he was still awake. With swift, startling movement, he seized her shoulder and pulled her off balance, drawing her closer to him. He bent down, his warm breath brushing her skin, and told her in a low, intense voice that she was far too lacking in caution. Miss Ismilda. The sudden closeness made her whole body jolt. A deep blush spread across her cheeks as she stared wide-eyed at his face. She cleared her throat, trying to conceal her panic, and apologized to him for disturbing him without permission, but then firmly said that she wanted him to return the earring to her. Noah studied her for a moment, a thoughtful light rising in his eyes. He answered that if she truly felt sorry, he wanted to keep this earring as a token of her apology. Ismilda stared at him in disbelief, demanding to know why she should give it to him when he would only throw it away. He did not answer. Instead, he carefully took out a handkerchief and gently wrapped the delicate earring inside its folds. He looked straight into her eyes, his expression sincere, and assured her that he would never do that. Ismilda was struck speechless by his unexpected gentleness. After a long, tense silence, she finally agreed. Later, in his study, she found that he was still buried in documents. She asked if he was still working at this hour, and he replied that he usually slept even later than this. She leaned forward, her expression serious, and told him that was perfect. She had something to ask him. He raised his head, his gaze as though he had known all along, and asked whether she had had one of those unsettling dreams again. Her eyes widened slightly, and she asked how he knew. He explained that at this hour, it was usually those dreams that troubled her, his voice softening somewhat. Then he changed the subject, lifting a document and telling her that he had been informed the reason he had received an official notice from the Magic Tower was because of her father. Ismilda quickly denied it, telling him those were all baseless rumors and that it was best not to take them to heart. But she had no intention of letting it end there. She pressed him, saying that if he was so certain those rumors had no foundation, then he ought to explain why, so she could feel at ease. After all, her voice gradually gained strength. Those matters concerned her father. She reminded him that when he had appointed Edwin as her guard without even discussing it with her, she had remained silent despite being very displeased, because she believed he had her best interests in mind. She narrowed her eyes, her voice lowering into a tense whisper, and told him that this time was different. Noah's gaze dropped to the desk. He admitted that he had originally intended to tell her when the time was right. Ismilda's voice sharpened as she pressed him on when, exactly, the time would be right. He answered quietly that it would be when he was certain her emotions were stable enough to bear the information. Those words struck her like a heavy blow, and her expression hardened with hurt and anger. Her voice was full of sarcasm as she repeated his words, finally concluding that he meant he would only tell her when the timing was most convenient for him. He tried to explain that people often slandered the dead to provoke the living, and that she only needed to worry about her own happiness and well-being. But his protective words only made her angrier. In a sudden burst of rage, she snatched the documents from his hand. She raised the notice, her hand trembling slightly, and demanded to know whether he truly expected her to ignore those rumors about her father. He looked at her without the slightest hesitation and said yes. He told her to let him handle such troublesome matters, reminding her that, after all, that was exactly why she had hired him. A cry of pure frustration escaped her lips. She threw the papers into the air, letting them drift down like bitter snowflakes. She slammed both hands onto his desk, leaned forward, and glared at him, asking what exactly he took her for. Her voice rose, filled with an urgent desire to be seen and acknowledged, asking whether he still thought of her as a helpless child who needed his protection. He rose from his chair and came around the desk to stand before her. He crouched down, his attention falling on a loose ornament on her shoe. He gently scraped something off it, then carefully fastened it back into place. He looked up at her from the floor, his tone firm and unwavering, and said she was his mentor's only daughter, the woman he had sworn to protect. His fingers brushed her ankle, and she jolted, the touch unexpectedly sending a shiver through her entire body. He continued, his voice low yet powerful, telling her that if she objected to his protection, then she only needed to prove she no longer required his help. A strange fire burned in his eyes as he challenged her. She had to surpass his expectations, fly higher than he could ever imagine, and then, he said, she had to crush him beneath her feet. The intensity of his words hung between them. Ismilda sat on the edge of his desk, his challenge echoing through her mind, while he knelt before her, his hand still resting on her shoe. She told him to let go of her, her voice barely more than a whisper, betraying the turmoil within her. He looked up at her, his gaze unyielding, and told her he could not. Anger overwhelmed her. She said he was fired and ordered him to get out of her house at once. A faint, knowing smile rose to his lips. He said he was afraid that would be impossible. Ismilda trembled silently with fury, thinking that this man always had to have the last word. He continued, his tone turning calm and logical. He told her there was no reason to reveal the source of her magic to the magic tower, and that she herself, despite her anger, he explained, had to understand that relying on specific people to generate magic was a rather serious weakness. He also warned her to stay away from frenzied magicians, reminding her how dangerous they were when their illness flared. Despite herself, she took in his concern. After a tense silence, she yielded, but on one condition. In exchange for her cooperation, she wanted to know every rumor concerning her father. He raised an eyebrow, questioning what she meant by an exchange. Ismilda seized the moment to assert her authority. She placed her heel on his thigh, the movement deliberate and firm. She admitted that he might stand far above her, and that the arrangement between them might seem like playing house. But she looked down at him with a proud gaze and declared that this was an order. She reminded him that she was his employer, and he had to do as she said. Noah looked up at her, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes, and agreed. The next day, he sent her a beautiful porcelain bowl filled with glittering stones. She mistook them for candy, but he corrected her, explaining that they were opals carved with spells that could dispel nightmares. Confused, she asked why he would give her something she could not use, since she could not use another person's magic. Just as she reached out, he leaned forward and placed a light kiss on her forehead. She froze, her eyes widening in shock. Heat rushed to her cheeks, and she stammered, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. He drew back with a small, satisfied smile, and told her he was simply helping her charge them. His words echoed in her mind. She sat in her room, exquisitely dressed. His challenge was clear. He wanted her to rise above him, to crush him beneath her heel. He wanted her to prove she no longer needed him. The arrogance of it all was simply beyond compare. A new determination hardened in her heart. She realized that she needed to change the fundamental shape of their relationship. A voice pulled her back from her thoughts. Dr. Fellini's was calling her name. Ismilda blinked, apologized, and asked the doctor to repeat what she had just said. Dr. Fellini's asked about the sedative Miss Granche had brought the day before. She explained that she suspected it was a secret medicine, a rare potion prepared with vision magic, one that only a few people were capable of making. She could not understand how a non-magician had come to possess such a thing. Ismilda went to visit the woman she had saved, who was resting in bed. She addressed her as Miss Granche and thanked her for helping her yesterday. The woman named Portia insisted there was no need to thank her and told her she should rest. But Ismilda continued, explaining that Dr. Fellini's had told her Portia was the one who had brought her back to her senses. Portia looked away with a sad smile. She explained that she had heard people tormented by madness often hurt those closest to them. By saving Ismilda, she said, she had also saved her own husband. Ismilda was deeply moved, surprised that after enduring so much abuse, Portia still cared about her husband. Noah's warning about the danger of the magician's disease came to mind. She looked at the frail woman and felt she seemed no threat at all. She dismissed her lingering worries, thinking they probably would not meet again anyway. Portia asked what would happen to her next. Ismilda comforted her, saying that people tormented by madness would receive treatment at the Magic Tower's clinic, which was managed by exceptionally talented magicians, and that they would surely take good care of her. Realizing she still did not know her name, Ismilda introduced herself. The woman smiled gently and replied that her name was Portia. Out of kindness, Ismilda removed a beautiful beaded bracelet from her own wrist and placed it on Portia's. She told her it was a gift that could help dispel nightmares. Portia gazed at the bracelet, tears filling her eyes. She clutched it tightly, overcome with emotion, and sobbed her thanks for the precious gift. Her gratitude was both heartwarming and beautiful. Sometime later, Ismilda arrived at a hospital. Her carriage was escorted by 3 intimidating hooded guards. She stepped down, wearing a teal dress and holding a matching parasol, like a picture of dark elegance. A panicked hospital maid hurried forward to stop her, pleading that magicians were not allowed into the hospital or she would be dismissed. Ismilda's expression tightened with irritation, but she tried to soothe the girl. With a decisive flick of her hand, she closed her parasol. A cunning smile rose to her lips, and she told the maid not to worry, because no magician would be entering the hospital. In a quiet dispensary, herbs were being ground with a mortar and pestle. The scene faded into a memory from many years ago. Ismilda's father, Argo, was thanking a young woman named Mariel. He held both her hands, his eyes shining with fervor, and begged her to join his research team. Mariel looked somewhat hesitant. He explained his dream, to train more commoners to become magicians, believing it would completely transform medicine and make magical treatment available to everyone. Mariel pulled her hands back and protested that she was not a magician and knew nothing of vision magic, but Argo refused to give up, pleading that he needed her expertise. He pursued her persistently, his charm and sincerity slowly wearing down her resistance. In the end, she gave in, and so Mariel joined his research team. By day, she taught children. By night, she worked side by side with Argo in the laboratory. Despite the occasional failed experiment, it was still a time filled with discovery and laughter. Perhaps it was the most fulfilling period of her life, but happiness was always brief. One day, Argo announced that the Magic Tower had agreed to fund their research. The joy soon faded as he explained the condition. Only magicians of noble birth would be allowed to continue the work. His apology rang hollow, and Mariel's world collapsed around her. That day, she left the Granche mansion, struggling to convince herself that Argo had no choice, that he was simply a man raising a child while desperately trying to secure funding for his dream. She tried to be happy that his family's circumstances had improved, but later, she discovered the truth. She confronted him, waving the official documents before him. The condition had not been to replace them, but to double the number of researchers. Unable to meet her eyes, he admitted that doubling the team would cost too much and reduce the profits. Mariel's voice trembled with anger as she accused him of choosing money and betraying the ideals they had shared. He grabbed her hands and begged her not to tell the others, asking her to think of his wife and daughter. She tore free from his grip in disgust, sickened by the thought that a scoundrel like him was the head of a charitable organization. The last thing he ever said to her was a low, defeated admission. Even charity needed money. That was the last time she saw him. She left the city and devoted her life to healing work in the countryside, far from the world of magicians. When she finally returned, she learned that his research team had been disbanded only a year after she left. Malicious rumors confirmed her deepest fears. Argo had sold out his friends for favor and wealth. Refusing to believe it, she went to his house, but the man she saw happily playing with his daughter on the beach was not the monster from the rumors. Conflicted, she turned away and decided to seek answers another day. But that day never came. The following year, she received news of Argo and Titania's tragic deaths. When she returned to Thebes, a package was waiting for her. Inside was a bracelet set with powerful magic stones. It was a gift from the man she had believed had betrayed her. As she pondered the mystery, a soft meow broke the silence. A small black cat with striking blue eyes appeared and rubbed against her leg. She smiled gently at the stray cat and turned to find it some food. Suddenly, her assistant rushed in, stammering that a visitor had arrived. A tall, cloaked figure strode into the room, ignoring the assistant's protests. He lowered his hood, revealing a stern face with a thin mustache, and greeted her as Dr. Celine. A low, resonant voice echoed in the darkness, murmuring that it had been far too long. The man, shrouded in shadow, dressed in luxurious red robes, addressed the woman known as Dr. Celine. His face was sharp and severe, with neatly trimmed facial hair, and long black hair fell past his shoulders. In the quiet dispensary, the air suddenly grew tense. Dr. Mariel Celine's face was hidden beneath a simple white hood, and she turned with a sharp, irritated motion, demanding to know who he was and what gave him the right to barge into her dispensary. The man stood tall, arrogance and authority radiating from his posture. In a chillingly formal tone, he introduced himself, saying he was Master Stephen Vincentos of the Magic Tower. The name hung in the air, heavy and unfamiliar. Mariel narrowed her eyes, trying to remember. He clarified that he had once been known as Humor, his tone carrying a trace of mockery, but that he had stopped using that name more than 20 years ago. He looked her over contemptuously and remarked that she had not changed at all, still as uninterested in worldly affairs as ever. Mariel briefly apologized for her poor memory, her voice carrying a sarcasm he could not miss. She addressed him as Master Humor, deliberately pricking his pride. His lips pressed into a taut line, and he coldly corrected her, telling her that his name was Master Stephen Vincentos. Mariel's reply was like a fine verbal blade, feigning innocence. She asked whether he had obtained that title solely through marriage. She turned her back and found a small treat for the purring black cat at her feet, plainly ignoring his presence. But Stephen was not so easily driven away. He announced that he would get straight to the point. He had proposed to the Magic Tower that he lead a research team charged with a major goal, developing a cure for the dreaded magician's disease. The words struck Mariel like a physical blow. Her hand, about to feed the cat, stopped in midair. Her interest had been piqued, but her contempt for him overpowered everything else. She coldly told him she was not interested and that he could see himself out. He tried to persuade her, calling it a chance to do something glorious for the kingdom, but she cut him off. She scoffed that magicians already had more than enough glory, so he should not waste her time. Her voice was full of sarcasm as she questioned why the so-called chief creator of TTOT would need help from a commoner like her. Something flickered across his face, perhaps irritation, perhaps embarrassment. He claimed she was giving him too much credit and admitted that he had merely been one member of the team. But before he could finish, she interrupted with cold precision and agreed. She amended her statement, saying that calling him the chief creator was indeed inappropriate, since the one who had truly led the team was his father-in-law. A dangerous darkness descended over Stephen's expression, and the mask of civility cracked. He leaned forward, his voice dropping into a hiss, and revealed that he had heard a very interesting story. Recently, he told her, rumors on the street claimed she had developed a potion, a miraculous remedy capable of suppressing the madness that plagued magic users. The image of a potion glowing ghostly green flashed through her mind. So that was it, she thought, her heart hardening. He had come for her potion. He stated his intention. He wanted not only the potion, but also her and her abilities. He had come to recruit her. Then came the threat, hidden beneath only the thinnest veneer of negotiation. He said that if she refused to join the team, then he would have no choice but to ask her to hand over the potion's formula. He raised one hand, his fingers slightly curved, the gesture of a man ready to bargain. A predatory gleam flashed in his eyes as he asked her price. Mariel's gaze turned to ice. Her voice was low and firm, a single command cutting through the tense silence. Get out. Stephen's face twisted into a contemptuous sneer. He tried to tempt her with wealth and fame, telling her she would gain nothing in this impoverished district. He offered to provide funds so she could open a new hospital in a better location, but she remained unmoved and repeated that she had no interest. He continued pressing her, his words like poison, implying that she was forced to remain in this rundown place because people preferred magical treatment. He painted another life for her, one in which her research received the compensation it deserved, the life she could have had. For an instant, her face twisted with pure fury. She retorted that the magicians of the Magic Tower had no right to say such things to her. He changed tactics, his voice becoming deceptively gentle. He offered to help her build a new hospital, one dedicated to treating commoners. Before she could react, his hand shot out, his fingers clamping around her arm like steel. Shock and fury filled her eyes. He moved closer, his hot breath brushing her ear, and finished the sentence in a sickening whisper. He said such work would be far more meaningful than serving Noah Argent's money laundering foundation. The accusation hung between them, filthy and suffocating. Mariel recovered at once, her lips twisting into a scornful sneer. She asked why he had suddenly started caring about a hospital for commoners. She called him humor again, the name like an insult on her tongue, and told him she knew the truth. She explained that the so-called madness was nothing new at all. For years, it had been a common illness among the poor, among those who generated magic for income, while the nobles, who merely bought magic, remained completely unharmed. The Magic Tower had done nothing. As long as the disease was hidden, they let it fester in the shadows. Her free hand shot out, seizing his wrist with astonishing strength. She demanded to know what had changed and why. After all this time, the Magic Tower had only now assigned a master to lead a research team, and was even willing to go so far as to build a new hospital. His face darkened like a thundercloud. She continued, conviction ringing in her voice, saying she might as well make a guess. It was because someone of high status had finally contracted the disease. Stephen's self-control snapped completely. With a roar, he released his magic. Thorny black vines burst from the ground, twisting and coiling like snakes. At his command of bind, the vines shot forward, wrapping around Mariel and trapping her in a thorn-filled embrace. She struggled, but the magical restraints held her fast. He threw back his head and laughed, the sound cruel and mocking. He warned Mariel Celine that she should not be so careless with her tongue. Mariel glared at him, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. She saw it now. He was just as vile and despicable as ever. His rage boiled over. He raised his hand and roared at her, ordering her never to call him by that name again. A dark, evil energy gathered around him. He began chanting a spell, Kira Volcano Celterial, the highest level and most dangerous memory erasure spell. A surging wave of purple magic swept toward her, and a magic circle gleaming with inky light appeared beneath her feet. In terror, she realized he had been preparing to use this spell from the very beginning. This had been his plan from the start. When words failed, he would resort to magic and force. A wave of dizziness struck her, and the edges of her vision began to blur. Bitterly, she thought that this was exactly why she hated magicians. But just as the spell was about to take effect, a small, clear voice pierced through the chaos and began chanting a counterspell. The magic circle beneath Mariel's feet cracked like glass, shattering into 1,000 glowing fragments. The spell collapsed inward, and the raw magic dispersed in a dazzling flash. Stephen's eyes widened in disbelief as a small black cat leapt out from the shadows. It landed gracefully in the arms of a stunningly beautiful woman. Papers, swept up by the remnants of magical energy, fluttered down to the floor. The woman, dressed in an elegant teal gown, stepped forward. She apologized, her voice calm and steady, explaining that everything had happened too quickly for her to protect the room as well. She seemed like the embodiment of elegance and power, every detail exquisite, from the intricate lace on her formal dress to the pearls woven into her hair. Mariel drew in a sharp breath, startled by this sudden savior. The cat, now safe and sound, gave a soft meow. With a gentle smile, The woman thanked it and lightly tapped its head. The familiar turned into flickering light, then vanished. Stephen cursed his own carelessness. He had sent out that magical creature because magicians were not allowed inside. But only now did he realize that the cat was a familiar with astonishing power, one that had completely concealed its own magical aura. The woman was Ismilda. She took a step forward, her gaze cold and appraising. She told them she had happened to overhear their very interesting conversation. She confirmed that she knew the Vincento's family wanted to build a new hospital here, but had failed to obtain the landowner's consent. A meaningful smile slowly appeared on her face. "What wonderful news," she declared, a cunning light gleaming in her eyes, because she would be more than happy to buy this hospital herself. Mariel still had not recovered from her shock and told Ismilda that she was no better than Stephen. Ismilda merely shrugged and told the doctor to think whatever she liked, but she had no intention of standing by and watching someone else buy the hospital. She positioned herself as the ideal buyer and proposed that they begin negotiations. Stephen was rendered completely speechless, but Mariel remained resolute. She stood her ground, rebellion filling her voice, and declared that she would not sell the hospital to either of them. Ismilda's smile did not waver in the slightest. In that case, she said, she would simply have to make an offer that could not be refused. With a flick of her wrist, a contract appeared out of thin air. A quill raced across the parchment, and then the document drifted gently into Mariel's hands. Mariel looked down at it and asked Ismilda, in disbelief, whether she truly thought Mariel would be swayed so easily. Ismilda tapped a finger against her lips and, in a teasing tone, asked if the offer was too low. She waved her hand again. The numbers on the page glowed and rewrote themselves as if by magic. Mariel's eyes widened in utter shock. The offer was 10 times the market price. Stephen watched the scene, his mind racing. He knew that if Mariel offended the Vincento's family, she would likely meet an end as terrible as her father's. Ismilda noticed Mariel's hesitation and asked if it was still not enough. "Very well," she said with a radiant smile. "How about this?" The contract glowed again, magic swirling around it. Mariel and Stephen both stared, their jaws nearly dropping. Their faces were filled with complete disbelief. Ismilda had just offered 100 times the market price. The room fell into stunned silence, broken only by the faint rustling of papers scattered across the floor. Ismilda sat there calmly, still composed and graceful amid the chaos. Her thoughts were sharp as she recalled the confrontation just now. She remembered Mr. Logan's lessons. He had repeatedly emphasized to her the danger of memory erasure spells. She understood Stephen's cruelty now. By adding the amplification formula salterial to the incantation, he had intended to erase Mariel's memory completely. He wanted Dr. Mariel to remember nothing at all. That vile villain had planned to wipe away her memories and then, after she signed the contract, pretend nothing had happened. The scene returned to the present. Mariel's tone softened with concern as she told the exhausted Ismilda to rest in the room next door. Ismilda looked utterly drained, but she agreed, adding that she had a few questions first. Mariel seemed to know what she was going to ask and guessed that Ismilda wanted to know why she hated her father. Ismilda confirmed it, saying that after everything that had just happened, she believed she had the right to know. Mariel fell silent and thought for a long while. Then, instead of answering, she handed Ismilda a warm cup. She told Ismilda that since she was now the hospital's new owner, she could be a little more honest with her. Ismilda raised her head, a trace of surprise flashing through her bright eyes, and tentatively asked whether she could call her auntie. A warm, sincere smile appeared on Mariel's face. She agreed, but on one condition. Ismilda had to think of her as an aunt from her mother's side, because, she revealed, she and Ismilda's mother had once been the closest of friends. The world seemed to melt away, carrying them back 24 years to a cramped and cluttered room. A much younger Mariel slammed both hands onto the table and accused her friend Titania of being a traitor. She shouted, her voice filled with the pain of betrayal, asking if it was true that Titania was getting married. Titania, Ismilda's mother, hurriedly told her to quiet down, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mariel wailed that they had clearly promised never to marry and to live happily together forever. A memory flashed between them of a vow they had sincerely made while drunk. Titania looked flustered and asked if she had really said something like that. Mariel sighed, her anger draining away, and shifted the subject to the messy state of the room. Titania explained that she had recently been busy rushing to meet a deadline. Then Titania proudly announced that the man she was engaged to had said he would hire servants to handle the housework. Mariel scoffed, asking how a commoner could possibly afford servants. Titania revealed her secret. He was a magician, a graduate of the Royal Academy, and he was also extremely handsome. Titania explained her predicament. She had always disguised herself as a man and worked as a specialized stonemason, a profession women were forbidden to enter. If her gender were discovered, she would be charged with fraud. Afraid that the shopkeeper she worked for would expose her, she lied and said she was getting married, using it as an excuse for why she was leaving. It was also then that her handsome fiancé, Argo, promised her that as long as she was willing to stay by his side, he could support both of them. Mariel begged her friend to reconsider, because she knew how difficult it was to dissolve a marriage once it was formed. But Titania had made up her mind. With a sad and apologetic smile, she chose her path. And so, Mariel explained, that was how Titania became Argo's wife. It was supposed to be a simple one-year contract marriage, but fate intervened. As that year was about to end, Titania gave birth to Ismilda and became a mother. Back in the present, Mariel looked at Ismilda with a heavy heart and admitted that she did not think Titania had been ready to become a mother. Ismilda listened, a faint ache in her chest. This was the first time she had heard anyone talk about her mother. All her life, she had only ever heard stories about her brilliant and renowned father. Mariel explained that she had been Titania's only friend because both of them were war orphans. Then she took out a black woven bracelet and handed it to Ismilda, saying she felt Ismilda ought to have it. It was something her parents had sent before they died. A thought suddenly struck Ismilda. Could this be what the sinister Stephen Vincentos wanted? She realized that Mariel must also have wondered how someone like her, who was not a magician, could have created a prescription to treat that illness. She admitted that she had expected Mariel to come to her again someday, but she had never imagined Stephen would appear too. The ornament on the bracelet caught the light, revealing a perfect crystal. Inside it, a tiny wet whale swam through a sea as black as night. That was her mother's emblem. Ismilda then told Mariel that she would give her the password to unlock the secret within it. With her gloved hand, she gripped the precious keepsake tightly. Then she tried to press it back into Mariel's hands. She refused to accept it, insisting that it belonged to Mariel after all. Besides, Ismilda knew nothing about medicine. As the condition for exchanging information, she demanded that Mariel work exclusively for her from now on and become her personal doctor, so that if she ever contracted this illness in the future, Mariel would take care of her. Mariel looked at the determined young woman before her, an indulgent smile appearing on her lips. She said that Ismilda truly was her father's daughter. Meanwhile, in the grand and silent library of the Magic Tower, Stephen Vincentos stormed through the towering doors. His face was like a mask covered in cold fury as he strode through a corridor only the highest-ranking magicians were permitted to enter. His mind was consumed by one burning thought, Ismilda Granche. He cursed her name, raging inwardly that 8 years ago he had clearly insisted on killing her, and he was furious at Noah Argent for lying and claiming that the girl was nothing special. He used a communication orb and ordered it to search for Argo Granche research papers on Tristar spellcraft. A heavy leather-bound book flew out from a high bookshelf and landed in his waiting hands. He yanked it open, only to find that the pages had been sealed by magic. They had been wiped completely blank. Damn Argo, he growled, realizing that his old rival was still interfering even after death. With a roar of frustration, he slammed the book hard onto the floor. He paced back and forth like a caged beast, his mind racing. He had to get rid of that girl, and quickly. But how? A wicked smile slowly spread across his face. That little bitch was safely hidden inside Noah Argent's impregnable fortress, he thought. Impregnable. An idea sparked in his dark mind. A new purpose glinted in his eyes. He began to laugh, a low snicker gradually turning into a loud, mad cackle that echoed through the empty library. He touched his communication earring. If the walls cannot be breached, he ordered, then contact the mole they planted inside the Granche Foundation. Immediately, he would make her walk out of that fortress of her own free will. Back at the hospital, Ismilda gently tucked the blanket around the sleeping Mariel. Mariel woke and asked what she was doing there. When she saw a bouquet of fresh flowers, she assumed Ed had come by. She told Ismilda that she resembled her mother very much, then handed her a scroll containing the research materials on Argo that she had previously requested. With this, she said, her debt was repaid. She also gave Ismilda a heavy bag filled with medicine to prevent madness. Then her expression turned serious. She asked about the source of Ismilda's magic, saying that it was not true that Ismilda did not know. No one could be unaware of an emotion they felt so frequently. It was more likely that she was in denial. She warned that a magician who did not understand her own power could easily hurt the people around her. Ismilda hugged the bag of medicine tightly to her chest and whispered that there were some emotions one must never acknowledge. How could she not understand it? That overwhelming feeling that only surfaced around Noah or Ed could only be one thing. Mariel's voice was firm, cutting through her confusion. She insisted that there was no emotion that could not be acknowledged. She asked whether this was why Ismilda had been hiding the source of her power from herself. Surely she had never spoken to anyone about it either. Spoken to anyone. Those words hung in the air, so unfamiliar that they seemed almost impossible. In Ismilda's mind flashed the two men who stirred this dangerous, nameless emotion within her, and her chest ached with the truth she did not dare speak. Who could she possibly tell? The old woman's voice was firm, carrying an undeniable certainty as it cut through Ismilda's confusion. She insisted that there was no emotion that could not be acknowledged. Her sharp gaze seemed to see through the disguise Ismilda had so carefully constructed, and she asked whether this was why Ismilda had concealed the source of her magic. She thought Ismilda had probably never spoken to anyone about this either. The question hung in the air, and Ismilda's sapphire-like eyes widened slightly. Talk about it. The thought was utterly absurd. In her mind flashed the two men who haunted her thoughts. Noah, with his gentle smile and scholarly air, and Ed, with his burning gaze and the dangerous charm of a swordsman. Who on earth could she tell? Some foolish, hopeful part of her heart had once thought that perhaps Ed might like her in the same way. She had once imagined confessing her feelings, her heart pounding at the fantasy of their relationship, finally changing from friendship into something more intimate. But reality was a suffocating tangle of chaos. A black-gloved hand clenched the fabric of her coat, the leather groaning under the pressure. She admitted that she hated this feeling. It was vulgar and shameless. It made her feel ashamed, and it made her disillusioned with herself. All her life, she had believed she carried an unrequited love for Edwin. Her heart and reason had both been convinced of it, but magic told her otherwise. It revealed the connection between her and Noah, a bond gleaming with its own impossible light, a pull she could not deny. Magic called her a liar, an imposter, forcing her to face the duality within herself, to face a heart that beat for two men at once. The old woman's expression softened, a trace of sympathy passing over it. She explained that many rage-type magicians had faced the same problem. They felt lost and hated the emotion that fueled their power. But she warned Ismilda that if she did not want to give up her magic completely, she had to learn to accept it. She patted Ismilda lightly on the shoulder and added that trying to deny her feelings would only make things more difficult. She told her that Argo had once researched methods for magicians to control their emotions, especially methods to suppress the emotions of magicians on the verge of madness. The documents she had given Ismilda would help her understand. Ismilda's voice was so soft, it was almost a whisper as she asked how rage-type magicians learned to accept rage. The old woman's silence was a heavy and cruel answer. She lowered her gaze. She revealed the cruel truth. Most of them never managed it. Otherwise, why did Ismilda think there were so few rage-type magicians left in the world? The weight of that fact pressed down on Ismilda's heart as she stood alone on the balcony. The evening sky dyed red by the setting sun. The sound of waves striking the shore was like a restless mirror reflecting her own soul. The old woman's words echoed in her mind. She had to accept her feelings, or she would only make things harder for herself. Accept my feelings, she thought, raising a hand to touch her cheek. But if she accepted them, what would come next? If this overwhelming reaction were directed at just one person, it would not be so difficult. But to feel this way for two people at once was like a shackle that would bind her for life. Her thoughts twisted into a chaotic vortex. Could such a confused and shameful bond be called romance? Could what she felt truly be called love? Or was it something lower, nothing but physical desire? Her mind was in turmoil, and the wind whipped at her long hair as if trying to shake those thoughts out of her head. There was only one way to find out. She could test it and get an answer. A reckless thought blossomed in her heart, dangerous and thrilling. Should she try kissing both of them? As if summoned by her thoughts, a low, familiar voice broke the silence. He called her name. Isa. It was Ed. His deep crimson eyes were intense and captivating, fixed firmly on her as he asked what she was doing. He was here, standing right in front of her. Her breath caught. He came a little closer, his presence filling the space between them with an electric pressure and intensity. Her lips parted slightly, like a silent invitation she herself did not even notice. He reached out, his fingers lightly tracing the curve of her lower lip. The touch was as soft as a feather, yet it sent a shudder like pure flame through her entire body. Her eyes flew wide open, filled with shock and a gradually rising, dizzying excitement. Her mind was a mess. She stammered and asked when he had arrived, her hand flying up to cover her mouth, as if to trap the startled gasp that had escaped. Had he just touched her lips? That thought sent another wave of heat rushing over her skin. He simply said that her magic stone seemed to be empty. She vaguely made an excuse, saying she had used a lot of magic today. A trace of reproach entered his voice as he told her she should have brought his. He could have help. She answered distractedly, her mind still in chaos. Then he asked whether she was any closer to understanding her source. She admitted that she was not, at least not yet. He sincerely asked her if there was anything he could do, and that sincerity made her chest ache. Her heart struck against her ribs. She had just decided to test her feelings, and now she had run into him immediately. What should she do? The opportunity was right in front of her, staring straight at her. Her throat tightened, and she forced herself to tell him that there was indeed one thing he could do. Thump, thump, thump. Her pulse beat wildly in her ears like a frantic drum. She had to do this properly. Give him an explanation, ask for his consent, and make it seem as romantic as possible. She groped for the right words, trying to explain what she wanted, but her tongue seemed to have grown thick and clumsy, utterly useless. What are you panicking for, Ismilda? She scolded herself inwardly, squeezing her eyes shut in frustration. Didn't you just prepare yourself for this? Edwin, as sharp as ever, cut straight through her stammering and asked if there was something she wanted to do. His directness startled her, but it also gave her the opening she needed. Could it really be that simple? She took a deep breath, leaned closer, and opened her trembling lashes to meet his. His gaze was intense and questioning. She called his name softly, her voice shaking, and then he moved. He raised a hand to cradle the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her hair, pulling her closer and closing the last inch between them. When their lips touched, the world seemed to dissolve in a burst of color and sensation. Her mind went blank, every thought wiped away by the overwhelming reality of his kiss. His arm locked around her like a band of steel, drawing her tightly against his firm chest and deepening the kiss. He held her head gently, his thumb brushing over her cheek as their lips moved together. Her body felt so light it seemed to have lost all weight, drifting in a sea of emotion. Her eyes were wide with shock and wonder, a blush spreading across her cheeks as she remained trapped in his embrace. He ended the kiss, his voice sounding low against her lips. He told her that when someone touched her lips without permission, she should push that person away. He said she should run. He pointed out how badly she was trembling, his hand moving to grip her arm, his touch both a comfort and a brand. He called her an idiot and reminded her that he had warned her not to trust him. Had she forgotten? No. She said it softly, her voice almost inaudible. She tried to explain, to tell him it was not what he thought, that it was not because she hated him, but he interrupted her with a smile so bitter it was almost painful, saying he was only joking. If he had frightened her, he apologized. But she was wrong. She was not trembling because of fear, but because of the surging, chaotic, primal force inside her. The sea was rising, a phantom tide. She could feel it tugging at her feet, threatening to swallow her whole. She saw it now. Whenever she came into contact with Edwin, her sea of magic rose around her, and the sensation was terrifying. She did not know whether she felt this way because she liked him or because she disliked him. He stood there, his expression unreadable beneath the fiery sunset. He reached for her hand, and his touch made her whole body jolt once more. With a nauseating dizziness, she realized that more than her fear, more than her confusion, she cared about the lost look on his face. She wanted it. The words slipped out, raw and desperate. She wanted to do it with him. His crimson eyes widened in surprise. Before he could react, she had already moved, her body acting entirely on instinct. She opened her arms and wrapped them around his neck, pulling him down to her as the wind howled around them. Then the world dissolved. The balcony, the sunset, Edith, all of it vanished, replaced by a violent splash as she fell into the cold depths of her own magic. Her lips were still pressed to his, the memory of the kiss lingering, while she sank deeper and deeper. Their lips parted, the kiss ended, and the vision took over completely. It was an illusory kiss within an illusion, a moment suspended in time. With one final splash, she was completely submerged, falling into rippling azure water. The light from the surface gradually faded, and she was alone in the depths. The world was silent and blue. A powerful splash echoed through the water, and she was dragged into a memory. Grandmother Ursa's kindly voice echoed through the hazy dream. She was introducing her grandson to someone, explaining that she had to look after him, asking whether he could stay in an empty room while she worked, and promising that he would be as quiet as a mouse. This was how she had first met Edwin. He was still only a child, holding his grandmother's hand, and though he was so young, he leaned on a cane. She remembered her younger self wearing a neat sailor dress and asking if he wanted to play with her. He tried to say her name, his voice stumbling over the syllables. Hey, her. Edwin had not only been physically disabled, he had also had difficulty speaking. It was because, when he was still a baby, his grandmother had mistakenly fed him poisonous herbs. Though he had survived, paralysis had remained as an after effect. That was why, in the past, whenever they walked, she had always held his hand so tightly, guiding his unsteady steps. The memory faded, and the question resurfaced, colder and sharper than before. Could that be called love? Or was it only ridiculous pity, a feeling born from a sense of superiority toward the broken boy he had once been? The water around her was impossibly cold. She was dreaming again, lost in a place from which she could not wake. She sank, sinking into endless blue. Something was glowing in her hand. It was the opal Noah had given her. A brilliant beam of light burst from the stone. The light changed shape, becoming a beautiful large fish with flowing tail fins. It swam gracefully through the water, like a lantern in the depths. More and more fish made of pure light began to swim around her, circling in a dazzling dance. They moved as one, like a school of shining memory fish, guiding her through the depths of her own mind. She was surrounded by them, her long hair drifting like seaweed in the silent current. One of the fish, a beautiful koi, swam closer. When she reached out to touch it, the scene around her flickered. White light flashed as she found herself in another memory. Bella's noisy voice echoed, complaining about how much she hated wearing other people's clothes. Ismilda's own voice called her name in surprise. Bella? What is this? She touched another fish, and another memory flashed before her eyes. This time was Noah's voice, calm and reassuring, asking whether she still felt unwell. There was no doubt it was him. She could not be mistaken. These fish were all fragments of her memories. A dreadful realization began to rise within her. If these fish were her memories, then the sea that held them must be impossible. This entire sea. This was her magic. All the pieces came together. She recalled what she had read about magician's disease. Patients reported nightmares related to memories of the past, a madness that turned them into entirely different people. If she was right, if the sea was her emotions and the fish were her memories, then their emotions would be influenced by the memories that existed within them. Did that mean the victims of magician's disease had someone else's memories in the sea of their emotions? The thought sent a shock wave through her. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound trembled through the water. Thump! In the abyss below, an enormous black shadow loomed indistinctly. It was a massive chain, its links impossibly thick, stretching down into a dark, bottomless chasm. Clang! The sound was heavy and final. The dark abyss, fear. Cold, sharp fear pierced through her, but alongside that fear was a desperate, intense need. She still wanted to find them. She had to find the memories she had forgotten, the memories buried deeper down and sealed away by those chains. Another dull, heavy sound echoed from the abyss. The chain seemed like a dark promise. Forgotten truths. She had to find them, the memories she had forgotten, the memories buried deeper down. Just as she began to swim toward the chain, a school of glowing fish surged up from below. They surrounded her, blocking her path. A voice, or rather a chorus of voices, echoed in her mind. They told her no, said it was dangerous. The fish were talking. Her eyes widened in disbelief. They explained that there was not enough water, that her body could not yet accept seawater. She could only drink distilled water, or else she would be unable to breathe and would die. They warned that bad memories were best kept locked away. The school of glowing fish began pushing her upward, pushing her away from the darkness. Wait, she cried, trying to fight the current. There was still one more thing she had to confirm. The voices assured her that when the storm came, she would return here again. With one final powerful surge, they pushed her upward, up toward the surface, away from the abyss and the secrets within it. She jolted awake, drawing in a sharp, hurried breath as her eyes flew open. She gasped, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, and raised a hand to her forehead, which was covered in a layer of cold sweat. She was not in the sea. She was in her room. This dream was different from the others. A new and terrifying thought took root in her mind. If she could enter the same dream again with her consciousness intact, she might be able to find memories connected to the tragedy from 8 years ago. Her hands clenched the sheets. Since her father had suddenly halted his research, perhaps the tragedy had not been an accident at all, but a premeditated murder. Determination solidified within her like steel. I must recover my memories. Her eyes burned with resolve as she stared at the morning light spilling in through the window. Suddenly, the memory of the kiss flashed through her mind. A deep blush spread over her face. She and Edwin had kissed. He had just seen her faint, so he must be worried sick by now. A tremendous commotion from outside shattered the room's quiet. She sat up, wondering what on earth that noise was. She walked toward the balcony doors, her brows furrowing in concern. A voice called, "My lady." It was her maid, Connie. Connie rushed in and flung her arms around her in desperation. Connie cried out, overjoyed that her lady had finally awakened. Ismilda patted her back soothingly and told her she was all right now. Connie drew back, her face streaked with tears, and told her that she had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Ismilda apologized for worrying her, but her attention was drawn again to the disturbance outside. She asked what had happened. Connie's expression turned frightened, and she admitted that there had been a bit of a situation. Thinking they were guests, Ismilda announced that she would go greet them herself. Connie screamed for her not to go, but it was already too late. A stone smashed through the glass doors, shattering them into countless fragments. Connie threw herself in front of Ismilda, shielding her from the flying shards. Ismilda stared at the stone and the crumpled note tied to it, asking what on earth this was. A clamor of voices erupted outside. "Miss Granche!" They screamed. "Please come out." They hurled questions at her, their voices shrill and full of accusation. Did she know how the Granche Foundation had truly been founded? Were the rumors about her father true? Camera flashes were blinding. Miss Granche. The name struck her from the crowd below like a curse. Ismilda froze in place, her mind thrown into chaos by the sudden violent intrusion. Connie's voice trembled as she asked if she was all right. Ismilda picked up the note and soothed the terrified maid. She told Connie to call the security team and said she wanted to be alone for a moment. In the distance, the low rumble of a storm began to sound, mirroring the storm within her. She unfolded the paper, and as her eyes swept over the words, her blood instantly ran cold. The headline was a declaration of war. "We expose the reality of the foundation of fragile faith, a hell on earth disguised as a paradise for orphans." The article claimed that her father, Granche, had been deeply connected to the recent threat of magician's disease. It said that before his death, he had been working on a concept to become the master of the magic tower by suppressing the emotions of magicians. To that end, under the pretext of education, he had gathered war orphans who displayed magical talent. But he had subjected those poor children to horrific human experimentation. In the end, innocent young magicians had been sacrificed because of Granche's madness. Her hands trembled, and the ring on her finger felt as heavy as lead. The article listed the victims. Peter Black, 11 years old, severely injured. Aziel, 3 lightly injured and 14 dead. Clara, 3 lightly injured, 1 dead, and 10 wounded. After the experiments ended, the children's memories were erased, and in order to cover up the truth completely, they were forced to change their names and identities. A memory surfaced of a freckled little girl. She was thanking someone, a man named Portia. The article continued, saying that even after reaching adulthood, the victims still suffered from severe trauma. and in the nightmares that appeared as symptoms of their madness, Granche was always present. However, not all the children were victims. Out of concern for his public image, Argo exempted one of the orphans from the experiments. The article wrote mockingly that it was highly doubtful whether this child had truly known nothing about the experiments being carried out on the other children. Ismilda gripped the paper, her knuckles turning white. This child became the first ward of the Granche Foundation to receive a Royal Academy scholarship, and was the only orphan who had ever lived inside the Granche mansion. He belonged to the group deemed by the Magic Tower Council to be at the highest risk of magician's disease. The article was talking about Noah. A voice called her name, "My lady, Ismilda." It was the magician of wrath. The faint, crisp rustle of paper cut through the suffocating atmosphere in the room, sounding far too loud in the tense air. A document full of words, yet poisonous as venom, was being read. It told of a child, one of the earliest wards of the Granche Foundation, an outstanding orphan who had received a royal scholarship. It said that this child was the only one who had ever lived inside the Granche mansion itself, a place of privilege and power. The file was cold and objective, with a solemn photograph of a 10-year-old boy clipped in one corner, the name Noah Argent written there. The words beneath the photograph were a death sentence. He had been classified by the Magic Tower Council as belonging to the highest risk group for magician's disease. The name Lady Ismilda hung in the air, like a whispered name belonging to the beautiful black-haired woman standing rigidly in the room. Storm clouds gathered in her bright blue eyes, emotions churning within them. She was the Magician of Wrath, a title that felt less like a gift than a curse. The man before her, the grown version of the boy in the file, held that accusatory letter in his hand. His expression behind his glasses was impossible to read, his suit immaculate, a stark contrast to the chaos tearing through Ismilda's heart. Noah's voice was steady and calm. He told her that the letter had clearly been written by someone who could barely write. He deduced that the culprit had most likely hired a poor, illiterate person to copy the text, avoiding the attention of printers and newspapers and spreading malicious rumors in a crude manner. He let the paper slip from his fingers. That contemptuous fall ended with it landing lightly on the floor, making a soft, dull sound. He turned his back on her, the movement like a slap. He asked Mrs. Smilda how she felt and suggested that she rest until Dr. Fellini's arrived. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Ismilda's breath caught, and a strangled sound escaped her throat. When she finally spoke, her voice was fragile and trembling, like a whisper. She had to know. She had to ask, even if the answer would shatter her. She asked him whether it was true. Were those accusations true? Her heavy, desperate question hung between them. Noah did not turn around, nor did he move, but a single perfect tear slipped from his eye, leaving a shining trail down his calm face. At the sight of that tear, something inside her broke. Panic seized her throat. She pleaded with him, her voice cracking, begging him to tell her that it was all lies. She begged him to say this was only another attempt to enrage her and slander her dead father, just as his enemies had done in the past. She begged him to tell her to ignore such baseless gossip, to tell her that she should think only of her own health. Her words poured out in a frantic, chaotic rush, like a desperate prayer. She lunged forward, her hand clutching the sleeve of his coat, the fabric becoming her fragile anchor in the vortex of fear. Unshed tears shimmered in her eyes as she looked up at him imploringly. She admitted that she would believe anything he said, that she was willing, so willing, to be deceived. All he had to do was tell her it was all lies. His answer struck like a cruel blow. He told her that it was all true. The instant the words fell, a violent bolt of lightning split the sky outside the window, flooding the room in blinding, merciless white. The sound seemed to answer the shattering of Ismilda's heart. She stared with wide eyes, deep pain stealing the air from her lungs. Noah continued, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. He confirmed that Professor Argo had indeed been the person in charge of the experiments. Then he twisted the knife in the wound, admitting that the children who participated in the experiments had indeed been harmed as well. Why? The question screamed in Ismilda's mind. Why, when I beg you to lie to me, did you insist on pushing me to the edge of the cliff? The world around her began to collapse, the floor beneath her feet seeming to split open. The window behind Noah exploded inward, shattered glass raining across the room, but he did not move. He was like a calm island in a sea of chaos. He took the blame upon himself, his voice never wavering in the slightest, saying that the incident had been caused entirely by his own carelessness and negligence. He assured her that she, who had known nothing of it, should not be held responsible for her father's mistakes. The commotion from the street below, the shouts of the media, were nothing, he said. The Royal Knights would handle it soon. She had nothing to worry about. He took a step toward her, his expression calm, and told her that just as the public had soon forgotten the sinking of the Ella Howard, they would soon forget this as well. He ordered her to remain in bed until the doctor arrived. A bitter, broken sound escaped Ismilda's lips, like a gasp and like laughter. Enough. Her voice was as sharp as broken glass now, cutting through his calm words. She shouted his full name, Noah Argent, and ordered him to stop this farce. Carelessness? As she spoke, a low rumble sounded, and dangerous purple energy began crackling in the air around her. She reminded him how many times they had clashed over similar problems, how many times he had soothed her with the same. Empty words. He would tell her not to worry, that he would handle it, that this was why he was here. She could even recite his reassurances word for word. But today, she pointed out venomously, those words had strangely disappeared. She demanded to know whether he had suddenly decided he was no longer responsible for her. Then the terrible, painful truth finally pieced itself together. She narrowed her eyes, fury blazing in them. You knew, she accused, her voice dropping into a dangerous growl. You knew from the beginning that this would happen. She knew him too well. He could never have missed such a critical variable. He had deliberately broken his promise to her and kept her completely in the dark so that she could remain ignorant and free of responsibility. It was a calculated betrayal. The only reason was that the magic tower had already set its sights on the Granche family. With her father gone, they would pin the blame for the magician's disease pandemic on her. The only way to protect her was for Noah to sacrifice himself, to portray himself as a flamboyant fraud, and reveal that he, the orphan mysteriously excluded from the experiments, had in fact been secretly involved from the very beginning. The realization burned through her veins like fire. She straightened, and the authority of her surname rang in her voice. She reminded him that although he might be the executor of her father's will, she was the one who would inherit the Granche fortune. If anyone had to be held responsible, it should be her. A sharp, agonizing stab suddenly pierced her chest, and the world blurred. She staggered forward, her body unable to support her. Noah was at her side in an instant, his icy composure finally breaking as he called her name. He caught her before she fell to the floor. She tried to push him away, gasping that she did not need his help. But her strength betrayed her. When she looked up, her furious resistance wavered. She saw his face, truly saw it, and the mask was gone. Sorrow and pain, all the things he had always hidden, were carved into every inch of his expression. For a moment, her own pain was forgotten, and she asked softly why he was making that face. Her head throbbed, and an unwanted, violent memory tore through her mind. She was a little girl again, surrounded by a terrible storm formed from her crackling purple magic, screaming at a young boy that he was not even family. And that boy, little Noah with his glasses, stood at the center of her rage, apologizing simply for being there. Noah's voice pulled her back to the present. His voice was softer now, colored by deep exhaustion. He told her that Professor Argo was not without guilt, but that someone else had committed the greater sin. That research had been forbidden by the Magic Tower, a secret known only to those involved. The person who leaked that information was cutting off their own escape route and putting themselves in danger in the process. Still leaning weakly in his arms, Ismilda forced herself to ask whether that meant he had been involved too. He shook his head and explained that he had been too young at the time to become part of the research team. But what he said next chilled her blood. He had been waiting for this day his entire life. He looked down at her, dark resolve burning in his eyes. He promised he would lay her enemies at her feet, but in order to strike this enemy, he needed to go underground for a while. Some pruning needed to be done. He He proposed a plan that would make the public believe that he had been dismissed by her and had gone into hiding. Ismilda stared at him in shock and asked if he had lost his mind. He showed a faint, dangerous smile. He called a dogfight, and that was something he was very good at. For what? She demanded, her voice trembling again. She asked what would happen if she said she would not allow him to leave. His answer was a quiet, devastating apology. She cried out, asking what could possibly be more important to him than her safety. A new flame ignited inside her. With a burst of strength, she raised her hand, seized his tie, and dragged him toward her. Her eyes were wild, her voice like a command. She told him that before he went anywhere, there was one duty he had to fulfill first. The air between them was electric, thick with unspoken words and years of suppressed emotion. He pulled her tightly to him, his palm pressing against her lower back. "Your duty," she repeated, her voice turning into a breathy whisper. Then he bent down, and his lips covered hers. It was a desperate, punishing kiss, fear, longing, and anger surging together in a single flood and crashing into one another. Rain lashed the broken window, one storm mirroring the other storm raging inside them. He deepened the kiss, his fingers tangling in her long black hair as he pulled her closer. A deep blush colored her cheeks, and she melted completely in his arms. When their lips finally parted, he leaned close to her ear and murmured a magic word. Eligo. A sleeping spell. A sharp sting swept through her, and the world dissolved into darkness. She went limp in his arms, her consciousness vanishing. He held her for a moment, then staggered, his own strength draining away as well. He braced himself against the table beside him, gasping for breath, looking down at her peacefully sleeping face. His own face was a mask of profound sorrow. He told her softly to sleep well. Then, before his legs could give out completely, he sank to his knees, rested his head gently against her lap, and was utterly spent. 1 year earlier, in luxury Suite 303 of the Tribonum Hotel, two women were deep in conversation. Connie, a cheerful girl with freckles on her face, hummed as she flipped through the Ars Nova product catalog. Melfa, more serious and practical, asked if she was still choosing. Connie explained that she was trying to pick a pair of gloves from the limited collection, just as Noah had requested. In a flashback, Noah's voice was calm and precise as he instructed Melfa to order those gloves and add them to the shoes he had already commissioned. He gave her a strict deadline and handed the catalog back to her. Back in the hotel room, Connie giggled and admitted that she simply loved buying beautiful and expensive things. She confessed that she became especially excited when choosing gifts for Mrs. Ismilda, because even the notoriously strict Noah provided an unlimited budget for it. These three people were Ismilda's team. Connie, the shrewd shopper with an eye for value. Melfa, the meticulous planner who left no room for error. And Radian, a gifted magician and the guardian of Ismilda's secrets. Melfa looked at a photograph in Connie's hand. She asked if Radian had sent it. Connie nodded, confirming that it had been taken last month. She sighed and said it was truly sad that Lady Ismilda had to sneak out just to take a walk outside. Connie's frustration finally burst out. She demanded to know why Noah only wanted them to watch over her, and why he would not do something about that lunatic Garrick. She even suggested arranging an accident so that it would look as if he had died in a drunken brawl. Melfa sharply scolded her and reminded her that they had strict orders. Unless Ismilda was in danger, they were not to interfere in her life, and even then, they had to do so discreetly. She also reminded Connie of the third and most important rule. They had to prevent Lady Ismilda from falling in love with anyone. The truth was, Noah's position was not secure. In order to inherit the Granche fortune, he had to pay Ismilda's uncle a large allowance for raising her. There had originally been a simple way to resolve his financial and political problems. That was to become engaged to Ismilda herself. Such a union would solidify his claim to the inheritance and secure her future. Connie could not understand why he refused such an easy path. Instead of choosing a simple engagement, he had established this specialized team to protect her from a distance and strictly prevent her from forming bonds with anyone. Then Connie's voice dropped. She mentioned that Radian had once told her some rumors, saying that Noah had been emotionally wounded in a place called the workshop. The workshop, on the surface, was a place where magic stones were made. But in reality, it was a hell that cruelly exploited child magicians. Desperate children went there of their own accord, believing they could earn money simply by expressing anger or sadness. They exhausted an entire day's worth of emotion and were paid barely enough for one meal. The magic that flowed from the depths of their souls was stored in glittering stones, then sold at exorbitant prices to nobles and powerful magicians. Young Rodion knew that place well. As an orphan, he often went there to earn money so that he and his younger sister Connie could eat. He remembered the overseer's piercing voice roaring at him to keep crying and fill the stone. His thin body trembled with exhaustion and despair. The other children whispered about a boy who was different, Noah. They called him the master's dog. He did not have to do that painful work, and he received the best food and clothes, all because he had won the master's favor. Noah's job was not to cry, but merely to hunt. He would catch the children who slacked off, the children who had no tears left to shed, and drag them before the master. The master would then take Noah and that unfortunate child into a private room together and lock the door. Rodion never knew what horrors took place behind that door. At the time, he also could never have imagined that one day he would become one of Noah's most trusted companions. Everything changed on the day a mysterious man in a black cloak appeared at the workshop, powerful, an untamed magic crackling around him. Back in the present, on the day before Ismilda woke, Noah was immersed in memories. 18 years ago, a nervous Professor Argo was trying to give young, silent Noah his first lesson. Argo crouched down and asked Noah what the hardest moment was for a magician. Noah's answer was hollow and numb. He said he could not think of one. He explained that everyone worked in order to survive. That was a fact of life, not suffering. Argo tried to explain that just because something was necessary did not mean it was not difficult. Magicians needed to face their emotions honestly. Seeing the boy's confusion, Argo tried another approach and said he would answer any one question Noah had. Noah's question was heavy with guilt. He asked whether he was being taught separately because he had done something bad. He confessed, "You saw it, didn't you? You saw Noah about to kill someone." The memory was clear and vivid. Argo, the man in the cloak, had rushed into the workshop. One of his men screamed his name and pointed toward a locked room. Argo blasted the door open. The scene inside was a nightmare. The master lay in a pool of blood, a dagger buried in his chest. Another boy was crying hysterically and begging for mercy. And standing over the corpse was young Noah. His face and hands were stained crimson, and there was not a shred of emotion in his eyes. Argo reacted at once, casting a spell that sent thorny vines surging up from the floor to bind the boy. He approached the restrained Noah and asked why he had done it. He promised that the man would never be able to hurt him again. Noah's answer was chilling. He said someone had told him to do it. He had to hate, had to kill, because that man was his enemy. For magicians of the Age of Rage, anger was the source of their power. But in a peaceful world, they had nothing to hate, and so their magic became a curse. Argo looked at the broken child before him and took his small, blood-stained hand. He gave a sincere, warm smile and offered to show Noah something interesting. For their first lesson, he chanted a spell, and the gloomy study dissolved in a dazzling light. They stood on a sunlit beach, the shining azure water lapping at their feet. Argo explained that this was an illusion, a magical manifestation shaped by emotion. But he warned that such magic was dangerous. A person could drown in their own emotions, lose their reason, and fall into madness. Young Noah looked at the magical waves, and a trace of wonder flashed through his empty eyes. He asked whether he had something like this too. Argo placed a hand gently on his shoulder, his smile gentle and reassuring. He told him they would build one together. For the first time, something other than sorrow flickered in Noah's eyes. It was hope. Back in the present, on the night before Ismilda was about to wake, Noah stood by the study window. He clutched a delicate handkerchief in his hand, his fist tightening until his knuckles turned white. He gazed into the darkness, his face full of exhausted sorrow, and murmured her name to the night. Lorenz's brilliantly sunny sky heralded the beginning of the summer social season, a time filled with vibrant life and whispered gossip. Yet in the gilded halls of the nobility, bitter whispers had already begun spreading like poison. In low, resentful tones, the nobles complained about how they could possibly be forbidden from attending private balls this season. It was all because of the king's decree, a maddening response to the so-called magician's disease, forcing them to obey. Someone scoffed that this, too, was the king's will, done to accommodate that arrogant general heir, an unconcealed attempt to force them all to compete in a higher class arena. They all knew the truth. Another person added with a cold laugh that the king could call it whatever he liked, but his true intent was merely to make them obediently let him win. A man turned to the silent figure standing nearby and asked whether Lord Sol thought so as well. Edwin's soul stood like a statue carved from shadow and duty. His dark curls framed a resolute, flawless face, and his deep red and gold uniform, adorned with chains and medals, was immaculate. But there was a distant, weary light in his eyes. In that moment, he felt a suffocating weight settle over him, struck by a crushing realization. He was nothing more than an ornament. The king's ornament, the Granche Foundation's ornament, and, as his breath caught in his throat, Ismilda's ornament. At the thought of her name, his soul ached as if sharply twisted. Ever since he had learned the devastating truth that Noah Argent had used him and manipulated him like a piece on a chessboard, Edwin had no longer been able to look at Ismilda with the innocent heart he once had. And because of that, he had built a wall around himself. He deliberately kept his distance from her, a desperate act of self-preservation. The pure and innocent love he had cherished for so long had faded into a pale shadow, and in its place, something unfamiliar and dangerous had begun to bloom. It was a raw, frenzied desire. He wanted to be gentle with her, wanted to protect her, yet at the same time, he was tormented by an impulse to pour out all of his unvarnished, primal emotions. He longed to hold her soft body tightly in his arms, apologizing for going against her while kissing her lips. It was an intoxicating fantasy of surrender and possession. He wanted to speak of that hunger, a hunger he had never known he possessed, wanted to devour her whole. A wave of self-loathing engulfed him. How vile! He remembered the last time, the time he had been unable to restrain himself. That time with Isha. A colleague's voice cut into his dark thoughts, admitting that today's match had been decided quite suddenly. The man suggested that Lord Sol only needed to humor the general and treat it as light practice. Edwin stood rigidly before the arena's magnificent grand gates. That had been his plan as well, he thought. But he had changed his mind. Fire ignited in his gaze. He had to go all out in order to deal with the extremely unpleasant feeling churning in his stomach. As he stepped forward, whispers rippled through the audience stands, and his jaw tightened with grim determination. What? His gaze fell on a huge banner being unfurled, the words on it a bold proclamation. The truth of the Granche Foundation, an orphan's paradise. And on the other side of the arena stood his opponent. The man had long, flowing black hair and a confident, almost predatory smile on his face. The summer social season began with a thunderous bang. Noah slowly fluttered his heavy eyelids open. He found himself staring up at an unfamiliar, extravagantly decorated ceiling. Soft confusion shrouded his mind, and he murmured to himself, wondering where he was. He tried to sit up, only to be stopped by a sudden pull at his wrists. He looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief. His wrists had been bound with soft cloth, tied firmly to the bedposts, and pulling his arms out to either side. A calm female voice came from the corner of the room, asking whether he was awake now. Ismilda sat gracefully in a chair, her expression a mixture of amusement and coldness. She asked if he was angry with her, then added with a faint, contemptuous smile that he was talking as though he did not deserve to suffer like this. Noah's voice was taut as he demanded to know where Assess was and ordered her to untie him. Ismilda merely poured herself a cup of tea, her movements perfectly unhurried. Mockingly, she asked why he did not untie himself. After all, was he not very good at doing everything on his own? She took an elegant sip, then added that on that point, having both arms tied was indeed rather inconvenient. The next instant, Noah suddenly lunged at her with startling speed, twisting within his restraints, catching her around the waist, and pulling her close against the edge of the bed with a soft sound. Though his arms were tied, he still trapped her there. He leaned close, his warm breath brushing her ear, and asked why she did not simply tell him what she wanted instead of tying him up like this. Ismilda's voice remained steady, betraying none of the shock she felt. She stated her demand clearly. She wanted to know everything her father had done, his research, his vision, and what he intended to do with them. Noah's answer was a cold refusal. He told her he could not tell her everything. Ismilda narrowed her eyes and pressed him, asking whether it was so he could escape blame. He looked at her, his gaze sharp and utterly devoid of warmth, then delivered the fatal blow. He told her that if she knew, she would become an obstacle to him. The words seemed to freeze the air in her lungs. An obstacle. She held the teacup, her hand trembling slightly, but Noah suddenly seized her wrist and pulled the cup to his lips. He drank in great gulps, tea running down his chin and soaking the front of his white shirt. Ismilda could only stare at him with wide blue eyes, stunned. He took the empty cup away, locking eyes with her, a mocking gleam in his gaze. He asked if she had truly thought that, after calling him an obstacle, she would still feed him a cup of water. Then he asked whether she had not wanted an honest answer. An angry flush crept up her cheeks. Ismilda sighed with suppressed irritation and began untying the knots. She told him that although she personally wanted to force him to say everything right now, she still had matters to handle outside. He should relax here and cool his head. He asked if he was supposed to stay in this room, and she confirmed it, telling him that only she knew this room existed, so he should not even think of escaping. Once he answered her questions to her satisfaction, she would naturally let him out. He asked if there was anything else. She looked down at him, her expression hard to read, and said she hoped he would rest and get some sleep, because, she added, he would need her. When she turned to leave, his hand shot out to stop her, but a single look from her made him halt. His voice was low as he told her he had no need for disobedient employees. Ismilda simply tossed a ball of orange yarn onto the bed, where it landed beside him. She suggested that if he was bored, he could try knitting. Finally, with a victorious smile, she told him she would not disturb his rest. The door creaked shut, and the click of the lock echoed through the silent room, leaving Noah alone with the ball of yarn and the sting of her triumph. Ismilda sat amid a huge pile of desserts, angrily chewing a macaron. So he thinks I'm an obstacle, does he? She thought furiously, biting down hard on the sweet. Noah was locked in one of her private rooms, which was practically a fortress, sealed off by soundproofing barriers, for layers of magic nullification barriers, and 2 physical barricades. All of it had been carefully arranged by Radian for the purpose of imprisoning that infuriating man. Just then, Radian himself appeared, looking flustered. He stammered that Lady Ismilda had just received a message from Zerial, Noah's chief secretary. An emergency board meeting would be held tomorrow to discuss the Foundation scandal. Ismilda stopped chewing, surprised that it had all happened so suddenly. Radian explained that the scandal had broken out earlier than expected, even though Noah had already announced publicly that he was away on a business trip. Her eyes widened as the clues fitted together in her mind one by one. She questioned Radian, asking whether he had been involved too, whether he had known Noah was going to leave to hunt down her enemies. A stab of betrayal struck her. Was she the only one who had not known? Was she the only one who had been sincere while all of them had colluded together? She announced that she would fire every last one of them. Radian turned pale and begged her to stop consuming sugar. As Ismilda's anger faded, a heavy sense of reality took its place. She knew her days would not be so easy without Noah. She was not even sure whether she could make it through this crisis without him. After all, the people she relied on, Melfa, Iriel, Radian, and even Edwin, had originally been his people. Her expression hardened with resolve. She called out, "Mr. Radian." He flinched in fright, but she merely ordered him to bring her every file related to the incident. Soon, her desk was covered in documents, like a chaotic map of Noah's life. A vow quietly formed in her heart, as well as a challenge to her prisoner. "Noah Argent, watch me," she thought. "Watch what I build inside this castle you created. To do that, I must first understand every part of you. I must confirm whether you're my ally or my enemy." Her gaze swept over the documents. Point 1. Noah Argent first met her father, Granche, at a magic stone workshop that exploited children. Point 2. Granche founded a charitable foundation and raised funds through public donations. Point 3. Noah was the only student Granche ever took in and raised. A memory suddenly pierced her concentration, sharp and abrupt. It was a letter young Noah had written to her father, telling him not to help poor children. Then came another memory, her own childish voice demanding that Noah like only her and not the other children. A wave of embarrassed heat rushed to her face. She must have been insane back then to say something like that to him. She shook her head, forcing the past away. Now was not the time. Her gaze landed on the final shocking point. Point 4. Noah Argent was no longer a magician at present. Her thoughts raced. Had he developed an emotional disorder? Could it be related to the fact that he was a magician of anger? A throbbing pain began to spread behind her eyes. days. Her brain seemed to have grown accustomed to Noah handling everything and was now refusing to work. She closed her eyes, wondering how on earth he dealt with such complicated affairs every day without stopping. Her eyes snapped open, a new fire burning in them. "You think I'll let you do as you please, Noah Argent?" She thought angrily. Then think again. A sudden noise startled her, and her heart pounded in her chest. She called his name, her voice trembling slightly. And there he was. Noah stood in the doorway, tangled in a complete mess of the red yarn she had given him. He raised his head, his expression unreadable, and calmly said that his guard had arrived. Ismilda had to bite her lip to keep herself from laughing. Later, they sat facing each other across a small table laden with food. She said that for someone she had not given any food to, he looked rather pleased. She was also glad to see that he had taken off that restrictive suit and changed into the clothes she had chosen for him. She admitted that his tie had always made her uncomfortable, and now it finally felt as if they could both breathe. He replied calmly that she could have simply told him to take it off. She countered that if he had been wearing it to hide scars, that would have been rude of her, but evidently that was not the case. Then she asked why he always dressed so formally. He said simply that it helped him concentrate. Ismilda smiled smugly and asked if that meant he could not concentrate now, then asked when he planned to untangle himself from the yarn. For the first time, his composed expression cracked. He admitted he did not know how and asked for her help. She blinked, somewhat surprised. So there were things even he did not know how to do. He confirmed that there were actually quite a lot. She leaned forward, told him to watch carefully, and began sorting out the thread. He watched her hands, his gaze focused and unwavering. She finished deftly and showed him a small red thimble. When he accepted the thimble, his voice turned serious. He told her he had heard that she had knitted while she was at the Vander Mansion. Sonia had taken away the things she had made for him, so he had bought materials himself to knit a scarf. He apologized. Then his eyes met hers, and he said that if she truly felt sorry, she should answer his question. Ismilda's breath caught. He asked her why she was no longer a magician. He pressed her, saying that if she found the question too difficult to answer, he could ask another. She clenched the thimble in her hand, her knuckles turning white. She told him there was no need, because since she had accepted his gift, she was obliged to answer. She began telling her story, her voice low and steady. Her ability as a magician had awakened when she was 4. Back then, she had been an orphan surviving by begging, and the workshop was the only refuge where she could find food and clothes. Because there were no other magicians of anger to teach her, she had no choice but to learn how to generate magical power on her own. She explained that to do so, she had to feel anger. She had to hate everyone. So she began searching for reasons to hate them, their weaknesses, their secrets. In order to hate, she had to observe other people endlessly. But, she continued, all emotions gradually weakened, and as the world could no longer provoke the same intense anger in her heart, the stimulation required to generate magical power became greater and greater. As a result, something went wrong with her mind. Professor Argo treated her, and it was a long and difficult process. He allowed her to live in his mansion instead of an orphanage because it was necessary to isolate her from other children. Noah leaned forward, his voice almost a whisper, and asked why she had later stopped being a magician. Her eyes, filled with deep sorrow, met his. She confessed that it was because she could no longer feel anger. She quickly explained that with the help of magic stones, she could still use magic, so technically she was still classified as a magician. Noah objected that this could not be true because he had personally seen her get angry right in front of him. She explained that it was a matter of intensity. It was not that she could not become irritated. A tiny, sad smile appeared on her lips as she asked if that meant she had displeased him. He asked in return whether that had not always been her goal. Was that not the reason she never listened to him? He admitted that she had achieved that goal. He said he found her meddlesome and troublesome, but his words lacked their usual barbs, and strangely, he sounded more like a child throwing a tantrum. He continued, his tone becoming businesslike again, saying that she had ruined his plans, and his absence must have caused financial losses. If she intended to keep locking him up, then she had to do one thing for him at tomorrow's board meeting. Ismilda's eyes widened as the weight of his request descended. In a distant, cold tower, water dripped in an unsettling rhythm. A voice cut through the darkness, calling for Miss Boscia. Boscia struggled to sit up, her head splitting with pain. A man with long pale hair sat on the bed beside her and introduced himself as Ash Grell, a patient in the same ward. "Boscia," asked blankly whether this was the Magic Tower's treatment facility. Ash confirmed it, then suggested with a sly smile that they share the sources of each other's magic. He said he was a magician of joy and had absolutely no power in such a boring place. Then he turned his unsettling gaze toward her, asking about her source. When she remained silent, he guessed with chilling accuracy. She was a magician of anger, was she not? Bosha drew in a sharp breath and asked how he knew. He explained that he could see the suppressed emotions on her face. They could not completely suppress their feelings. She admitted that she rarely used magic for herself because it was more valuable as a commodity. Ash sighed exaggeratedly, lamenting how tragic it was that she could not freely use her own emotions. He said she was no fun at all, not like Clara. At the sound of that name, Bosha flinched violently and demanded to know who Clara was. Ash's expression darkened. He explained that Clara was a friend who had died 13 years ago. She had also been a magician of anger, an orphan who had been forced to rely on the professor who took her in. But that professor's intentions had not been pure. He had only needed child magicians for experiments, while pretending to be their savior. Bosha trembled, her voice turning into a terrified whisper as she asked why he was telling her this story. Ash leaned closer to her, a cruel smile on his lips, and asked whether she did not want to know how Clara had died. Bosha stammered that she did not at all. What a pity, he said softly. Cold terror swept over Bosha, her heart slamming violently against her ribs. How could this man know? How could he know that every night she became Clara in her dreams? In the Granche Foundation boardroom, the silence was suffocatingly oppressive. Rafina Kos, an imposing member of the board, slammed a hand down on the table, her voice like a roar. She demanded that someone say something, complaining that they had been sitting in silence for 20 minutes. Everyone's glares fell on Ismilda, accusing her of being the reason the atmosphere was so tense. Another member politely suggested that they listen to Lady Ismilda's opinion. Ismilda smiled calmly, claiming that she was merely an honorary trustee, only there to observe and encourage everyone to speak freely. Rufina snorted, then slammed both hands down again, declaring that the foundation was on the verge of bankruptcy. Donations had decreased by 80%, and schools were withdrawing their support. Hegart Hegrel agreed, demanding to know why acting chairman Noah had hidden such crucial information. Accusations flew, calling Noah hypocritical and extremely suspicious because he was the only one excluded from the experiments. They clamored to drag him before them and make him explain himself. Amid the chaos, Professor Dritten raised one hand at the right moment. Ismilda allowed him to speak. The old professor began hesitantly, explaining that 8 years ago, at the late chairman's funeral, he had accidentally overheard a conversation. He heard Mr. Argent mention something that sent a shock through the entire room. Professor Dritten revealed that the deceased had left more than one will. As he spoke, a glowing, illusory scroll appeared in the air above the table. It was a second will, sealed by magic and mystery. The air in the room crackled with unspoken tension as an ornate scroll hovered in midair, as though held up by invisible hands. It proclaimed a truth that would soon shatter the fragile peace. Clearly, a second will existed. The words hung there, like both a promise and a threat. Across the table, a man with pale blonde hair and a cruel scar across his face raised a cold smile to his lips, his gaze fixed on Ismilda like a predator's. Beside him, a woman in a gaudy military uniform and a hat with an exaggerated plume watched everything with eyes as sharp and cold as shards of glass. A sharp, electric tremor passed through Ismilda, but her expression remained a mask of calm indifference. She lifted her delicate porcelain cup to her lips and took a slow, deliberate sip of tea, revealing none of the chaos erupting inside her. Everything connected with terrifying clarity. No wonder, she thought as the puzzle pieces fitted together on their own inside her mind. 4,000 merrills was nothing more than pocket change, an amount any noble could brush aside without a second thought. Yet so many of the world's most prestigious magicians had attended her father's funeral, and their presence was heavy, powerful proof. This could not have been about money. There had to be something else in the will, something far more precious than gold. The whispers she had once dismissed as baseless rumors now echoed in her memory with chilling significance. Professor Driss placed that rumor before everyone with a gravity that sent a chill down her spine. He spoke of the late chairman's final vision, a spell so powerful it bordered on blasphemy, capable of bringing the dead back to life. This was not the crude and horrifying necromancy of black magic, which could only move empty shells, mere puppets of soulless bone and rotting flesh. No, her father's vision was something else entirely. It was a miracle, a power said to resurrect a person completely, restoring the dead to the exact state they had been in the moment before death, soul and body both intact. The woman in red, Tropenik, let out a soft, trembling breath, her face flushed with a sudden, fanatical excitement. "My God," she whispered, her voice quivering with a contagious thrill. This was more astounding, more powerful than she had ever dared imagine. A broad, greedy smile spread across her face, a grotesque expression made of pure desire. The blond man, Lero, nodded in agreement and said in a low voice that this did indeed explain some things. He concluded that there was now no doubt Argent had been involved in Argo's experiments, and that he had deliberately left the chairman's position vacant, because he knew that once a new chairman was appointed, incriminating evidence against him would surface. Another board member insisted with impatience in his voice that they had to confirm at once exactly what was written in the will. Tropenik's sharp gaze returned to Ismilda, a new predatory light in her eyes. The corner of her lips slowly curled into a knowing sneer. She told Ismilda that she understood everything now. Ismilda had come here only to monitor them. Ismilda's thoughts raced. They cannot seize the vision by force yet, at least not for now. Her mind returned to her conversation with Noah, to the moment when her request had hung heavily between them. She had told him that if he truly intended to lock her in this room, then he had to do one thing for her. He had remained silent then, his profile sharp and unreadable in the dim light. When she asked him what that thing was, she laid out the entire conspiracy as she saw it. The fact that all this was being revealed only after 13 years could mean only one thing. The true goal of the person behind the scenes was not justice, but the systematic destruction of her reputation, along with the Granche family name. They had pointed their spears at Noah, using him as a scapegoat to incite the Foundation's board members against the public release of the second will. She had expected that tomorrow, the board members would certainly use the scandal as their reason to object during the meeting. But that will was sealed inside a protected box. If anyone tried to force it open, the contents inside would be completely destroyed. Back then, she had asked him, her voice barely more than a whisper, whether he knew the password. Noah lowered his gaze. His expression fell under a shadow, and his voice was full of remorse as he admitted that he did not know. The memory gradually faded, and Ismilda pulled herself back to the suffocating reality before her. She looked at the vipers seated around the table, her voice steady and clear. She told them there was only one way to view her father's second will. Her gaze like steel, she stated her demand. She demanded that they formally appoint her as the new head during this very meeting. The room instantly filled with sharp intakes of breath. Tropenik shot to her feet, her face full of rage, and stammered out a challenge, asking what on earth Ismilda was saying. She questioned how shameless such a sudden demand could possibly be. Ismilda met her fury with unshakable calm, reminding everyone that if they wanted to view the will, they had to appoint a new head. Then, with a slight turn of her wrist, she turned their greed back against them and calmly asked whether any of them was willing to take the position. Silence descended. The three of them looked back at her, their faces a mixture of shock and panic. Tropenik sank back in her chair, nervously fiddling with the brim of her ridiculous hat, completely thrown into disarray. Of course not, Ismilda thought, a bitter satisfaction curling in her chest. She knew they would not dare. Anyone would have to be utterly insane to fight over the position at a time like this. With public condemnation now growing fiercer and donations steadily shrinking, the Foundation was a sinking ship, and whoever took the helm would be left to bear the blame for the wreck alone. Recognizing her advantage, she pressed on and offered them a deal. In order to safely view her father's will, she promised to inform everyone present of its contents. Her expression softened, and she added that, as his only daughter, her deepest wish was to be the first to read his final words. She began to sweat, her mind racing. At this rate, she thought in panic they were going to lose that astonishing vision to this girl. Ismilda played her final card, coloring her voice with just the right amount of a daughter's attachment and grief. She told them that even if he truly had committed a crime, he was still her father. She looked at them with wide, innocent eyes and asked what she was supposed to do. The one who broke the silence was Professor Dritten. He declared that he did not think it fair to force Lady Ismilda down such a difficult path. False concern dripped from his tone as he pointed out that she had never shown any interest in the Foundation's operations before. If they appointed her now, people would only accuse them of trying to escape responsibility. Ismilda calmly asked whether he had another proposal. He did. He proposed appointing Sir Noah Argent as the new head. He argued that no rule forbade nominating someone who was absent. He turned toward Zerial, the silent man at the end of the table, and asked him to confirm it. Zerial stated that, in the absence of a head, it was indeed possible to choose a proxy to view the will, especially since the matter was extremely urgent. He confirmed that the claim was correct. Ismilda hid a tiny smile of victory. Everything was exactly as Noah had predicted. He had known from the beginning that, in order to obtain the will, the board members would try to appoint her as the new head. That was why she had raised the suggestion first herself, deliberately steering them away from that path. Amid her victory, a pang of sorrow stung her. She had never wanted to see people scrambling for her father's will like vultures around a corpse, but she supposed there was no helping it now. Tropenik sneered and said that, compared to someone who had abandoned his position, someone willing to shoulder it was naturally more suitable. She rose from her chair, her movements sharp and aggressive. Ismilda watched her, her expression unreadable. Just as the argument was about to escalate, the heavy doors of the conference room burst open. A man stood in the doorway, his figure backlit, seizing the attention of the entire room by presence alone. He stepped forward, black hair framing a breathtakingly beautiful face, deep crimson eyes burning with an intense light, as if even the air in the room had been stolen away. In a low, resonant voice, he introduced himself as Ed Van Salgia. He announced that he had come as the proxy of Tropenik, commander of the Blue Eagle Mercenary Corps. Zerial checked the documents and announced that he had received Tropenik's authorization letter, and that Sir Edwin's qualification to vote on her behalf had been approved. Ismilda leaned close to Edwin and urgently whispered, asking what was going on. He did not answer. He merely kept his eyes closed for a long while, silent and dignified, like a statue. Ismilda looked at him, worry twisting her stomach into knots. Professor Dritten spoke to Edwin, beginning to explain in a soothing tone that they had gathered here in order to clear the Foundation of the recent accusations against it. Edwin cut him off, his voice cold as ice. He asked whether that was truly the reason. Dritten stammered, completely caught off guard. Edwin narrowed his eyes, contempt showing in them, and accused them of caring only about how to protect themselves while leaving the children of the Foundation in anxiety. He told them frankly that he was disappointed the Foundation was being managed by people like them. Laro sneered from across the table and retorted that he did not see how Edwin's arrival made things any better. Wasn't he attending the meeting only to take his lover's side? Ismilda's eyes flew wide, and a sudden breath caught in her throat, stabbed by the vicious insinuation. Edwin gave a scoff, a smile without the slightest trace of mirth rising at his lips. He asked whether they truly thought he had come to choose sides. He told them they were gravely mistaken. He had merely come to serve as Tropenik's proxy. Then he turned his gaze to Ismilda, and his next words plunged the entire room into silence. He said that if someone with no experience wanted to become the new head, then he believed it was only natural for that person to prove herself first. Laro and Dritten exchanged a self-satisfied look, believing that he was on their side. But Edwin's soul immediately shattered that notion, telling them that they had misunderstood him yet again. He had no intention of voting for Noah Argent. His blazing, unwavering gaze locked with Ismilda's. He would vote for Ismilda Granche, he announced, but on one condition. The scene shifted. Ismilda was now in the head's office, holding a heavy access card in her hand. Zerial explained that it was the temporary head's access card. He told her that apart from the head's private archive, she could now enter every room, possess the right to make decisions regarding all of the Foundation's current projects, and could also attend social events as the Foundation's representative. With that, he announced his leave. Temporary head, she thought. The title felt foreign and heavy. It was only a temporary appointment, a placeholder until the formal board meeting a few weeks later decided on the official head. Her thoughts drifted back to her true motive. In truth, she was not really fighting for the position. This was a delaying tactic meant to keep the board members' greedy hands off her father's will. She also wanted to determine which one of them was so fixated on the resurrection vision. And most important of all, there was one more chilling fact. That experiment had already been successfully concealed for a long 13 years. To achieve that, an extremely meticulous and powerful hand must have been required. That meant the person behind the scenes was very likely inside the Foundation, someone who had known about the experiment from the very beginning. In order to keep watch over those vipers, even temporarily, a position worthy of respect would be useful. On that point, she had achieved her goal, but a new unease gnawed at her. "Ed," she murmured, walking toward the window. When she saw the scene below, her breath caught in her throat. In the sun-drenched courtyard, Edwin was smiling as he lifted a little orphan onto his broad shoulders. Another child clung to his leg, begging for a turn as well, and he assured all the children that everyone would get a chance. His smile was sincere and warm. Ismilda watched from the high window, silently observing this unexpected gentleness of his. So this was why he had left the conference room so quickly, she thought, a strange warmth spreading through her chest. Her mind flashed back to the condition he had given. With a serious, searching expression, he had made her promise that, for as long as she was the head, no matter how brief that time might be, she would protect the Foundation. He had insisted that the children must not be affected by this disaster. Finally, she had to personally find reliable donors to fund the Foundation. His demand had shocked her because he had been so focused on the children's well-being. Now, as she watched him in the garden, he lifted his head, and in one heart-stopping instant, his eyes met hers. A blush crept up her neck, but in the next moment, a cold unease suddenly swept over her. Could he be angry with her? Had he become disillusioned with her because of the things he heard at the meeting? Did he now think she was no different from those greedy, selfish board members? Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, and she drew a deep breath, steadying herself. She leaned out the window and shouted down to him with every ounce of conviction she had. She declared that she would definitely do a good job, so he had better not be angry with her. Edwin looked up, a trace of surprise flickering through his eyes, along with something softer. Hearing her shout, the children gathered around him and asked in childish voices whether Ed was angry. Ismilda realized what she had just done, and pure horror struck her. She ducked back inside, her face burning scarlet with embarrassment, both hands covering her mouth. I must be insane, she thought. The words had simply burst out of her, like a desperate, childish plea. Suddenly, a soft hum came from her earring. Edwin's low, intimate voice called her name directly beside her ear. Down in the courtyard, he looked up at her window, his lips curved in a gentle, smiling expression. Then he told her, his voice like a warm comfort soothing her flustered heart, that he would never be angry with her. The world seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them connected in the dusk. Far away, in the Grand Vincenzo mansion, another sort of meeting was taking place. Inside an elegant glass greenhouse, a black-haired man with a sinister mustache, dressed in luxurious crimson clothes, spoke up and asked whether someone wanted to see him. He addressed Lord Plaudio. He was a dignified old man with long white hair and a white beard, meticulously watering a batch of exotic plants. Proto did not turn around. He merely mentioned the Toto tea leaves he used as fertilizer, then asked how the clerk training was progressing. His profile was stern, his eyes cold and calculating. The man in red reported that everything was going according to plan, and that they had also safely acquired the vessel. Proto then asked whether the stabilizer had been successfully improved this time. The man hesitated for a moment and admitted that it was still in the testing stage, but said he was certain the results would satisfy him. Proto's voice sharpened as he rebuked him, asking why he did not simply admit that he had no ability to make the secret medicine at all. He told him contemptuously that if he could not handle the task, someone else should be found to do it. The man stammered and begged forgiveness. But Proteo was merciless. He questioned why he had failed to recruit Mario Celine. The man argued incoherently, crying out that the woman was not even a magician, only an ordinary pharmacist running a small clinic in the slums. "That is your problem," Plaudio said sharply, clearly having exhausted his patience. He asked whether this fool truly did not know that, when it came to the development of secret medicines, she was the finest in the entire kingdom. He revealed their grand plan to cure Lamper's illness. Her knowledge and the Vision Stone both had to be obtained. Eager to please, the man proposed that they could simply seize the Vision Stone from her. He argued that the magic tower was not lacking in gifted healers. Prado ignored him and continued tending to his plants. Then he dropped an astonishing piece of news, revealing that she was the only person who had ever participated in Argo's research. The man flinched as if struck. Pradio's voice was full of contempt as he told him that he had never been competent enough, and that the children born between him and Pradio's own daughter, Layla, were mediocre at best. He listed their shameful academic rankings, as well as how one of them had made a complete mess of the opportunity bestowed on him last year. He held up a small glowing cube and questioned who the man thought should be held responsible for this disgrace. The man went pale and stammered that Pradio's granddaughter, his daughter, naturally could not be at fault. Pradio's eyes were like shards of ice. The man clenched his teeth, pride and fear warring within him. In the end, he lowered his head in defeat and admitted that everything was his fault. Plaudio agreed, saying that as a father, he should have done better. After all, that had been the only reason Plaudio had chosen an insignificant noble like him to marry his daughter in the first place. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he issued new order. He told the man to bring Argo's daughter to the tower. He had heard that Ismilda Granche still did not know her own source, which was utterly disgraceful. He announced that he would personally uncover her source and ordered the man to bring her before him. The man pointed out that Lord Prado, Noah Argent, had been constantly guarding her side. Prado's face twisted with rage. He demanded to know what that meant. Had he not already arranged for Noah to leave her side by leaking the existence of the experiment? He clicked his tongue in irritation, complaining that whenever he took his eyes off his family, they did nothing but cobble things together and muddle through. The man could only stammer out another apology. Proteo told him that if he was truly sorry, he had to show sincerity. He would not protect him from Noah's threats. He had to resolve this matter with Noah himself. The ring on his finger flashed with a bright, dangerous light, and a torrent of magic erupted from his palm, whirling and surging with terrifying power. His final order echoed through the greenhouse, cold and absolute. The man had to bring Argo's daughter before him unharmed. Back at the foundation, Ismilda's new life had already begun. She thought of her maid, Connie. Connie pushed rows and rows of clothes into her room. Connie explained that, since it would cause gossip if Ismilda went to buy new dresses at a time like this, she would coordinate outfits for her using the clothes she already owned. Just then, another assistant walked in and set a huge stack of documents onto the desk with a heavy thud. She told Ismilda that these were lists of past donors, as well as a list of the balls they would be attending this season. Ismilda stared at that mountain of work, a drop of sweat sliding down her temple, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Later, she collapsed onto the sofa, completely exhausted. Noah appeared, holding the shoes she had taken off, and asked how her first day had gone. She groaned into a pillow and told him she was drained, begging him not to talk to her. He said nothing, merely placing her shoes neatly on the floor beside the sofa. She lifted her head and grumbled that he certainly had it easy, doing nothing while making her feed and house him. He calmly suggested that, if she wanted, she could change that right now. She refused at once, then sighed and admitted that she had messed up today. She explained that Connie had taught her everything she needed to know, but in the end she had still argued with someone because the other person kept bringing up her mother. She abruptly sat up, the fire of determination blazing in her eyes. She declared that tomorrow she would definitely find donors. And she did. The next day, she burst into the room with a bright smile and announced to Noah that she had succeeded. But her success did not last long. Another day later, she had returned to her old self, eating a table full of desserts while locked in a heated argument with someone. The day after that, she once again collapsed on the sofa in total exhaustion. On the fourth day of her new position, she sat in a quiet room, facing Noah, looking utterly defeated. She said it was really quiet here, and Noah answered that it was because only the two of them were left. Then he mentioned mentioned that he had heard from Mr. Logan that she used to attend almost every social gathering every year, and said that for a merchant like him, there was no better time to do business. Ismilda sighed tiredly and complained that she was already worn out after attending only 4 events. Noah gave a faint smile and told her that, considering this was only her 4th day as head, she was doing very well. Ismilda's patience snapped completely. She sharply told him that what she wanted to hear from him was answers, not praise. She reminded him of his current situation, saying that before he answered her questions, he could forget about leaving this room. A teasing light appeared in Noah's eyes. He leaned back, a smile slowly spreading across his face, and mused that in that case, it seemed he had no choice but to stay here for the rest of his life and live off her support. Ismilda's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing, while the cartoon version of herself in her mind screamed wildly that she should have let him starve to death. His playful expression vanished. He set a thick-bound book down on the table between them with a thud. He told her that all the questions he wanted to ask her today were written inside, and he hoped to have answers the next time he saw her. He would not come tomorrow, but he had cast preservation magic on the food, so it would not spoil. Ismilda asked when she would be able to see him again. He said that if the schedule did not change, probably the day after tomorrow. She asked him to be sure to come see her after he returned home, even if it was only for a little while. He answered that he simply wanted to confirm one thing. As she walked toward the door, she told him that she did not know whether she could do it. She might be too exhausted to come see him. She stopped in the doorway and looked back with a small, reluctant smile, grudgingly admitting that she would go, provided she remembered. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, Noah's expression turned serious. He had been observing her for several days, noting her mood, her health, even the way she spoke, and he had discovered something deeply troubling. She had been avoiding physical contact. He was certain she was not using magic. He believed Ed was most likely treating Gaius as part of the reason. Powerless, unable to replenish her magic, she could only try to conserve the little she had left. In that case, it made perfect sense that she could not use magic while dealing with such a complicated problem. He rose to his feet, his movements precise and purposeful. He took a silver device from his pocket. It looked like an ornate pocket watch. His gaze was cold and hard, his jaw tight. He snapped it open, and a mechanical voice emerged from within, requesting the first password. Without hesitation, he answered, February 22nd, 5:49. The voice requested the second password. Nerda, he said in a low, firm voice. It requested the third password. The device issued a chilling warning. He had 3 seconds to answer, or the magic stone inside would self-destruct. The hands on the dial began counting down. Tick, tick, forgive me, he whispered, his eyes filled with a deep and ancient pain. Then his expression hardened. No one. The device burst with dazzling golden light and announced that the magic detection shielding barrier had now been lifted and was connecting to the designated target. Zerial's voice came through the device, clear and professional. Noah stood, turned his back, and briefly explained the situation to Zerial. Zerial reported that, aside from Mariel Sullivan, several board members had been trying to privately approach Lady Nerda. They seemed to believe that she was the true person in charge whom he had secretly appointed. That was completely at odds with their original intention. Even so, Zerial confirmed that matters were still proceeding according to his instructions. After the call ended, Noah sat down and opened the book Ismilda had left for him. On the first page, written in her elegant handwriting, was a question. What were you originally planning to do after leaving my side? Answer honestly. He closed his eyes, and the truth resurfaced in his mind. In truth, even without Ismilda's intervention, he had originally intended to be imprisoned. He had always known that Granche's experiment would one day come to light. The only thing that had caught him off guard, the only variable he had failed to calculate, was the identity of the informant. After all, the experiment was supposed to be exposed by his side. The person who had first declared that experiment forbidden was the great magician Plaudio, chief of the Magic Tower Council. It was simply unthinkable that Plaudio's own son-in-law, Stephen Vincenzo, would deliberately do something to provoke him. A sudden, terrible thought struck him like a physical blow. Ismilda's source had most likely been exposed. He immediately contacted Zerial again, his voice urgent and sharp. He ordered him to increase the number of magician guards around Miss Ismilda and to advise her to wear magic stone accessories at all times. He added that she had to have physical contact with Lord Gaius as often as possible. Ziriel answered that he would do so. The call ended, and Noah sank into the chaise long as though the weight of the entire world had settled on his shoulders. He gripped the silver device tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white. A devastating thought pierced his heart, cold and sharp as a blade of ice. Ismilda no longer needed him. He ran a hand through his silver hair, deep despair surfacing on his face. Even this body, he thought, was no longer of any use to her. A grand, sprawling mansion rose beneath the sky like a fortress built of stone and ambition. On the stone steps, Rodion pointed at the architectural plans in Ismilda's hands, his voice tight with disbelief. He asked whether she truly did not intend to use magic in the renovations. Ismilda's voice was calm, a sharp contrast to his agitation. She confirmed that, for the time being, yes, she was simply too busy. Rodion's mind went blank, and a chibi version of him was surrounded by a string of comical question marks. He could not understand it at all. Wasn't the fact that she was too busy exactly why she should use magic? But Ismilda's gaze was distant, her sapphire eyes clouded by thoughts far heavier than mere construction. She had finally come to understand her own feelings, she thought. And what concerned her most was still that terrible, suffocating sensation of drowning, like a ghostly weight pressing on her soul. Her attention snapped back to the building, her sharp gaze catching one glaring detail. She stopped, her brows knitting slightly. She asked Rodion why every window was different from the others. Rodion was startled by the sudden question and explained that the windows had each been chosen by the donors who had paid for them. It was a way for them to show the children their charitable deeds, a vulgar monument flaunting their own generosity. Cold resolve settled into Ismilda's eyes, a dangerous gleam appearing deep within them. A sly, almost predatory smile rose to Rodion's lips as he leaned closer and suggested tearing them all out. Ismilda agreed without hesitation, her voice firm. Yes, they should be removed. For a moment, even she was surprised by her own sudden decision. Her expression hardened into pure determination. She announced that she would pay the construction costs out of her own pocket, starting with the windows paid for by donors who had already stopped contributing. Rodion's face turned deathly pale as he realized the implications behind that order. He reminded her that people would object, especially Viscount Alf, who would definitely make a scene. But Ismilda's plan had already begun to move. This was not merely an aesthetic issue. As they renovated the building, they were also searching for clues, and a certainty was gradually solidifying in her heart. If the Viscount had already been exposed, then this building, this place, had to be where the experiment was conducted. It would be the ideal location for a long-term experiment. She hummed thoughtfully, considering the possibilities. A bold and brilliant idea blossomed in her mind. Since she had already decided to tear them out, why not make it more productive? The Granche Foundation was already the center of negative attention, and even if she did nothing, its reputation would continue to plummet. A wicked, knowing smile rose to her lips. In that case, she had no choice but to make good use of it. In the glittering ballroom, couples whirled beneath the warm glow of the chandeliers. Suddenly, a stream of dark liquid sprayed through the air. Viscount Alf's mother cried out as champagne poured down her face, an expensive gown. Her son, Viscount Alf, roared, his face twisted with rage, demanding to know what that was for. The Empress wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and calmly told him to look at the newspaper in her hand. Alf snatched the paper away and swept his eyes over the page. His expression froze, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. What was this? The front page was covered with a shocking and provocative advertisement. Ismilda de Roche wore a gown as bold as flames, one combat-booted foot planted triumphantly on a broken window frame, with a massive sledgehammer leaning beside her. The headline stood out in bold letters: Foundation Recruiting Donors. The court ladies whispered among themselves, and someone recognized the woman as their young lady. Another commented that she looked quite fierce. Someone pointed at the broken window by her foot and recognized it as Viscount Alf's. Hadn't he refused when she asked him to resume his donations? The Empress clarified with a cold smile that it had not exactly been a refusal. No, the despicable Viscount Alf had told Ismilda that he would donate if she showed him the effort beneath her skirt. His lecherous, ugly face flashed through everyone's minds. The Viscount's mother shuddered and muttered that nobles were worse than commoners. The Empress elegantly took a sip of champagne and changed the subject. Speaking of which, she asked, what happened to the magician who promised to apply for a patent on the formula in Argos while on their behalf? Viscount Alf's mother reported that everything was going smoothly. The patent would be registered under that magician's name, because only magicians could own formulas, but they would share the royalties. She admitted that he was easy for them to deceive, but she thought he was still more suitable than Ismilda, since Ismilda would never share profits that already belonged to her. The Empress agreed, then asked what the magician's name was. She remembered that he was a member of the Magic Tower. The Viscount's mother paused, trying to recall. Oh, right. His name was Ash Grell Darkness. A drop of water fell from the chandelier beneath the wavering candlelight. It landed in a deep, swirling pool as red as blood. Ripples spreading as petals drifted silently. The name Clara echoed through the void. A young, desperate voice called out to his professor, asking where he was going. He begged him not to leave, his voice breaking. Professor, professor. He reached out, but no sound came from his throat. His throat was painfully dry, and scorching heat swallowed him. So hot, so hot. The sensation grew stronger and stronger until his whole body was burning. He screamed in agony, trapped within the roaring flames. Amid the fire, a face emerged, lips curved in a cruel smile as it whispered name. Giliego. A sharp, electric tremor ran through him. He gasped for air, his body heaving violently as he burst up from beneath the red water, coughing and choking. A calm voice cut through his panic. It was Ashrel, he said regretfully. It would have been better if you had held out a little longer. That man, Viscount Alf coughed, choking too hard to form a complete sentence as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. He asked Mr. Grell why he was in a bathtub, and why was the water red? Grell smiled, his expression unreadable. He reminded the Viscount that he had mentioned a special treatment for today. He explained that the water was Tito tea, an expensive spice known to amplify emotions. Still dizzy and weak, the Viscount demanded to know why he was soaking in it. Grell's eyes curved into crescents as he explained further that the tea was being used in a new treatment method. It allowed one to enter a person's subconscious when their emotions reached their peak. After all, understanding the cause of an illness was the first step toward treatment. That was especially true of magician's disease. The illness caused episodes that turned the patient into another person, someone with memories they did not possess in their usual state. All the blood in Alf's body ran cold. In a trembling voice, he asked whether Grell was saying that this person named Clara was his other identity. Grell confirmed that this was his hypothesis, but the truth lay hidden in the memories of his other personality. Then he posed a question, guessing that the Viscount had no memories of his childhood. The Viscount fell silent in shock. He stammered that yes, that was true, but hadn't Grell said Clara was already dead? Since he was clearly still alive, how could he be Clara? Grell's smile was chilling. Who knows? He mused, his voice low as a whisper. Perhaps she was brought back from the dead. The sensational newspaper advertisement, known as the Sledgehammer ad, soon became the talk of the entire city. Ismilda Granche was now the undisputed star of the season. Meanwhile, an irresistible rumor began spreading through the ballrooms. It made men scramble to dance with her. It was said that while dancing with the beautiful Ismilda, one could hear news about magic capable of reviving the dead. Ismilda leaned closer to her current dance partner, a nobleman with fiery red hair. Ismilda lowered her voice as though sharing a secret and told him that she was telling only him. The Granche Foundation would hold a board meeting in a few days, and if she was chosen as the new head, she would have the chance to obtain her father's will. The man's eyes widened, and he asked whether the resurrection formula was truly in the will. Ismilda confirmed that, if elected, she intended to reveal the contents of the will at the meeting. The man asked eagerly what he had to do to attend. A dazzling, predatory smile bloomed across her face. She explained that all he needed to do was make a generous donation. The foundation would grant the title of honorary director to donors who contributed a certain amount. Though honorary directors did not have voting rights, they did have the right to attend board meetings. The man stiffened, abruptly withdrawing his hand as he asked whether this was a joke and how this could possibly be called inside information. Ismilda's smile did not waver. She moved a little closer, her voice turning into a tempting murmur as she asked what would happen if the title were granted only to the highest donors. Wouldn't that increase the value of the information? The man was too shocked to speak. Ismilda put on a look of feigned regret and added that, unfortunately, there were limited seats in the meeting room. She drew back, leaving him to think alone, and said she prayed he would make a decision he would not regret. As she walked away, a hint of triumph crossed her face. She hoped he would take the bait. Later, Ismilda stood beside a table, sipping champagne, when the maid Melfa approached her. Melfa told Madame that she was pushing herself too hard and had already danced with 8 partners. She suggested that they should stop for the day. Ismilda admitted that her feet were starting to hurt and asked whether there was a carriage that could take her back to the hotel. Melfa said gently but firmly that she should return to the mansion tonight. She pointed out that Ismilda had been staying at the hotel for the past few days and that it would be nice to go home and relax for a day. Ismilda softened, unable to refuse Melfa, and agreed. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Come to think of it, how long had it been since she had gone to see Noah? Guilt welled up within her. She had not gone to see him on the promised date. Since she had made a promise, she thought she should at least let him see that she had returned. Late that night, she arrived at the Granche mansion. Ismilda pushed open the heavy door. Noah, she called softly. Her gaze fell to the floor, and her steps came to a halt. Dozens of small red thimbles were scattered across the marble entrance hall. Good heavens, she whispered, unable to understand what was happening. She picked one up and recognized it immediately. They were identical to the one she had made for him. A strange sound, a soft humming, drifted from deeper inside. It seemed to be coming from the mansion's greenhouse. Drawn by the sound, she followed the trail of thimbles, and the lush greenery of the greenhouse came into view. The sight before her eyes was dreamlike. Above the glass dome, the night sky was strewn with stars. Noah sat alone on a white bench, bathed in the gentle glow of a vision stone. Within the stone's light flickered a memory, a little girl crying as she told a cloaked figure that everyone called her a monster. The person asked what she had done to make them call her that. She explained that people were suffering from drought, so she had made rain fall from the sky, but she had failed to control her emotions and caused a flood. The cloaked man's voice was gentle as he told her that she could make rain fall, and what an astonishing power that was. Ismilda recognized the story at once. It was the origin of the witch. She had bought the vision stone for that play after seeing it once, and she wondered how he had found it. A soft smile rose to her lips. Perhaps she should let him watch it alone. But just as she was about to turn and leave, exhaustion caught up with her. Please, I will leave, she murmured, turning back again. I apologize for intruding into your private space without permission. Noah lifted his head, his expression calm. He told her there was no need to apologize. After all, he had not locked the door. Awkwardness welled up in Ismilda, and she covered her mouth with her hand to hide a soft cough. Noah asked whether she was watching the origin of the witch. Ismilda walked to the bench and sat beside him, admitting that it had been a while since she had watched it too. She lightly teased him, saying she had not expected him to watch this kind of story, since he almost never went to the theater. He answered that he sometimes watched plays with vision stones, then added, vision stones were usually released a few weeks after the final performance ended. He asked whether she knew why. Ismilda rubbed her tired eyes, thinking that it was rare for him to ask such an abrupt question. She guessed that it was to draw people to the theater to watch the play. He confirmed that this was one reason, but also because performances improved over time. Mistakes decreased, and the actors' performances became richer. They usually recorded the final performance because it was often the best. Ismilda asked whether he disliked actors making mistakes. He clarified that it was not a matter of liking or disliking. If mistakes appeared, they simply needed to be corrected, bringing the play one step closer to perfection. Ismilda nodded in understanding, but the long day was wearing her down. Her eyelids grew heavy. I have to stay awake, she thought, struggling against the sleep closing in. But it was a battle she was destined to lose. Her head drooped and gently came to rest on Noah's shoulder. He stiffened, lowering his gaze to her sleeping face. She leaned against him in this greenhouse that seemed magical beneath the starlight. When Ismilda's eyes fluttered open, she was still leaning against Noah, and the vision stone was replaying a scene from the play. A faint rustling sound drew her attention. The vision stone flickered, and Noah quietly suggested that she go sleep in her own room. Now he stood before her, holding a basin of warm water. Still half asleep, Ismilda murmured that the play was not over yet. Noah knelt before her, and told her she could watch it again next time, since she had slept through most of it anyway. He gently reached out to touch her foot, intending to take off her shoe for her. She protested that she wanted to watch it now. When his fingers brushed over her skin, a slight shiver ran through her. She looked at him, her thoughts drifting. There he went again, touching someone else's feet without permission. He carefully took off her shoes and placed her feet in the warm water. He gently rubbed her tired feet, and a pleased sigh escaped her lips. It felt good. Then surprise struck her hard. Wait, why was he so skilled at this? How strange. Had he done this before? He continued washing her feet beneath the light of the glass dome. Ismilda asked him what he thought had happened to the witch Ramona in that play after she was banished. After finding new love, did she regain her power? Noah explained that, according to the story, neither the sun nor the moon rose in the desert of eternal night. However, since there are no records of such a place, some people believed it was only a metaphor. As he spoke, he gently dried her feet with a soft towel. He went on to explain that since magicians' emotions were usually associated with water, banishing a magician to a desert meant the loss of their abilities. Ismilda's breath caught, losing a person's emotions. A mischievous thought surfaced in her mind. She told him she had just thought of something interesting and asked if she could show him. A bright, playful smile bloomed on her face as she held out her hand to him. He looked at her without blinking for a moment, then placed his hand in hers. A brilliant light swirled up from the ruby ring on her finger. With a single word, Tristara, the entire greenhouse changed. A shimmering wave of magic swept through the room, replacing the lush plants with cacti and recreating the desert of eternal night before their eyes. She asked him what he thought. He looked around, genuinely amazed. He said her control over magic had gotten much better, adding that Rod Ion had kept updating him on her progress, but he had not expected her to improve this much. Ismilda could not help feeling a warm surge of pride. A quiet sadness colored her voice as she confessed that when she lived at her uncle's house, she had often wanted to run away because of the abuse. She would hide in her room, close her eyes, and imagine. She would tell herself that everything happening was not real, that she was only performing on a stage. And now that the play was over, she had gone home to sleep. Her gaze met his, her expression vulnerable. She told him that sometimes she felt as if he had made her the protagonist of some play. It was not that she disliked it, only that sometimes she wanted to step down from the stage. Whenever she felt that way, she would come to places like this and create new worlds, and that always made her feel better. He asked if she meant a place where she could be alone. She thought that was one way to put it. Then he gently held her hand and reminded her that she had once told him she no longer felt angry. That had to mean she had not used her magic in a long time. She only answered yes. A quiet intensity filled his eyes. He knew that in a few days, he would have to set her free. He looked at her and asked in a low voice if she wanted to see it. What? She asked in confusion. He reminded her that he had repeatedly told her to stay away from magicians of anger. Then again, he said with a faint smile, some part of him had known long ago that she would do the exact opposite. After all, she never listened to anything he said. Ismilda asked if he was angry. I am irritated, he answered flatly. Really? She teased, mischief sparkling in her eyes. She pointed at their joined hands. Since he still refused to let go of her hand while saying that, she had thought he was enjoying it too. He was just about to deny it when she interrupted him with a soft laugh. You're lying, she whispered, her smile knowing and gentle. I already know you like me. The words hung in the air, vivid and undeniable as an electric current. His eyes widened slightly, a storm of emotion reflected in their depths. He told her that anger was not always a bad thing, and that releasing it might bring catharsis, but he had no intention of forcing a patient. Ismilda only nodded, and a silent understanding passed between them. When she began to withdraw her hand, his fingers suddenly tightened, gripping her hand firmly. How strange. An odd tremor ran through her whole body. When men became forceful, it had always only disgusted her. She should have been afraid, yet now she liked it. She rubbed her eyes again as genuine exhaustion washed over her. Noah, I'm sleepy, she murmured. I should go back to my room now. She started to rise, but he still held her hand and would not let go, like a silent, desperate plea. Please don't go, he said softly, his voice carrying an emotion she could not name. He brought her hand to his lips, his gaze locked on her, like both a wordless promise and a heartbreaking farewell. 18 years ago, in Galaxy Era 539, there was a gloomy and unsettling place known as the Magic Stone Workshop. Here, between dust and despair, lived a boy whom the other children called the boss's mad dog. That boy, Noah, was not just another orphan. He was the workshop's most precious commodity, a living weapon. The boss was a man whose smile never reached his cruel eyes, and he had discovered the boy's terrifying potential. Even the faintest flicker of anger in Noah's heart was enough to produce a deadly, overwhelming torrent of power. His magic was perfectly suited for attack spells, raw and destructive, and he seemed capable of generating that power endlessly, filling magic stones with frightening efficiency. But there was one problem. A heavy wooden crate was slammed against a wooden door with a nauseating thud, the sound echoing with the casual cruelty of that place. The boss mocked Noah, asking whether the abuse had made his anger boil, and ordered him to fill the magic stone with that anger. With a greedy, crazed smile, the boss raised the empty stone high, eager to harvest the boy's power. Yet a deep numbness had begun to sink into Noah's soul. He was gradually becoming unable to feel anger, the source of his power slowly drying up, and the workshop boss's enthusiastic assistance was no longer enough to enrage him. But then the man noticed something interesting. A sharp slap rang out, and a little girl cried out. She raised her hand to cover her face, trying to block the blow, while the boss's voice lashed like a poisoned whip, calling her a lazy bitch. His boot struck another child with a dull sound. He roared that he would teach them what happened when they slacked off. Then he looked at Noah. The boy who no longer reacted at all when he himself was beaten now had an intense, burning fury flash through his eyes when he saw the other children punished. A dark, electric current of energy began crackling around him, and his eyes lit with a terrifying glow. A monstrous realization slowly appeared on the boss's face. From that day on, that monster began forcing Noah to take part in a twisted ritual, making him choose the day's victim. On the day Argo and Titania came to rescue the children, the boss handed Noah a dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. He told Noah that he should torture this child himself. His voice was a sickening whisper. He could even kill him. The boss's hands rested on another boy's shoulders, his face a mask of predatory ecstasy. He told Noah that these children had been saying bad things about him, and that he should take it as revenge. He urged Noah to get angry, to hate them as much as he wanted, his voice growing more and more fanatical as he ordered him to do it. A terrified boy knelt on the cold stone floor, tears rolling down his cheeks as he looked at Noah. He sobbed that he had been wrong and promised he would never do it again. He begged Noah, begging him not to kill him. The boss's voice roared in his ear, screaming at him to stab, while the victim's desperate cries to live echoed through the suffocating silence. Noah's face was a pale, expressionless mask. His eyes were empty. The boss screamed again, demanding to know what he was waiting for. Noah tightened his grip on the dagger's hilt, his knuckles turning white. The victim let out a choked gasp of fear. Blood ran down the cold steel blade, but it was not the boy who fell. The boss looked down in shock and disbelief, and with a dull thud, he collapsed to his knees. The dagger was embedded in his own chest. He stared at Noah, his mouth open, and uttered the boy's name in disbelief. His face, twisted with pain and shock, was the last thing Noah saw before the world dissolved into chaos. The workshop doors were smashed open. The door panels splintered into pieces. Argo and Titania rushed in, their faces filled with a mixture of horror and shock at the sight before them. Noah stood in the center of the room, his hand still dripping blood, his face spattered red. At his feet lay the boss's lifeless body, a pool of blood spreading across the stone floor. The boy's expression was frighteningly empty, his eyes reflecting a trauma too deep for tears. The boss's dead eyes stared up at the ceiling, the last twisted smile carved into his face. The sound of a pencil tip breaking shattered the peaceful afternoon. A little girl named Azel let out an annoyed sigh and muttered that it had happened again. She was one of the children from the workshop. She complained loudly about how boring their lessons were and did not understand why Professor Argo only made them do these dull things. She turned to her friend Clara, another child from the workshop, and asked if she did not think so too. Clara reminded her that the professor had said he would teach them how to use magic, but all they had done so far was draw pictures or listen to him read books. She recalled that he had said it was important for them to experience all kinds of emotions. Azel scoffed at the idea, pointing out that their sources of magic were different. Hers was joy, while Clara's was anger. She questioned why they should bother with other emotions when they were supposed to focus on their own sources. Ever diligent, Clara argued back that the professor had said it was not good to focus only on one emotion. She added that of course it was easy for Azel to say, since her source was not as unstable as anger. Azel's face twisted with mockery. She asked Clara if she really thought the professor cared about them, called her a fool, and declared that he was only interested in one child. When Clara asked who, she gestured with her head. She meant him. Her gaze fell on a lonely figure in the garden. It was Noah, the boy the professor was raising in his own home. Azel's voice was full of jealousy, as she said she had heard the professor had even recommended him for a scholarship to the Royal Academy. She angrily demanded to know what would happen to the rest of them. They were magicians too, yet he had chosen that a motionless person. Suddenly, a stone flew through the air and struck the side of Noah's head. Blood ran down his temple, staining his pale hair red. A freckle-faced boy named Peter stood there with a cold smile. He still held another stone in his hand. He shouted at Noah, telling him that if he still had a conscience, he should refuse the scholarship. He demanded to know why Noah deserved to go to the academy when he was not even a magician anymore. More voices joined in, echoing Peter, accusing Noah of currying favor with the professor just as he had with the boss. Those cruel words were like stones themselves, striking him mercilessly, and more stones were thrown into the air. Noah staggered and fell to the ground, tried to protect his head. Peter stood over him, his face twisted by a hateful sneer, demanding to know if Noah had any shame. He spat out the question, asking why the professor had chosen Noah of all people. Slowly, Noah rose to his knees and defended his benefactor in a low but firm voice, saying the professor was not that kind of person. Peter laughed cruelly. He mocked him, saying the professor had never given the rest of them a chance, and suggested that Noah prove his worth. His voice lowered into a poisoned whisper as he brought up the rumor, saying that Noah could only produce magic when he saw other people being beaten. He said it was disgusting, his eyes gleaming viciously, and asked if he should beat someone up right here. Blood dripping from his chin, Noah quietly begged him to stop. A twisted idea lit Peter's face. He knew the perfect person. He asked about the professor's daughter, Ismilda. At the sound of her name, Noah's eyes widened, a storm of anger gathering inside them. Peter continued mocking him, describing how that 4-year-old little girl followed Noah around, thinking he was her brother. Azel screamed Peter's name, her face pale with fear. But Peter would not stop. He continued provoking Noah, telling him that if he did not want that to happen, he had to prove himself now. He ordered Noah to show everyone his source without using any magic stones. In a flash, Noah's hand shot out and seized Peter's wrist with an iron grip. Peter's eyes widened in shock as a dark, crackling energy began radiating from Noah. Noah was different. Anger usually manifested as attacks, but Noah's anger had been shaped into another form from the moment it awakened. His rage had always been guided into filling magic stones, like pouring a concentrated liquid into a bottle. And now, he poured all of that condensed, unstable magic directly into Peter's body. A violent scarlet energy burst from Noah's hand, engulfing Peter in raw power. The boy let out a blood-curdling scream. The force of the magic blasted him away. Azel screamed at Noah to get away from Peter. That cry violently dragged Noah back to reality, and he stared wide-eyed in horror at what he had done. He let go, and Peter's body collapsed limply onto the grass. The boy coughed violently, spitting out a spray of bloody foam. Panic seized Noah. He searched his pockets and pulled out a glowing magic stone. He began to chant, a shimmering turquoise light condensing between his hands as he prepared to cast a healing spell. Azel looked at him in disbelief and asked if he was really going to heal Peter. Her voice was full of contempt as she pointed out that he was the one who had hurt him in the first place. She ran toward him, her face filled with anger and confusion, demanding to know how he could do such a thing. Noah looked up, his expression pained, and asked if this was not what they had wanted to see. He asked if this was not the anger they had always demanded from him. Azel shrieked back, asking if he thought everyone became like him when they were angry. She pointed at Clara, who was trembling with fear, and said that even though she was a magician of anger, she had never done anything like that. Hazel's voice cracked with resentment as she confessed that she did not understand why the professor treated Noah like family. Her jealousy and frustration poured out in a torrent of words. She screamed, asking why only Noah got to live with them, why only he got real magician lessons, while the rest of them worked desperately every time they visited just to make Mrs. Granche and her daughter like them. She accused him of acting like their son, even though he had no blood relation to them at all. As she roared, the toy box she was holding slipped from her hands, and its contents spilled across the grass. The sudden noise made her gasp. Noah looked past her and saw a tiny figure standing on the steps, eyes wide. It was Ismilda. She was wearing an exquisite little purple dress, looking at them with wide, innocent eyes as she asked in a childish, curious voice what playing house was. Pure terror swept over Noah. He screamed her name and rushed toward her, desperate to shield her from this ugly scene. A memory flashed through his mind, a promise made in the quiet corridor of the mansion. A small but forceful voice had once declared that he was only allowed to like her. She made him promise not to like the other children, and he had lowered his eyes to the little girl who had claimed him as her own, softly agreed, and held her tiny hand. But that memory was shattered by another, far more painful one. Ismilda's face was streaked with tears as she sobbed that Noah was not her brother. The memory cracked like glass, and at the same time, Noah's fragile world broke into 1,000 pieces. From that day on, Ismilda began avoiding him. She no longer called him brother. A cold, merciless rain began to fall, reflecting the chill that sank into Noah's heart. He stood outside Ismilda's bedroom door, clutching a book so tightly his knuckles turned white, and knocked gently on her door. He wondered if she was asleep, his heart aching with an urgent desire to repair everything that had broken between them. He decided he would quietly leave the book in her room and go. But when he pushed the door open, his blood instantly ran cold. The room was empty. She was gone. Terrible possibilities flashed rapidly through his mind. Kidnapping, theft. But then he noticed that only her favorite things were missing. Her stuffed toys, her favorite pillow. The terrible realization struck him like a physical blow. She had run away from home. He rushed out of the room, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He knew the professor and his wife were both away, which meant no one knew she was missing. He threw open the nanny's door and startled the sleeping woman awake. His voice was frantic as he told her to contact Mr. and Mrs. Granche immediately. When he spoke of Ismilda, the words caught in his throat. The nanny, seeing the fear in his eyes, immediately activated the communication device. Her voice trembled as she urgently told the professor to come back quickly, saying that the young lady. Her panicked words echoed in Noah's ears as he rushed into the pouring rain. That chilling sentence repeated endlessly in his mind. The young lady was gone. He ran, fists clenched, with only one agonizing thought left in his head. Ismilda's tearful words, saying that he was not her brother, haunted him like a ghost with every step he took into a puddle. He reached the jagged, rocky shore by the sea and screamed her name into the storm, his voice hoarse with despair. He begged her to answer if she could hear him. Then he saw her and immediately cast the spell Elka. A ball of light blossomed in his hand, cleaving through the curtain of rain and darkness. He called her name again, and the light revealed her figure. She was curled into a tiny ball, sitting on a sharp rock, looking utterly lost and alone. She sobbed, crying out for her mommy and daddy, her little knee scraped and bleeding. When Noah saw her wound, his heart clenched violently. She lifted her tearful eyes to him and asked where her parents were, wanting to know if they were looking for her. He tried to soothe her, though a storm raged inside him. His voice remained gentle. He told her they were looking for her elsewhere and would come soon. He reached out to take her hand, promising to bring her home so her wound could be treated. But she slapped his hand away, her little face twisted with anger. She screamed that he was a liar and accused him of lying to her again. With heartbreaking certainty, she cried that her mommy and daddy would not come because they were with the other children. It was all lies, she shrieked. She tried to rush past him, declaring that she was going to disappear so her parents could live with the children at the orphanage. Noah grabbed her arm, his grip filled with desperation, and begged her not to do that. He pleaded with her, telling her that without her, her parents would fall apart. Liar, she screamed again, her voice breaking with a child's deep sense of betrayal. She insisted that her father only cared about him, giving him medicine and teaching him things, but did not care about her. She shoved him away and shouted for him to go away, saying she did not need him. Her final words struck him like a physical blow, colder and sharper than the rain. He shouted that he was not even her family. A devastating silence fell between them, broken only by heartbroken sobs. Noah's shoulders slumped as if he had been utterly defeated. He apologized in a low voice, his tone full of self-loathing. He told her he should have waited for Professor Argo to come, should have brought her family, the people she needed most at that moment. He apologized that he was the one who had come, despair written across his face. His heart shattered in that instant. The sky was split open by blinding lightning, and a huge wave surged up from the sea as though it meant to swallow them whole. The wall of water crashed down with a deafening roar. They were swept into the churning chaos, and Ismilda's scream was swallowed by the sea. Noah frantically called her name. He saw her sinking into the darkness, and with a sudden rush of adrenaline, he yanked her back into his arms. He wrapped his body around her and held her tightly, shielding her from the raging current. He pulled her close, eyes squeezed shut against the stinging seawater, determined to protect her even if it cost him everything. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the chaos stopped. The world turned silent and still. They floated to the surface, and an unnatural calm settled over the sea. Time itself had stopped. Noah looked down at the unconscious girl in his arms, his eyes widening in shock as he finally realized what had happened. At the age of 4, Ismilda Granche's abilities as a magician had awakened for the first time. Back at the sunlit mansion, Professor Argo stood at the doorway with a grave expression and called Noah inside. He assured the boy that Ismilda was all right now and was only asleep. He explained that she had been struck by madness, a dangerous side effect of magic running out of control. He told Noah that, worse still, her source was troublesome. Noah asked what he meant. The professor voiced a shocking decision. He intended to hide the fact that Ismilda was a magician, even from Ismilda herself. Noah stared at him, speechless. Argo's voice was heavy as he delivered the final blow, one that could change the world. Ismilda, he explained, was an infinite magician. The only other infinite magician ever known to have existed was the legendary Ramona. And now, a second one was sleeping quietly in the room next door. Argo explained that Ramona's source had been love, the powerful and natural emotion she held for her family and those dear to her. To control her immense power, Ramona had placed a restriction on herself, a magical oath. She would only use her power to protect the people she loved. The terrible implication dawned on Noah. He asked whether she had later lost her power because she lost the people she cared about. Argo quietly said yes, confirming his worst suspicion. Then the professor revealed his plan. He had documents recording Ramona's sealing technique, and he intended to use it to seal Ismilda's power completely, to protect her from being consumed by her own terrifying potential. The professor unfurled an ancient scroll, and the air filled with unspoken secrets. Arcane symbols covered the surface of the scroll, glowing as if alive. His voice was low and firm as he explained that he would use Ramona's sealing technique, magic powerful enough to bind even a god, to seal Ismilda's power. His gaze was fixed on the incantation, his blue eyes hard as diamonds, yet a deep, suffocating pain radiated from him. He looked toward the room where his daughter slept, her fragile figure sunk into the vast whiteness of the bed. He confessed, his voice cracking with pain he could no longer suppress, that if he could, he never wanted her to know the truth that she was a magician, at least not before she came of age. His shoulders sagged under the weight of that decision. He had not known. He whispered to the silent young Noah, standing beside him. He had had no idea that she had been struggling like this all along, battling a vast power that could devour her. To him, she had simply been his sweet daughter, the daughter who never caused trouble, a perfect and fragile doll, and yet he had failed to see that she was breaking from within. He turned to Noah, his expression carved with desperate gratitude. He said he owed him a debt, his voice thick with emotion. If not for Noah, he might already have lost his only child. Then he made a request, a plea born from a father's fear. He asked Noah to keep Ismilda's secret and protect her from a world that would exploit her. In exchange, he promised to give him anything he wanted. Noah said nothing, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. The silence stretched heavy and taut until he finally spoke, his voice very soft but firm. He He did not understand. His mind churned with confusion. Why? Why did Ismilda's astonishing ability have to be hidden from the magic tower? Most parents would be too proud to contain themselves, celebrating that their child possessed a godlike power capable of stopping time itself. Yet the professor was here, willing to do anything and use nearly impossible means to hide and bind it. Noah realized with chilling certainty that there had to be a reason behind it, a dark and terrible reason, one that made him this afraid. As if summoned by their conversation, a soft, sleepy murmur came from the next room. "Daddy," Ismilda whispered in her sleep. The sound shattered the professor's composure, and a sharp, painful memory pierced through him. He saw her as a little girl, curled up in the dark, her dress torn, her knees scraped bloody, tears streaming down her terrified face. He remembered calling her name, his voice filled with the same panic he felt now. His fists tightened at his sides, his knuckles turning white with anger and regret. The memory twisted, replaced by the shadow of another child's bitter tears. That voice accused their father of caring only about his Ismilda, giving her everything while leaving them with nothing. Back in the present, Noah's resolve hardened. He knew what he had to do. He looked straight into the professor's eyes, his voice clear and unwavering. He had decided what he wanted. He wanted to return what he had taken from Ismilda, to atone for the past that bound them both. He announced that he wanted to leave this place and attend an academy far away. Within the cold stone walls of the royal palace, another kind of darkness was taking root. King Fry, too, slumped on his throne, his face veiled in weary anger, recalling the lingering final words of a dead man. "I have remembered death, and this is the only way to stop it from devouring me. I am sorry." Before him, robed figures spoke of rumors, saying that Granche, the man who had uttered those words, had met with someone 10 years ago. One of them began to mention his name again, but the king erupted. "Enough!" he roared, his voice echoing through the throne room. He demanded to know why they were dredging up old matters, furiously reminding them that Granche had been dead for 8 years. A cloaked advisor stepped forward, his voice soft and serpentine. He suggested that it could be a disease with a long dormant period, one that took years for symptoms to appear. He gave a name, a word that carried a venomous meaning, heir. He explained that it was a poison so potent it could lie dormant for 10 years before taking effect, causing full-body paralysis and death in slow agony. The king twitched with rage. He demanded to know how he was supposed to tell General heir that his empress was suffering from such a thing. The advisor offered a simple but infuriating lie. Say that because the symptoms appeared too late, the antidote would be delayed. A cold flash of light cut through the air. General heir, a warrior with a face carved like granite and eyes burning like hot coals, now held his blade against the advisor's throat. His voice was low and deadly as he ordered them to find a cure for the empress, or he would have their heads. The king slammed his fist onto the armrest of the throne, the sound bursting like thunder. He roared in frustration, demanding why he had to endure such humiliation. The eldest advisor seized the opportunity. Smoothly, he said that this was precisely why they had been petitioning to search and seize the Granche family's assets. The king scoffed and reminded them of the kingdom's laws, demanding evidence. A sly smile curled the advisor's lips. He stressed that to make the antidote they needed, they would require Granche's legacy. And once they obtained it, he added, they could also conveniently place all blame for this tragedy on the Granche family. An evil smile slowly spread across the king's face. He understood that the trap had already been set. In a sunlit tower overlooking the city, 2 men were plotting while eating cake and drinking wine. One of them, Master Sibin, was praised for deftly manipulating the king, who was now demanding the false evidence they had already prepared. His companion was a man with a cruel smile and a pointed beard, and he promised him a reward. But Sibin declined, saying that his master must be busy dealing with the difficult problem Granche had left behind. A bitter memory surfaced. It was a flashback to their academy days, when Argo was always first and Sibin was forever trapped in his shadow, the eternal second place. The bearded man sighed theatrically, claiming that Argo had once been a friend and that he regretted failing to stop him from walking down a dark path. Then he got to the point. The king had already tacitly allowed them to act outside the law. All they needed was someone with legal immunity to strike at the Granche Foundation. Someone like General heir, a man driven by grief and rage. Sibin spoke of their vicious plan. They would claim that, contrary to common belief, Granche had indeed met the Empress of Langlad. He showed a forged record stating that Argo had taken a smuggling ship to the Empire to purchase a forbidden item. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he confirmed the item's name. Ara. He claimed that what Argo had bought was the very poison now killing the Empress. The order was then given: leak this forged intelligence to the General of Thebes. The Empress's loyal soldiers, consumed by vengeance, would tear the Granche family apart for them. Once the matter was settled, the bearded man rose and took the plate of cake. He had kept someone waiting far too long. He descended into the dungeon, his footsteps echoing through the suffocating darkness. He opened a rusty cell door with a sickly sweet smile on his face and announced that he had brought delicious cake for his prisoners. In the cell, a man and a woman, their bodies emaciated and their eyes hollow with despair, gasped at the sight of food. He leaned closer, his voice dripping with false sympathy. He asked if they remembered, but their minds were already broken, their memories stolen, leaving only the empty shells of the people they had once been. Hidden history began to unfold, piecing together a tragic timeline from forgotten records: Argo and Titania's marriage, the birth of their daughter Ismilda, and the terrifying awakening of her power. The records mentioned the disbandment of a research team, forbidden experiments, and the first victims of magician's disease, innocent orphans. They also detailed Granche's fateful decision. He sailed toward the Empire, and then the ship sank, a disaster that claimed both his and his wife's lives. Years passed. Edwin's soul entered the Royal Academy, while Ismilda, now a young woman, returned to the city of Hebes, unaware that a storm was gathering on the horizon. The salty sea breeze of Belcio port brushed through Ismilda's black hair as she stood on the dock. The bright blue sky stood in stark contrast to the unease sinking into her heart. A messenger approached and handed her an envelope sealed with the royal crest of Langlad. It was an invitation from the general. After she returned to her room, another letter arrived, this one from Edwin. Her fingers trembled slightly as she broke the wax seal. His words were a stern warning, and the familiar nickname he used for her, Isa, leapt from the page. He told her to beware of any black-haired, tall, strongly built man, and gave a chillingly precise description of General Heir Chong, a man in his 50s, with a beard, golden eyes, and a conspicuous scar on his face. The name Isa echoed in her mind like a ghostly touch, making her jolt. "What are you doing here?" A voice behind her asked. It was Edwin. His sudden appearance startled her. He asked if she had received his letter. Before she could answer, another man approached, and cold fear washed over her entire body. He was tall and strongly built, with a beard and a prominent scar on his face. It was General Heir, the living embodiment of Edwin's warning. They sat beneath a luxurious seaside tent, a feast before them large enough to feed a small army. The general's interpreter was a woman named Yelaharu. She translated his pleasantries, telling Ismilda that she was as beautiful as the rumors said. Ismilda was somewhat distracted, surprised to hear Edwin speaking fluent Langlad. She wondered where he had learned it, thinking that he could almost pass for an imperial citizen. Yelaharu's sharp gaze fell on Ismilda. She remarked that the ring on Ismilda's hand was beautiful, then asked if the food suited her taste. Ismilda politely agreed, then asked whether all these dishes were Langlad cuisine. A strange, knowing smile appeared on Yelaharu's lips. How odd, she said, that Ismilda already knew she liked the food before she had taken a single bite. Ismilda froze, her thoughts racing. It was a trap. Yella explained that although their custom was to greet others with weapons, she had chosen to follow the etiquette of Ismilda's kingdom. The implication was chilling. Yella had been watching her all along. Yella then revealed that the general had invited her here because of Edwin. She described a recent friendly duel, during which Edwin had shown astonishing ferocity while crossing blades with the general. It was as if he had been trying to kill the general. Yet the general was impressed by his spirit and noticed the young knight's melancholy. So he decided to invite the lady who occupied his heart to cheer him up. Ismilda finally understood the reason for this friendly atmosphere, but her relief vanished in an instant. Yellow's gaze returned to her once more, dark and predatory. She asked whether Ismilda remembered the greeting custom she had mentioned, then suggested with a cold smile that they greet each other in the imperial way. Before Ismilda could react, Yella's hand shot out and seized hers. A violent, electric shock tore through her entire body. Ismilda's eyes widened in terror. This woman, she was a magician. A torrent of purple magic erupted between them, crackling with malicious energy. The power was overwhelmingly strong, and every nerve in Ismilda's body knew she had to block it. A blinding white light swallowed them, and the world dissolved. Ismilda found herself in an invisible void, dazed and confused. She looked down, and a scream caught in her throat. The hand still gripping hers was turning into something monstrous, its skin becoming deathly gray, its fingers stretching into sharp black claws. Yelaharu's entire body twisted, horns growing from her head, revealing her true form, a Menon. Isa! Evans's roar tore through the illusion. Back at the banquet, he moved like a vengeful blur. His long sword left its sheath with a clear ring through the air. In the blink of an eye, the cold blade was pressed against Yelaharu's throat. A fury born of protectiveness burned in Edwin's eyes. He yanked Ismilda behind him, shielding her with his own body, while the soldiers drew their weapons one after another. But the general's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, ordering his men to lower their swords. Later, as they walked along the harbor, the chaotic scene from earlier kept replaying in Ismilda's mind. She understood now that the ring on her finger was connected to Edwin's sword. It was a magical bond, one that would alert him whenever she was in danger. There was no doubt that Yelaharu had meant to attack her. Edwin explained, however, that Yelaharu had lied to the general, claiming Ismilda had merely retaliated against her aggressive greeting. He told her that the general had already apologized for his subordinate's behavior. Then his own voice dropped. He said he was sorry, his eyes filled with self-reproach, apologizing for failing to protect her sooner. Ismilda was confused. She insisted that he had nothing to apologize for, and said he had risked damaging his diplomatic position for her sake. He stopped and turned to face her. "You always tend to see my actions in the best possible light," he said quietly. She tried to lighten the mood, half joking as she asked whether that was not only natural. His expression grew serious, his gaze searching her eyes. "What about when I kissed you?" he asked. The question hung between them, heavy and burning. Ismilda froze, heat rushing to her cheeks. "Did you think I was kindness too?" he pressed. He took a step forward, his voice lowering into an intense whisper. He knew she was afraid of men, especially men who were large and intimidating. Men who would use their strength against women. His confession spilled out of him, raw and violent. He wanted to find the man who had hurt her and kill him. He described cruelly how he wanted to cut off that hand, throttle his throat, and gouge out his eyes simply because he had dared to touch her, dared to look at her. He admitted that Noah had stopped him, reminding him of the law, and reminding him that the guilt would surely consume her. He looked at her, his eyes overflowing with feeling, and told her he could see the tension that had never left her body and the cold sweat that appeared on her forehead whenever he came too close. He had once thought it was proof of their mutual attraction, but when he saw her with him, everything changed. With him, Edwin said she was happy, open, and utterly unafraid. Confused, Ismilda asked whom he meant. "No, Argent," he said. The name dropped into her stomach like a stone. He rested his forehead against her shoulder, his body trembling from the force of the admission. "I was jealous. He whispered, his voice broken. It was an ugly, vile, cowardly jealousy. He told her she shared only her light with him, while giving her darkness to Noah. He asked whether she would rather he did not know her pain. Yes, she admitted softly, because she had not wanted to drag him into a past that had nothing to do with him. He drew back, his eyes widening with pain. "How could it have nothing to do with me?" he asked, his voice cracking. "Not when it has to do with you." She began to apologize, but he cut her off with a question, and that question shattered her world. "Do you even know," he asked, his voice laced with bitter poison, "that Noah has already chosen me as your match?" He explained that his life had been a performance orchestrated by Noah. Every achievement he had earned, every skill he had mastered, every article of clothing he had worn, all of it had been for the sake of becoming a perfect finished product. He had been polished, refined, and shaped, not for himself, but for her. He was the most perfect jewel Noah Argent had ever created. Ismilda staggered back, shaking her head in disbelief. She told him he was lying. He turned away, unable to look at her. He confessed that after learning the truth, he had wanted to ruin Noah's plan, to hurt her, just to watch his creation fail. But he could not do it. His voice softened, filled with heartbreaking vulnerability. "How could I ever hurt you?" he whispered, unshed tears gleaming in his eyes. "Because you're the girl I like." His voice brushed through the warm afternoon air like a gentle caress, carrying a sincerity that made Ismilda's chest ache. He asked how he could possibly hurt her, those crimson eyes filled with a tenderness that made it impossible to keep her guard up. He confessed that she was the girl he liked. His words were like an intoxicating melody, pulling her back to the memory of the beach, where the setting sun had dyed the sky orange and gold. He reminded her of the kiss they had once shared. His voice was low as he recalled how she had trembled then, so frightened she had nearly fainted. And yet, he murmured, she had not stopped him. She had allowed it, because it was him, had she not? The question hung between them, like something fragile and shimmering. But Ismilda's mind was a storm of confusion and pain. She suddenly raised both hands, her voice sharp as she accused him, saying he was wrong. How could he make himself fall for someone like Garrick? Her words were a clumsy shield, a desperate attempt to avoid the raw emotion of the moment. She asked if he knew what she had truly felt that day. The corner of Edwin's lips curved into a knowing, yet almost sorrowful smile. Flustered, Ismilda tried to explain, her cheeks flushed as she insisted she had only fainted because she was tired, and that was all. But deep down, in the secret room at the bottom of her heart, she knew the truth. She had felt it. Her eyes widened, that unspoken admission echoing in her own mind. Edwin's gaze burned. He took her hand, and the touch shot through her like an electric current. Seeing her so vulnerable, unable to reject him, and knowing that even if he crossed the line, she would probably forgive him. Ismilda's breath caught, her unspoken feelings already laid bare before him. He confessed that realizing this had made him indescribably happy. His handsome face, usually like an indifferent mask, was now an open book filled with affection. He called her name. "Ah, yes." His tone suddenly changed, becoming serious and heavy. The warmth of the moment vanished, replaced by icy fear. He told her they should not meet again for the time being. The words struck her like a physical blow, and her thoughts refused to understand them. With a trembling voice, she begged him not to do this, saying it had to be some cruel, unfunny prank. But his expression remained cold and unmoving. He told her he had one last question to ask. He asked whether she knew of a dagger with a silver chain and a clover charm hanging from the chain. The question was so strange, so out of place, that it only confused her further. She shook her head, denying that she had ever seen or heard of such a thing, and asked why he was asking. He merely said lightly that it was nothing. Then he turned and left, shattering her world with 2 words. "Golubie, Isa." She stood frozen in place, a choked sob escaping her throat, while his figure grew smaller and smaller on the bustling street, finally becoming a resolute and merciless silhouette. She screamed his name, her voice hoarse with pain. But he did not stop. He simply kept walking. At last, he finally came to a halt. Ismilda's utterly devastated face burned in his mind. A wave of self-loathing drowned him, and he slammed his fist into a nearby pillar, the wood groaning beneath the force of his rage. He should not have let her speak to Yelaharu alone. A dark, sinister whisper slithered through his thoughts, and it was not his voice. It mocked him, suggesting that he had done exactly what he should have done. Edwin narrowed his eyes, his voice low as a growl as he told it to shut up. But the voice continued, dripping with ridicule. It mocked him, saying that if it had been in control, it would have promised to protect her and warned her to stay away from that bastard. The demon's presence coiled around him like a shadowy miasma of pure malice. It demanded to know why he was so blind to his own advantages, pointing out that she had already been leaning toward him. He could have made her his, yet with a sneer, it said, he had chosen to take his anger out on her instead. The voice was merciless, twisting the knife in his guilt. It accused him of blaming her for hiding things from him, when he was the one who had failed to earn her trust. It hissed that it was laughable for him to think he had any right to rebuke her, because he himself was hiding secrets too. Edwin's face became a mask of pure fury. His crimson eyes glowed with anger. With a low roar tearing from his throat, he drew his ornate, long sword. He bellowed at the voice to shut up, and his control finally snapped completely. He swung his sword wildly, slashing at the empty air where the phantom voice seemed to linger. Dark energy swept away from the path of the blade. A low chuckle echoed, and the shadows began to gather. The voice said he really ought to practice his patience. A clawed demonic hand emerged from the darkness, followed by the horned outline of the creature dwelling within him. The demon's true form began to appear. It was a terrifying and beautiful being, with long black hair and sharp red eyes. A seductive and dangerous smile curved across its face as it suggested that he simply give in and let it take over his body. Ed glared at it, clenching his teeth as he resisted. He slashed again in anger, driving his sword through the demon's torso. But the demon only sneered. Its form flickered, completely unharmed. It asked whether he had forgotten. Scorching pain exploded in Edwin's own side, and a deep wound reflected the injury on the demon's body. He sucked in a breath and clutched the wound. The demon laughed in triumph, its voice echoing with dark power. It demanded to know why he would do something so foolish when he already knew that harming it meant harming himself. It reminded him, its voice lowering into a chilling whisper, that they were one and the same. To any passerby, he would only look like a madman swinging his sword at empty air. Edwin retorted that it was none of the demon's business. The demon's smile deepened. How could it not be its business? It said softly. After all, it would soon be taking over his body. It assured him that it would make far better use of his body and would make sure he had no regrets. At last, with a mocking whisper that pierced deeper than any blade, it confessed that it knew something Edwin himself did not. It liked Ismilda more than he did. It spoke of her beauty, saying she had been adorable even as a child, and that when it first saw her grown up, its heart had skipped a beat. It murmured that her eyes were like jewels containing the sea. She was so lovely when she was shy. The demon said it was truly reassuring to finally possess the body of a healthy man. Since ISA had protected it when she was little, now it was its turn to protect her. With that final declaration, the demon's presence dispersed, swirling away like smoke in the wind. Only Edwin remained, standing alone on the stone road, his sword forgotten at his feet. He reached into his coat and took out a small bottle filled with glowing green liquid. With grim resolve, he thought that this medicine was the only thing that could get rid of him now. Meanwhile, someone sat in a luxurious office, pondering the nature of Menon. He questioned the commonly held belief that they were the cause of magician's disease. The Algmanon did not possess people at random. Their hosts mattered to them. He wondered aloud what criteria they used to choose their hosts. The question echoed in Edwin's mind, triggering a broken memory. He recalled the horrifying words spoken by one of the disease's earliest victims, words that had haunted him ever since. The dead had no memories, so whose death had the victim been talking about? The thought sent a shudder through him, and an image from his dream flashed before his eyes. Ismilda's face, twisted by absolute terror. It was the same expression he had seen in that recurring nightmare. A memory that seemed ancient and profound surfaced, a man who looked exactly like him, weeping over a dying woman. He could hear the man's choked sobs, hear him vow to protect her with his life. He begged her, a tear sliding down his cheek, to grant him this one request. He begged her to be sure to remember. In his hand, he tightly gripped a dagger with a silver chain adorned by a four-leaf clover. In another country, a general was being warned by his horn advisor. The advisor urged him not to provoke Ismilda Granche, saying that with her power, she could easily defeat their people. General heir looked deeply worried, one hand resting on his subordinate's shoulder. But the advisor continued, lightly touching the general's scarred face with one hand as he reminded him that for Her Majesty the Empress, it was already too late. heir slammed down his fist in fury and denied it. He argued that she was only in her 40s, still in her prime, and that if her illness could be cured, she could rule for another 10 years. The advisor sighed and said that civil war was inevitable regardless, because Her Majesty the Empress could no longer bear an heir. The narration turned to the history of the Emperor of Langlad, who was also known as the Demon Emperor. That title had been given to her by her opponents, who mocked her hatred of intermarriage within the royal family and her beheading of her warmongering siblings. Though it was meant to blacken her reputation, in truth, the title was very fitting. The Emperor's change began after she foresaw her own death. She became unpredictable, suddenly bursting into tears for no reason, or killing her servants without cause. Yet strangely, those she killed would always later be proven to have harbored betrayal. The demon possessing her had the power to see the future, and it was that terrifying power that had truly turned her into the Demon Emperor. Heir thought back to what had happened 12 years ago. In Galactic Era 545, he learned that Ismilda's father, Granche, had gone to Langlad to obtain the poison Era. Merely hearing Era's name was enough to make Heir's blood boil, because the empress he loved had once nearly died from that poison. In the past, she had survived only because the child in her womb had absorbed the poison for her. He remembered stopping Argo at the docks, the man cloaked and mysterious, holding a small, exquisite box. Heir's voice rang out like thunder as he demanded whether the man knew it was illegal to possess that poison. He pressed Argo about where he had obtained it and what he intended to do with it. Argo said calmly that while he could not reveal where he had obtained it, he could answer the second question. Heir grabbed him, his patience gradually running out. Argo stated his plan, to study the poison and create an antidote. An antidote? I was shocked. Argo explained that one of his daughter's friends was dying from that poison. When Heir asked whether this friend was of noble birth, Argo simply answered that he was an orphan. The idea seemed utterly absurd. His men began to scoff, thinking it laughable that the Empire's finest poison experts had failed after years of effort. Yet this man believed he could create an antidote to Era. But there was something in the cloaked man's eyes that made Heir hesitate. He let go. He offered one condition. If Argo succeeded, he had to send him a dose. The cloaked man's eyes widened with gratitude, and he thanked him repeatedly. A new, urgent hope ignited in his heart. Heir ordered his men to prepare a carriage and announced that he was going to see Her Majesty the Empress. He strode through the palace corridors beneath the starlit sky. But when he burst into the Emperor's bedchamber a little earlier than scheduled, he saw a terrible sight. His beloved, the Emperor, was trying to hang herself. He let out a desperate cry, drew his sword, and cut the rope, catching her the instant she fell. As he held her sobbing body before the windows filled with stardust-like light, he finally understood the truth. That very night, he realized that the Emperor was possessed by a demon called Menon. Back in the present, tears fell like rain onto the pages. Ismilda was reading. How embarrassing, she thought as she wiped away her tears. She felt she had no right to cry. If anyone deserved to cry, it should be Edwin. A tiny chibi version of herself appeared, shaking her and scolding her for glancing at the communication stone yet again. Her mind was a tangled mess of questions. Had Noah really given Ed the scholarship just to use him? She could no longer endure the uncertainty. So she turned to the eye of the abyss, a bowl filled with glowing blue stones. She pressed both hands to the cold stones and closed her eyes, her resolve gradually hardening. She commanded the artifact to show her Ed. A dazzling light swallowed her, and she found herself suspended in a surreal turquoise sea, schools of ethereal fish swimming past her. A gentle, bodiless voice welcomed her by name. It asked which age of Ed she wanted to see. Ismilda's voice was hoarse with desperation as she cried that she wanted to see every age. The currents around her began to spin, and visions started to take shape in the shimmering liquid. She saw the Edwin of the present pulling her into a gentle embrace. She saw him as an injured little boy, reaching out to her while leaning on crutches. She saw him as a child, his innocent face smiling at her. A chubby version of herself began to sob, overwhelmed by the flood of memories. But then, the peaceful vision shattered. A heavy thud echoed through the water, and a huge black chain plunged into the depths before her. It was the chain she had seen before. Driven by some unknown force, she followed it downward, swimming deeper into the suffocating darkness of the abyss. At the very bottom, she saw that the chain was attached to a heavy stone, and chained to that stone was a small, curled-up figure. It was a boy. She swam closer, her heart pounding violently in her chest. Ripples spread across the water, and two koi fish appeared, their voices echoing in her mind. They asked whether she was certain she wanted to remember, warning her that she would regret it. With unwavering resolve, she nodded firmly. The ethereal fish scattered, and the vision solidified. Now, at last, she saw him clearly, a young boy, bound in chains, all alone on the cold, dark seabed. Her breath caught in her throat. It was Ed. The scene changed, drawing her into a memory from the year 544. A much younger Ismilda sat at the dining table, with her father Argo beside her and another man there as well. She innocently asked why Ed was always sick. The two men exchanged a tense glance, unsure how to answer. Facing the 7-year-old girl, her father let out a soft sigh and decided it was time to tell her the truth. He took out some paper and colored pencils. Using simple drawings, he explained that the poison affecting Edwin was a very special kind of poison, one that was difficult to obtain and had no known antidote. As he drew, he said that the poison would not kill immediately. Instead, it would gradually make the victim's entire body harden like stone. Once the heart turned to stone as well, the person would die, and the process usually took about 10 years. Little Ismilda asked in a very small voice whether they could take the poison out of his body. Argo admitted that poison was not his specialty. The cruel reality crushed the little girl. With tears in her eyes, she asked if that meant Ed was going to die. Her heartbroken expression made both men panic at once. Argo hurriedly added that he was considering making an antidote. He explained that to obtain heir poison, he would have to deal with the nobles of Langlad, but he lacked the proper title and introduction. He needed Grandpa Plow's help. He assured her that as long as he could get some of the poison and neutralize it before Ed stopped breathing, Ed would survive. Later that day, she quietly went to Edwin's room. He weakly told her to go away, but she came in anyway. Seeing his pale face and his body trembling with fever made her heart clench, and she could not help calling out Ed's name. Her mind was full of worry. Could Dad really get the poison? And what about the antidote? Dad was always so busy. They needed someone who was not busy. A thought suddenly appeared in her bright blue eyes. Edwin turned his head, his own eyes red from the fever. She went to his bedside and declared with all the determination a 7-year-old could muster that she would make the antidote. She put her hand on his shoulder and promised that she would study poisons and medicines to cure him. She begged him to wait until she was 10, to keep holding on, even if it hurt. She pleaded with him not to die, not to give up. A tear rolled down the boy's cheek. His voice was almost nothing but breath, but his promise was firm. He said he would not. The memory dissolved into a string of glittering bubbles. Ismilda floated in the abyss, the weight of the past pressing heavily on her heart. That day, she had clearly said she would study poisons, so why had she not done it afterward? The answer was simple. A miracle had happened. Her father, Argo, the man who claimed he did not understand poisons, had suddenly disappeared, then returned with an antidote and freed Ed from the poison eating away at him. That was why she had never needed to study poisons. But then her gaze fell on the stone statue of the boy, still bound to the rock by chains. She reached out with both arms and embraced his cold, petrified body. Why had he appeared here in this state? A blinding light burst from where they held each other, and the world tilted. She was falling. She crashed down hard. The chair overturned, and she landed on the study floor. Dizzy and muddled, she wondered if she had fallen out of the chair and dozed off again. Where had the sea gone? She groaned and rubbed her aching backside, only then noticing that her voice sounded strange. She pushed herself up and realized she was not in bed. Had she entered someone else's body? Could it be the magical illness where one person's body was occupied by another soul? Yawning, she staggered toward the mirror. The mirror reflected a figure wearing a laboratory coat with a familiar ring on her hand. She seemed to be a medical magician, but her face was hidden by a burst of bright light. Wait, that was... She brushed her hair away from her face, and as the reflection gradually became clear, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The tired, confused face looking back at her in the mirror was her own. The bewildering haze faded. What entered her sight was not the familiar ceiling of her laboratory, but the ornate, gilded headboard of a bed she did not recognize. A wave of dizziness struck her, and she pressed a trembling hand to her forehead, her thoughts in chaos. Her gaze fell on her own body, and she could not help drawing in a sharp breath. She was not wearing a practical nightdress, but a structured black top and a corset that cinched her waist tightly. A suffocating sense of unreality seized her. In an utter confusion, she wondered whether this person really was her. Her daze was interrupted by a familiar, gentle voice asking if she had stayed up all night again. A kindly old woman stood in the doorway, her warm, wrinkled face full of concern, a cane in her hand. It was her aunt, Marielle Selin. As the woman entered the room, worry was written all over her expression, and she scolded Isa, saying she could not live on tea alone and had to eat properly. She added that Nia and Argo were both very worried about her. Isa's hand, clutching the newspaper, went still. She gave a tired smile and suggested that her aunt visit her that weekend. She asked if her aunt would like to go with her. Her gaze returned to the newspaper in her hand, where the headline was printed in bold letters. July 3rd, Galactic Era 464. The Royal Army and the Magicians are fighting barbarians on the front line, just like Gaius. As the words entered her mind, a strange electric blue energy began crackling at her fingertips, coiling around the newspaper. The world dissolved around her, and the solid floor of her laboratory turned into an endless, glittering deep blue void. She floated. Her solemn laboratory coat had become a simple white dress, and her black hair spread out around her in that strange emptiness. Her heart pounded fiercely in her chest, unable to understand why any of this was happening. The date on the newspaper echoed in her mind, turning into a terrible premonition, 564. Her blood instantly ran cold as she realized, with a sickening sense of falling, that the date was 7 years in the future. But then the void suddenly vanished, and she was back in a laboratory. Her aunt's voice pulled her out of that chilling vision. She was calling her Isa, her tone now serious, telling Isa that strange rumors about her had been spreading recently. With a heavy sigh, the old woman told her about the whispers circulating among the magicians. People said Isa had shut herself away because of a morbid obsession with her dead first love, Edwin. They claimed she was trying to create an antidote for the deadly arrow poison, and that she had not even held a funeral for him, but had kept his corpse hidden all this time. Isa's blue eyes widened in shock. Her aunt quickly added that of course it was all nonsense, but the young magicians who admired Isa had been deeply shaken by the gossip. Isa brushed it off with a feeble joke, saying her aunt worried about her even more than her own parents did. But deep inside, her thoughts were thrown into turmoil by one devastating idea. Ed was dead. The world shattered again, casting her into the starry abyss of the vision. The future Isa floated there, her aunt's words echoing endlessly around her. She questioned the claim itself, unable to understand how she could be so obsessed with her first love that she would keep his body by her side. How could her future self stand there so calmly and talk about something so horrifying? It was all too detailed, too real to be a simple dream. Yet everything was completely different from her current reality. A desperate hope rose in her heart as she wondered, what if Argo and Nia, her mother and father, were both still alive in this future? Then a name from her aunt's worried words caught in her mind, becoming a sudden, sharp point of clarity amid the chaos. Nia. Back in the present, Isa's composure was only a fragile mask. She told her aunt that since she had already come, she might as well look at her work. She said there was something she wanted to ask about. She walked ahead, her footsteps echoing as she descended the long, dim stone staircase. Her aunt followed behind, letting out a weary sigh. They entered the cold, cavernous basement. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Isa pushed open a heavy door, revealing a wide, sterile room. Rows upon rows of plain beds filled the space, and on every bed lay a pale, motionless figure. Her aunt let out a choked gasp, clapping a hand over her mouth as she stammered and asked what in the world these things were. Isa's voice was eerily calm as she explained that they were humans she had created using an improved illusion spell. She elaborated, saying they had organs, bones, and skin. Though they could not feel emotions or pain, their physiological responses were close to those of real humans. Her aunt looked at her in horror and asked if Isa was saying she had made living people. Isa simply answered yes. She added that if they were stabbed, they would bleed, but as soon as the magic was released, they would disappear completely. She explained that she could not conduct poison experiments on real people, so she had made these dolls as substitutes. Her aunt's face turned pale with disgust, and she insisted that no matter how Isa regarded them, in her eyes these things were no different from humans. A humorless little laugh slipped from Isa's lips. She said that if her aunt still did not believe her, she could demonstrate, and then chanted a spell, died Tristar Yumel. She raised her hand, and a brilliant, shimmering light enveloped one of the bodies. It dissolved into a cloud of iridescent particles before vanishing into nothing. Her aunt cried out, "Good heavens," and staggered backward. Isa called them nothing more than pale imitations of people. She explained that she had only ever studied poisons, and in order to collect accurate data, she needed something more like a human, which was why she wanted to hear her aunt's advice. Her aunt replied that, judging by what she had just seen, Isa did not seem to need her advice very much. Then she suggested that when it came to magic, it would be better to ask her own father. Isa's expression softened slightly as she explained that her father had indeed helped her at first. She revealed that the illusion spell she used for creation had originally not been illusion magic at all, but a form of creation magic. It was said that ancient magicians did not have enough vast magical power to cast it properly, so they created an incomplete version with a smaller amount of magic, an imitation of that spell, which later came to be called illusion magic. She said the original spell had been created by the legendary Ramana, the infinite magician. She added that ever since her own magic had awakened, her father had been compiling records about Ramana, believing that they might one day be useful to her. The scene dissolved once more into the void of the dream. The future forced her to face this impossible reality. She thought that if this was 7 years later, a world where her parents were still alive, then cold fear had nevertheless sunk into the bottom of her heart. In this future, Ed was gone. Had he truly died? And why was she still trying to make an antidote? The Ed she wanted to save was already gone, so why was she still persisting? The present scene snapped back into clarity. In a voice filled with new respect, her aunt said that after seeing Isa use magic today, she finally understood why everyone was in such a hurry to send her to the front line. A confident, brilliant smile lit up Isa's face. She declared that once she succeeded in creating the antidote, she would protect this land as a glorious magician of the tower. Her aunt's worried expression finally melted into an indulgent smile, and she affectionately called her a little rascal. When they said goodbye at last, she told Isa to take good care of herself and not overwork. Isa promised she would. But the instant the door closed with a creak, her smile vanished as if it had never existed. Her face became a cold, shadow-wreathed mask of determination. She turned and descended the stone stairs again, her solitary footsteps echoing in the silence. She strode back into the chilly room filled with lifeless dolls. The heavy door groaned before her and was pushed open silently by magic. The torches on the walls flared to life one after another, casting wavering shadows across the room. At the deepest part of the room stood an ornate box. She walked toward it, her movements precise and deliberate. She knelt, and the heavy lid opened with a soft creak. Her voice was so low, it was almost a whisper as she greeted the person inside. Inside the box, upon a bed of pure white flowers, lay the well-preserved body of a boy. A small tag was tied to his wrist, its cold clinical words forming a stark contrast with the funeral-like sight. It read, "Deceased sample, Edwin Soul, 15 years old." The note stated that he had survived far beyond his expected date of death and was the only known subject to possess antibodies. She looked down at his peaceful face and spoke to him, her voice thick with unshed tears. She told him she had almost completed the antidote. She asked if he remembered the promise she had made to him many years ago, when she had begged him to keep holding on no matter how painful it was. A memory surfaced, sharp and painful, her younger self sitting by his sickbed, her small hand holding his feverish one. She told his sleeping body that he had truly kept his promise, enduring the ravages of era poison longer than anyone else. He had endured the pain until the very last moment. A fresh wave of guilt drowned her. She confessed that she still regretted asking that of him, but her father had told her that it was precisely his persistence that had allowed his body to develop the antibodies they so desperately needed. She gazed at his motionless body and asked him what he thought fate was. If she could go back to the past, if she could do everything over again, she murmured, could she change things? As she spoke those words, the world around her dissolved again into that endless, ethereal blue void. The future Isa floated there, asking in shock what she had just said. A deep weakness swept over her. Her magic was running dry, and she could no longer maintain the connection. Her voice in the void was nothing more than a faint whisper as she apologized to Ed. In the cold basement, a hot tear slipped from her eye and ran down her cheek. In the dream, she desperately resisted the pull, begging herself to stay, to remain just a little longer. Questions from that impossible future became a chaotic storm in her mind. How were her parents still alive? What about the shipwreck that should have taken their lives? And Ed, the antidote, and the brutal war at the front? In the real world, a tear fell from her chin, while in the dream she began to sink, the blue void turning into a suffocating ocean. She struggled in the current, a silent, desperate scream bursting from her throat as she demanded that the memory be given to her before she was completely drowned. Ismilda sharply sucked in a breath and opened her eyes. Drenched in cold sweat, she sat up in bed, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. A worried voice called her name. Lady Ismilda. It was Rod-Ion, a man draped in a dark hooded cloak. He was begging her to come back to her senses. Ismilda looked around blankly. Her room was in chaos, and a vortex of raw magical energy radiated from her, making the furniture float in midair. The only thing restraining that destructive force was a shimmering blue barrier beside her bed, pulsing rhythmically. As she regained her composure, the magic gradually subsided. Weakly, she asked if she had gone mad in her sleep. Rod-Ion confirmed her fear, explaining that Noah had set up the magical barrier beforehand precisely for a situation like this. He let out a trembling breath and told her that if not for Noah's foresight, she might have lost not only the bed, but the entire house. Then he asked what had happened the night before. Ismilda remained silent. A tear slipped down her face as the dream replayed in her mind. It had been another version of herself, a self living 7 years later in the year 564. It was an Ismilda with a different past and a different life, and another Edwin whom she had allowed to die at the age of 15. The numbers surfaced in her thoughts. 15 years old. That was 5 years ago. In other words, the year 552. But that was wrong. Ed had clearly begun to recover when he was 8. That had been in the year 545. Rodian's voice calling her name pulled her back from her frantic calculations. A point of blue light flickered at her fingertip. With determination, she swept her hand through the air, magically crossing out the number 564 and replacing it with 545. Rod-Ion watched in surprise as she rose from the bed, a new, sharp clarity appearing in her eyes. She turned to him and, in a steady voice, asked for his advice on a magical matter. She proposed a hypothesis. If a certain medicine were made 7 years in the future, and that same medicine then appeared in the past, would it be possible to save someone destined to die? What if she assumed that the medicine had crossed through time? She asked him whether there was any magic capable of doing such a thing. Rod-Ion considered her question carefully, then answered that, as far as he knew, no such spell had ever been recorded in the Magic Tower's archives. He admitted that this did not completely rule out the possibility. Ismilda's thoughts raced. She reasoned that if an item from the future was used to change the past, then the future itself would naturally change as well. Of course, all of this depended on whether the future she had seen was real. Then a terrifying thought struck her. If she could have these dreams, could her father have experienced the same thing? She had always thought these prophetic dreams were a common trait among magicians, but she had never heard of anyone else having visions like hers, except for those who suffered from the terrible magician's disease. Her eyes widened. Wait, did the afflicted really only dream of the past? Her thoughts became a tangled mass of cause and effect, impossible to sort out along a single timeline. But what if there were 2 tracks? On one track, the antidote was created in the year 564. On the other, the antidote was used in the year 45. The terrifying truth struck her all at once. To create the antidote, they needed antibodies. And those antibodies could only be extracted from a victim who had endured the poison longer than anyone could have imagined. In short, the one condition absolutely necessary to create the antidote was Edwin's death. In one world, Edwin had to die so that he could be saved in another. The implications were staggering. What if her father in the present dreamed of his daughter in the future creating the antidote? Then he would know what was needed. Ed's destined fate had been changed. Noah's grave warning echoed in her ears. He had told her to be careful, that the magic tower suspected her father was connected to the origin of the magician's disease. An image flashed through her mind of her father standing beside the victims of those cruel experiments. The full weight of the truth came crashing down on her. She screamed Noah's name. Ignoring Rodian's panic cries, she rushed out of the room and sprinted down the corridor. Her white nightgown streamed behind her as she ran through the splendid halls, her voice striking the marble and echoing as she frantically called for Noah Argent to answer her. She skidded to a halt, panting, and demanded to know what had happened from Rod Ion. She looked around in panic and asked where Mr. Noah could possibly be. Rod Ion merely asked her where she thought he was. Her gaze fell on a small table, where a familiar pair of glasses had been left behind. She picked up the glasses, her fingers brushing over the delicate frames. Her voice was dangerously low as she asked Rod Ion whether Noah looked like the kind of person who would run off and leave his glasses somewhere else. Elsewhere, in a space shimmering with violet energy, a circle of glowing blue-green runes suddenly lit up on the ground. A barefoot, silver-haired man appeared at the center of the circle. His simple white shirt and trousers stood in stark contrast to the ethereal surroundings. An old man with a dignified white beard, dressed in regal purple robes, greeted him, his voice echoing through the void as he welcomed young Noah. The old man, great magician Vincenzo, said Noah had used a modified summoning spell to create a temporary gate. He praised Noah, saying he never disappointed him, though he also admitted it had taken great effort to track Noah down. He looked over Noah's unusually casual attire with a critical gaze, then asked whether he had been enjoying a vacation somewhere pleasant. Noah looked down at his own hands as though seeing them for the first time. His Ismilda flashed through his mind, her expression soft and content as she knitted. A nearly imperceptible smile brushed across his lips, and he answered that yes, he had indeed been somewhere very pleasant. He raised a document and began apologizing for another man's actions, insisting that the man had acted alone. But the great magician raised his jewel-covered hand and cut him off. He reminded Noah that only a very small number of people still retained complete memories of the Argo experiment. He explained that he had erased the others' memories, ensuring their silence in that gentle way, but that he had trusted a few people to keep the secret. He admitted that had proven to be a mistake. As the master of the magic tower, he would make amends for the humiliation Mrs. Ismilda had suffered. He declared the matter officially settled. He assured Noah that the mastermind would be punished internally and that the victims would be compensated, but the magic tower's involvement had to remain secret. As he spoke, his eyes took on a meaningful look. This would be the best way to bury the incident from a year ago. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice as he asked whether that would not be better for Noah as well. After all, they were partners in the same cause. He reminded Noah that 8 long years had passed since they had been bound together, and in all that time, Noah's name had never left its place on his hand. He raised his hand, displaying fingers covered in ornate rings, each one symbolizing the loyalty of a graduated magician. Year after year, the one who received the most vows was none other than great magician Vincenzo himself. He went on to say that he considered Noah's care for Argo's daughter to be a positive development. As for Argo, losing both eyes in his prime and leaving behind a young daughter was already enough payment for his sins. A trace of cold anger flashed through Noah's eyes. The great magician instructed him to make absolutely sure Mrs. Ismilda remained so happy and content that she would never think of digging in her father's filthy past. Noah's voice was like ice as he requested permission to deal with Sibin in his own way if Sibin ever put Miss Granche in any danger again. Vincenzo let out a dry chuckle, turning a large blue ring on his finger. He dismissed the concern lightly, saying Sibin was clever enough not to do anything too reckless. Besides, he added with a cruel smile, if anything happened to him, his dear Lara would be heartbroken. The view closed in on the ring. The name Sibin Hammer was finally engraved on the silver band. The scene shifted to August 12th, year 5:57, a bright and sunny day. The city was bustling, and a newspaper headline announced the monthly meeting of the Granche Foundation. In a quiet courtyard, a man with long silver-gray hair pulled down the hood of his cloak, revealing a handsome, sly face. With a cunning smile, he introduced himself as Ashgarel. Then he pointed to the shorter cloaked figure beside him and introduced her as his assistant, Clara, explaining that circumstances required her to cover her face. A woman wearing an extravagant feathered hat looked them over suspiciously and asked whether he truly intended to acquire ownership rights over the Eye of the Abyss magic. Ash confirmed that he did, specifying that he wanted to purchase the right to confirm the contents of Granche's second will. With theatrical flair, he kicked over a huge travel bag at his feet, and gold coins poured out like a flood across the cobblestones, shocking the trustees present. He sneered as he pointed out that they were probably planning to appoint Lord Argent as chairman over Lady Granche. As long as Argent remained in the game, their efforts would be futile, especially with those two allied. One trustee argued that they could not move forward until the chairman was decided, because otherwise the will could not be made public. Ash leaned closer, his voice dropping into a conspiratorial whisper. He told them there was something he needed all of them to do. He needed their help proving the crime Granche had committed 13 years ago. The woman gasped and asked if he meant human experimentation, but quickly added that there was no evidence. Ash's smile was predatory. He admitted that perhaps there was no evidence, but there was a witness. He assured them they did not need to do anything extreme. They only needed to arrange for his assistant, Clara, to meet Miss Granche in a very public setting. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated hall, a man reported to his master, a nobleman with a sharp mustache named Sibin. The subordinate confirmed that he had bribed all the trustees as instructed. Sibin sternly warned him that any mistake would not go unpunished. After the man left, Sibin muttered to himself in disgust, unable to understand what had possessed the great magician to adopt a commoner. He stood before a grand stepped fountain, his reflection rippling in the water. He said it had been a long time since he had come here, calling Argo's name. A man in a simple black cloak stood with his back to him. Sibin approached, reproaching Argo for dressing so plainly and telling him that on a day like this, he ought to make some effort. Argo's figure flickered like heat haze or a reflection in water. He slowly turned, his face hidden in shadow, and spoke Sibin's name. His sharp, unmistakably real blue eyes fixed on Sibin as he asked one simple yet chilling question. What day is it today? Beneath the warm golden radiance of 1,000 crystal lamps, the grand hall echoed with clinking glasses and the hum of high society conversation. Tonight was a momentous occasion, a celebration of power and inheritance. An elderly noble raised a glass of red wine and told his companion, with a satisfied smile, that today, at last, a new master would be born. Every eye was focused on a man named Sibin. With sharp features and a noble bearing, he accepted congratulations with practiced, composed elegance. But beneath that calm surface, a storm of irritation was brewing. Sibin strode down a quiet, sunlit corridor, his jaw tight. He wondered where that infuriating Argo had gone. The demonstration was about to begin, the culmination of all his efforts. His search led him to a vast and silent hall, where at last he found him. Argo stood alone in the echoing stillness, solitary and isolated, his back to the entrance. Sibin's voice cut through the silence, sharp with annoyance, as he demanded to know where Argo had been and complained that he had been looking for him for a long time. He looked Argo up and down, and when he saw those simple dark clothes, his lips twisted with contempt. He scolded him, saying that on such an important day, one ought to make some effort. The world around Argo seemed to flicker and dissolve, like a dizzying ripple in time. He whispered Sibin's name, his voice little more than a breath, as though he had seen a ghost. A slowly awakening fear appeared in his eyes, wide and dazed, as he trembled and asked what day it was. Sibin could only glare at him, completely bewildered by the question. What? Argo's voice grew stronger, more urgent, as he repeated the question, demanding the date. Sibin's patience snapped. He seized Argo's arm with rough impatience, asking whether he had eaten something bad and insisting that the demonstration was about to begin. The word demonstration hung in the air like a death knell. Argo murmured the word back, his expression sinking into a mask of cold resolve. With icy certainty, he declared that there would be no demonstration. Sibin's eyes widened in shock as he demanded to know what he was saying, but Argo turned to leave, announcing that he had to go at once. In a flash of panic and fury, Sibin lunged forward, his fingers clamping around Argo's wrist like iron tongs. He roared, his voice echoing through the hall, demanding where Argo thought he was going at such a crucial moment. Argo merely said he was going to his laboratory and told Sibin to handle things here. Sibin's face twisted in disbelief as he screamed at Argo, asking whether he had gone mad. Desperately, he reminded him of their research funding and of what he was supposed to tell his father-in-law. Argo decisively tore himself free from that desperate grip. He glanced back once, his eyes filled with chilling determination, and said again that he had to go. Without another word, he strode away, his dark cloak billowing behind him, leaving Sibin standing alone in place. Sibin's teeth clenched hard, grinding together with a low, savage sound full of pure hatred. A bitter torrent of thoughts surged into his mind. It might have been Argo who created the Eye of the Abyss, but the one who had appeased every impatient magician and paved every path was him, Sibin. His hands curled into fists, knuckles turning white. Had all of it been for nothing? What about his dream of becoming a master? What about his status? The world around him seemed to shatter into 1,000 pieces, his ambitions turning to ash. But then a sudden, desperate thought pierced through his rage. He remembered the incantation. It was engraved on Argo's ring. Even if he leaves, as long as I have that. A mad light entered his eyes. He screamed Argo's name, a hoarse roar born of pure desperation. He lunged forward, his voice turning into a crazed command for Argo to give him the ring. But it was too late. Where Argo stood, a blinding pillar of deep blue light erupted from the floor, and the air crackled with the raw power of teleportation magic. With a flash and a deafening roar, Argo vanished into thin air. The spell dispersed, leaving only frost-covered fragments of stone on the clean floor. Sibin froze in place, his hands still outstretched toward nothing, his face a mask of thwarted fury. This transgression was not the first. A memory surfaced. On a high balcony, someone shouted in anger, demanding why Argo had gone unpunished for casting the forbidden spell Regio. The reason for the silence was the great magician himself, Sibin's own father-in-law. He had quietly erased the memories of the magicians present that day, turned a blind eye to Argo's grave crime, and buried the incident as though it had never happened. That favoritism had long been difficult for others to swallow. Another powerful magician recalled his own submission, how he had become the great magician's son-in-law and served as his loyal hound, only to watch helplessly as Argo was always given special treatment. He could not understand why that infinite magician was favored more than his own child, and now another magician with impossible power had appeared, Ismilda Granche. People whispered that no magician could perform magic of her level barely a year after awakening. Even if it were possible, no holy magician would waste that much magical power just to imbue Alok's Renaissance familiar with unnecessary abilities. There were only 3 explanations for such unprecedented behavior. First, she was only a child, foolishly trying to show off her talent. Second, her abilities truly had no limits, and she had unknowingly used the highest level of magic without realizing it. Third, she had returned to the past with knowledge from a future that should not exist. Just like Argo, the truth was hidden in a secret scroll, revealing the Granche family's greatest secret. Their true Eye of the Abyss was not a resurrection spell. It was something far more powerful. Yet it could indeed bring the dead back to life through one shockingly simple method. Simply return to the past like Argo and change the fate of the dead. As the setting sun painted the city in a blazing orange glow, the great hall of the Granche Foundation was filled with conversation and anticipation. Suddenly, the heavy doors at the entrance creaked open, drawing every gaze. A figure stood there against the light. The announcer's voice rang through the hall, announcing the arrival of interim trustee Ismilda Granche. The crisp sound of heels striking marble echoed through the sudden silence. The great magician looked down from the balcony above, his lips twisting into a cruel, predatory sneer. He thought that today, in this very place, Argo's daughter would finally fall, and he would seize her Eye of the Abyss with his own hands. Confusion rippled through the crowd below. One noblewoman whispered to her companion, asking whether that could be Granche. The name was taken up by others and spread in incredulous murmurs. They spoke of the dead Granche, but then someone urged them to look properly. When the figure stepped fully into the light, a wave of gasps swept through the room. She was not the woman they remembered. This was Ismilda Granche, dressed in a striking royal blue military uniform. Like the embodiment of authority and power, her expression sharp and confident. Her keen blue eyes swept over the shocked faces before her, and the announcer's voice rang out, declaring that the monthly meeting of the Granche Scholarship Foundation would now begin.